There's a rumor going around in the quick travel world the actor playing Passerby A is actually an evil god? Let's interview the natives of the small world to find out what they think of him, the heroine of the supernatural world. I can testify that we summoned him with an apple. The immortal lord of the cultivation world, he is our gentle and refined senior brother, who has comprehended the way of heaven and earth. How could he be an evil god? The protagonist of the strange story of the rules, please take him away. With this weird thing here, I dare not go to the dungeon again. Everyone in the apocalypse, proudly carrying hose, yes, he is the god of our peanut base. He led us to create a new era of zombie farming. The demon lord pondered for a long time. I don't know, this passerby chased me, a big villain, and chopped several streets. Chapter 1, Summoning the Evil God? 9.9 Free shipping in the pitch black night, with occasional thunderclaps. Only 3 students remained in the old classroom. They sat around a candle with serious expressions, as if they were holding a sacred ceremony. There was an old book on the table, and the mirror facing the candle reflected the pale faces of the 3 people. Do we really have to do this? A girl wearing glasses asked timidly, holding a whole apple in her hand, with panic unconcealed in the corners of her eyes. Another girl with a high ponytail sneered contemptuously, her voice high and low, mocking, "It's just a joke. What are you afraid of? It's not like there's really an evil god. It is said that if you peel an apple in front of a mirror at midnight, you can summon mysterious beings from a higher dimension." A melodious bell sounded in the distance, marking the beginning of the ceremony. The other boy also nodded indifferently. The girl with glasses could only swallow her saliva, picked up the knife tremblingly, and began to peel the apple. After the whole apple was peeled, the 3 of them held their breath and watched the flickering candle flame. It was so quiet around them that they could hear a pin drop and nothing happened. "Look," the girl with a high ponytail lost interest and said with her hands spread out, "How can it be so mysterious? It's not like gathering all the dragon balls to summon a dragon. Whose evil god would be summoned by an apple?" She turned around boredly, but saw the timid girl's pale face. The boy also widened his eyes in fear and pointed at the door with trembling hands. So she turned around and saw a scene that she would never forget in her life. A flash of thunder passed by, and a black shadow suddenly appeared outside the dark window. The shadow moved, and the air seemed to become sticky, and the surroundings were filled with a mysterious and strange atmosphere. There was a knock on the door outside the house. Knock, 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 neither fast nor slow, and each knock struck the hearts of the 3 people. The girl with high ponytail swallowed her saliva, pushed the girl with glasses, and motioned her to open the door. The poor timid girl could only tremble as she walked into the endless darkness. The door opened, and there was no ghost. A young man in his early 20s, wearing sunglasses, carrying a bag of luggage, and wearing limited edition beach shorts, was standing at the door with a confused look on his face. The 3 of them were also a little confused. Are the evil gods nowadays so unique in taste? The young man stepped out, looked up at the sign outside the classroom door, and walked in again. I think I went into the wrong door. Chen Sun is here for vacation. The dog system sent him to the wrong location. It's over and I lost contact irresponsibly. As a result, he excitedly packed his things, put on his limited edition blue beach shorts, opened the door, and was teleported face first to an abandoned teaching building. What's going on? Zhang Lingyue rolled her eyes and lowered her head to paint her nails. The others also breathed a sigh of relief. The atmosphere in the room immediately became relaxed. The girl with short hair and glasses was named Deng Qiran. She considerately invited Chen Sun to come in and sit down. The only other boy present was Gui Chen, who reluctantly moved his seat to make room for the young man of unknown origin. Chen Sun did not refuse the invitation and sat obediently aside, watching how these middle school students continued to commit suicide. Chen Sun, the executor of the Yizhu Tian passerby system, has the job of traveling through different books to push the storyline forward, which is simply called a supporting role. Each book is a small world, and each small world has its own protagonist. His task is to ensure the normal development of the original plot and prevent the destiny of the child of destiny from deviating and causing the world to collapse. Now that there were no system prompts, who was the protagonist? What was the mission? What kind of world was this? I had no idea. I could only wait and see. There was an ancient book placed in the middle of the table in the room. The cover had the words "Word Spirit Turtle Soup" written in large, crooked characters. The cover was covered with strange symbols, making it look a bit mysterious. Now that the preparatory ceremony written in the book is over, let's get started. Jiang Lingyue raised her eyebrows and opened the first page with her long fingernails. I don't know what's so strange about this book. The title page says, "Under the witness of the evil god, our story begins." It was just a procedure. She didn't take it seriously and started reading from the bright red handwriting on the book. Turtle Soup Game begins. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly found that her voice had become different, like the vicious whisper of a hoarse old woman. The three of them all widened their eyes. Jiang Lingyue tried to stand up in horror, but found that she couldn't move at all. Deng Qiran and Guichen were not in much better condition. Apart from being able to speak, their hands and feet seemed to be tied to chairs and they could not move. Ghost? Sleep paralysis? Deng Qiran screamed in panic, his body trembling with fear. If we don't continue this game, will we be trapped here forever? Only Chen Sun seemed fine. He blinked his eyes, sat aside and ate an apple, not knowing what to say. He just happened to be passing by and was caught up in this commotion. Guichen, who was standing aside, had a pale face and stared blankly at the strange book in the middle of the table. A gust of wind blew, and the book turned the pages automatically. The candle flame flickered and turned into a strange green, reflecting the blood-red words on the book. Jiang Lingyue's voice was trembling. In order to get away, she had to continue reading the words in the book. An old and strange voice came from her chest. This book will select 3 stories, provide some clues, and players will take turns asking questions. The candle flame flashes once for yes, flashes twice for no, and players can infer the full picture of the incident based on the questions. If the story is not guessed before the candle goes out, everyone will be punished. Upon hearing this, everyone present fell silent. This was a classic Turtle Soup script. The weird part was that the host was actually a book. Jiang Lingyue let out a long breath. She had played many scripts and was familiar with the basic routines, so she calmed down. The wind blew and turned the pages, and the first event appeared before everyone. I opened my eyes in my dorm room and was terrified. What is this? Guichen frowned. How could anyone guess what was going on when the story had no beginning or end? Jiang Lingyue took a deep breath, recalled the basics of turtle soup, and asked the first question. I am a girl. The candle flickered, indicating that the guess was correct. Next it was Deng Qiran's turn. Trembling and somewhat bewildered, she stammered, I killed someone? The candle flickered twice, and the atmosphere in the room became gloomy. She guessed wrong. Guichen glanced at her unhappily, really disdaining her cowardly appearance, so he asked loudly, is someone dead? The light flashes, and the guess is correct. Jiang Lingyue continued to ask, was the death a homicide? Wrong guess. Everyone fell silent, which made their thoughts much clearer, and they immediately locked onto the idea, someone committed suicide in the girls' dormitory, and when I woke up, I was scared to death. The book turned over again, as if realizing that the game was too simple, and made a new requirement, you need to guess the girl's suicide method. Chapter 2, sorry, passers-by can really do whatever they want. Hint, that girl was bullied by her roommate. Deng Qiran seemed to recall his own experience, looking at the other two cautiously, his body trembling, gritting his teeth to hold back tears. She hugged her arms tightly and asked softly, did she commit suicide because she didn't get along with her roommate? The candlelight flickered twice, and she guessed wrong again. Seeing this, Guichen snorted coldly. As the monitor of the 3-person class, he always looked down on this girl hiding in the corner the most. She dresses tacky and acts sneakily every day. I don't know what she is thinking. If she hadn't found this strange book in the library, why would the class beauty Jiang Lingyue have dragged them here late at night to test their courage? And how could they have ended up trapped in this place? He cleared his throat and asked, did she commit suicide with a controlled knife? His guess was wrong, and he made an impatient tisk sound, looking at the candle that was getting shorter and shorter. Feeling a little anxious, without any new ideas, the room immediately fell silent, and everyone was thinking hard. At this time, Chen Sun, who had been silent on the side, suddenly asked a question. Does she really want to die? Everyone else was stunned. What kind of question was this? Hadn't it already been confirmed as suicide? However, Chen Sun ignored the 3 people's doubts and just stared at the candle quietly with his deep black eyes. This game has traps. Even the strange book paused for several seconds, as if unsure whether this temporary participant could be considered a player. The candle finally flickered twice, indicating that the guess was wrong. She didn't really want to commit suicide? Now everyone was stunned, as if they couldn't believe their eyes. An ordinary girl was bullied in the dormitory. She didn't want to die, but she ended up committing suicide. What kind of bullshit logic is this? A flash of inspiration flashed through Jiang Lingyue's mind, and she asked excitedly, was her death an accident? Guessed correctly, the death was an accident. But why was it diagnosed as suicide? What was the method of suicide? After several more rounds of questioning, they eliminated several methods of suicide by enumeration. Only a short piece of the candle was left. When it was Deng Qiran's turn, she had a mental breakdown and sobbed with her head down. Did she hang herself? The guess was correct, but even though the way of death had been guessed, the candle was still burning, indicating that the game was not over. It seems that we still need to guess how this girl got into the accident. The matter reached a stalemate, and the speculation that Chen Sun inadvertently raised made the originally simple problem even more confusing. Suddenly, a cool breeze blew over everyone's head, giving them goosebumps. At some point, the triangular fan on the ceiling of the room started turning on its own. Chen Sun raised his hand innocently and said, "Sorry, I accidentally hit the fan switch." "Close it quickly." Gui Chen's eyes widened as he shouted at him, "Do you want the candle to be blown out?" The green candle flame flickered, as if it would be blown out in the next second. Everyone was anxious and glared at Chen Sun, and the fan finally turned off and only the last bit of candle remained. At this moment, Zhang Lingyue stared at the ceiling fan, and suddenly an idea came to her mind and she screamed loudly. "I see." Everyone turned their eyes to her, puzzled, waiting for her to continue explaining. That girl was being bullied by her roommates, and she wanted to use the ceiling fan to disguise herself as a hang ghost to scare them. She paused, then continued with a look of horror, but she accidentally touched the fan switch, and the ceiling fan caught the cord around her neck, hanging her and spinning her around in the dormitory. In other words, when I woke up the next day, the corpse was right in front of me. The girl had been spinning 360 degrees without any blind spots all night long. The girl stared at everyone in the dormitory with her eyes wide open. Everyone was silent, as if their breathing had become extremely heavy. The room was quiet, and only the sound of pounding heartbeats could be heard. The book has finally turned the page. Congratulations, you have guessed the whole picture of the incident. The candle was completely extinguished, and the feeling of restraint on the three people suddenly disappeared, and they were able to move freely again. However, before they could breathe a sigh of relief, Deng Qiran's scream suddenly rang out in the room. Suddenly, a rope dropped from the top of the ceiling fan, tightly wrapped around her neck, and hung her in the air. Just as the story said, Deng Qiran kept struggling. His eyes turned white, his face had turned purple, and he kicked his legs helplessly in the air. The others were at a loss and could only watch Deng Qiran struggle, but they didn't know how to help. What's going on? We've already guessed the ending, so why is there a punishment? Move things. Chen Sun gave the command calmly, moving an abandoned table to Deng Qiran's feet. Zhang Lingyue and Gui Chen finally reacted and came to help in a hurry, desperately piling chairs on the table. Deng Qiran stood on tiptoe and managed to gain support. His complexion recovered a little and he gasped for breath. A pile of tables and chairs are crumbling, and it concerns a life. After a while, the rope finally loosened, and Deng Qiran collapsed to the ground, coughing nonstop, tears almost coming out. "Thank you." She sobbed and thanked the others. The room fell silent again. The script had already been completed, so why was there punishment? Did they violate some hidden rules? For a moment, everyone felt a sense of panic, the fear of death that could come at any moment. Gui Chen frowned. He picked up his phone and was about to make a call, but found that there was no signal at all. It seemed that this strange book was causing trouble again. The location of this abandoned teaching building is too remote, with wilderness nearby, so even shouting for help would be of no avail. Zhang Lingyue was about to collapse. She rushed forward and prepared to tear up the book, but found that she could not damage it at all. Even the fire couldn't start. No, she muttered to herself in a daze, rushing towards the door like a madman. I can't die here. But for some reason, the door was locked tightly, and no matter how hard I knocked, I couldn't open it. The three of them looked despairing. Gui Chen collapsed to the ground, covering his face and shouting, "What kind of bullshit rule is this?" Only Chen Sun sat aside, thinking, and slowly expressed his speculation. She guessed wrong 3 times and right once. What? Everyone raised their heads and looked at Chen Sun in horror. In this game, Zhang Lingyue guessed correctly 3 times, guessed wrong once, and said the final answer, while Gui Chen guessed positive and negative twice each. That is, if you guess wrong more times than you guess right, you will also be penalized. Is there a cost of trial and error in this game? No. Gui Chen grabbed Chen Sun by the collar and shook him. Then you guessed wrong once too. Why is it okay? Now, the 3 of them turned their eyes to Chen Sun, thinking of the mysterious ceremony before, with fear and confusion. Why is he okay? Chen Sun had no expression on his face and did not argue at all. He just pushed Gui Chen to the ground with a light push. He straightened his collar, walked to the book in the middle of the room, tried to flip through it, and found that the pages at the back were stuck. So he turned around calmly, facing the panicked eyes of the three people, and said half-jokingly, maybe, because I'm just a passerby? Chapter 3, What Rules Were Broken? The three of them looked at each other, not knowing how to answer. Chin-sun joined the game temporarily and did not participate in the previous ceremony, so it is possible that he is not restricted by the rules of the game. In other words, if they let Chin-sun guess the questions throughout the whole process, they might have a way to survive. Thinking of this, hope suddenly ignited in the hearts of the three people, and they looked at him expectantly. But there's another possibility, Chin-sun shrugged non-committally, saying, because Deng Qiran was the first person to mention the keyword hanging. Hearing this, the three of them were stunned. Deng Qiran's face was especially pale, his lips trembling, and he stood there motionless. Chin-sun didn't say anything else. He walked to the side and sat down, with no intention of continuing to participate in the game. If whoever mentioned the keyword first would die, then it would be unfair to let Chin-sun ask the question alone. No one could guarantee that he would not be harmed by the rules. What's more, what should I do if I do not participate in the questioning throughout the process and am still judged to have violated the rules? They don't have the courage to gamble their lives. After the break, although they were able to walk freely now, they still could not escape from the classroom and could only sit next to the book again. It seemed that only by answering the three questions could everything be truly resolved. After a rest, the three of them calmed down. Instead of sitting and waiting for death, it is better to take the initiative. Maybe you can figure out the rules and get a chance to survive. Let's start. Zhang Lingyue took out another candle from her bag and relit it. The flame still turned into a dark green color. Yeah. The three of them looked at each other and nodded solemnly. Game start. The wind blew the pages of the book, and the second script appeared in front of everyone. Zhang Lingyue continued to read the title in a hoarse voice. I have a happy family and a successful career as an entrepreneur. I found a lover outside. When I got home today, I went crazy. No one said a word. They were all thinking carefully about how to speak without triggering the lethal rule. This must be a murder case. This time, Deng Qiran slowly raised his hand, pushed up his glasses, and said tremblingly, I've seen this. What? The other two opened their eyes wide and screamed in disbelief at the same time. That's great. Zhang Lingyue was extremely excited. She changed her previous arrogant tone and softened her tone as she spoke to Deng Qiran. As long as Ran tells us the real answer, and then we ask some questions that are guaranteed to be correct, we can pass the level. This way, you don't have to worry about guessing wrong, nor do you have to worry about being punished for not asking questions. It can be said to be the best option. Gu Chen was also very happy. No one wanted to risk their life to get through the level without any damage. So he looked at Deng Qiran sincerely and forced a smile at her. The two of them had clearly looked disdainful before, but their expressions changed in an instant. This made Deng Qiran somewhat flattered, and he didn't know how to respond for a moment. Only Chen-sun remained silent, supporting his chin, not knowing what he was thinking. Game, is it really because they broke the rules that they were punished? Deng Qiran was a little hesitant, and the other two could understand. After all, there is a second possibility. If triggering the keyword results in instant death, then the person who finally reveals the answer will be in a more dangerous situation. Everyone fell silent again. After a while, Deng Qiran seemed to have made up his mind. He touched the tip of his nose and smiled sweetly. It's okay, it's just a guess. Maybe we're overthinking it? She turned back, faced the candle, and mustered up the courage to continue. The entrepreneur's lover is dead. His lover is a man. The green candlelight reflected on her glasses, and the flame flickered, looking a little scary. Zhang Lingyue and Gui Chen nodded, somewhat moved, and split the information into two questions. Someone died? The flame flickered. Was the deceased a man? The guess was correct. They both breathed a long sigh of relief and looked at Deng Qiran expectantly, waiting for her to reveal the answer. The entrepreneur's wife has a child and the family is happy, so he no longer loves his lover. Deng Qiran pushed her glasses up, so her expression couldn't be read. She continued, my lover thought she was disgusted by his inability to have children, so she found his family. He killed the entrepreneur's wife and child, cut open his own stomach and stuffed the child inside. At this moment, everyone felt a chill, and a feeling of nausea and vomiting came over them. Before he died, he was wearing a white shirt with blood writing on his body. Now, we have a child too. After the answer was revealed, Jiang Lingyue and Gui Chen felt so depressed that they wanted to vomit out their dinner. Guess correctly, congratulations on guessing the complete event. The three of them breathed a sigh of relief, but remained alert. Everyone stared at Deng Qiran intently, ready to respond to any emergency at any time. A scream of pain was heard, however. What no one expected was that this time it was Gui Chen who fell to the ground and rolled over. He was sweating profusely, had lost his composure, and kept shouting, "My stomach hurts." Under Gui Chen's white shirt, a small bulge appeared on his flat stomach. The bulge continued to grow, as if it were alive, moving constantly. Going to have a baby? Jiang Lingyue and Deng Qiran were completely dumbfounded, not knowing what to do. If this continues, Gui Chen's stomach is likely to burst. Hold him down. Chen Sun acted decisively, smashed the mirror on the table, quickly took the lens and stabbed it into Gui Chen's belly. Deng Qiran and Jiang Lingyue were girls after all, and they had to work very hard to hold Gui Chen down and stop him from moving, and they also stuffed a rag into his mouth. As soon as he made a palm-sized cut, a bright red ball of flesh fell out. Chen Sun raised his knife and swiftly cut it apart from the mother. The ball was the size of a fist, but after landing it continued to expand and grow, and soon became the shape of a human as long as a calf. The lump of flesh eventually stopped growing and stayed quietly in the dusty corner, becoming a dark red dead fetus. Gui Chen's stomach was still bleeding, and his forehead was covered with beads of sweat. Chen Sun could only tear off the white shirt and bandage it briefly. Blood was spilled all over the floor. The two girls had never seen such a scene before. They sobbed and wiped their tears. If they were not sent to the hospital, Gui Chen might not be able to hold on any longer, but the doors and windows remained closed, and the book had no intention of letting them leave. Chen Sun sighed. It seemed difficult for them to continue the game in this state. Gui Chen lay on the ground groaning, blood oozing from his wounds with every breath he took. As time passed, his breathing became more and more disordered. It seems that we can only rely on him in the last round. Chen Sun stood up, put on his coat, and walked calmly towards the book. He already knew all the rules of the game. The third game officially begins. Chapter 4. I am not an evil god, I am a one-armed blind pianist. One day I invited two friends to listen to my performance, and I killed them. Chen Sun's expression remained unchanged, his pair of dark eyes like the abyss staring calmly at the candle. My arm was lost by a friend? The words hit the nail on the head, and the candle flickered, indicating that the guess was correct. I didn't know my friend cut off my arm before? Flash twice, guess wrong. 1. Killed them because of the arm? The guess was correct. Deng Qiran and Jiang Lingyue sat on the ground in a daze, watching Chen Sun's rapid-fire questions, completely dumbfounded. He seemed not to care at all whether his guess was correct or not. Under this kind of continuous questioning, Chen Sun is efficiently approaching the truth of the incident. 3 minutes later, he slowly exhaled, glanced at Gui Chen, who was lying on the ground with a weak breath, and gave the answer. I was once stranded on a deserted island with two friends. Since we had no food, we agreed to each chop off an arm and cook it together. He paused and continued. Later, 1. Invited friends to come and listen to my performance. When the song ended, I heard the sound of applause. That's when I realized I had been deceived. They hadn't chopped off their arms at all. Chen Sun's voice was frighteningly calm. What they ate was my arm. The room was silent, and the book finally turned to the last page. Congratulations on clearing the level, happy gaming. However, the iron door of the classroom was still tightly closed. Chen Sun closed his eyes and held the broken glass of the mirror tightly in his hand. Suddenly, melodious piano music rang out throughout the abandoned teaching building, and every trembling of the musical notes struck everyone's heart. Jiang Lingyue and Deng Qiran's bodies were out of control. They stood up tremblingly like zombies and pounced towards Chen Sun. I'm sorry, Deng Qiran said with tears in his eyes. He grabbed Chen Sun's arm and swung the broken glass at him. Jiang Lingyue also screamed in shock. I'm out of control. After discovering that the enemies were the two of them, Chen Sun's expression suddenly relaxed. He quickly dodged to the side and gave each of them a knife blow. The two of them fell to the ground with a piaggi sound. The two of them lay neatly. The crisis is resolved. He found the phone in Gui Chen's pocket, walked outside to find a signal, and called the emergency number. Well, there are 3 injured. Everything happened so fast that Deng Qiran and Jiang Lingyue looked at each other in confusion. It is not very lethal, but extremely insulting. Moonlight shone on the corridor of the abandoned teaching building, and the sirens of the ambulance gradually faded away. After the game ended, the book caught fire by itself and turned into ashes. Chen Sun took out a cigarette and flicked his lighter a few times, but it didn't light up. He suddenly remembered that he had already quit smoking, so he had to give up. In fact, there is no question of violating the rules. Even if no one answers, there is no so-called punishment when the time limit is reached. This game cunningly uses the word punishment to lay a text trap, creating a sense of crisis and forcing players to make wild guesses. What can truly kill is the player's own language. The title of this book explains it all. Word spirit turtle soup. Starting from the first story, stringing together all the players' correct guesses, you'll find that this is an instruction. Someone died. The one who died was a girl. That girl was bullied. She wanted to hang herself. Among the three players, only Deng Qiran fits this description best, so naturally, the hanging incident occurred. In the second incident, someone died. The dead was a man, he was wearing a white shirt, and he stuffed the child into his stomach. This series of instructions led to the incident involving Guichen. All of this was said by the players themselves, and this book only provides hints. In the end, it was the language that killed the players themselves. It's actually very simple to break the deadlock, just shut up and wait until the candle burns out. Without any instructions, the word spirit cannot cause any harm to people, and punishment is just empty talk. However, the situation in the third round was somewhat urgent. If Guichen was not sent to the hospital as soon as possible, he might bleed to death, so Chen Sun adopted a more radical method. He chose to tough it out. The only thing Chen Sun didn't expect was that Yen Ling's moves were too exaggerated, and he actually expected his two teammates to chop off his arms. He has no experience in fighting ghosts, but he is very good at fighting people. At this moment, the sound of footsteps on the old stairs interrupted his thoughts. Chen Sun bit the cigarette and looked through the stairs to see Deng Qiran slowly walking down the stairs. The girl was still wearing big glasses and looked frail and pitiful. Noticing that Chen Sun was observing her, Deng Qiran opened her mouth wide, looking a little surprised. "Ah, you are here?" To her surprise, Chen Sun leaned against the railing and calmly asked a question. "So hard on yourself?" Deng Qiran pushed up her glasses, and the lenses reflected the moonlight, blocking her eyes. "What do you mean? I don't quite understand." Her whole temperament seemed to have changed, and she exuded a gloomy and low-pressure aura. Chen Xuanping looked into the distance and said, "That book is yours, right?" "So what?" "You are inducing them to continue the game." Chen Sun looked into her eyes and said slowly, "In the first round, I deliberately guessed a few questions wrong, then became the victim and diverted everyone's attention." The girl didn't say anything, just stood there quietly. After a while, she started laughing crazily. "So what?" "That's right, she deliberately placed the book in front of Jian Lingyue, and she chose this place on purpose. In the first round, she was creating a sense of crisis, and in the second round, she was manipulating the two people's speeches. In each round of the game, only those who ask questions can be counted as players and can be harmed by the word spirit. Deng Qiran wants to kill Jiang Lingyue and Guichen. "Do you know how it feels to have your whole body photographed?" She paused, her eyes filled with hatred as she asked in a low voice. Both of them fell silent and looked at the moon outside the window quietly. Chen Sun was the first to break the silence and asked, "Do you really believe that I can save you?" If no one came to help her when she was hung up in the first round of the game, she would have died. Deng Qiran smiled slowly, with tears in the corners of her eyes. She actually didn't expect anyone to save her. From the beginning to the end, she was aiming for a mutual destruction outcome. So she shook her head and said, "No, Mr. Evil God, I never thought we were still alive. I am not an evil god. In a way, we summoned you." A mysterious being from a higher dimensional world, she stared intently into Chen Sun's eyes. "You are not from this world." Chen Sun was speechless. He had not expected that the heroine in this world would have such a strong imagination. "Whatever you think." He sighed, waved goodbye, and chose to log out of the world. Deng Qiran pushed his glasses and smiled in the moonlight. Any summoning technique requires a sacrifice, which is why the word spirit can harm the summoner. The lives of these three people are the sacrifices to summon Chen Sun. The reason why the word spirit was able to resolve the issue so easily wasn't due to good luck, but rather because God refused the tribute. Chapter 5, Defending Your Friends. Wow, host, I finally found you. How can I live without you? Omega, Chen Sun had a look of disgust on his face. He held his hand against the system that was crying at him and sighed. This unreliable system doesn't provide any plugins, and only has a system storage space that is barely usable. That he is not good at anything and his evaluation points are often deducted. Is there no compensation for this teleportation accident? Chen Sun stared with resentful eyes, grabbing the system panel with both hands, as if holding a money tree. It was frightened and immediately stood up straight. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the extra task. Host, wait a minute, I'll check what you did. Fuck, you directly influenced the villain heroine. No, I'm talking about how powerful the host is. He changed the fate of 3 people. Chen Sun looked at the original script and pondered for a while. Without his intervention, Deng Qiran would have used the word spirit to kill herself first, and then set up a plan to kill the other 2. This incident would become an unsolved mystery in that small world. It is indeed a revenge story of a heroine. It is so cruel. I'm back. The host has performed very well. Overall evaluation, B grade. Due to excessive intervention, the character's fate has undergone a major change, which does not conform to the purpose of the passerby system. Points will be halved. Fortunately, the heroine turned over a new leaf in the end, and did not cause much impact on the small world. Mission completed. Reward, 1000 points. Title of Evil God from Another World X1. It's so stingy that they didn't even give me a prop, but the matter finally came to an end. Chen Sun was very satisfied with the bonus points and did not pursue the matter any further. Points are money, who can resist money? He swiped across the system panel and selected, return to the main god space. A flash of white light appeared before my eyes, and a bustling small town appeared before my eyes, with buildings of various colors standing side by side and people walking hurriedly on the road. He just appeared on the side of the road like this, and no one was suspicious. Pedestrians passed by him calmly, as if they were used to this kind of thing. It is called the main god space, but it is actually a small city. Everyone has his or her own studio. In addition to selling mission props, the central mall also has everything you need for food, drink, and entertainment. Everyone who lives here has their own system, and they earn points by completing different tasks. Points can be exchanged for all kinds of supplies, life, time, space. There is nothing you can't buy, only points you don't have enough to collect. It is said that there was once a big boss in the industry who exchanged 1 million points for the control of a small world. Chen Sun only knew that completing an ordinary task with a B-level rating would earn him 2000 points, but he had never received a higher level rating, because it was too difficult for him to just play the role of a passerby. Even if he didn't cause trouble, trouble would find him. For example, at this moment, dozens of unread messages appeared on his mobile phone. Senior, are you completing the mission? Boring JPG. Senior, are you free on Saturday night? I'd like to treat you to a meal. Rubbing hands JPG. Senior, please don't ignore me. Puppy looking wrong JPG. Most of them were from a newcomer named Lu Yunmiao. Since they were assigned to the same studio, he had helped her complete the novice tasks. Thinking about this, Chen Sun felt a headache. That world was called A Domineering CEO Falls in Love with a Sad Little Mermaid, and the main mission was to bring the hero and heroine together. However, at the end of the story, the mermaid character played by Lu Yunmiao was caught and miserably confined to research. Chen Sun had to blow up the other person's laboratory. This sweet and cute story about a domineering boss was almost turned into a horror movie by him. The result was, of course, that both of them lost points, with Chen Sun earning the title of Bomb Maniac. However, Lu Yunmiao seemed to have a short memory and kept clinging to him afterward. He decisively wrote, "I'm busy, I can't go," in the address book and put away his phone expressionlessly back in his own studio. Chen Sun made a cup of instant coffee, lay down on a chair, picked up a travel magazine and began to read it carefully. He was thinking about how to spend his vacation. The summer beach in the world of 00897X looked nice, and his original outfit of blue shirt and shorts was prepared for. This sunshine, beach, waves, bikini, life, it's very beautiful. Just as Chen Sun was leisurely drinking coffee, there was a hurried knock on the door outside the studio. Brother Chen? The door slammed against the wall with a bang. Behind the door was a fat man who filled the entire doorframe. You're finally back. The fat man's eyes, which were squeezed smaller by fat, sparkled with excitement. He rushed into the room like a flying cannonball and pounced towards the desk. Chen Sun kicked the ground habitually, and the recliner with wheels quickly moved away. The fat man missed and fell on the floor covered with messy documents. The wind around him picked up several pieces of waste paper and made them spin in the air. The studio, which was not big to begin with, seemed even more cramped. The fat man slowly got up, wiped his sweaty face, and grinned foolishly. He thought for a moment, took out a pack of cigarettes from his pouch, took out a cigarette and handed it to Chen Sun. "Thank you, I'll quit." Chen Sun covered the cigarette with his hand, swallowed, and quickly looked away, as if another look would cost him his life. In order to divert his attention, he placed the coffee cup on the table, sat up straight, and asked doubtfully, "Chi Biching, what's the matter?" "If someone shows you kindness without any reason, he is either a traitor or a thief." The fat man named Chi Biching smiled awkwardly and wiped the sweat from his face. As expected of my brother Chen, he saw through it at a glance. The fat man clapped his hands, and his small eyes were so narrow that only slits remained from smiling. "Hee, I'm about to take on the Tribulation Crossing mission. Chi Biching is now only one step away from reaching A level. His next mission is crucial and he cannot afford to make any mistakes. So, to be on the safe side, he decided to ask Chen Sun to help. His system is the Cannon Fodder Survival Diary. As long as he survives in the small world until the end of the plot and changes the inevitable death of the Cannon Fodder supporting characters, he can get good reviews. As for an A-level executor, why would he look for a passerby with mediocre performance? There is such a legend among system executors. Although he is a binder of the passerby system and has been rated B for many years, all newcomers who have been handled by him have received an S rating or above, no matter how difficult the task. Yes, Chen Sun is the legendary old bitch. He plays the role of a passerby in a mess, and leads others to rank up and kill people indiscriminately. No. Chen Sun covered his face with a magazine, lay on the chair, and prepared to enjoy his wonderful vacation. 10,000 points. Chi Biching gritted his teeth and decided to use the small treasury he had saved for a long time to impress him. If that doesn't work, then 20,000. When I looked up, there was no trace of Chen Sun on the recliner. When a friend is in trouble, you should stick by him, her. Chen Sun put his arm around Chi Biching's shoulder with a smile, as if they were brothers who had been separated for many years. Who can resist money? The fat man suddenly felt uneasy. "You brother, you won't really stab me in the back, will you?" Chapter 6, Gentle and Elegant Senior Brother. Chen Sun regretted it. For those 10,000 points, he worked 3 jobs, alas. Host, bringing people requires a legal identity after all, so the work of the passerby system must be done. 3. Okay, I accept your explanation. There is nothing wrong with just being a passerby senior brother throughout the whole process. At most, while taking care of the fat man, she would also take care of the male protagonist and give him some assists. What about the identity of the final boss? Can you explain? Chen Sun clasped his hands together and placed them on the table. He looked at the system panel with a smile, which made him sweat. Isn't this the job of the villain system? Well, Omega, because the villain system is on vacation, the only one still working is the host, so I can only ask you to do it part-time. Just tell me whether the villain can be considered a kind of passerby giving the protagonist experience, weapons, heads, and growth gift packs. Isn't this more polite than the ring grandfather? Passersby are bricks, and they can be moved wherever they are needed. Chen Sun finally compromised. He maintained a polite smile, held up 2 small daggers, and went to the editor-in-chief of the small world to get a time travel certificate. Anyone crossing the country without a permit will be deemed to be illegally crossing the country. The editor-in-chief of the world is a middle-aged man with long hair, glasses, slippers, and a face full of stubble. He gives the impression of a failed writer. He held a cigarette in his mouth and looked at Chen Sun doubtfully. His eyes lingered on the knife in his hand for a while, hesitant. "Where are you going, Xiao Chen?" he asked as he went through the formalities in an orderly manner. Chen Sun smiled and replied, "Stab your friend in the side." The fat man felt a chill on his waist and shivered. He sniffed his nose, feeling uncomfortable all over, and changed his posture slightly before continuing to stand, but his small eyes were fixed on the thin boy in front of him. That was his lifelong enemy, the destined son of this world, the man who would become the world's #1 swordsman in the future, Lin Fan. The young man had a determined look on his face, and even after standing in the sun for 2 hours, he remained motionless. He didn't notice Chi Biching's gaze, but just focused on his horse stance. You must remember that those who lack talent can only make up for it through hard work. The one giving the admonition in front was a serious-looking elder in the foundation establishment stage, dressed in a long-sleeved Taoist robe, looking quite like an immortal. The cultivator said rest, and then the disciples dared to get restless. The young men were very bored and mostly talked about family matters. "Look, that's the little waste from the Lin family. I heard that his junior sister has reached the 9th level of Qi refining, but he is still stuck at the 1st level. How shameful." Alas! Let's not talk about him for now. When will we be as powerful as the eldest brother? That gentle and refined senior brother, who was only in his early 20s, had already reached the golden core stage of cultivation and was as powerful as the master. In such a small sect, he was considered a gifted man, and was the envy of many disciples. The fat man thought about it and realized that this was a world of cultivation, and most of the disciples standing there were at the 3rd to 5th level of chi refining. Lin Fan's aura was only at the chi refining level. It seemed like this was a common tactic of a loser making a comeback. Usually the male protagonist has an ancestral treasure that secretly absorbs his cultivation. When it is saturated one day, it will start to give the male protagonist cheats, then his cultivation level will soar like a rocket, and he will transform from a waste into a genius, slapping the provocateur in the face. After analyzing all this, Chi Bicheng looked miserable. This is a long and boring upgrade world. To complete the mission, Lin Fan would have to wait until he achieved immortality, completed the main storyline, and defeated the world boss. This would take at least 10 to 20 years. If he was a slow starter, it could take even 100 years. By the time he reaches the end and completes the mission, won't the mentality of this young boy in his prime become that of a centenarian-old boy? Chi Bicheng felt that his life was hopeless. At this moment, amidst the noisy crowd of disciples, a clear rebuke was heard, the sound like a silver bell. Don't talk about brother Lin Fan. A little girl of 7 or 8 years old, with almond-shaped eyes and a pouting mouth, protected Lin Fan behind her. Linger, I'm fine. Lin Fan looked at the little girl, his eyes full of tenderness. He touched Xiao Yuling's hair behind her ears. This is his master's favorite little sister. She is very talented and has reached the 9th level of Qi refining at a young age. Since the two of them came from the same village and grew up together, they had a very close relationship with him. Hey junior sister, we didn't bully your brother. Yes, and even if she did bully him, how could he, a grown man, hide behind a little girl? The little junior sister was cute, so the other disciples teased her. The little girl couldn't answer for a moment, her eyes widened in anxiety, her face flushed red, and she finally managed to say, "Then I'll ask my senior brother to beat you up." There's nothing wrong with that. You can't hide behind a girl, but you can hide behind a boy. All the disciples burst into laughter. Let's not talk about whether the eldest senior brother will care about these trivial matters. As a man of integrity, isn't he afraid of being embarrassed if he relies on his senior brother to vent his anger? Lin Fan secretly clenched his fists and swore in his heart, one day, he will definitely surpass the eldest brother who was admired by everyone and make everyone crawl at his feet. As if sensing something, the bracelet on his hand flickered slightly. At the same time, the gentle and elegant senior brother was riding a donkey, fighting wits and courage with a map. Chen Sun was wearing a Taoist robe and holding a piece of grass in his mouth. He looked down at the big red word Shen Yu Peak and then looked up at the deserted valley. Here, the setting sun weeps blood, birds and beasts retreat, the ground is littered with debris, and grief pervades the landscape. A vast ravine divides the cracked earth in two, like the mouth of a giant beast, its depth unfathomable. It was obviously not the Xuanyu sect he was looking for. Chen Sun just wanted to go back to the sect. He walked almost 30 miles and then found that he was going in the wrong direction. He clicked his tongue. This senior brother seems like his sense of direction is not very good. When traveling to a small world, it is inevitable that one will inherit some of the corresponding characteristics of the original character, such as red-green color blindness, myopia, etc. Even if the character in the small world is a homosexual, it can temporarily change your gender orientation, and even straight men can turn you gay. The genius senior brother Chen is a person with poor direction. Logically speaking, even if you get lost, you can still get to where you want to go by going around the world. However, what he could see now was nothing but roads in all directions. Chen Sun chopped down a few blind monsters. The deeper he went, the more he felt, the monsters nearby are extremely ugly, and they get uglier the further you go inside. After you chop them, your hands are still sticky. They don't even realize how ugly they are, and they hurt people without caring about their own lives. Chen Sun frowned. The monsters in the past at least had handsome features and knew to hide away if they couldn't win. But the monsters here were crazy and chaotic, seemed closer to demons. At just then, the system's voice sounded, "Ding. Congratulations to the host for arriving at the character plot check-in point ahead of time." Demon Suppression Abyss. The genius senior brother challenged Lin Fan at the sword test, but was defeated and became possessed. All his cultivation was abolished and he was exiled to the Demon Suppression Abyss. The final villain will get an exclusive cheat here, the magic sword Hongche, blackening high, host successfully clocked in, mission progress reached 50%, Chun-sun? I just lost my way, am I going to turn evil, so fast? Chapter 7, this sword is called Jia Shoudao, the demon suppressing abyss, as the name suggests, suppresses all kinds of evil monsters. The place is overgrown with dead grass, scattered with bones, and filled with the cry of crows. The bottomless canyon is like a monster waiting for its prey, grinning with its mouth wide open. At the bottom of the abyss, the demonic energy was so thick that it was practically solid, and a pool of blood was covered with black air as rich as milk. In the center of the pool, a dark iron-colored rusty sword was quietly floating. It looked extremely ordinary, but it exuded a terrifying murderous intent. The devil's sword Hong Che was born on an ancient battlefield, with the blood of tens of thousands of people as sacrifice, bloody rain and wind as the cause, and the resentment of heaven and earth as the nurture. Those who obtain it may go insane or commit suicide. Those with lofty ideals who possess it eventually become demonic cultivators and found demonic sects, stirring up bloodshed in the world of cultivation before being besieged and killed by masters of various sections. This sword also fell into the demon-suppressing abyss and disappeared without a trace. In this deserted place, in the thick blood mist, a slender figure suddenly appeared. The figure was dressed in a red robe, as light as a flying wild goose. He tapped the blood pool 2 or 3 times and easily approached the magic sword. There was not a single stain of blood on his robe. Chun-sun stretched out his hand and grasped the rusty iron sword. He felt a tingling sensation in his palm, and a sticky malice penetrated into his body from his palm, crawling up along the blood vessels. Resentment rushed into Chun-sun's body crazily, and the blood vessels in his arms swelled and turned black, like plant roots, covering his arms. He felt a little cold near his neck, and the arteries in his neck had turned black, with signs of spreading to his face. Chun-sun didn't show any expression, he just tilted his head and hissed in pain. Hong Che had been silent for 1,000 years, and finally a living creature came into contact with it, excitedly wanting to occupy its body. Its consciousness meandered upwards along the blood, chanting vicious whispers, greedily devouring and invading, eager to confide and possess everything. When it finally reaches the depths of the parasitic human's consciousness, ready to fill the entire heart with its pain and hatred. It saw an even more terrifying scene. Deep within Chun-sun's consciousness, there was chaos and madness. It came from a more mysterious and bizarre higher being. Just a glance was enough to dissipate this small cluster of resentment. Great, crazy, chaotic, indescribable, unspeakable name. If I stayed any longer, it seemed as if my spirit was also polluted, and I began to chant praise the mother goddess. Hong Che's sword spirit trembled and quickly retreated into the iron sword. There was no movement at all, as if nothing had happened. It got scared. Damn, why is there the aura of an evil god? Can't afford to offend. Chun-sun didn't understand what was going on and looked at the rusty iron sword in confusion. He only thought that this sword was a character-specific plugin, so he had no obvious rejection reaction. He weighed the magic sword and waited for a while. Feeling that there was indeed no change, he asked, "All right?" He twisted his neck and looked at a sparrow passing by. He didn't feel any urge to kill it and felt that there was nothing wrong with his brain. I thought there would be a sudden change in temperament, a murderous aura, or severe pain all over the body, flesh and blood shifting, or thunder and flying sand and rocks from the sky. Is that it, system? I don't know, maybe it's just more obedient? The evil things in the small world will more or less have a certain impact on the character's temperament. Because of this, most villain system executors will purchase some props to stabilize their emotions to avoid being distorted by the mission props, but the effect is not good, so most of them are crazy and perverted. This is why few people are willing to do the work of the villain system. After a moment of silence, the system suddenly remembered that it was time to report some good news, so it made a ding sound. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the character-exclusive item, Demon Sword. Hong Che, host can rename props. Chun-sun dusted off the sword and looked at it for a long time. The sword was covered in rust, and its scarlet color was extremely dark, as if it was dead. He thought about it for a long time, and finally asked tentatively, "That's called rusty iron sword?" Hong Che flew up, breaking away from Chun-sun's hand, and began to shake wildly in front of him in a strange arc, as if he would never obey. If it were a person, it would probably shake its head like a rattle. Ah! I don't like it. Chun-sun thought for a long time and asked a few more names. The eternal bloodthirsty magic sword finally chose a barely acceptable name from the increasingly outrageous words such as Xiaohong, Peggy, slaughtering pig knife, and fire stick. Okay, let's call it Jia Shoudao. Why is a sword called a knife? Hong Che didn't have time to dwell on it, nor did he have the means to dwell on it. Are you kidding? If he doesn't make a decision, the demon sword is afraid that his whole life's wisdom will be ruined by this kid's mouth. You can imagine that the devil in the martial arts world, the devil king who was feared by everyone in the world of cultivation, is standing on a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Everyone's faces turned pale with fear, and they asked cautiously, "What kind of sword is this?" The young man casually shook off the blood on the sword, without even looking back, his sleeves fluttering in the bloody wind, and said something to the trembling crowd. "This sword is called the fire stick. Help, that kind of thing, don't do it, ding." Item name updated. Name knife, grade, world-destroying grade, introduction. Many years later, someone asked about the demon sword's feelings. It remained silent for a long time, then said, "I actually think my original name is very good." The rusty sword glowed red, like the last groan of a dying man. Shinsun thought, "It's so worn out, I have to take it back to the blacksmith shop to polish it." He shook his head in disgust, casually wrapped the magic sword with a cloth strip, slung it behind him, mounted the donkey, and set off again with a clang. In the quiet mountains, an old man sat under an ancient pine tree to rest, with some shoulder poles and bamboo baskets beside him, looking like a traveler who had come a long way. It was deep in the mountains and old forests, and he was afraid of monsters and demons, so he couldn't stay for long. He rested for a while, smoked a pipe, and prepared to pick up the basket and continue on his way. At this moment, a clear sound of silver bells came from the mountains. After a while, the figure of a young man appeared on the road in the distance. The young man had long sleeves, short hair, and a brocade robe. He carried a sword wrapped in white cloth on his back. He had the temperament of a pale scholar, and his deep red belt fluttered in the mountain breeze. The donkey wore a bell and walked leisurely. Every step was accompanied by the sound of silver bells, and the clear and crisp sound echoed in the valley. The old man was so stunned that his pipe fell to the ground. He didn't even notice that in the blink of an eye, the young man who was originally far away appeared beside him. "Where on earth is this evil?" The young man dismounted, bowed politely, and asked, "Old sir, if we go forward, will we reach the territory of Qingzhou Xuanyu sect?" Xuanyu sect. Turns out he was an immortal seeking the truth. The old man felt much more at ease and bowed in return. "Indeed, it is only a mile or two ahead." The immortal thanked him, got on his donkey, and rode away with the sound of ding 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 bells. This time, the old man puffed on his cigarette and shouted, "Immortal, you're going the wrong way. That's the direction you came from." The young man paused, smiled, turned around, and disappeared from the road again. The old man took a puff of his cigarette, feeling uneasy, picked up his shoulder pole and went back to the village to provide material for the storytellers in the town. Chapter 8. What Dao are you cultivating? Lin Fan was trying hard to reach the second level of qi refining, but it seemed as if there was an invisible wall that trapped him at the first level of qi refining, making him unable to move forward. What he didn't see was that the black bracelet on his hand was constantly absorbing spiritual energy, and the little bit of cultivation he had finally gathered was devoured by it again. He became a little anxious. If he continued like this, he would always be the useless person who was bullied by others. How could he return to the village to seek justice for his family and restore the Lin family? At this time, there was a commotion outside the training room. Lin Fan was puzzled and temporarily put aside his training and walked out of the inner door to find out what was going on. Outside the house came Xiao Yuling's excited voice. She rushed into the house chirping like a happy bird. "Big brother is back." The little girl had pigtails and was pulling Lin Fan's sleeve, shaking it excitedly. "Big brother is in Kangwu Hall." The elders asked him to give some advice to the younger brothers and sisters. "Everyone's gone over there. Brother Lin Fan, let's go take a look together." "I have something else to do." Wu Wu seeing Linger's mouth pout. Although Lin Fan was unwilling, he finally compromised. Well, that mysterious senior brother might have a way to solve the problem of his inability to practice. Lin Fan clenched his fists, and with a little hope and curiosity, he went to the main hall with Xiao Yuling. As soon as he entered the door, he saw a group of disciples lined up, sitting upright, with admiration in their eyes, waiting for the eldest brother to touch their heads one by one. He was a smiling young man, dressed in a red robe, and looked very friendly. "Xiao Qing, you've grown taller." The girl called Xiao Qing, wearing a green silk dress, was patted on the head and her face turned red. "Xiao Bai, you've grown taller too." She felt honored to be a disciple dressed in white, and her face was full of joy. "Hello, Xiao Hong," red-robed disciple. Finally, Chen Sun saw Lin Fan, who was also wearing white clothes, among a group of little yellow, little green and little purple. "Hiss, there is already Xiaobai. It's broken and the color is heavy. He thought for a moment, still smiling, and greeted tentatively. Hello, Xiaobai. Radish? Lin Fan's face twitched involuntarily and he smiled awkwardly. Everyone's eyes turned to him, filled with envy and jealousy. Wow. His nickname actually has 4 characters. His eyelids twitched, and under the envious gazes of his disciples, he silently walked to his own cushion and sat down, his expression twitching at the one with the lowest cultivation level. Oh, this is the male protagonist. Chen Sun looked at Lin Fan calmly, still smiling. All the disciples returned to their respective cushions, waiting for the eldest brother to speak. He pondered for a long time without saying a word, and even Lin Fan and others became a little anxious. Big brother, please say something. I don't have anything to say, why don't you ask questions? Chen Sun spread his hands and said helplessly. One disciple finally lost patience and raised his hand to ask, Big brother, how should we cultivate to be as powerful as you? Cultivation isn't just about breathing in and out, and then you level up. Fuck, a large-scale Versailles scene. Lin Fan cursed in his heart. Some of the disciples were puzzled, while others lowered their heads in thought. I understand. Lin Fan turned his head and looked at the disciple, the corners of his mouth twitching again. What did you realize? Big brother means that there are no shortcuts to cultivation, we can only take one step at a time. After hearing this, the disciples immediately had a look of sudden enlightenment on their faces, and then took out their small notebooks to memorize it. Chen Sun maintained a polite smile and sighed in his heart, as expected of a celebrity. Whatever he says has a lot of interpretations. How come he didn't think of this? It's like taking a Chinese language test and asking people to interpret the last sentence of the novel. The fish's eyes flashed with a strange light. There are all kinds of analyses that make sense. When this matter reached the ears of the original author of the novel, he was immediately stunned. I don't know. How do I know what I want to express? Shin Yu himself didn't know why there was a strange light in his eyes. Lin Fan took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and finally made up his mind and raised his hand. Brother, I don't know why, but I can't seem to break through. Please give me some advice. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked puzzled. If you could break through to the foundation building stage through qi refining, that would be fine. But advancing from the first level of qi refining to the second level, could that be called a breakthrough? Chen Sun glanced at the bracelet on his hand, raised his eyebrows, took a sip of tea, and said nothing. What else can you do? Just throw away the plugin and you can upgrade, but he didn't say it out loud. He just looked at Lin Fan and then glanced at the great elder who was passing by and listening outside the window. Damn, the leader is here to inspect, we can't slack off anymore. His expression remained calm as he asked calmly, what kind of Taoism are you practicing? Hearing this, everyone looked at each other in confusion. The great elder hiding at the back of the hall also twirled his beard. A little confused Lin Fan was stunned, not understanding what Chen Sun meant. Of course it was the way of the sword. What else could it be? So he asked in return, Junior brother is dull, I wonder what path the elder brother is cultivating. Chen Sun placed the teacup on the table, his tone calm, his dark eyes looking at him, and he said calmly, the mortal way. There's nothing wrong with that. He just plays a passerby, never a savior hero or a hero. He has a normal mentality and lives an ordinary life. Lin Fan was silent. He didn't know what kind of cultivation he was practicing. He only knew how to dance with a sword, but he didn't know why he danced with a sword. To revive his family? To make all those who looked down on him regret their actions? To protect the people he cherished? Brother, what I'm practicing is, seeing him deep in thought, Chen Sun raised his eyes and began his professional deception. You are cultivating the path of heroism. For a hero, life is full of ups and downs, suffering in mind and spirit, toiling in muscles and bones, and starving in body. Translation, you are a good young man. If you work hard, you will have a bright future, just like the contemporary online writer CPU New Writer, he said. Come on, writing is hard, and persistence is especially hard. The implication is, as long as you persist, you will eventually fail. Lin Fan pondered deeply, then bowed and said, thank you, senior brother, for your advice. Brother is right. If he can't even endure such a little hardship, how can he become a superior person in the future? Upon hearing this, the great elder sitting at the back of the hall stroked his beard, nodded with satisfaction, sighed, what a promising young man, and left Kangwu Hall with peace of mind. Chi Bicheng, who had been in the corner, couldn't help but smack his lips when he heard this. As expected of my brother Chen. He's a master at deceiving people. After the little rascals finished asking their questions, Chen Sun answered them one by one. An hour later, everyone dispersed, with a thoughtful expression on their face. As the guests left and the tea got cold, Chen Sun straightened his clothes and left Kangwu Palace. When he turned a corner, the fat man rushed out like a cannonball, aiming accurately at Chen Sun, but missed him again. So Chi Bicheng fell to the ground, hugged Chen Sun's thighs, and burst into tears. "Brother Chen, save me!" Chen Sun remained calm, took out his knife, stared at the fat man, and asked, "What is it?" Chapter 9, Sword Hunt. The fat man took one look at the sword in Chen Sun's hand and shuddered. He got up from the ground and tried to make his chubby face look pitiful. "In 3 days, the sword conferring ceremony will take place." He spoke pitifully, wiping his eyes with his sleeves. Although he couldn't squeeze out a single tear, he still looked very aggrieved. The sword conferring ceremony, as the name suggests, is to grant young disciples their first sword in life, and it is held only once every 3 years. Every chi refining disciple who is 16 years old or older will go to the sword tomb on that day to undergo the test of 10,000 swords. The man chooses the sword chooses the man, a two-way choice. This is why the magic sword Hong Che is so obedient in Chen Sun's hands. If it were anyone else, it would have been dead long ago. You can take the sword that has the sword's approval. If you are lucky, you will be chosen by the eternal sword and rise to become a rising star in the sword. Those who are unlucky will not find any sword they like, so they can only pick up a lifeless scrap of iron and cast it into the shape of a sword. It only has the appearance but no sword spirit, and it is difficult to cultivate the sword intent. This is the so-called zombie sword. According to the original plot, Lin Fan picked up a piece of scrap metal and took it back, suffering humiliation and ridicule. When the news reached the ears of his fiancée, who had been betrothed to him since childhood, she insisted on breaking off the engagement with him. After all, if your cultivation is not good enough, you can practice more in the future. Who knows, one day you may become enlightened and achieve great success, but if the sword you choose is not good, then it really is not good. Scrap metal without a sword spirit can neither assist in cultivation nor generate sword intent, and its lethality is too low. Others are using magic lasers to attack each other, but you are still fighting with bayonets in the era of cold weapons. If you don't lose, who will? So the protagonist's fiancée tried her best to get rid of this officially certified loser. Chen Sun suddenly realized that it was a story about breaking off an engagement. He turned around and asked, "So what does this have to do with you?" Upon hearing this, Chi Bicheng howled loudly, his voice extremely sorrowful. "That's where I got into trouble with him." In the original plot, Lin Fan had a faint connection with a superior sword. As a result, he was intercepted by Chi Bicheng, so he had to resort to picking scrap metal. The spirit sword was still hesitant, but the fat man kept pestering it, providing maintenance for the sword body, swearing to be loyal to it until death, and even finding a famous craftsman to make a scabbard for it. A sword cultivator's sword is his wife, and the scabbard is like a woman's clothes, compared with a poor boy, who is willing to provide you with skin care, spend money to buy you beautiful clothes, and is devoted to you. Which one would you choose? Only idiots would answer multiple choice questions. However, because of this, the cannon fodder played by Chi Bicheng became enemies with the male protagonist, and he would jump out from time to mock Lin Fan. Later, when Lin Fan rose to power, the first person he killed was him. Chi Bicheng knew that he could not escape the pursuit of the Son of Destiny, but he was unwilling to hand over his natal sword to others, so he had no choice but to ask for help from senior brother Chen. Besides, even if he wanted to give this spiritual sword to Lin Fan, it would be impossible. If the protagonist obtains power in advance, the plot of breaking off the engagement will not be triggered, and he will not be able to discover his own golden finger. At that time, the world line will collapse, and the whole body will be affected. Chen Sun thought about it and did not respond. He just asked the fat man to go back first and said that he had his own solution. System, help me make a task list. Good host, ***, main quest, secretly help the Son of Destiny, Lin Fan, cultivate and eventually achieve enlightenment and become a god. Completion, 1%, secret quest, become the final boss of the world and give the protagonist the final experience pack. Completion, 68%, side quest, help Chi Bicheng survive until the end of the world line. Completion, 1%, as long as the fat man is not dead. The progress of the side quest should be consistent with the main quest. Below the 3 main tasks, there is a more precise blue box floating. Emergency mission, prevent Lin Fan and Chi Bicheng from becoming enemies without affecting the plot of the broken engagement. Chen Sun tapped the table with his fingers, thinking about countermeasures. After a while, the corners of his mouth curved slightly. Lin Fan's line is a bit too slow. Perhaps he could sprinkle some industrial fertilizer to help the growth. 3 days later, the 6 disciples gathered at the tomb of 10,000 swords. The young people were eager to try, and everyone's face was full of excitement. Even the usually dull Lin Fan couldn't help but feel a little expectant. You say, will I be chosen by the divine sword, draped in clouds, and summoned by a multicolored dragon? The 10-year period has expired, and I respectfully welcome my master back to his throne. Ho ho, ha 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 ha, stop daydreaming. Be careful or you'll summon a 5-legged monster. Humph. You're not even allowed to think about it in your dreams? For a while, the square was noisy and the little kids' faces were filled with longing and hope. What if he is the destined protagonist, after all, who hasn't dreamed of traveling the world with a sword when they were young? The sword energy spans 30,000 miles, and the sword light chills the 19 continents. That's so handsome. The great elder looked at the group of children, smiled, twirled his beard, and nodded. Only Chi Bicheng hid in the corner, feeling uneasy, and secretly glanced at Chin Sun from time to time. Seeing that the eldest brother still looked calm and smiled politely, Chi Bicheng felt a little relieved. He straightened up a little and became calm, quiet. The elder's words, under the effect of the sound transmission talisman, shocked all the disciples. They stopped laughing and playing, and all looked at the great elder seriously. Chin Sun, I'll let you lead the team this time. The elder stroked his white beard and gave careful instructions. Remember, teaching the sword is secondary. Human life is the most important. You must protect the children's safety. These people in the square are the sect's hope for the future, the fresh blood of a sect, and they must not be allowed to make any mistakes. Disciple obeys the order. Chen Sun walked forward calmly and took the token. The great elder nodded with relief. This child already had the strength of the golden core stage, and it would be easy for him to rescue a disciple from the test of the 10,000 swords tomb. Then, he waved his hand, and the other disciples received the order and activated the runes, and a white light lit up in the center of the square. Then the space was torn open like a bag, with a big hole. From the outside, one could see the solemn and murderous atmosphere inside, which was a different scene. Chen Sun turned around and bowed, then led more than 30 disciples into the spacecraft. Lin Fan was filled with trepidation. After his efforts over the past few days, the constraints on his cultivation seemed to be loosening a bit. If he could form a contract with a top-grade spirit sword, perhaps it would help him achieve a breakthrough. Following a dizziness, his vision brightened, and then he felt a sense of stability as if he was standing on solid ground. This is a road with buildings scattered all over the roadside. Some of them are in ruins, and there are stone tablets on some mounds. Winds that have been winds for millennia howl through the ruins, chipping away at the weathered stone tablets. The sky is gray, as if narrating an ancient past. Chen Sun felt the sword wrapped in white cloth vibrate slightly, as if it was sensing the murderous intent of this ancient battlefield. He gripped the hilt of the sword and just said, "Be obedient," and the sword stopped moving. It stopped moving, but the ancient swords hidden in the ruins began to stir, and beams of light shot up into the sky in the distance. Holy crap! The demon sword Hong Che is here. Just like people, the world of cultivation also has certain superstar IPs. When it came to the tomb of 10,000 swords, it was like a popular star running to a residential building and loudly announcing, "I'm here to film a movie." The shock it caused can be imagined. Although the demon sword is a black and red sword, it does not have as many fans as the demon sword. What's more, there is no good or evil in the sword. No matter whether it is a black sword or a white sword, a sword that can kill people is a good sword. For a moment, all the swords wanted to leave the ruins and come to pay homage. Seeing Chen Sun's kind smile, the magic sword Xiaoxiao trembled, and emitted a powerful force, suppressing the swords everywhere. It's like a popular star issued an announcement: "This is a filming location, no entry for outsiders, and no onlookers allowed." The surroundings suddenly became quiet. Chapter 10, Thunder. The assessment for each sword is different. Some test strength and agility, while others test one's character. This was the most bizarre sword Chen Sun had ever seen. He picked a bunch of candidates and tested them by asking them to serve tea, pour water, and wipe the scabbard. He chose the one who could serve him the most comfortably. It's so casual and outrageous. The disciples who got the swords were overjoyed. They lined up in front of Chen Sun and named their swords. Some were named Imolan, some were named Ting Zhu, and some were named Guihe Zhu. Most disciples racked their brains to come up with a good name for their beloved sword, some poetic, some with a hint of Chinibyu. The fat man was particularly happy that he didn't meet Lin Fan along the way. He held his sword in his arms as if it were his wife, cherishing it very much. "What's the name of your sword?" Chen Sun glanced at him expressionlessly. Chi Bicheng shook his head, looking very logical. "Take the king of kingly ways, take the tyrant of tyranny. This sword is named Overlord Sword?" Chen Sun asked tentatively. No. The fat man shook his head, closed his eyes, and was full of confidence. This sword is called Wangba sword. Chen Sun, okay, turtle sword. He lowered his head and took note. As for Lin Fan, he was quietly grinding ink on the side, and from time to time he glanced at Chen Sun anxiously, as if asking him when he would be done. Just now, the eldest senior brother called him and asked Lin Fan to help register the situation of all the disciples. Lin Fan was reluctant at first, as he didn't want to waste his precious time on this matter, but the promise made by his senior brother moved him. In return, Chen Sun's eyes were dark and deep. With a kind smile, I will help you solve the problem of not being able to practice. So, Lin Fan stayed, completely unaware that the only spiritual sword that could resonate with him was picked up by the fat man. The disciples who obtained the magic sword were overjoyed. They came to Chen Sun in twos and threes to receive the sword tassels and left through the space rift. Before leaving, he would not forget to brag about how awesome his beloved sword was, how it could cut through iron like mud, or that he had obtained an eternal divine sword, with the sky filled with rosy clouds, and so on. The disciples who did not get the magic sword were dejected. They carried the scrap metal, beat their chests and stamped their feet in front of the tomb of 10,000 swords, and left reluctantly. Some people were unwilling to accept this and shouted at the spirit sword, saying, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Today you look down on me, tomorrow I will make you unable to reach me. The result, of course, was a beating by a group of swordsmen. This time, Chen Sun had to step in to mediate. He had to ensure that the situation was still a little better, otherwise it would be difficult to report back. As they were busy coming and going, the number of people at Wanjian tomb gradually decreased to a sparse few. In the end, only Lin Fan and Chen Sun were left, but Chen Sun seemed to have no sense of time and was still writing something. Brother! Lin Fan clasped his fists, feeling a little anxious. If he missed this opportunity to choose a sword, his life would be hopeless. Please tell me how to solve my problem, senior brother. Chen Sun paused, looked at him calmly, and asked, Are you afraid of hardship? I'm not afraid. Lin Fan raised his head and said firmly, As long as it makes me stronger, I can endure any hardship or fatigue. Chen Sun was silent for a while. Okay, come with me. With doubts and expectations, Lin Fan followed his senior brother and walked towards the depths of the 10,000 swords tomb. There were more and more ancient swords around, stuck in all directions on the roadside, emitting a faint and dangerous sword aura. The further you go in, the more you feel the murderous sword intent coming towards you, carrying with it the terrifying pressure of a sword immortal and sword saint. However, the iron sword on Chen Sun's back emitted a calm power, forming a hollow protective shield with it as the center. If he hadn't been by the side of his senior brother, Lin Fan would have been crushed into a meat patty deep in the ruins. Chen Sun took out the sword wrapped in white cloth and used it as a wooden stick to draw runes on the ground, piercing a knife. It is a shame for the sword world to think that such a mighty magic sword has been reduced to a stick used to draw formations. I didn't know that the knife would be useful in many places in the future. The rune gradually expanded, and finally no one needed to draw it by hand. Chen Sun recited the mantra, and it slowly perfected itself. Lin Fan followed his instructions and sat at the center of the formation, holding his breath and concentrating, feeling the spiritual energy filling the world. The sky is high and the earth is vast, the water flows and the clouds move. Act decisively and swiftly, and all the swords will return to their origin. As expected of the eldest senior brother, Lin Fan had never heard of this kind of formation or mantra before. He was very excited and couldn't hide his excitement and admiration. Hey! Just kidding, I made this up. Chen Sun recited the incantation perfunctorily, holding a proper spell in his hand, and glanced at the magic sword calmly. Zhe Xiaodao immediately understood and exuded a terrifying and powerful aura. This idol from the world of cultivation, like a famous contemporary director shouting into a loudspeaker, recruiting extras at a high price, caused a stir among the crowd. In an instant, the sky and the earth changed color, and beams of light appeared in the distance, and a whooshing sound was heard in the air. Dark clouds rolled in the sky, and lightning flashed through the wool-thick clouds, making crackling sounds. As if it was looking down for a target, ready to strike to death some blind and rebellious person. For a moment, thousands of swords came towards him. Densely packed spiritual swords were suspended in the dark sky, with their blades all pointed at the center of the formation, making Lin Fan feel a chill on his scalp. 10,000 swords are deployed in formation, thunderclouds are used as flags, sand and rocks are flying, and thunder falls from the sky. Lin Fan realized that the senior brother wanted to attract heavenly thunder to forcibly infuse him with spiritual power to help him break free from the shackles his heart was filled with gratitude, he clenched his fists and looked at Chen Sun with tears in his eyes. The eldest senior brother had a calm expression, as if everything had nothing to do with him. After the task was completed, he left, keeping his achievements and fame to himself. Lin Fan was suddenly moved. Since he was born, he had been bullied by his peers and suppressed by his elders. Everyone regarded him as a waste. This senior brother, whom he had never met before, actually set up this formation for him. If he becomes successful in the future, he will definitely repay him well. Chen Sun took a sip of tea, not knowing what Lin Fan was thinking about. No, kid, you're overthinking it. I just want to kill you. Do you know about lightning rods? With so many metal swords here, there's no need to worry about not attracting thunder. Your lazy bracelet is usually hidden, but now that its owner is dying, if you don't come out, are you waiting for a feast? Chen Sun arranged this situation in order to force out Lin Fan's cheat in advance. First of all, he didn't believe that heaven would dare to kill the son of destiny. If I really die, then reopen it. Looking at the increasingly dense dark clouds overhead, Lin Fan waited excitedly for the faint flash of lightning in the clouds. With a loud boom, the sound was deafening and ready to go, like thousands of horses galloping in a roaring river. A bolt of lightning as strong as a pillar struck Lin Fan directly, without any detours, and hit him on the head. Lin Fan's face was firm as he raised his head to greet him. At this moment, his black bracelet suddenly emitted a bright halo, and this soft light withstood the powerful heavenly calamity. In the soft light, there was a fairy in white clothes, facing the thunder from the sky, blocking the lightning with her hands. Amid the roar of heaven and earth, a woman's angry rebuke was heard. The voice was like heavenly music, crisp and clear, and very beautiful. Chen Sun, did I hit you? Chapter 11. Godao. The woman waved her hand lightly, and the thunder was blocked. With another flick of her sleeve, the dark clouds in the sky disappeared. Her beautiful eyes moved lightly, and her almond-shaped eyes glared at Chen Sun angrily, then looked at the magic sword in his hand, as if she was afraid and didn't want to attack. Chen Sun still smiled politely. Lin Fan was stunned and sat there stupidly, with black smoke coming out of his head and his hair frizzed up by the electric shock, like a hedgehog. Although most of the thunder was blocked just now, a small amount of static electricity still leaked in, and his hair was burnt by electricity. The woman glanced at Lin Fan with deep disgust and sighed softly. Originally, she only needed to hide for another half a month to recover her spiritual consciousness. Who knew that this kid would seek death and get struck by lightning? If her soul hadn't been attached to this bracelet, she would have packed up and run away long ago. She was originally a powerful spirit, but after being ambushed, her spiritual consciousness was severely damaged and she could only rely on the soul-nourishing jade bracelet to save her life. She had been absorbing the wearer's spiritual energy for the past 10 years and had almost recovered completely, but after being disturbed by him, she had to fall asleep again. Thinking of this, she sighed and felt a little guilty for preventing this young man from being promoted. So he said to Lin Fan, I originally wanted to recuperate for a few days, and then guide you to become a regional overlord, but man proposes, God disposes. Today, my soul power has been exhausted, and I can only fall asleep again. However, I feel guilty about absorbing your spiritual power. That's all. That's all. I will possess a soulless scrap iron sword and use my soul to help you practice. Then, her whole body turned into starlight and fell onto an abandoned iron sword. The scrap metal was shining with transparent light, and the whole sword was lit up. After the light dissipated, the sword revealed its shiny blade. The sword body is dark blue in color, and the blade is extremely sharp, revealing a powerful power. This sword is on par with the holy sword in the Tomb of 10,000 Swords. Good sword! Lin Fan exclaimed in praise. Although he didn't understand what exactly happened, at this moment, he felt that the restraints that had been imposed on him had disappeared. So he sat cross-legged and began to practice, absorbing the remaining spiritual power from the thunder tribulation. After 10 years of sedimentation and suppression, Lin Fan's cultivation level rose rapidly, just like a person in a drought-stricken area who suddenly encountered a downpour. Qi refining level 2. Qi refining level 3. Qi refining level 4. Qi refining level 5. Just like riding a roller coaster, his cultivation level broke through the 8th level of Qi refining in one fell swoop. Feeling his body extremely light, he let out a long breath, not caring about his hair that was singed by lightning. He sat up and prepared to thank his senior brother. If the eldest brother had not brought about the thunder tribulation, how would he have obtained such an opportunity? But when he looked up, his senior brother was nowhere to be seen. Chen Sun felt that his cultivation was too slow, so he returned through the space crack. Before leaving, he did not forget to leave a small note, please help me retrieve the things. So Lin Fan, the table, chairs, stools, pens, ink, paper and inkstone were all abandoned in the tomb of 10,000 swords. Damn, Brother Chen, you haven't registered a name for my sword yet. When he returned to the sect covered in dust and dirt, a group of disciples had been waiting there for a long time, chattering and looking at a list. The swords retrieved from the tomb of 10,000 swords must first be handed over to the sect for quality inspection. If they are scrap iron, the rust must be polished away. When you go out to compete in a martial arts competition someday, you can't fight others with a rusty sword. The sect can't afford to lose this person. Of course, Chen Sun is an exception. The big guys in the world of cultivation look handsome no matter what they use to fight. Even if you fight with a bamboo stick, they will still praise you for being a great cultivator who can create the world and see every blade of grass as an enemy. On this list were written the names of the swords registered by each disciple. The disciples gathered together, chattering and searching for their own swords. Lin Fan was a little curious, so he squeezed in and scanned the rows of densely packed names. When he looked up, he saw a huge turtle sword. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he wondered which gentleman had such taste. Looking back, I saw a huge, overly strong junior brother, with tears in his small eyes, shouting miserably, "Wrong registration! Wrong registration! Brother Chen, you misled me." Lin Fan shook his head and turned back to look at the list. He was really curious because he hadn't asked senior brother Chen to register, so he didn't know what the sword name was. Finally, he found his name, Lin Fan, in the last row. When he looked forward, he was stunned. The gilded font, with a flourish of dragons and phoenixes, reads "A good sword." Lin Fan's expression twitched. What a damn good sword! Who knew that just by casually expressing his feelings, this name would follow him for the rest of his life? However, looking at the owner of the turtle sword who was crying bitterly next to him, he suddenly felt mentally balanced. It seems not that bad, and now that you are here, make the most of it. When inviting guests as guests, the knife cuts into the bone and cuts the treacherous people into slices of good meat, hence the name, Good Sword. Thinking of this, Lin Fan suddenly felt much more at ease. He left the crowded crowd and walked towards the disciples' residence. What he lost in the past 10 years must be taken back. Those who look down on him will eventually pay the price. Lin Fan clenched his fists firmly. There are so many disciples who have been enemies with him that he cannot count them on one hand. He wants to challenge them one by one and crush their fighting spirit. Then, he met Chen Sun, who had been waiting for a long time, at the corner of a side hall. Big brother, he was startled at first, then he clasped his fists and bowed. Without his eldest brother, how could he have achieved what he has today? He still understands the necessary respect and etiquette. I wonder why senior brother is waiting here. He was a little confused. There were few people in the side hall, and the eldest brother came here specially, so he must have something important to tell him. Unexpectedly, Chen Sun stretched his muscles with a click sound, and his whole temperament changed. I'll teach you one. I wonder, what is it? Go Dao. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fan flew out like a cannonball, smashing a big hole in the wall of the side hall. Cough, cough. He coughed in horror and spat out a mouthful of blood, but he had no strength to stand up and collapsed in the ruins. Big brother, what does this mean? Chen Sun moved his wrist, without any expression on his face, and said, "Just telling you, stay calm." He smiled and leaned forward, looking like a living devil in Lin Fan's eyes. The image of the gentle and refined senior brother collapsed in an instant. Thinking of revenge just as your wings have grown? The first bird to stick its head out gets shot, and the tree that stands out in the forest is destroyed by the wind. You went from the first level of chi refining to the 8th level overnight. Anyone who knew about this would think you had some rare treasure. I'm sorry. I was too impatient. Lin Fan lay on the ground, feeling that what the senior brother said made sense and was for his own good. Today, I won't kill you. But if someone else has ulterior motives and tries to kill you for money, your genius will become a monster. Lin Fan was severely beaten by the senior brother, and his head was covered with bruises, but he felt that what Chen Sun said made a lot of sense. Lin Fan was beaten and accepted it wholeheartedly. After beating him up, Chen Sun straightened his clothes, his expression returned to calm, and he left after leaving a few words. You have to remember, those who survive are geniuses. You're asking for your own death. You're a talented person. Lin Fan understood. If you want to survive, you have to learn to hide. Let everyone think you are a loser, then slowly rise up, and when you are invincible, you can pretend to be awesome and get slapped in the face. He stumbled to his feet, with a big bump on his head, rubbed his swollen eyes, and watched his senior brother go away. As expected, "You are the eldest brother." He clasped his fists in the direction Chen Sun left, and his eyes became red again. So Lin Fan decided to keep the news of his obtaining the magic sword a secret for the time being, and tell others that he had picked up a piece of scrap metal. Chapter 12, the 10-year period has arrived. Welcome. Lin Fan didn't know that all his thoughts were under Chen Sun's control. So he devoted himself to cultivation, but still claimed to the outside world that he was just a waste of the first level of qi refining. But what he didn't know was that his act of hiding directly ignited his fiance's temper. Luo Yundai cried and made a fuss, begging her father to cancel the engagement for her. The elders of the Luo family had long disliked the poor boy, so they took this opportunity to bring a group of people to the Xuanyu sect. This time, Lin Fan was completely unaware and was meditating in the training room. Oh no, oh no. Xiao Yuling rushed in crying, interrupting his meditation, so he asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" The little girl had never seen such a scene before. She was sobbing and couldn't speak clearly. "Brother Lin, your wife is calling in." Lin Fan was confused. Where did his wife come from? He was single for 18 years in his mother's womb, and his young energy was not lost at all. Even his urine could be used as medicine. Who has tarnished my innocence? "Take me to see it," he said, holding his sword and walking towards the lobby aggressively. The group of people who wanted to break off the engagement came in a huge group, under the banner of the Luo family, with unfriendly looks on their faces, filling the entire hall. The leading elder had an arrogant look on his face and had the cultivation level of a golden core. He sat in the hall without any courtesy. Elder Lu of Xuanyu sect was sitting on one side, his face looking a little unhappy, but he was the host and the other party was the guest, so it was not easy to directly tear the face apart, so he asked tentatively, "I wonder why Elder Luo was here." The elder of the Luo family bowed and answered loudly, "Brother Lu, you don't know that back then, the Luo family's patriarch was on good terms with the Lin family's patriarch, so he arranged for Dyer to marry the boy from the Lin family. Who knew that the Lin family would decline, leaving only Lin Fan as the bloodline? That little loser wasn't even up to par, even the sword he contracted with was a zombie sword." He took a sip of tea, sighed, and continued with an angry look, "I came here this time just to cancel this child engagement." This Elder Lu stroked his beard, feeling somewhat embarrassed. For such a private matter, it depends on what the child wants. No matter how useless Lin Fan was, he was still his disciple. As an elder, it would be embarrassing for him to force him. Lin Fan heard everything outside the hall, and only then did he realize that he had a fiancée whom he had never met in the past. He would have been furious and would have gone straight into the palace to give Luo Yundai a letter of divorce, and then shouted, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, don't bully the young and poor and so on. But now it's different. He learned a lesson from his senior brother. People must learn to live in mediocrity. If there is no woman in your heart, you will be a god when you draw your sword. This is a valuable experience gained at the cost of physical pain. So Lin Fan took a deep breath, strode into the hall, and bowed to Elder Luo. "I agree." Elder Luo was startled and looked at this waste of the Lin family with some suspicion. He had thought there would be some twists and turns. After all, being rejected by one's fiancée and not marrying her is a great shame and humiliation for any monk. Who knew that Lin Fan was so shameless? Lin Fan raised his head, glanced at the gifts, then looked straight at the Luo family elders and continued, "However, the condition is a foundation establishment pill. As for other valuables, I think we still need to discuss it." "As for women? Is it important for women to be strong? Can a wife be eaten fatty?" And Chen Sun restrained their breath and sat beside to eat melon. Chen Sun took a sip of tea and smacked his lips. He didn't expect Lin Fan to respond like this. "Who did you learn from? To be honest, a wife can really be eaten. This kid probably doesn't know that according to the original plot, his future harem will be able to extend from the fairy world to the demon world. Any wife he picks out can beat the elders of the Luo family, but now, he seems to have grown crooked." A hiss. "If this goes on, it won't affect the world line, right?" As if sensing Chen Sun's thoughts, the system made a ding sound, triggering temporary mission, matching the hero and heroine's relationship. Task progress 0%. Chen Sun almost overturned the table immediately. He showed a sinister smile, weighed the knife, and looked at the system panel, which made him feel a chill. This guy has thousands of concubines in his harem. Does he want him to find them one by one? The system, feeling somewhat aggrieved, cautiously said, "Then I'll change it. Bite. Trigger temporary mission, match Lin Fan and Xiao Yuling's relationship, mission progress 20%, this is reasonable." Shen Sun took a sip of tea and his expression returned to calm. It's troublesome. When raising a child, you have to consider his spouse. Meanwhile, Lin Fan reached an agreement with Elder Luo, and the group then returned to their own mountain. Elder Luo and Lin Fan each bowed. He watched as loads of cultivation resources were carried into Xuanyu Peak, and suddenly he had the illusion that he had sold Luo Yun Dai for a huge amount of money. He coughed and looked at Lin Fan. There was still no spiritual energy fluctuation in that boy's body. What a pity. If Lin Fan wasn't a useless loser at the first level of qi refining, he might have some talent in business. After the Luo family left, the small Xuanyu Peak returned to its former tranquility. The disciples still envied the eldest brother's talent while working hard to practice. What's strange is that ever since the Luo family came to cancel the engagement, this little loser Lin Fan seems to have started working hard and his cultivation has slowly improved. When he reached the foundation building stage, he solemnly bid farewell to his senior brother and junior sister Xiao Yuling, and headed down the mountain to gain experience and look for opportunities. The day he left, Xiao Yuling cried so hard that her eyes were filled with tears, and her tears were so heavy that she couldn't stop crying with her mouth wide open. After this farewell, when Lin Fan returns, he will be the strongest man in this small sect. The days still passed slowly, and Shen Sun was still idle. He would occasionally drink a little wine with Fatty, and occasionally break through his cultivation when he felt like it. I can only say that he is worthy of being a genius senior brother. Cultivating and upgrading is as easy as eating and drinking water. There is no time in the mountains. 10 years pass in the blink of an eye. 10 years later, Xiao Yuling had grown into a graceful young girl, with a slightly mature charm in every frown and smile, and Lin Fan also embarked on the road to return to the sect. The master is already using a cane, but the eldest brother still looks young, as if he will never age. The disciples could only admire him, saying that he was indeed a great cultivator with the ability to achieve immortality. After returning from this trip, Lin Fan was full of ambition and confidence as he knocked on the door of Xuanyu sect. The disciple who opened the door felt that this person looked familiar. After looking at him for a long time, he realized that it was the little loser from the past. He was shocked. Lin Fan is back. He stumbled into the hall. What's the rush? Master Lu twirled his silver-white beard and walked out of the inner hall with the help of a cane. When he saw Lin Fan, he was also surprised. Lin Fan has actually reached the peak of the Golden Core realm. When he left, his master and senior brother were only at the early stages of the Golden Core stage. The higher one advances in the cultivation path, the harder it becomes. Therefore, even after 10 years, Master Lu had remained at the same level. What adventure did this kid have? Xiao Yuling came out to greet them immediately, looking as cheerful as a little girl. Senior brother Lin is back. Lin Fan was secretly pleased with himself, and like a child seeking praise, he pretended to ask casually, "Where is the eldest brother?" People always have a competitive spirit. He used to be much weaker than his senior brother, so he set Shen Sun as his target. Now that he has become successful, he naturally has a higher vision. He looks back and wants to see the people who were once out of his reach, and reminisce about his youth. Of course, if you use your status as a high-ranking person to help those who have cared for you, it can also be a pleasure. Senior brother. Xiao Yuling hesitated to speak, which made Lin Fan frown. Could something unexpected have happened? Big brother is already a nascent soul cultivator. Lin Fan's heart, which had been hanging in the air, finally exploded. Damn, he forgot that the eldest senior brother is also a genius. Chapter 13, Women Only Affect My Sword Drawing Speed. Main quest, secretly help the Son of Destiny, Lin Fan, cultivate and eventually achieve immortality. Completion, 50%, secret quest, become the final boss of the world and give the protagonist the final experience pack. Completion, 72%, side quest, help Chi Biching survive until the end of the world line. Completion, 50%, Shen Sun was lying on the ancient pine tree at the entrance of the side hall, swaying his wine glass. The sword wrapped in white cloth was leaning against the pine tree, casting a lazy shadow in the setting sun. He was quite satisfied with the progress of this task. But, temporary mission, match Lin Fan and Xiao Yuling's relationship, mission progress 20%. Looking at the motionless progress bar, he held his forehead with a headache. It is said that red beans represent lovesickness. Lin Fan has been gone for 10 years, so it stands to reason that his favorability towards him should have increased. It was stuck there, unmovable. Brother! So you are here. Xiao Yuling's clear voice came from the gate of the courtyard, like a bell, and was extremely pleasant to hear. After 10 years of hard work, Linger had grown into a grown-up girl, with a pair of bright eyes and a lovely figure. She rushed into the yard happily, still as lively as she was when she was a little girl. Lin Fan followed behind her, appearing much calmer. He bowed to the eldest brother and said, "Elder brother, I'm back." After years of trials and tribulations, he is no longer a frivolous young man. He has become much darker and his cheekbones have become more defined. The young man was tanned, and standing next to Linger, he looked like a coal factory owner standing next to a rich and beautiful girl. Chen Sun suddenly had the illusion that he was forcing his own pigs to eat other people's cabbages. He continued to drink, smiling and nodding at them in response. Lin Fan released his spiritual sense and sensed the senior brother's profound cultivation. As Linger said, he was already in the early stage of nascent soul. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. 10 years have passed, and everything and everyone has changed, except for the eldest brother, who remains the same as before, with no change in appearance or personality. It's like it has jumped out of the long river of time, broken the rules of the world, and is not subject to the jurisdiction of the 3 permanent members. Putting away the emotions in his heart, Lin Fan bowed solemnly, bid farewell to his senior brother, and decided to continue his retreat in cultivation. He made up his mind to surpass his senior brother. So he didn't even look at Xiao Yuling beside him and went back to the training room. Seeing this, Linger couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. She had waited for Lin Fan for 10 years, but who would have known that as soon as he came back, he would devote himself to cultivation and not care about love at all. Her heart turned cold, and she quietly wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief. Watching Lin Fan slam the door and leave, she finally made up her mind. Since Lin Lang has no feelings for her, she shouldn't have any feelings for him either. Temporary mission. The love line between the male and female protagonists. Mission progress, 16%. Chen Sun, who was watching the show on the side, picked up the wine glass and took a sip, and smacked his lips at the spiciness. Can the progress of this task be reduced? Okay, you want the kingdom but not the beauty, right? I hope you guys are not practicing the ruthless way. After all, Xuanyu sect is a small sect and does not have many resources for cultivation. Fortunately, Lin Fan received the inheritance from a great cultivator in the mountains and forests, and has a rich stock of natural treasures. After staying here for a while, Lin Fan decided to go into seclusion to reach the nascent soul stage. A month later, dark clouds covered the sun, the sky was filled with lightning, and bolts of lightning struck the central square of Xuanyu sect. The disciples had been notified long ago and evacuated in advance, gathering together to discuss loudly. Who is going through the tribulation? I heard it was senior brother Lin Fan. Ah, that senior brother Lin, the one who was once a loser but later soared to great heights? These low-level disciples were either amazed or envious, and all regarded Lin Fan as their goal. Who hasn't dreamed of surpassing genius with 99% effort? The last bolt of thunder struck, and a powerful aura of a nascent soul cultivator emanated from the square. Lin Fan has already reached the nascent soul stage. He swaggered out of the square, thinking that the eldest brother must also be paying attention to him, and he felt a strong sense of satisfaction. So with that little thought in mind, he went to the side hall where the eldest brother was. Senior brother, I, Lin Fan, am now also a nascent soul cultivator, no worse than you. You once taught me something, and I benefited greatly from it. Today, I will teach you the way of a true man. A true man should be able to bend and stretch. If you bend, you will live in the mountains and fields, and live a life of mediocrity. If you stretch yourself, you will spread your wings like a rock, soaring into the sky, and pretending to be cool will only make you look bad. Chen Sun was playing chess with the fat man and was completely unaware of this. There are so few things to entertain yourself with in the world of cultivation. Drinking tea, playing swordplay, and playing chess every day. Life without electronic gadgets and games is truly boring. Then, he heard some noise outside the house. He looked up and saw Lin Fan walking towards him, with his hands behind his back and his head held high, a look that said, "I'm awesome, praise me." Chen Sun, seeing that the eldest senior brother didn't say anything, Lin Fan raised his eyes and released a powerful spiritual sense. But he was stunned. The eldest senior brother had already reached the peak of the nascent soul stage in his cultivation at some point. Sorry to bother you. Lin Fan's mouth twitched, and he stood awkwardly at the door of the hall, neither knowing whether to go in nor to retreat. What's up? Chen Sun took a sip of tea and asked calmly. No. Nothing. He bowed and walked away in disgrace. Lin Fan secretly clenched his fists in his heart, determined to work harder and surpass his senior brother. Day after day, time flies. A year later, Lin Fan reached the peak of the nascent soul stage, then Chen Sun broke through the spirit transformation realm. 2 years later, Lin Fan broke through to the spirit transformation realm. Then Chen Sun reached the middle stage of the divine transformation. 3 years later, Lin Fan finally reached the middle stage of the spirit transformation realm. Chen Sun has reached the peak of the spiritual transformation realm and is ready to ascend to heaven. Hey, I'm just fixing it for fun. Are you angry? Lin Fan was going crazy. Since he was so absorbed in his cultivation, he had even less time to accompany Xiao Yulin. The little girl could only pester the eldest brother every day, asking him to bring back some fresh gadgets when he came back from the market. Chen Sun watched as the progress of the mission dropped sharply, from the original 16% favorability to 8%. He suddenly felt that if he didn't do something, this male protagonist in the harem stud novel would probably be single for the rest of his life. So he hinted to Lin Fan that his junior sister's birthday was coming soon and he should prepare some gifts. Lin Fan was stunned when he heard this, and then he remembered that he hadn't given his childhood sweetheart a birthday gift for decades. Lin, straight man number 2, Fan, stood in front of a shop selling new things at the foot of the mountain. Thinking hard, Lin Fan looked at the colorful sachets, bracelets, and pendants, and he was dazzled that he really couldn't figure out what girls in their 20s liked, so he could only turn to the omnipotent senior brother for help. Chen Sun was also confused. He didn't have a girlfriend himself. Instead of asking him for advice, it would be better to ask Chi Bicheng, who was flirting with girls online every day. So he remained calm, silently sent a message for help via long-distance voice transmission, and threw the task to the fat man. Chi Bicheng grinned and sent a message to Chen Sun, saying, "Hey brother Chen, you don't understand this. If a girl really likes you, she won't care what you give her. What she wants is the thought that goes into choosing the gift. Got it? Pick whatever you want." Chen Sun's face was expressionless as he casually pointed at a small rabbit figurine. Lin Fan, as if receiving an imperial decree, quickly had the boss pack it up. Anything produced by the senior brother must be a masterpiece. When Xiao Yulin received this gift, her heart warmed and her face flushed. As charming as a peach blossom, brother Lin Fan actually remembered that her zodiac sign was rabbit. Seeing Linger so happy, Lin Fan smiled foolishly, touched the back of his head, and admired in his heart that he was worthy of being the eldest senior brother. So the straight man blushed modestly and said, "This was picked by my senior brother. It looks good, doesn't it?" Hearing this, Xiao Yuling's face suddenly turned red. The eldest brother is so thoughtful. So Chen Sun stayed at home, watching the task progress soar from 8% to 60%. As a result, before she could even open the champagne, Xiao Yuling's favorability dropped again, and finally stayed at 30%, like riding a roller coaster. Chen Sun was puzzled. What terrible thing had Lin Fan done again? Chapter 14. Don't say anything that is detrimental to unity. The spring rain is continuous, the peach blossoms are in bud, and the graceful lady is bright and young. The next day, Xiao Yuling found Chen Sun and lowered her head shyly. "Big brother, are you free now? What's the matter?" Chen Sun sat on the stone bench in the yard and took a sip of tea. Her face flushed and she looked shyly at the peach petals on the ground, her heart pounding. "What should I do if I like someone but that person doesn't know?" Chen Sun thought that it was probably because Lin Fan was too straightforward and could not hear Linger's feelings for him, so the junior sister had no choice but to come to him to ask for a way to confess her feelings. So he sighed and asked, "Why are they all coming to him one by one? Does he, Chen Sun, look like someone who has ever been in love?" However, in order to complete the task, he still thought calmly for a long time. No avail. I finally called Fatty via 1,000 miles voice transmission. Chi Bicheng felt something was wrong when he heard the question, but he didn't say it out loud. He replied, "If you like it, just say it directly. There's no need to hesitate." So Chen Sun repeated with a blank expression, "Junior sister, if you like someone, just tell him directly." After hearing this, Xiao Yuling was delighted and her face suddenly turned red. Does this mean senior brother agrees? Then, senior brother, host, why do I feel like Sigma, she is confessing to you? After being reminded by the system, Chen Sun realized that something was wrong. He was stunned for a moment and suddenly reacted, "Clam, with whom?" But it was too late. Xiao Yuling blushed and lowered her head, about to say those devastating words. "Big brother, I like." Before Xiao Yulin could utter the word "I love you," Chen Sun cast a silencing spell on her. The words were stuck in her throat and she froze in place. "Don't say anything that's not conducive to unity." He looked extremely serious and thrilled, and he was tightly holding the hand seals, as if this was related to the innocence of a virgin. "You can take random medicines, but you can't say random words. This is a harem stud novel, sister. If you really cheat on the hero, the world will be destroyed. If this matter were to be reported back to the main god space, the world screenwriter would fight him with a kitchen knife." Xiao Yuling's mouth was blocked, and she looked aggrieved. Her big eyes were filled with tears and her eye sockets were red, making her look very pitiful. But is Chinsun the kind of person who would be gentle and considerate to women? No. Seeing that Chinsun was unmoved, Xiao Yuling wiped away her tears and ran away without looking back, choking with sobs and unable to cry. Chinsun had no expression on his face. He slowly took a sip of tea and smacked his lips with lingering fear, as if he had just experienced a life and death game. The next day, when Lin Fan came to Chinsun to ask for swordsmanship lessons, he overheard the idle chat of two disciples who were cleaning the courtyard. Have you heard? My junior sister went to Tianhan Mountain to become a nun for some unknown reason. Ah? Is this true? Yes, I heard that she cried and made a fuss yesterday, wanting to leave. She said that Xuanyu Peak was full of straight men and she couldn't stay there. She almost made Master die of anger. Lin Fan? Chinsun. Lin Fan froze in shock, turning to look at his all-powerful senior brother, trying to get a proper explanation to ease the impact of the whole thing on him. Chinsun held the wineglass, looked at him, and thought for a while. I said this has nothing to do with me, do you believe me? This incident caused quite a stir, but soon died down, like a spring thunderstorm, which came and went just as quickly because something more important is coming. Sword Asking Conference. All the sword cultivators in the world of cultivation will gather together in 3 months for a discussion and exchange. 10 years of sharpening the sword, but the frosty blade has never been tested. Whether it is a young cultivator in the chi refining stage or a big man in the spirit transformation stage, they are all ready to tier wide. It was said that a true immortal would be present, and everyone in the world wanted to see him. If they could catch a glimpse of his every move, that would be a great reward. The venue was Luochine, a bustling city in central continent. Sword cultivators from all over Shenzhou flocked to this bustling city. Merchants from all over the country also flocked to Luo City like a tide, trying to make money from these poor sword cultivators. Of course, apart from the superficial glory, there are also undercurrents within the sword testing conference. The original script of the novel states that demon spies took the opportunity to sneak into Luo City, trying to create chaos and undermine the morale of the human race in this unprecedented event. According to the original plot, the eldest senior brother played by Chen Sun became possessed at this conference and had all his cultivation destroyed. Qi Bicheng, this little cannon fodder, would also become a stepping stone for Lin Fan to rise to prominence. He was seriously injured during the competition and finally withdrew from the competition, his whereabouts unknown. Maybe he died from severe injuries, maybe he accidentally offended some faction, or maybe he accidentally ran into a spy from the demon clan and was killed. No one cares, he's just a minor character. This conference is a time for each sect to demonstrate its strength. As the most powerful member of Xuanyu sect, Lin Fan bid farewell to Elder Lu with a group of fellow disciples and flew to the gate of Luo City on his sword. As for Chen Sun, he rode his donkey and set off leisurely. He used the earth-shrinking escape talisman and traveled 1,000 miles a day, almost the same speed as the flying sword. He was expected to arrive a day later. It's not that I can't fly the sword, but when the knife flies, it will reveal a strong aura, and I'm afraid of being recognized. It's like you have I am a magic sword, come and cut me written on your face. Therefore, none of the disciples of Xuanyu sect had ever seen the eldest brother wielding a sword, and they just thought that he had some special preference. In short, Fatty and Lin Fan arrived in Luo City first. The monks came and went, making a lot of noise. Stalls were set up on the street, selling weapons and magical treasures. For a moment, the sounds of hawking, bargaining, and the sound of horses' hooves mixed together. It was common knowledge that sword cultivators were the poorest of the cultivation world, and their gatherings were like banquets for the poor. Despite the large crowds, prices here hadn't risen much thanks to the sword cultivators' frantic bargaining. Lin Fan led the disciples of Xuanyu sect to an inn. The waiter inside saw the huge crowd and smiled happily, and hurried out to greet them. Sir, would you like to stop by for a meal or stay the night? 6 upper rooms in the hotel. Daijian means having a meal here. Lin Fan and a group of disciples, a total of 10 people, rested here. 2 people shared a room, plus an extra room was left for the eldest brother, a total of 6 taels of silver. Even though Xuanyu sect is a small sect, it needs to maintain some appearance when it goes out, so it can still afford this amount of money. Just as the waiter was happily counting the silver, an arrogant female voice was heard outside the door. We, the Luo family, have reserved all the rooms here. Please clear out. All the guests staying in the hotel were dissatisfied and started to talk loudly. Why? Why is this happening? It's not her store. Shoo. That's the Luo family. If you don't want to offend them, just shut up. Ah, the Luo family whose ancestors have true immortals. Who else could it be? I heard that their Jindan stage cultivators can only work as waiters, and they can't even count the number of Huashan stage cultivators on one hand. Lin Fan was puzzled, wondering who was so overbearing. The surname Luo seemed too coincidental, so he turned around to take another look. I saw a woman in white. Her skin was as white as snow, as cold as ice. She was wearing a thin shirt that reached the ground, and she exuded a fierce aura. The woman was looking at Lin Fan provocatively with a look of disdain on her face, as if she was deliberately looking for trouble. Chapter 15, Kidnapping the Fatty. She is Luo Yundai, the eldest daughter of the Luo family? Yeah, it's a pity that such a beautiful girl has such a willful temper. As soon as the guest finished speaking, a cold sword light slashed towards him, grazed his scalp, and cut off a few hairs. The guest had a bald head, and his skull reflected light like a light bulb. That he was sweating profusely, his neck hunched like a quail, not daring to move. The wooden wall behind him had already been chopped through. An ray of sunlight leaked in from the sword mark. Luo Yundai put away her sword, and her cold eyes disdainfully glanced in that person's direction. Peak spiritual transformation level? Lin Fan's eyes darkened as he assessed her strength. Luo Yundai snorted coldly and looked at Lin Fan with disdain. The waiter beside him was in a dilemma and wiped the sweat off his forehead. This. He looked embarrassed, and finally returned the silver to Lin Fan. Sir, why don't you please go back? It's not that he doesn't want to keep customers. The Luo family is very powerful. If a fight really breaks out in this store, damaging some tables and utensils is a small matter. But offending the Luo family would be a fatal matter. Lin Fan glanced at Luo Yundai and saw that her delicate face was full of pride and provocation. He turned around and looked at his fellow junior brothers and sisters. The young men had anger and unwillingness on their faces. They all held swords, waiting for senior brother Lin's order to go up and beat up the woman. In the past, he would have rushed up to her with his sword drawn to teach her a lesson on manners, but things are different now. Lin Fan needs to consider the safety of his fellow disciples behind him, and also take into account the order requirements of the sword test conference. Making trouble in Los Angeles is like dancing in front of someone's house. They will find a reason to deal with you. You are like a fish on the chopping board, and it depends on their will whether they want you to be killed or cut. He sighed, shook his head, put away his sword, and said to his fellow apprentices, let's go to another place. So Lin Fan walked towards the door, brushed past Luo Yundai's shoulder, and left without looking back. Luo Yundai was left standing there in a daze. She stamped her feet in anger and shouted at Lin Fan's back, you are such a coward, Lin Fan. When the sword test begins, don't fall into my hands. Luo Yundai was a proud and arrogant person. She had originally broken off her engagement with a small loser, thinking she had made a great profit. However, in the blink of an eye, the loser of the Lin family rose to prominence, and his cultivation was not much inferior to hers. Naturally, she felt depressed. Lin Fan didn't care about these things. As he gained more insights into Godao, he became more cautious and would think twice before doing anything. After finding a new inn to stay in, the disciples of Xuanyu sect began to chatter and discuss, expressing their anger and dissatisfaction. That woman from the Luo family is simply going too far. Relying on her family, does she really think our Xuanyu sect is completely empty? Yeah, if Big Brother were here, she wouldn't be able to do what she wants. So this group of young people all missed Chen Xuanlai. I don't know when the eldest brother will arrive. A female disciple held her chin and muttered depressedly. At this moment, Shi Bicheng, who had been following the team at the end, slapped his head and shouted, something is wrong. Oh no! Everyone looked at him in confusion, not knowing why. They saw the fat man pacing anxiously in the room, sighing from time to time. Big Brother, Shi Bicheng stamped his feet, slapped his forehead and said, he's a directionally challenged person. When the disciples heard this, they were all stunned. This sentence was like a bolt from the blue, causing a huge blow to their young minds. Everyone in the sect knows how badly the eldest brother is at finding his way. When he goes to the alchemy room, he can turn and end up at the spiritual medicine garden in the back mountains several miles away. Then he happened to run into two young disciples doing business here, and by the way, he was awarded the title of Xuanyu sect's anti-pornography squad leader. Thinking of this, all the disciples shuddered. Oh! The team leader Lin Fan suddenly felt a headache and decided not to dwell on this matter for the time being. The most important thing at the moment was to prepare well for the sword asking conference. I hope Big Brother can catch up. This inn was far from the city center, with only a few guests. In a corner, out of sight, two men in black adjusted their hat brims and whispered something. If you use your spiritual sense to investigate carefully, you will find that they are surrounded by a strange black aura, which is the demonic aura that cultivators are terrified of. The plan has changed. The target of this operation has not yet arrived here. The other man in black lowered his voice a little hoarse, and said, "It has no impact. We will proceed as planned. Have you chosen someone? I think that little fat guy is good. He lives in a single room and acts timidly. Maybe he's a good candidate. Okay, don't alert the enemy." It was as if there was a mysterious aura isolating the two from the outside world, and the guests around them subconsciously ignored these two sneaky people. A gust of wind blew by, and the two black shadows immediately disappeared into the corner, as if they had never appeared. It was already night, and the fat man was packing his things. He had just checked into the guest room and was panting with exhaustion, with beads of sweat on his face. He simply sat down on the bed, his whole body sinking into the quilt like a ball, leaving a huge water stain on the white sheets. Alas! What a sin! Chi Beeching has never touched his mobile phone since he came to this small world for nearly 30 years. Now he misses a certain young lady in the live broadcast room so much that he is sick with lovesickness. Just then, he felt a chill behind him and looked out the window vigilantly. Who? The carved wooden windows reflected the dark shadows of the tree branches outside the house, but there was no sign of human life. Chi Beeching withdrew his spiritual sense in confusion, scratched his head, and said to himself, "Strange." At this moment, a burst of charming giggle came from outside the window. The sound was full of charm, delicate and particularly seductive. The fat man widened his eyes, swallowed, carefully grasped the sword, and slowly leaned his head out of the window. I saw a beautiful figure outside the window. She had a very graceful figure with a curvy figure. She smiled and hooked her finger at Chi Beeching. "Little brother, come and play." Chi Beeching suddenly felt all the energy and blood rushing to the top of his head. He felt dizzy and his nose was bleeding. He felt something was wrong and was about to shout help at the top of his lungs when a fragrant breeze blew by and he felt dizzy. Soon his eyes turned white and he fell to the ground unconscious. A black shadow floated in from the window. The woman was full of demonic energy, with a horn unique to demons on her head and a charming face. She stepped on the fat man's round belly with one foot, her face full of disgust. "Ha, man." However, for the sake of the mission, she did not dare to delay. She bent down, grabbed the fat man's clothes and pulled him out. Then she found out she couldn't carry it at all. "Damn, how heavy is this fat guy?" The woman tried her best and was still cursing before she left. Chapter 16, The Cultivators Conference. The sword test competition was held as usual. For a time, Luo City was bustling with people, and monks who traveled around came to sign up. The Chi Refining Realm competition was held first, and a group of idle monks gathered in the audience to cheer for these young men. Left hook. Right hook. Go ahead. Attack his lower body. The crowd watching on the sidelines kept shouting, and the young men on the stage used all kinds of tricks. When the fight got too intense, they simply threw away their long swords that were in the way and rushed up to fight with their fists. There was a young man who didn't know how to behave himself. He used the black tiger heart-picking move, but the opponent jumped up and grabbed his belt. In full view of everyone, the young monk had his pants stripped off. He felt a chill in his lower body and was completely stunned. The female audience members in the audience screamed, and the male audience members exclaimed, "Oh my God," and praised the boy for his cunningness, because they violated the rule of no obscenity. Both of them were taken away. Before being dragged away, the young man whose pants were stripped gnashed his teeth, wishing he could swallow the other man in one bite, and shouted, "Song XX, if you have the guts, don't leave. Wait until I get down and strip your belly band off so people can see whether it's red or pink." Although it was just a bunch of noobs fighting each other and no one used sword energy, it was quite interesting to watch them pulling each other's hair and clothes, just like two men fighting in the vegetable market. There was a lot of noise in the audience. Some people took the opportunity to sell power pills and shouted the advertising slogans loudly, while some low-level monks signed with each other, betting on which guy would be able to survive to the end. On the higher VIP stands, the seats of the supreme leaders in the world of cultivation were almost all empty, as they all seemed to know that there was no point in watching the low-level games. It's so funny. There's no need for any demons to cause trouble. It's embarrassing enough if the mess on the first day gets out. Lin Fan and the other disciples of Xuanyu sect watched the game while anxiously waiting for news from their eldest senior brother. There were no competitions for them on the first day, so they assigned a few people to block the city gate to facilitate the pickup of Chen Sun. The fat guy disappeared for half a day the day before yesterday, and came back today for some reason. He looked listless and had dark circles under his eyes. One disciple jokingly said, "Senior brother Chi must have gone out to have some fun. Did some female ghost suck his essence away?" The fat man looked at him deeply and didn't dare to say a word. The competition among the chi refining cultivators lasted for a whole day and finally came to an end. The winner was jubilant. It turned out to be the Song XX who used the Black Tiger heart ripping. He looked very proud and bowed to the audience with his medal. "Thank you for your support. Thank you everyone, I love you." Mua the elder who presented the awards had a blank expression on his face. He mechanically said a few words of encouragement, pretending to be polite, but in his heart he was wondering whether he should cancel the Chi refining stage arena in the next event. The reason is simple: this thing is too embarrassing. In the following days, the Jindan and Yuanying stage competitions were as popular as usual. The spectators were much more serious than on the first day, and the use of sword techniques was also on the right track. Lin Fan noticed that the retainers sent by the Luo family were deliberately suppressing the disciples of the Xuanyu sect, and some even deliberately injured their hands and feet so that they could not continue to fight. The morale of the Xuanyu sect disciples was at an all-time low, and they were filled with indignation, but they had no alternative but to wait for Lin Fan to draw lots and meet the eldest daughter of the Luo family, and teach her a lesson. By the final day, the spiritualization stage cultivator competition, the entire event reached an unprecedented climax. The entire arena was packed with a bustling crowd, all waiting expectantly for the cultivator masters to make their move. However, each of these big guys was able to reach the spirit transformation stage, and all of them had a unique style. "Brother Zhuge, please go first." A big man smiled and held a sword in one hand, looking very confident. "No, Brother Shangguan, please." The other big boss was unwilling to take advantage, so he acted humble and bowed. No, you first." No. This pushing and shoving lasted for half an hour until the entire audience lost interest and began to yawn listlessly until the referee announced that the time was up. These two big names in the cultivation world did not make a move, and in the end the game had to be declared a draw. "Brother Zhuge, thank you for letting me." "Thank you. Let's go and have a drink." Both of them smiled regretfully, not taking it to heart, and flew away on their swords. The audience was completely silent. Someone shamelessly exclaimed, as expected of a master of cultivation, "This is how you make friends through martial arts," and then sparse applause broke out from the audience. In the next game, Lin Fan happened to draw the fat man's lot. The two of them exchanged glances and understood each other tacitly. The audience regained their spirits, their eyes full of anticipation. After all, not everyone can rely on acting. The two of them lived up to expectations and started to attack as soon as the referee announced the start. Lin Fan shouted, "Watch out for the sword," and swung out an invisible sword energy. This is called good sword intent. The fat man was not to be outdone. His eyes wide open, he shouted, "Look at me, turtle sword intent." Audience, can you two please have some awareness of being a great cultivator? Your noble personalities have collapsed in an instant. Or, the worse the name, the stronger the sword intent. The two swords collided, and a violent wind immediately blew up on the stage, filling the air with smoke and dust. The two men shuttled through the smoke, seemingly fighting for a long time. Everyone waited patiently for the smoke to clear, only to see a fat ball-like white shadow fly down from the stage. The fat man covered his chest and shouted "ah" in a very exaggerated manner. Like a cannonball, he closed his eyes and smashed into the ground, raising a cloud of thick smoke. "Brother Lin, great swordsmanship." He sat up quickly, raised a thumb, and then fell back down neatly. There wasn't even a scratch on his body. Audience, it's numb, they are all actors, I want a refund. The referee coughed awkwardly twice and finally announced that Lin Fan won. Lin Fan helped the fat man back to the lounge. Although he won the game, he did not look happy and his face was still full of worry. He turned and asked another disciple, "Have you found the eldest brother?" "Not yet." He had already registered all the disciples of Xuanyu sect in advance. If no one showed up when the time came, it would be considered a forfeit. What should I do? If I miss today, I'm afraid I won't even be able to enter the preliminary round. What you fear will come true. When Lin Fan was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, the referee announced the next game with a loudspeaker. The next match is between Chen Sun and Luo Yundai. A beautiful snow-white figure flew towards the stage. The temperature around her seemed to drop a few degrees because of her, and everyone couldn't help but shiver. She parted her red lips slightly, raised her voice, and snorted coldly as she passed by Lin Fan. Chen Sun is from your Xuanyu sect, right? I will take good care of him. The disciples of Xuanyu sect glared at her angrily, but because Lin Fan tried to stop them, they could only watch her walk up to the stage with reluctance. For a long while, no one from the Xuanyu sect came out, causing the audience to whisper among themselves. Who is Chen Sun? Why didn't he come? He seems to be the eldest senior brother of Xuanyu sect. His cultivation is said to be at the peak of the spiritual transformation stage. That's still pretty strong. Xuanyu sect only sent 3 divine transformation disciples. Seeing that the other side was absent, the disciples of Luo family began to mock them. Where's the senior brother? I'm afraid he lied about his cultivation level and is now afraid to show up. Ha, this little shabby sect has offended our eldest daughter of the Luo family, and they still want to escape? Just as everyone was talking, the presiding elder on the VIP platform shouted silence, and the atmosphere quickly cooled down. At this time, everyone heard a very slight ding-ling sound. So everyone in the audience held their breath and carefully identified the source of the ringing sound. Only the disciples of Xuanyu sect had joy on their faces and looked at each other with reassurance. The eldest brother is here. The sound became louder and louder, striking everyone's heart with a crisp sound, as if carrying fluctuations of spiritual power, making people's hearts, livers, and spleens tremble. A young man in red came from the late gate, riding a donkey with a bell, his clothes fluttering, and he looked leisurely. It seemed as if he was the only one in the world walking in this world. Feeling at ease, everyone held their breath, all eyes fixed on the young man, and there was no discussion for a moment. The man reached the edge of the stage in the blink of an eye, got off the donkey, and bowed to the presiding elder. Hello, I'm asking for directions. How do I get to the sword meeting? Chapter 17, Is there such a good thing? Finding that he had finally come to the right place, Chen Sun finally breathed a sigh of relief, found the audience seats of Xuanyu sect, and threw the bag to the disciples. Then he walked onto the ring and signaled to the referee that it was time to begin. The referee looked at Chen Sun and found that he did not bring a sword. He hesitated for a moment, but under Chen Sun's insistence, he finally nodded. Although both were at the peak of the spirit transformation stage, their temperaments were worlds apart. One man was unstoppable, exuding a cold, murderous intent. It seemed as if just standing there could change the color of the sky and earth, and even the air became cold and stagnant. The other person was indifferent and calm, with a gentle and warm atmosphere around him, just like an ordinary person. Seeing that Chen Sun didn't bring his sword, Luo Yundi's face was full of contempt. After all, she was a genius that the Luo family had spent a lot of resources to cultivate, and she had countless high-level magic weapons and talismans in her hands, coupled with the blessing of the innate and supreme Ice Soul bloodline. When fighting against opponents of the same level, Luo Yundai can be said to be invincible except for the true immortal. How can you fight me if you don't have a sword? She raised her chin slightly and looked at the other person in confusion. Chen Sun lowered his head and smiled, then said calmly, No need, just have the sword in your heart. There was a commotion in the audience, as all the sword practitioners admired this man's superb swordsmanship and profound understanding. So that's how it is. When the sword reaches its highest level, everything can become a sword. Hearing this, everyone seemed to be thinking about it, expressed their agreement, and began their own epiphany. In fact, Chen Sun didn't think so much. He was afraid that if he took out the magic sword and stabbed the knife, he would accidentally kill the girl and then be besieged by a group of top monks. Luo Yundai snorted disdainfully, then sheathed her sword and said arrogantly, You make the first move. Chen Sun was silent for a moment and blinked his dark eyes. Yes, there's such a good thing. Almost in an instant, Chen Sun's figure disappeared from the spot, and the entire stage was covered with dust that covered the sky. Luo Yundi's pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip. She reacted quickly and moved quickly behind her, but he was still a step too slow. The next second, Chen Sun's dark eyes met his, calm yet a little crazy, plunging him into the quagmire of fear. Luo Yundai felt as if the god of death was grabbing her throat. She retreated 10 feet in horror, but the ghostly figure followed her like a shadow. Chen Sun struck out with a palm, grabbed Luo Yundi's head and slammed it to the ground in front of her wide open, terrified eyes, unable to dodge, powerless to resist. With a loud boom, like thunder exploding, the ground was instantly covered with cracks, and a huge deep pit appeared at the landing point. Everyone held their breath, not daring to make a sound. It seemed as if one could hear the sound of a pin drop as the dust slowly cleared, revealing the figures of two people. Luo Yundi's eyes had turned white and she had fainted. Her black hair was disheveled and her clothes were in disarray. She no longer had the domineering demeanor of the past, she was a peerless beauty after all, but Chen Sun showed no pity for her at all. He dusted himself off and bowed to the referee's seat. He was a little confused. There were actually people in the world who were obviously not as skilled as others, yet let others make the first move of the referee stood there dumbfounded. For a moment, he didn't know whether he should be amazed that someone could kill the eldest daughter of the Luo family in one move, or be amazed that there was someone in the world who could knock out a beautiful woman without mercy. Chen Sun wins. The disciples of Xuanyu sect were silent for a while, and then burst into huge cheers. It's so funny. The eldest daughter of the Luo family is so arrogant, but she was still pinned to the ground and rubbed by the eldest brother. The silence of the Luo family disciples was deafening. No one had expected that their strongest fighter could not even make it to the preliminaries. Chen Sun didn't say anything. Amidst the admiring and amazed gazes of the crowd, he walked towards the Xuanyu sect's resting seat. A long time passed after he left, and the audience seemed to have just remembered that they could talk, and suddenly a tide of discussion broke out. Fuck, did he just launch a sneak attack? It was that Miss Luo who asked him to make the first move. He hasn't even used his sword yet. This shouldn't be a foul, right? The elder of the Luo family who was sitting in the VIP seat slammed his chair in anger, and the sandalwood chair handle was instantly shattered into powder. He sternly scolded his attendant disciples, "What are you looking at? Hurry up and help the young lady up." Okay. Elder Luo thought sinisterly, "Chen Sun, after the sword meeting is over, I will make sure he never returns. There are several more games to come, and the official final will be tomorrow. Before that, they have no competitions." Chen Sun didn't have the heart to watch anymore. The people from Xuanyu sect left early and returned to the inn to rest. As soon as they arrived at the inn, all the junior brothers and sisters surrounded them, their big eyes filled with admiration, and they asked with concern where the eldest brother had gotten lost. Chen Sun could only respond perfunctorily with a smile, saying that he had taken the wrong path and ended up in the wilderness. He couldn't say that he saw a camel, visited the pyramids, killed a giant desert snake, and then returned to Middle-earth. To sum up, I can write a book called Brother Chen's Adventures Around the World. After the Xuanyu sect disciples answered their questions, the fat man quietly called Chen Sun, closed the door, and asked everyone else to leave. Brother Chen. After looking around, he took out a stack of oil paper from his arms and opened it carefully with a very serious expression. There was a dark pill inside. I think I know why you're obsessed. Detected key plot item, demon seed, introduction, and ordinary pill. When dissolved in water, it becomes colorless and odorless, and cannot be detected by spiritual consciousness. Taking it can increase the chance of becoming possessed. Dalong, it's time to take medicine, ding. A new storyline has been unlocked. The host can choose to recall the entire plot of the world line. Do you want to start recalling? Demon species. Chen Sun was startled and selected the recall button. Some memory fragments that did not originally belong to him flooded into his mind. In the final of the sword-asking competition, the eldest senior brother fought against Lin Fan, but was defeated and became possessed. Afterwards, the usually gentle and polite eldest brother turned into a violent criminal who killed innocent people. The conference was in chaos, and high-level monks were dispatched to suppress him. Wearing a blood-stained robe and holding a long sword, he stood on a sea of blood and corpses, and no one could defeat him. Chen Sun became famous because of this battle and became a big devil feared and reviled by everyone. The demon spies took the opportunity to activate the formation, using the spiritual energy of all the cultivators in the entire Luo city as energy, forcibly opening the door to the demon world. Paving the way for the demons to advance, the great war between immortals and demons broke out. In that battle, the cultivation world suffered heavy casualties, and it took the lives of tens of thousands of people to barely stop the attack. In the end, the protagonist Lin Fan made a temporary breakthrough and was promoted to a true immortal. He used all his strength to close the door to the demon world. Chen Sun became an eternal sinner in the world of cultivation. All his cultivation was abolished, he was tortured to death, and his body was thrown into the demon-suppressing abyss. He regained his sanity just before his execution. Facing the accusations of thousands of people, he no longer argued or resisted. He just let the man who had lost his blood relatives cut off his flesh piece by piece without a sound. Killing someone means paying with your life, That's only right. What no one expected was that the demon's corpse was brought back to life by the eternal demon sword in the demon-suppressing abyss. The power of the magic sword is to make corpses grow flesh and blood, and it is immortal. He became a demon and made a comeback, stirring up the bloody storm in the world of cultivation once again, but at that time, he was no longer the eldest senior brother that everyone was familiar with. Chen Sun is dead. Chapter 18, Two-Faced Chen Lao. More recalling these events, Chen Sun remained silent, not uttering a word. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but when he saw this magic seed, his chest suddenly vibrated involuntarily, and it felt heavy, making it difficult for him to breathe. Carrying some long accumulated grief and guilt. Perhaps it is the remaining consciousness of the original owner? That feeling disappeared in a moment, leaving only a pale emptiness, as if everything had burned out and nothing was left. The once proud son of heaven, such a free and unrestrained genius, has fallen to the point of becoming a walking corpse, swinging his sword at the people he once wanted to protect. It's lamentable and sad, but what does this have to do with Chen Sun? So? Chen Sun turned to look at the fat man. It was you who poisoned me? The fat man smiled awkwardly, scratched his head embarrassedly, and said, last time, the demons kidnapped me, poisoned me, and told me to secretly put this thing in your tea. I pretended to be infected and got this thing. So in the original plot, Fatty was also killed by the demons because of this incident. Looking at Brother Chen's expressionless face, Chi Bicheng said with some concern, why don't we just throw it away? I'll go back and lie to them and tell them I gave it to you to eat. This thing is too evil. Unexpectedly, Chen Sun grabbed the pill, put it in his mouth, and ate it like chewing candy beans. No. The fat man was stunned. Chen Sun savored it for a while, smacking his lips. It really had no taste. It tasted like chocolate beans when chewed, and it was indeed colorless and tasteless. After making a contract with the magic sword Zhashadao, he became the devil. Is there anything more evil than him? That little bit of demonic energy isn't even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. Next? Chen Sun touched his chin, looked at the shadows of the trees outside the window, and thought about how to wrap up the subsequent plot. System, as long as Lin Fan becomes a true immortal and defeats me, the plot will be complete, right? Yes, no. Oh, then there's no need to open the door to the demon world. Chen Sun clasped his hands together and placed them on the table. It was unknown what he was thinking about, and his eyes were as dark as the bottomless ocean. On the second day, the final of the sword-asking competition went on as usual. Luo City was crowded with monks, and its popularity reached an unprecedented peak. Beneath the bustle, undercurrents surged. The demon clan's minions also began to take action, and everything began to be laid out. After rounds of battles, just as the plot had arranged, only Lin Fan and Chen Sun were left on the field. Lin Fan had gained enlightenment in the previous battles and has now improved his cultivation to the peak of the spirit transformation stage. He looked towards Chen Sun's position excitedly. After waiting for so long, he was finally able to face off against his senior brother head-on. His lifelong dream was about to be realized. Senior brother, please give me some advice. Lin Fan suppressed his impulse and clasped his fists towards Chen Sun. Chen Sun still did not carry his sword, and nodded at him with a calm look on his face. Following the referee's command, Lin Fan's figure quickly disappeared, leaving only a trace of afterimages. He raised his spiritual sword and rushed towards Chen Sun, not daring to slack off at all. With only one target in his eyes, he mobilized all his spiritual power and launched a full-scale attack on the opponent. Accumulate strength, gather spirit, and let all the power gather on the sword edge. However, when the tip of his sword was about to reach Chen Sun's position, it stopped in mid-air. Lin Fan raised his head in panic and met Chen Sun's calm smile. His heart skipped a beat and he felt like he had fallen into an ice cellar. There were bursts of exclamations from the audience. Chen Sun actually clamped the sword blade with 2 fingers. Before he could react, Chen Sun grabbed his head with his hands again and slammed it to the ground. The floor cracked again, and Lin Fan was pressed to the ground and rubbed by the eldest brother again. Host, didn't you lose your mission to him? The system reminded. Yeah, Chen Sun said calmly, wiping his hands and glancing at the noisy audience. He locked onto a few targets in his mind and said, I will lose to him. But not now. At this point, the demon spies lurking in the crowd were dumbfounded. They had thought there would be a tough battle. When they were fighting, they would trigger the demon in this genius. When people were at their limit, they were more likely to be seduced by their inner demons, so the success rate would be much higher and it would be difficult to detect. Who knew that this big guy was so terrifying that he could kill a strong man of the same level in one move? Seeing that the referee was about to announce the result, the leading demon gritted his teeth and decided to go all out. He made hand gestures and chanted a strange spell that in an instant, black and red mist appeared around Chen Sun, and the demonic energy between heaven and earth rushed towards him, forming a black vortex. The evil energy wrapped around the figure like a cocoon, and the young man in red at the center of the vortex was covering his head, frowning, and his figure swayed, seeming to be a little unstable. Not good. Something seems to be wrong with the eldest brother. The disciples of Xuanyu sect noticed something unusual and wanted to get off the stage to help, but they were stopped by the people in charge of the venue. Chen Sun has gone insane. All unrelated personnel please evacuate immediately. The presiding elder announced in a solemn voice, and then activated the defensive formation, and an invisible wall quickly rose in the center of the venue. How is it possible? The disciples were so anxious that they were about to cry, their eyes were red, they grabbed the staff's collars and wanted to rush down regardless of any obstruction. He is our senior brother. How could the gentle, humble and approachable senior brother, who understands the ways of heaven and earth better than anyone else, be possessed by the devil? The other monks were also shocked and confused. Just when the venue was in chaos, a creepy laugh suddenly came from the stage. Ha 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 ha. That sound was like a death knell, striking the hearts of everyone present and making their souls tremble. The young man with short hair and red clothes covered his face, raised his head and laughed. His eyes were dark and had lost their former clarity. Crazy. He's crazy. This was the common thought of everyone present. Chen Sun bent down, picked up Lin Fan's sword, and walked step by step towards the direction where he fell, with a terrifying smile on his face. I can't see clearly, nothing can be seen clearly, it's all blood red. The sword dragged along the ground, making crisp metallic clanging sounds, just like the Grim Reaper dragging his scythe. Big brother. Wake up quickly, that's your junior brother. The disciples of Xuanyu sect were desperately pounding the barrier outside. Some of them had cried until their voices were hoarse and were squatting on the ground helplessly. It's useless. He is no longer your eldest senior brother. The demon leader, who had infiltrated the audience, licked his lips and gave a sarcastic look. If the senior elders intervened and the situation became difficult, they would immediately activate a higher-level formation. Chen Sun raised his sword, but no one could see his expression clearly. Some people couldn't bear to watch this tragic scene of fellow disciples killing each other, so they simply turned their heads away. Lin Fan was still unconscious, and no one could save him. The sword flashed and blood splattered everywhere. However, to everyone's surprise, the sword did not stab Lin Fan, but deflected in another direction. The sword energy directly penetrated the barrier and accurately cut off the head of a spectator. A head fell to the ground, but it was someone else's head. Before the demon leader died, he still had a smile on his face, as if his conspiracy had succeeded, and he had no idea how he died. The remaining hidden spies had horror on their faces, but the young man in the middle didn't look out of control at all. Chen Sun placed his hands on his face, tilted his head back and laughed dryly a few times. Then his voice slowly faded away. Finally, he put his hands down and snapped his fingers crisply. Surprise. It was a smiling face with eyes as dark as the abyss. Chapter 19, Shave Your Head? The kind that kills 100,000 people with one sword. The demon spies were instantly as frightened as if they had eaten fly shit. Are you an actor? The leader was dead, and the plan to sacrifice civilians was ruined. But these remnants were unwilling to accept this, as they received a message at the same time. If Plan 1 fails, execute Plan 2. So, under everyone's horrified gaze, those people drew their swords one by one and stabbed themselves in the chest without hesitation. Before they died, their faces were filled with fanaticism and madness. They spit out blood, and shouted in unison, "The devil will eventually come, welcome the return of our Lord." The blood of those dead people quickly dissipated in the air, turning into blood-colored mist, and gathered into strange runes, floating in the sky of Los Angeles. The rune became more and more solid, as if the sky was crawling with bloodworms, constantly wriggling and converging into a door with a huge eye. Oh no! They're going to use a blood sacrifice to open the door to the demon world. Someone in the crowd shouted in fear, pointing to the sky and shouting out. As crazy chants were heard from all over Los Angeles. The eye gradually became real from being vague, and finally it blinked and moved its eyeballs, and finally stopped, staring at the tiny human on the field. Chen Sun frowned. This pair of eyes seemed strangely familiar, making him feel a little irritated. It's like when you're out visiting relatives and you run into a naughty kid who keeps staring at you rudely. He casually swung his sword towards the sky, but the sword energy went straight through the door as if it was passing through the air. The big eyes blinked in fear, and when they found that they were fine, they narrowed their eyes playfully, as if mocking him. Ha ha ha, it's useless. Once the ceremony begins, it cannot be stopped. The remnants of the demon clan below laughed loudly at the sky, their faces full of piety and madness. Humph, Xiao Xiao from the demon clan, said the elder presiding over the VIP platform, with a serious look on his old face, as he led the rest of the human cultivators to rise on their swords and face the huge door. We humans can drive the demons into the demon world. If we allow you to linger, we can defeat you a second time. He leaned on his staff and shouted angrily, "Form a formation." Blue beams of light emanated from the densely packed spiritual swords and connected together to form a huge net, vowing to intercept the evil eye outside the sky. Finally, under everyone's watchful gaze, the door opened, the sky suddenly burst out with black air like a tide, greedily devouring all life it came into contact with. It was a demonic energy that was so dense that it was tangible. Behind the door was pitch black, and nothing could be seen clearly. The monks nervously sent their spiritual senses into the door, but all they received was endless darkness. Stop, what's going on? Where's the demon army? Wrong. A cultivator who had reached the divine transformation stage noticed something, his eyes widened in horror, his voice trembled, and he pointed towards the gate tremblingly. Then, at this time, everyone could see clearly that the vast black mass was actually all demons. Their deformed bodies, clad in armor, blocked out the sun and sky, their eyes filled with bloodthirsty madness. Thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of millions, crowded the small space. The leading demon grinned with the corners of his scarlet mouth, licked his lips greedily, looked at the beautiful mountains and rivers, and looked at humans with contempt, as if he were looking at a group of lambs. With a wave of its giant claws, it smashed the barrier built by tens of thousands of people as easily as breaking a piece of glass. The monks below felt a bone-chilling chill from the heels, and fear and despair quickly occupied everyone's chest. The gap in combat power is too big and the difference in numbers is obvious. How can we fight? Is the human race really going to be extinct? Someone wondered in despair. Kill. The moment the demon leader shouted this word, an overwhelming murderous aura quickly took over the battlefield. The monks on both sides immediately rushed towards each other, like two turbulent rivers about to collide. One can already foresee a scene of blood and hell on earth. At this moment, a calm voice suddenly sounded between heaven and earth, etc. The sound was not loud, but it was clear and powerful, as if it was infused with spiritual power, and could be heard by everyone who was crazy about killing. Just as the words came true, the two armies actually stopped in their tracks and looked at the owner of the voice. A red figure, stepping on a sword, hung between heaven and earth, its white robe fluttering in the wind. This person exuded a powerful aura, and both humans and demons were staring at this unknown young man. Shen Sun looked at the demon realm gate calmly from beginning to end. Then, he slowly spoke. "Hello, passing by." The next sentence stunned all the demons and humans present. "Excuse me, can you guys go back? After all, staying here pollutes the environment a bit." He looked at the flowers and plants that had withered due to the invasion of demonic energy, and felt a little disgusted with the demons. What an arrogant boy! The demons reacted, gritting their teeth, wishing they could peel off his skin and drink his blood, and rushed towards the figure frantically. Seeing that they didn't listen, Shen Sun sighed, made a gesture, and shouted, "Stab with a knife." In an instant, the sky and the earth roared, and the thick black demonic energy on the demon side became chaotic, as if it was afraid of something extremely terrifying. A black dot appeared in the distant sky, rushing towards them at the speed of thunder, and even the space made a groaning sound of explosion. Almost in an instant, the rusty black sword was in Shen Sun's hand, emitting an ancient and terrifying aura. The devil's sword Hong Che. Everyone was horrified. Hadn't the demon sword been silent for a long time? How could it appear here? And why would it recognize this unknown young man as its master? All the demons were also shocked and stood there in a daze. What they call my lord is the devil, and they can't understand why their boss would stand on the side of humans. We are ready to fight to the death. Why did your majesty surrender first? The boss is standing right in front of me, so should I join him in the rebellion? However, before the demons had time to kneel down collectively and shout, "Welcome our lord," Shen Sun swung his sword first. The sword cut horizontally, slashing directly towards the demon army. The nearby mountains were flattened by the sword energy, and a clear crack appeared in the clouds in the sky. The demons who were too tall had their heads chopped off, blood splattered everywhere, and the demons who were short had their hair chopped off, leaving them with bald heads that looked dazzling. On this day, the demon army finally remembered the fear of being collectively shaved. With one sword, the world becomes peaceful and the seas and rivers become clear. With one sword, everything is seen through, and mountains and rivers are transformed. Can we go back now? Chen Sun held the sword and smiled, revealing a row of big white teeth. His deep black eyes were even more terrifying than the depths of the demon abyss. You are simply the devil among devils. The demons trembled and slowly retreated, finally throwing away their weapons and armor and fleeing towards the gate at high speed. After all the demons had left, they didn't even forget to close the gate, putting up more than a dozen seals and locking it tightly. Oh my god, humans are so scary. Leaving behind several demon spies stunned, are the demons above so shameless? The monks finally reacted and quickly surrounded the remaining demons, beating and kicking them angrily. Chen Sun was flying in the air on his sword, his face expressionless. It's all coming to an end. Big brother, Lin Fan took a step forward and called out tentatively. He wasn't sure if this person was the familiar senior brother. After seeing Chen Sun's strength, the others did not dare to step forward. They could only draw their swords and look vigilantly at the red-robed monk in the air. After all, this is a demon from heaven, immortal and indestructible. If not handled properly, it will be a disaster. Even if this young man can remain sane now, who can guarantee what will happen in the future? This isn't a good place to talk. Chen Sun looked at the flags scattered all over the ground and was silent for a moment. Then he stepped on his sword and flew towards the demon suppression abyss. Those who want to kill me and those who want to say goodbye to me, come with me. Everyone looked at each other, each with their own thoughts, and followed on their swords. Chapter 20, a game that cannot be lost. Above the demon-suppressing abyss is the Cliff of Remorse. This is the tomb chosen by the eldest brother. Surrounded by evil spirits, birds and beasts could not move forward, and there was no one living. However, at this moment, human figures were floating beside the Sigwa cliff, surrounding this small cliff so tightly that no one could get through. The young man in red repelled the demon army, safeguarded the peace of the cultivation world for 100 years, and restored peace to the world. Now that he was going to die here, everyone didn't know what to say for a moment and could only watch Chen Sun leave in silence. The devil is immortal, and only by sealing him here can we truly restore peace to the world. Fatty, bring me a pot of wine, Chen Sun said loudly. How can we say goodbye without wine? A pot of general drunk flew into his hands. Hundreds of masters in the spirit transformation stage stood beside the cliff, silent and looking at the bright red figure, holding a pot of wine, sitting casually on the edge of the cliff. Chen Sun looked at the crowd and saw tears on the faces of his junior brothers and sisters from Xuanyu sect, so he smiled gently and raised his glass to them. Lin Fan, haven't you always wanted to beat me once? Among a group of disciples who were crying inconsolably, Lin Fan walked forward, clasping his fists solemnly, his eyes red. He couldn't accept that the hero who saved the world of cultivation had to sacrifice his own life. Big brother, Chen Sun threw a wineglass at him, interrupting him. I'll give you a chance to compete in drinking. The drunk one loses. Lin Fan suppressed the sadness in his heart, smiled bitterly, sat down and said nothing more. Good. He never drinks, but today, Lin Fan drank cup after cup as if it were plain water. I used to hope to surpass my senior brother and beat him one day, but I found that I could never catch up with him. How he wished now that he could pass out after just one drink, so that losing wouldn't matter. The mountain breeze blew across the cliff, lifting Chen Sun's red clothes and fluttering them on the edge of the cliff like two blood-red butterflies. Lin Fan had a strange premonition that without his senior brother, his life would be completely different. In that period of his life, he might soar to the sky, have many wives and concubines, or become king or emperor, but this kind of life is not what he wants. Like a robot, it is driven only by the obsession to become stronger. It is too lonely and too inhumane. In that life, if he met someone stronger than him, he would just go for it, get beaten to a pulp, and finally rely on the lives and property of the people around him to make up for it, and even think that this was his due. He always thought that the so-called Jianghu was just a competition of who had the bigger fist, but that day the eldest senior brother told him, the world of martial arts is not just about fighting and killing, it also involves human relationships and worldly wisdom. The fellow apprentices behind him, the master in the distance, the old mother at home, all need his protection, are willing to shed tears for him, bleed for him, and worry about him. This is Lin Fan's worldly wisdom. When a person has a weak spot, he is no longer strong. People become strong because they have weaknesses. Thinking of this, Lin Fan discovered that the wine jug was empty. Only then did he realize that the eldest brother had already stolen most of the wine, and this was a game he was destined not to lose. You win. Chen Sun smiled heartily, poured the wine into the sky, and his drunkenness faded away. A toast to the country. A toast to peace. So he turned over and fell into the abyss, carrying the last darkness of the world, sinking into the unknown depths. He kept smiling and disappeared in the dim light like a shadow. Lin Fan finished his last glass of wine and sighed, then he stood up and shouted towards the endless abyss, "Brother, you asked me last time what path I was practicing, and now I can answer. What I cultivate is the way of human relationship. Heaven is ruthless, but humans are emotional. With a sentient body, one defies heaven's will, and thus acts against heaven in order to achieve immortality." His thoughts became clear and he became an immortal in an instant. A guiding light was shed on this desolate land that had been dark for thousands of years. The future prosperity and peace will need to be protected by him, the new true immortal. Complete the mission. After becoming the world boss, be defeated by the protagonist. If I lose while drinking, how come I don't lose? After escaping from the small world, Chen Sun stretched himself and fell limply on the bed in the studio, lazily listening to the system's broadcast beside him. Mission completed. Overall rating is B. Chen Sun turned over and opened his phone, which was filled with a series of messages. He had long been accustomed to the ratings being neither high nor low, so he didn't care much, because the host has caused a huge psychological trauma to the demons. They have not set foot in the world of cultivation for 100 years. The protagonist Lin Fan lost all his harem and remained single for his entire life. He did not meet the system requirements, so his points were halved. That kid is really stubborn, isn't he? Chen Sun suddenly felt a toothache. It was too difficult to be a passerby. He could have ignored the small world, but unfortunately he met a group of silly little kids here. If he really allowed the demons to kill innocent people, they would probably be the first to go to the front line. Mission points can be earned again, but people in the small world only have one life, and once dead, they are dead. Chen Sun sighed and clicked on the fat man's voice message on his phone. Suddenly, he heard a sharp explosion in his ears, so he covered his ears. Brother Chen, I'm S. What followed was a red envelope of 1,000 points, which was claimed by Chen Sun in less than a second. Chen Sun's mood instantly improved. He copied a long string of words from the memo and sent it. Thank you, boss. You're so generous. You're as blessed as the beasts of the East Sea and as talented as the double happiness of the South Mountain. You gave birth to 10 sons, so he kept quiet, probably going to ask the world screenwriter for a promotion. Chen Sun curled the corners of his mouth and looked at his balance, feeling in a good mood. Unexpectedly, the final rating of the task from the villain system was S+, and the reward was 10,000 points. It seems that every system is more generous than the passerby system. Just when he was about to turn off his phone and enjoy his wonderful vacation, he received another message on his phone. The frame with the note sisterly jumped a little, and Chen Sun frowned, his inner uneasiness becoming more obvious. You won't ask him to work overtime again, will you? When I clicked on the voice message, a sinister mature female voice came from the phone, which was as poisonous as a scorpion and could cause people to be irritated. Xiao Chen, Bichen got a promotion. Let's have dinner together this afternoon to celebrate. Sisterly is the supervisory administrator, responsible for supervising these system executors. This woman, whose mind is filled with career and ambition, has a lot of complaints about Chen Sun being stuck at level B. Xiao Sanzi and Qi Biqing will come together. Chen Sun swallowed his saliva, feeling as if he was being stared at by a snake, and suspected that this was a Hongmen banquet. He completely forgot how he walked out of the door in a daze, how he sat down at the dining table, and how he responded to the enthusiastic greetings from several friends. In a trance, I sat down at the dining table. Damn, is it great that the props can be used to fulfill the words? Seeing him comply, Sisterly beamed with laughter, proudly waving the blueprint in her hand. Her golden earrings dangling. Fatty and Song Sanqing sat beside her, not daring to utter a word. The fact was just as Chen Sun expected. That vicious woman actually ordered a table full of seafood. The dishes are full of Cthulhu flavor, including braised octopus, stir-fried squid shreds, and cold mixed fish eyes, with sucker tentacles everywhere. Chen Sun had an expressionless face. He raised his chopsticks, hesitated for a long time, and then put them down. He really can't accept food with tentacles. Xiao Chen, eat. Li Shiqing supported her chin, squinted her eyes and smiled, like a hunter seeing its prey. How can we complete the mission if we don't eat more? So Chen Sun gave up struggling, looked into her eyes, and asked, Sisterly, what's the matter? Little Chen is still straightforward, she said with a smile, pushing a small world file in front of Chen Sun. Work overtime. Chapter 21, being mistaken for an NPC because of his fierce appearance. It hurts. As soon as Chensun entered this world, he felt a sharp pain all over his body and his skin was burning up. He touched his arm and it hurt so much, as if it were being cut by a knife. The fingers felt an uneven texture, as if they were touching a foreign object. He looked down and saw that his arm was covered with thick stitches. In some places, the flesh had grown back, while in others, scabs still formed. Looking up along the suture lines, the torso, legs, and even the corners of the mouth are all sewn with rough black lines, which makes one's scalp tingle like a strange rune, accompanying the movement of his limbs. It gave him an awkward feeling. Chen Shuinyan lay on the white sheets, rummaging through the items on the bedside table, breathing heavily, feeling that if he didn't do something, he would die in pain. Medicine, painkillers. He searched through all the boxes and drawers but found nothing. The original owner didn't even leave a piece of cold medicine. It was a miracle that he was still alive. Ding. Detected that the host's body functions are affected by the original world. It is recommended that the host purchase Red Moon brand painkillers. Red Moon pain relief tablets, only $988 for a box. Just $988 and you can take it home. Guaranteed to relieve major and minor pains, including menstrual pain. After taking a box, all body aches will be gone. System produced, must be high quality. Friendly reminder, the second box is half price. Ring and equal to ring and equal to. MD is raising the price, right? He took a deep breath, not caring about the pain at this moment, and shouted with his eyes closed, "Buy." Ding. Already purchased for the host. Just as he finished speaking, there was a knock on the door, slowly and unhurriedly, like an emotionless machine, and then a small cardboard box was stuffed in from the crack of the door. Chinsun panted and slowly moved towards the door. He picked up the box of red-wrapped pills and felt a pain at the corner of his mouth. The medicine box said Red Moon pain reliever tablets, but did not specify the dosage, so he grabbed a handful and swallowed it all with tap water. The effect is immediate. He felt much more relaxed and no longer felt any pain. He fell onto the bed, and a taste of rust instantly filled his mouth. I don't know if it's the smell of pills or the smell of tap water. He smacked his lips, swallowed the strange fishy smell, sat up calmly, and observed his surroundings. This seems to be an apartment room, which is kept relatively clean. There are dark red stains on the floor, and I don't know what liquid has flowed there. The curtains were drawn tightly. There was a mirror on the wall near the door, an LCD TV on the wall opposite the bed, and a refrigerator in the kitchen in the compartment. He looked in the mirror, and saw a depressed-looking black-haired young man with deep dark eyes and a few cross-shaped lines sewn at the corners of his mouth. His face was full of "I'm not someone to be trifled with" expression. It was as if he was more of a monster than a human. What is this mission? I don't know if it's because of the medicine, but he is not afraid of this unfamiliar environment. He asked while rummaging through the items on the bedside table. In the horror world, help the protagonist Zheng Yi successfully complete this dungeon. This is a copy of the horror world, called Scarlet Apartment. Several players came to the interior of the apartment through live broadcast. As long as they spend 7 nights, they can successfully pass the level. The so-called horror live broadcast is a function that the copy actively provides to players, allowing outside audiences to see the internal situation. When the copy ends, rewards will be given based on the viewer traffic and tips. Logically speaking, the protagonist of this horror world either has a golden finger to beat the weirdness, or has an extremely smart brain. Zhang Yi, relying on his S-level dungeon talent, started by giving the ghosts a slap in the face. The more he acted recklessly, the stronger he became. He became a top figure in horror live streaming and garnered a lot of attention, but as luck would have it, due to a world glitch, all players in this small copy of Scarlet Apartment lost their innate abilities and returned to the pre-liberation era overnight. Logically speaking, even without cheats, you can still complete the dungeon mission by relying on decryption. However, the players' brains have long been damaged by various cheat codes, and they suddenly become ordinary people who are powerless and cannot pass the level at all, so they need help from outside the world. Thinking of this, Chinsun paused. He touched a notebook with a red cover, and the words Chinsun were neatly written on the title page. It should be the notes carried by the original owner of this body. He flipped through a few pages and closed it because the system's voice suddenly rang in his ears. The voice does not belong to the Zhutian passerby system, but to the live broadcast system of this small world itself. Thriller live broadcast has started. Number of people online, 6. Is anyone there? There aren't many people. In the newbies live stream room? Of course, everyone's gone to the next room to watch Shishin's operations. Newbie, come on, don't die on the first level. Holy crap, who is this new guy? He looks so scary. Oh my god, these days, even weirdos have learned to livestream? Oh my god times 99. Seeing Chen Sun's arms full of needlework, his dark and emotionless eyes, and his inhuman and terrifying attire, the live broadcast room quickly exploded, and the number of viewers continued to soar, directly breaking through 1,000 plus. Chen Sun was a little curious. He looked up at the subtitles floating in the air, stretched out his hand hesitantly, and when he found that he couldn't touch it, he greeted. Hello? The live broadcast room was silent for a moment, and then quickly exploded. Oh my god, he is so cute. It's not impossible to ignore the stitches at the corners of the mouth. Hee, slurp slurp. The person above cannot, at least shouldn't, he's weird, standing against humanity. Do you have any brains? So, let me go first. Chen Sun ignored the arguments of his followers, and there was no need to explain that he was just a human. He simply lowered his head and flipped open the diary. Inside, the scarlet handwriting was very eye-catching. What is the host looking at? It's all red, I can't see clearly, it looks like ghostly scribbles. Is that some weird writing? From next door, there doesn't seem to be a diary in Yishin's room. There is only a residence agreement. This should be Mr. Ghost's own belongings. The number of people in the live broadcast room continued to soar, instantly reaching the first place on the newcomer list, and the viewers also started discussing it. Zhang Yi, who lived next door to Chen Sun, was studying the bloody apartment residence convention posted on the door. The white paper looked like a funeral notice, with bright red writing on it, as if it had been newly written. Point 1. You are not allowed to leave the room after 10 p.m. Point 2. You can watch TV, but don't disturb the people around you. Point 3. You cannot look in the mirror when the light is on. Point 4. All food in the kitchen refrigerator can be eaten, but raw meat must be processed by residents. Point 5. You can drink the water from the tap directly, and you can also drink the water from the water dispenser. A water carrier will deliver clean water every day. Point 6. Please keep your room clean, otherwise the cleaning lady will come to your door. This is strange. Why is the host in the mood to study the rules today? Why don't you take us to punch the female ghost and kick the evil spirit? I think that weird little brother in the next live broadcast room is pretty good. Streamer, go get rid of him. How can you break the rules if you don't study them? Zhang Yi smiled wickedly, his back to the camera facing away, his expression unfathomable. Yishin is right, the above person is too impatient. You're right, but rules are meant to be broken. Yishin is so handsome. He smiled on the surface, but he was actually feeling miserable. As soon as he arrived at the dungeon, he was told that his golden finger was gone, and now, in order to maintain popularity and not lose fans, he has to pretend to be very awesome. If he encounters something weird, he will be like a lamb to be manipulated. Guai can livestream? He caught the keywords from the barrage. Those who can livestream are all players. Could it be that someone is deliberately putting on makeup to attract attention and traffic? Thinking of this, Zhang Yi seemed to know the answer, and the corners of his mouth curled up in satisfaction. In this case, even if he loses the golden finger, he can continue to slap weird. Chapter 22, Love Well Diary. Filled with blood. I had meat for lunch today, which made her angry, so I got beaten up. It hurts so much, my whole body hurts, but she really loved me and helped me sew up the broken part. She said sorry to me. Although it still hurt, I was very happy. My tears started to flow. Was it because of the burning sensation of the needle? She told me that these were tears of emotion, tears of love, and that they would pass if I just endured. She is smiling. Is this what love feels like? Every cell in my body is vibrating, they all feel it. Yes, this is love. Today my mother hugged me and cried. She kept saying sorry. I didn't know why she was crying. I just felt a little cold and sleepy. She always told me to love others well. I am very obedient and I will pass on her deep love to the world. After reading the diary filled with the word love written in bright red, Chen Sun felt a little stuffy in his chest, so he covered his chest with his hands and gasped for breath. He suddenly felt an inexplicable emotion, which was the remaining emotion from the original owner. His heart beat wildly, as if it was about to burst out of his chest. He felt a little annoyed. Those bright red words were jumping in front of his eyes, very dazzling, as if they were mocking Chen Sun. He really wanted to destroy something, or chop something, anything. Then his eyes moved to the needle and thread in the cabinet. His left hand trembled and moved over there involuntarily, touching the cold needle. Chen Sun shuddered as he felt a cold sensation at his fingertips. He tightly grasped his left hand with his right hand, took a few quick breaths, and regained his composure. I can't continue to hurt myself. System, take out the knife. Okay, oh, ding. The props have been taken out for the host, name knife, grade, world-destroying grade, introduction. A magic sword from the world of fairy sword has changed to adapt to modern society, transforming into a different shape and hiding in a dark kitchen, continuing to accompany its master. Following the system prompts, Chen Sun groped his way to the dark kitchen. Hanging on the chopping board was a rusty kitchen knife. 1 cut causes tetanus, 2 cuts cause death. He gripped the hilt of the knife with his left hand, and inexplicably felt much more at ease, and the irritability suddenly disappeared. Ding. Your express delivery has been signed for. The audience in the horror live broadcast room only saw the host put down the book, walk straight to the kitchen, take out an old kitchen knife covered with red rust, and reveal a terrifying smile. A mouthful of big white teeth looked particularly strange under the dim light. Oh my god, he's not going to kill anyone, is he? Help, this is so scary. Go tell Yishin next door not to come over. Look, Mr. Ghost opened the refrigerator door. What is he going to do? Chen Sun felt a little hungry and wanted to find something to eat in the refrigerator. As soon as he opened the refrigerator door, a pair of bloody eyes fell down and stared at him face to face, suspended by 2 thin strings. The eyeball dangled in the air, and the blood vessels at the end squirmed like tentacles, dripping blood. The air seemed to be still. The people in the live broadcast room were silent for a while, and the atmosphere was instantly ignited, with countless barrages of comments coming out one after another. WC, open the door and kill. Ah, it's nighttime now and I'm alone in my room. Help, I'm opening the refrigerator. When the pair of eyeballs saw Chen Sun, they were filled with fear as if they had seen a ghost. They bounced around in the refrigerator like glass beads. Chen Sun felt a little uneasy, not knowing who was afraid of whom. After they hit a piece of bright red meat, the meat moved in disgust and directly ejected the eyeballs. An eyeball seemed to have given up on escaping and shot straight towards Chen Sun, heading straight for his face. He reacted quickly and quickly moved his body to the left, trying to avoid the attack of that thing. However, the eyeball spun rapidly in the air, bounced onto the wall, and unexpectedly changed its direction, attacking Chen Sun's left eye again. He reached out and grabbed the eyeball. The strange tentacle-like blood vessels climbed along his wrist towards his left eye, trying to drill into his eye socket. With a little force from his fingers, Chen Sun crushed the eyeball, and his hands were covered with white juice. The bright red blood vessels stopped moving and drooped in his hand. Lifeless. He raised his head and looked into the other eye with his calm, dark eyes. Seeing its companion's fate, the creature immediately calmed down and stopped jumping around. It hid at the top of the refrigerator, trying its best to hide inside, shivering. It was visibly scared. So Chen Sun ignored it and took out the tray of meat from the refrigerator. He smelled it and thought it was fresh, so he took it to the kitchen and prepared to light a fire to cook. Am I seeing this right? That piece of meat is moving. The host isn't really going to eat this, is he? Even though the residence agreement says it's okay, it's still scary. The above person said, meat moves naturally. Fresh pork, mutton, and beef, the neurons are still reflexing, so of course they can move. The above person is talking nonsense. How can meat that has been in the refrigerator for so long still have nerve reflexes? Zhang Yi, who was in the next room, happened to be standing in the kitchen, about to open the refrigerator. The rules say that meat in the freezer can be eaten, but it must be processed by residents. Zhang Yi wasn't sure whether, as a player, he could be considered a resident of this apartment. Through the comments in the live broadcast room, he learned that the player next door named Chen Sun had found a plate of meat in the refrigerator and was preparing to cook. It is impossible to stay here for 7 days without eating anything. The copy will definitely provide a way to obtain food. Thinking of this, he opened the refrigerator and suddenly stopped breathing after seeing the contents inside. There was a human head in the refrigerator. Dark red blood flowed from the 2 black eye sockets, and the blood clot at the base of the head had been frozen into a solid state, mixed with messy hair. The head was staring straight at him, making Zhang Yi dare not even breathe. He felt extremely miserable and quickly closed the refrigerator. Oh my god, I'm so scared. Why are the contents of the refrigerator different? What are you still standing there for, Yishin? Go up and blow his head off. What happened to the anchor recently? Why is his condition so bad? Yabao must not have gotten enough rest. After playing the dungeon for such a long time, it's inevitable that he's nervous. Does anyone above have any empathy? It's boring, I'm backing off. Zhang Yi's mouth twitched. He wanted to go up and punch the man to pieces, but his ability didn't allow it. All fear comes from insufficient firepower. Seeing the popularity of his live broadcast room plummet, he gritted his teeth and opened the refrigerator again for the live broadcast effect. The head was still facing him, motionless, staring with empty eyes, and the tongue in its mouth had fallen out. Only then did Zhang Yi realize that there seemed to be a piece of white paper in its mouth, stained with black blood, with a corner slightly exposed. He suppressed his nausea, pried open the head's mouth, and slowly twisted the note out with his hands. His hands were covered in sticky liquid, but he didn't care about being polite. He propped the note on the table and slowly smoothed it out. On the white paper, written in black and red font, the following words were written in very sloppy handwriting: "They're all fake. The residence conventions are all fake. We were all scammed. We are not residents." Chapter 23, Thriller live broadcast on the tip of the tongue. Was this something left behind by a previous player? Zhang Yi was startled, staring blankly at the note. What does it mean? If players are not residents, then what are they? For a moment, he didn't know whether to believe the residence convention or this strange note, but he couldn't care less about that now. His hands were sticky with blood from the head, and Zhang Yi desperately wanted to find some water to wash them off. He turned on the faucet, and felt a cool and slippery feeling on his fingertips. The rushing water made him relax. However, before he could completely relax, Zhang Yi discovered something even stranger. The sticky feeling on his fingers hadn't disappeared. Instead, it had become even more slippery. Zhang Yi's eyes widened. He slowly caught a handful of water with his hands and brought it close to his nose to smell it. This water smells like blood. He hurriedly shook off the sticky water on his hands, took a step back, and filled a small basin in the kitchen with it. The water inside was a light red and swayed in the basin like diluted plasma. Rule number 5 states, water from the tap can be drunk directly, but it's clear there's something wrong with the water. So, as the note says, the rules in the convention are all fake. Zhang Yi was a little panicked. When he had the golden finger before, he had never studied these rules and regulations. He was always the one who deliberately caused trouble, and now that it is a matter of life and death, he doesn't know how to judge whether the rules are true or false. If he continues like this, he will only die. Seeing Zhang Yi so uneasy, the audience in the live broadcast room also became dissatisfied. How much fun it was to watch his live broadcast before, but now it was so frustrating. Hey, isn't this Xishen? I haven't seen you for a few days. You look so rubbish now? What the hell? I might as well go next door and see the weird guy. At this moment, he suddenly had an idea. Since he was not the only player participating in the dungeon, he could rely on other players to test the correctness of the rules. Zhang Yi's first thought was the player next door who was playing tricks. Perhaps he could use that person to test the conventions one by one. Even if we take a step back and say that person is unlucky and breaks the rules and is killed mysteriously, that would just tear off his disguise and allow the traffic to flow back to him. Thinking of this, Zhang Yi made up his mind. He looked at the clock on the wall. It was exactly 8 o'clock in the evening, and there was still some time before 10 o'clock. So he pretended to be calm, slowly turned the doorknob, and walked towards the next room. 301, is it coming? Is the anchor going to challenge the weirdness next door? Exciting. The corridor outside the room was pitch black and nothing could be seen clearly. The deep part of the corridor was shrouded in fog. Going deeper, it seemed as if the whole person would fall into chaos and madness. Zhang Yi sensed a malicious gaze coming from the peephole of the door opposite him, and he couldn't help but shudder. Some creatures lurking in the dark, sensing that some living creatures had walked out, began to stir, making rustling sounds. But they seemed to be afraid of the light in the room and did not dare to come close. This made Zhang Yi breathe a sigh of relief. He turned around and knocked on the door of room 301. Hello, I'm the player in the next room. I want to talk to you. The room he lives in is 302, which is next to 301 where Chin Sun lives. According to the people in the live broadcast room, the neighbor in another room 303 is a female player who seems to be quite capable. There was no response from the room for a long while. Zhang Yi frowned and tried turning the doorknob. Surprisingly, the door was not locked. Zhang Yi opened the door effortlessly and was stunned for a moment. The layout of the room was similar to his, except that there were dark red stains on the floor and a diary with a dark red cover on the table. There was no one in the living room. He frowned and looked towards the kitchen. What a shocking sight! Inside the half-open kitchen door, I saw a young man with sutures all over his arms chopping something with a kitchen knife. Looking at the blood splattered on his face, Zhang Yi had every reason to suspect that this guy was hacking someone. Zhang Yi didn't dare to breathe, his head covered with beads of sweat. He moved carefully towards the door step by step. Are you kidding? If you don't run away now, are you waiting for someone to collect your body? The man seemed to notice Zhang Yi's gaze and suddenly turned around. His eyes were like the abyss, dark, indifferent, rational, and emotionless. The air seemed to stand still, and Zhang Yi felt his heart stop. Ah! Chen Sun looked at the bloody kitchen knife in his hand and felt it was indeed a bit scary, so he wiped the blood off his face and forced out a kind smile. Sorry, I was busy cooking and didn't see you come in. It would be fine if he didn't smile, but when he grinned, revealing his big white teeth, he looked more like a murderer with a ferocious expression. Zhang Yi was so frightened that his legs went limp. He no longer cared about his manners and rushed to the door like a fly, returning to his room in no time. He locked the door and collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath, his back covered in cold sweat. Oh my god, if he doesn't run away, he's going to become that weird meal. On the other side, Chen Sun stood there in a daze, not reacting for a long time. His live broadcast room exploded again. Host, what just flew over? Ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter. Chopping vegetables led to a tragedy. Zhang Yi, please call me a wandering god, thank you. Chen Sun was helpless. Who knew that this water-injected beef actually had blood in it? It burst when it was cut, and blood was everywhere, even scaring away the neighbors who came to visit. The piece of meat was finally tamed. Chen Sun brought it to the pot with satisfaction and lit the gas. The oil in the pot sizzles when it gets hot, and the whole plate of meat is poured in. A puff of white smoke comes out. Sprinkle some chopped green onions and cooking wine, and stir a few times with a spatula. The bright red meat immediately turns golden yellow. Everything was so ordinary, and he felt strangely at ease, as if this place itself was his home and there was nothing to be afraid of in his own home. About the incident where I watched a food anime in the horror live broadcast room, a strange world on the tip of your tongue. Look, I'm hungry, so I'm going to eat instant noodles. Finally, Chen Xuanqing brought out the dish, looked at the black, unidentified object on the plate, poked it with his chopsticks, and fell into deep thought. The lump of flesh seemed to let out its final wail, then fell into the ashes, never to move again. The live broadcast room was also collectively silent, and there was not a single comment for a long time. Failed, the meat stuck to the pan. It's okay, Anchor. It's not shameful not to be able to cook. It's hard to hold back laughter in the middle of the night. Suddenly, the instant noodles in my hand smelled delicious again. The food was burnt and Chen Sun was a little discouraged as he didn't know if it was still edible. At this moment, he suddenly remembered the frightened neighbor and felt that he should comfort his wounded heart, so he cheered himself up and went out with the dishes. You can let your neighbors taste it, don't waste it. However, at this moment, the clock on the wall was pointing to 10 o'clock. All the weird creatures in the corridor became active, humming and rustling. When they saw a door open, they all licked their tongues greedily, ready to rush over and eat that person clean. They squirmed frantically and rushed towards the human outside the door like a tide, but when they found that the person coming was Chen Sun, they immediately slammed on the brakes. Chen Sun glanced around calmly and felt that the cleaning lady might have been a little lazy recently and left some dirt uncleaned. I should clean it up when I have time later, he thought. Then the monsters retreated like the receding tide, shivering in the dark corners, not daring to move. Oh my god, the one who went out was a big shot from the weird world. Chapter 24, When Happiness Knocks on the Door. Chen Sun knocked on the door of room 302, and the knock, knock, knock sound echoed in the long corridor. Hello, I'm a resident of 301. I accidentally scared you today. To express my apology, please try the food I cooked. He suddenly felt someone watching him from behind, so he turned around and glanced at the room behind him. With just one glance, the cat's eye glass in that room was instantly shattered into pieces. The feeling of being stared at with malicious intent disappeared in an instant. He turned around and continued to wait quietly for a response. The strange creatures in the corridor also huddled together, waiting for him to leave. Inside the door, Zhang Yi was gasping for breath, his chest heaving violently, his back covered in cold sweat. It's already 10 o'clock. Being able to move around outside is weird. Only a fool would open the door. So he shouted, put it at the door, I'll get it myself. The person outside the door paused for a moment, didn't say anything else, and seemed to have left. The footsteps in the corridor gradually faded away. Hearing the sound of the door next door opening and closing, Zhang Yi breathed a long sigh of relief. There was a rustling sound outside the house, like insects laughing. He put his eyes to the cat's eye, trying to see if the man had really left, but all he saw was red and he couldn't see anything clearly. No. The cat's eye is not broken. His heart tightened, and he pressed against the door, feeling a slight vibration. From the other side of the door came the sound of dripping water, like a monster drooling uncontrollably. Something was peeping at him through the peephole. Zhang Yi was sweating profusely as he quickly moved away from the room. He frantically piled all the chairs and tables in front of the door. Suddenly, a series of violent bang 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 noises could be heard outside the room. After a long while, there seemed to be no movement outside the door. The thing sneered and left. Zhang Yi finally collapsed onto the bed, completely exhausted. A large wet spot immediately appeared on the clean white sheets, soaked with his sweat. Rule 1 states you are not allowed to leave the room after 10 o'clock in the evening. For players, after 10 o'clock is the time when monsters are active, and going out will lead to death. So this rule is correct. He immediately got a headache. There were right and wrong parts in these conventions, and now even the words on the note could not be trusted. Thinking back to when he had rushed out the door so hastily, he felt a pang of fear. If the first rule was false and the curfew was a little earlier, he would be dead. Zhang Yi now desperately wanted to contact a real human being so that he could have a reference. Now the only person he could contact was the woman in room 303 next door. He hoped that she was still alive. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. On the other side, a girl named Zhou Xiaoqiao was looking at the residence convention on the door with trembling eyes, and the pen in her hand fell to the ground. How could it be possible? She bit her nails nervously, slowly bent down and picked up the pen on the ground. This is the prop she carries with her, called Pen Fairy, which can judge the truth or falsity of an event. It will draw a check mark on the correct information and a cross on the incorrect information. Although she had lost her innate ability, she was still confident that she could pass the dungeon with this item. But now, every item on the residence agreement has a red cross marked on it, even the note found in the refrigerator. 1. You are not allowed to leave the room after 10 p.m. 2. You can watch TV, but don't disturb the people around you. 3. You cannot look in the mirror when the light is on. 4. All food in the kitchen refrigerator can be eaten, but raw meat must be processed by residents. 5. You can boil the water from the tap and drink it. You can also drink the water from the water dispenser. A water carrier will deliver clean water every day. 6. Please keep your room clean, otherwise the cleaning lady will come to your door, plus a note with red font, which provides additional information. 7. Residence conventions are all fake. All the information that can be collected so far is wrong. What does it mean? Is the residence covenant real or fake? Who should we trust? Zhou Xiaoqiao took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. She wrote down the information one by one on the note with a pen and then thought for a while. Then, she circled the words after 10 o'clock in the first item, all can be eaten in the fourth item, and tap water in the fifth item. She listened carefully to the sounds outside the house and found that the monster knocked on the door at around 10:30. In other words, the first information was correct but not completely correct. You can go out after 10 o'clock, but not after 10:30. By the same token, we can infer that every residence convention is half true and half false, and the words on the note are too absolute, so they are judged as wrong. 4th, not all food in the refrigerator is edible, such as the terrifying human head, but the meat does need to be processed by residents because it is raw meat. 5th, the water from the tap contains blood, so it cannot be drunk, but the water from the water dispenser is fine, and a water delivery worker actually knocked on the door today. Each one has half of the wrong information. Pen Fairy cannot make an accurate judgment and will mark all of them with a cross. Thinking of this, Zhou Xiaoqiao let out a breath and felt relieved. Since the props are still valid, the rules are traceable, and she can verify these rules by taking advantage of other players. In this regard, she thought exactly the same as Zhang Yi. It was late at night. Zhang Yi turned off the lights and lay on the bed with his eyes wide open, unable to fall asleep. He turned over and faced the mirror beside the bed. Looking at his pale face, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat and suddenly remembered Article 3 of the Covenant. You can't look in the mirror when the light is on. He could only close his eyes and comfort himself that it was time to turn off the lights and it was okay. After calming down and opening his eyes again, Zhang Yi was stunned and placed eye on the mirror. Two pale arms suddenly appeared under his bed, but in the blink of an eye, the two arms disappeared again. He sat up in fear, swallowed, mustered up his courage, slowly bent down and lowered his head to look under the dark bed. It seems like nothing is happening. At this moment, something strange happened. Two hands stretched out from under the bed, tightly grasped Zhang Yi's throat, and dragged him under the bed. Zhang Yi's throat was being strangled, and he couldn't speak. He could only hold on to the floor with his hands, and his forehead was throbbing with bruises as he fought against the two hands. Oh my god, the screen is struck by lightning. What happened to Yishin? He used to be able to kill people in one move, but now he is so weak. The above person, please stop talking nonsense. My Yebo was attacked. This is weird and unethical. Come on, Yebo. He was feeling extremely aggrieved right now. In the past, this kind of weird creature could be crushed to death with ease, but now he was in such a mess. The cunning hand seemed to know what Zhang Yi was thinking. It tightened its grip around his neck, exerted force, and slammed him hard onto the floor. Zhang Yi was caught off guard by the blow and slammed his head against the ground, making a loud bang sound that shook the entire building. The cunning hand kept hitting him again and again. The sound of dong 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 continued to ring out, making Zhang Yi see stars. At this moment, an old lady's yelling and cursing suddenly came from outside the window. The one upstairs. Can't you let me sleep? Keep your voice down. Do you hear me? Zhang Yi? It seems that the noise was too loud and woke up the weirdo downstairs, who became furious. However, the scolding did work. The trick hand instantly calmed down, finally bumping Zhang Yi's head before retreating back under the bed. Chapter 25. I came out and I went in again. Chen Sun was next door and was also woken up by the collision. He sat up with dark circles under his eyes and an expressionless face. Are young people nowadays so energetic? Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he inadvertently glanced at the mirror beside the bed. There were two pale arms under the bed. When they noticed Chen Sun looking at them, they trembled in panic, and then made a heart shape with my hands. Big boss, please continue sleeping. Omega, we will keep quiet. Chen Sun. Seeing Chen Sun still staring at them intently, the two tricky hands became anxious and changed their positions again. Then, they waved their flower hands. Chen Sun suddenly wasn't sleepy anymore. He read more and more excitedly, his pair of black eyes sparkling. The strange hand was in great pain. Being stared at by a powerful monster was just like being targeted by a lion or tiger. Are you moved? Not really. So their flower hands waved even more happily. Finally, Chen Sun got tired of watching, yawned, and fell asleep. The two strange hands finally stopped exhausted and crawled back under the bed, not forgetting to carefully cover the boss with a quilt. That night, Zhou Qiaoqiao and Zhang Yi each had their own concerns and could not sleep that night. Chen Sun slept soundly. The next morning, Zhou Qiaoqiao stared at the huge dark circles under her eyes and knocked on Zhang Yi's door. Hello, I'm a resident of 303 next door. I'd like to discuss the residence convention with you. Zhou Qiaoqiao stated all her theories, while Zhang Yi shared the intelligence he had obtained last night. You can't turn off the lights and look in the mirror. The two fell into deep thought, unable to determine all the rules. There was a murderer living next door, and if they broke the rules they would die. So this copy was too dangerous. Although Zhang Yi violated the convention last night, his life was not in danger and he only received some minor punishments. This proves that violating certain rules will not directly lead to the death of the player. They still have the opportunity to trial and error. Currently, Articles 1, 3, 4, and 5 of the convention have been clarified, and only Articles 2 and 6 remain to be confirmed. So they all looked at the TV in the room at the same time. There was a disc under the table with a note on it that said, "Must watch within 7 days," as if waiting for someone to turn it on. The answer: you can't watch TV and you can't disturb the people around you, or you have to finish watching the movie and the people around you have to hear the sound. Which half of the information is correct? From a rational point of view, Zhou Qiaoqiao is of course more inclined to the former. However, the rules of the horror world cannot be viewed with human common sense. The consequence of not watching the film may be a fatal punishment on the 7th day. It is always safer to try it together than alone. Zhou Qiaoqiao decided to watch the video and unplug the power supply if any danger occurred. So she turned on the TV and put the disc into the player slot. This is an old horror film that tells the story of a woman in white who was murdered and thrown into an ancient well, then turned into a vicious ghost and began to seek revenge. The number of viewers in there live broadcast room suddenly increased, and they gathered together to discuss the plot of the movie. Isn't this a replica of Sadako? Will that female ghost crawl out of the TV and eat people? What you fear will come true. When the movie was halfway through, the female ghost in the movie suddenly grinned and laughed strangely, and her bloody face became more and more vivid. She stuck her head out of the TV. Seeing that the situation was not good, Zhou Qiaoqiao immediately shouted anxiously, "Quickly unplug the power." Zhang Yi, who was standing by, immediately took action and hurriedly pulled out the power plug. The movie screen went black with a click. The female ghost disappeared and the two men breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, strange laughter rang out again in the room. Zhou Qiaoqiao turned around in horror and found that the female ghost had appeared in the mirror beside the bed. Most of her body was already stretched out. Zhang Yi frantically pulled out various talismans from his pocket and threw them at the mirror. When the talismans hit the female ghost, they exploded like fireworks. The killing power was not strong, but he had too many props, and the female ghost was unable to defend herself. Finally, she became angry and stretched out her claws to pounce on his face. "Turn on the light." Zhou Qiaoqiao shouted and stabbed her eyes with the Yi Pen fairy. The female ghost screamed and retracted her hand under the light. The mirror couldn't reflect the strangeness. In the end, the ghost could only stare at them with a sly look before disappearing unwillingly. The two men finally let out a long breath and collapsed to the ground. Still in shock, the second rule was also clarified. You were not allowed to watch TV. What they didn't know was that in the next room, 301, Shen Sun had just turned on the TV. After all, sitting there was too boring, so he wanted to watch a movie to kill time. Then Shen Sun saw a female ghost with bloodshot eyes and an aggrieved look on her face, her head sticking out of the well. Oh my god, this female ghost ran here. Anchor, be careful, she can crawl out of the mirror. The female ghost stuck her upper body out of the TV, tears and blood flowing from her eyes. Looking extremely terrifying, she cried to Chen Sun like a bullied child, waving her arms and blaming the two bastards next door. Unfortunately, Chen Sun didn't understand. He looked at the blood all over her body and the moss and dust on her head, and felt that if he really let her out, she might dirty the room and he would have to clean it up. So he decisively moved the mirror. Then he decisively put the mirror against the TV. The strange head that had just stretched out was instantly stuffed back into the mirror. A female ghost? I'm out, and I'm in again. The live broadcast room was filled with oh my god. No one could have imagined such a bold move. Seeing her so sad, Chen Sun felt a little guilty and could only comfort her. It's not that I don't welcome you. Why don't you go take a shower first and come back? The female ghost in white cried even more sadly. Her eyes were filled with tears and blood, and she jumped directly into the ancient well and never emerged again. Awesome, the female ghost was pissed off. Is this the power of straight men? Mr. Ghost, please wash up before coming back. Mr. Ghost, female ghost, woo woo woo, I'm not clean anymore. Since he couldn't watch the movie, Shen Sun could only sigh and turn off the TV. He stretched his cervical vertebrae and suddenly remembered that the passerby system had been busy for a long time because of the horror live broadcast. If two systems appear in the same world, the voice of the local system will be broadcast first, but there are too many people in his live broadcast room, which squeezes out the signal of the passerby system. This resulted in no one reminding him to complete the task, and he didn't know the progress of the main storyline. Shen Sun felt that it was necessary for him to go and talk to his two next door neighbors. So he picked up the rusty kitchen knife, put on a kind smile, and knocked on the door of 302. Chapter 26, This is Unreasonable Who? Hearing the knock on the door, Zhang Yi tensed up, exchanged glances with Zhou Qiaoqiao, and peered out through the doorway. Outside stood his amiable neighbor, his body covered in stitches, as if his head, limbs, and torso had been separated and then sewn together with needle and thread. The man squinted his eyes and smiled, revealing a row of shiny teeth. Black lines appeared at the corners of his mouth, making the smile look even more weird. Hello, I'm your neighbor. I see last night's food is still sitting at the door, untouched. Is there something wrong with it? How should he respond? He should just say, your cooking looks like it could kill an elephant. That's asking for trouble. What if you answer, no, the food you cooked is delicious, I just forgot to take it away, and the other person directly asks to come in and watch you eat it? Zhang Yi felt like his heart was about to jump out of his chest. His face was covered in cold sweat and he looked at Zhou Qiaoqiao for help. Zhou Qiaoqiao's palms were sweating as she quickly wrote a few words on a piece of paper and held it open for Zhang Yi to read. Oh, I forgot. But the food has gone cold after being left out overnight. I appreciate your kindness. How about we try it another day? There was silence outside the door for a long time, so long that it felt like a century to Zhang Yi. The sound of his heartbeat was clearly audible. Chen Sun felt a little regretful, thinking it was unethical to let people eat cold food, so he said, okay then. He turned the handle of the kitchen knife and turned to leave. The two of them immediately breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, the door of 304, which had been closed in the corridor, suddenly opened with a creak. Chen Sun stopped and looked across in confusion. A short little girl walked out of the door. She looked thin and small, with some corpse spots on her arms and face. Her eyes were unfocused. She grabbed Shen Sun's clothes and whispered, brother, can you come and help me? The sound was like a mosquito, echoing in the dusty corridor. The door behind the girl was pitch black, like a giant beast with its mouth wide open. The little girl's dry hands were quite strong. Chen Sun raised his eyebrows and wiped the rusty kitchen knife on his hand, unsure of the other party's intentions, but he didn't refuse. Ever since coming to this world and taking a whole box of painkillers, Chen Sun had a strange feeling. There's nothing to be afraid of, everything here is perfectly normal. Be it the contradictory rules, the strange creatures in the corridor at night, or the little girl in front of him, none of them gave him any sense of crisis. Okay. Shinsun bent down, smiled and touched the little girl's head, like a sunny and cheerful big brother next door. So he picked up the kitchen knife, followed the little girl, and walked into room 304. The girl's pair of black eyes were wide open as she looked up at the candies on the refrigerator, her pale face full of desire. Shinsun thought, it turns out that he's not tall enough and needs someone to help him with the candy. He reached out and took the candy box, shook it, and a gurgling sound came from inside. Taking the box, the girl grinned so wide that it seemed to reach her ears. She said, "Thank you, brother," obediently, took out a white thing from the candy jar, and licked it bit by bit. "That's not candy, it's an eyeball." Shinsun looked at her calmly, slowly waiting for her to finish eating the candy, then put the kitchen knife on her neck, leaned over and smiled warmly. "Anything else?" The little girl giggled, the sound like dry wood colliding, and bit the eyeball, sucking the contents. "Brother is a good man. My mother and I want to talk to you about the problem with those two humans." Then she licked her nails with satisfaction, pointed at Shinsun, then at herself, with greed in her eyes. "One for you and one for me, okay?" Shinsun did not answer, but continued to smile and did not put down the kitchen knife in his hand. He said, "No." The little girl's face was full of disbelief. She didn't expect this monster to have such a big appetite and actually wanted both. "Aren't you afraid that he will eat too much and die?" Moreover, they were the landlords and Shinsun was the tenant. The two-legged sheep that entered the house should be their property. If they had not lost the key, how could they have tolerated those two humans living until now? This is so unreasonable. But the little girl was helpless. Her mother was not at home, and she could not defeat the ghost next door at all. She could only look discouraged and mutter with a pout, "Well, we only need half of it, okay, or an arm will do." Shinsun didn't reply. He just laughed out loud, patted the little girl's head, and asked, "When will your mother be back?" Adult matters should be discussed by adults. Mom usually gets home from get off work before 10 p.m. Then, she grinned from ear to ear, licked her teeth with her long tongue, and said with a smile, "But I'm not sure, maybe she will come back at any time. After 10 o'clock is curfew time." Shinsun looked at the clock in the room and frowned. He found that this clock seemed to be half an hour slower than the one in the opposite room. That is to say, when it is 10 o'clock for the little girl, it will be 10:30 in their room, and her mother can move around within this time. What's the point? To tease the players? To make them lose their minds and start making them suspicious. I have to say, it's quite a bad taste. Finally, after touching the little girl's deflated head, Shinsun suddenly missed his younger brothers and sisters. They were probably this tall too when he left. So he breathed a sigh of relief, put the girl's candy jar back on top of the refrigerator, and said, "Eat less, it's bad for your teeth." The little girl opened her mouth wide and started crying. There were a few rotten teeth growing crookedly in her mouth, with some hair stuck in it. Seeing this, he suddenly felt that what he did was right. Before leaving, Shinsun suddenly remembered something, so he stood at the door and turned back to ask, "By the way, why haven't I seen the cleaning lady recently? There's been a lot of dirt in the apartment." The girl stopped sobbing, wiped her tears, but still kept her mouth wide open, unable to stop feeling sad. "She stole the reading glasses from the grandma downstairs and won't be coming here anymore." After a long while, Shinsun didn't say anything, and then finally walked out the door. Article 6 of the convention, please keep your room clean, otherwise the cleaning lady will come to your door. Unfortunately, the cleaning lady was eaten and can never come to our house again. So what will come to your door after you dirty the room? Meanwhile, Zhang Yi and Zhou Qiaoqiao were still painstakingly studying the final rule of this instance. As long as you verify all the rules clearly and stay there obediently for 7 days, there will be no problem. Everything seems so simple. At this moment, something suddenly flashed through Zhou Qiaoqiao's mind, and she tried hard to grasp the fleeting inspiration. No. It was too smooth. Even if some rules were violated, no fatal punishment was imposed. The murderer in room 301 next door did not show any obvious intention to hurt anyone. So where exactly is the crisis in this instance? She kept looking at the bright red words written on the note on the refrigerator, feeling uneasy. The bright red font was a bit eye-catching. "We are not residents." Out of caution, she used the pen fairy tool only for this sentence. To her surprise, this sentence turned out to be correct. Zhou Qiaoqiao suddenly felt powerless, and fear knocked her to the ground like a torrent, and the pen fell to the ground again. Not if they are not residents, then what are they? If you are not a resident, is it necessary to abide by the residence convention? Who are these conventions established for? Is it possible that all her previous speculations were wrong? Is it possible that the residence convention itself is real, but it constrains not the players but the weirdness of the residential building? when all her clever reasoning was overturned, Zhou Qiaoqiao felt a suffocating fear coming over her like a tide. Chapter 27, Got you, little mouse. In addition to meat, there are some frozen foods in the refrigerator. Shenzhen is not very good at cooking the food in this world, so he can only make do with these. In the past 6 days, his next-door neighbor seemed to be having a hard time. Both of them had lost weight visibly and had dark circles under their eyes. Maybe it's because the female landlord across the street knocks on their door at irregular intervals every night. Every time Shenzhen passed by the corridor, they looked as if they were facing a great enemy, terrified, and occasionally whispering something. This reminded him of a mouse being teased by a cat, self-righteously thinking it had escaped capture, but in fact, it had never left the cage. Zhang Yi no longer cared about his fans in the live broadcast room. He only wanted to return alive. Facing the possibility of death at any time, he couldn't sleep day and night, and his whole body was haggard. The number of fans in his live broadcast room also dropped sharply, and the number of views dropped from 100,000 to less than a few thousand. What, Yishen? From now on, just call him Zhang Paopao. Without the dungeon ability, he's become a coward. The anchor is so disappointing, don't say that. I asked, and all players' abilities are banned. It's better to be careful. On the 7th day, Shenzhen picked up his kitchen knife and sat quietly beside the bed. On the last day, all the covenants became invalid and the landlady across the street began to hunt. To complete the task given by the system, you have to leave the protagonist with a breath of life. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi hadn't yet realized the crisis and was anxiously awaiting the arrival of midnight. He felt a lot more relieved. He had gotten through the previous few days, so these few hours wouldn't make a difference. So he relaxed temporarily and began to imagine how he would do public relations to maintain his image after returning. After getting his power back, he had plenty of ways to shut down Shenzhen's live broadcast room and take back the fans that originally belonged to him. As for Zhou Qiaoqiao, she always felt something was wrong, but she couldn't put her finger on what it was, so she could only keep comforting herself. Maybe she was overthinking it? Maybe this dungeon wasn't that difficult after all. The clock struck 10:30, and at that moment, the door across the corridor, which had been tightly closed, opened with a click. He. The little girl pushed and pulled her steps and walked out. Mom is getting off work. The corners of her mouth stretched all the way to her neck, and a scarlet tongue protruded from her rotten mouth, stretching so long that it almost dragged on the ground. The little girl used her dry hands to grab a few strands of hair in her mouth and pulled them out inch by inch. Her mouth opened wider and wider, and she could almost swallow a football in one bite. Then, under the horrified gazes of Zhang Yi and Zhou Qiaoqiao, the little girl pulled a human head out of her mouth, followed by an arm, a torso, and finally a leg. God knows what this little girl ate. Her stomach is like a bottomless pit. Zhou Qiaoqiao bent down and vomited. These scenes were too shocking for her. In the end, the little girl had turned into a pile of rotten flesh. A long-haired woman crawled out of it and peeled off the little girl's body like shedding skin. Mom is back. The pile of meat underneath was still smiling. The woman grinned, and her lipstick-coated maw opened wide, revealing sharp teeth. Baby, I'm back. The pair of eyes flashing red looked greedily at the door opposite. Are you hungry, baby? I'll be back to make you dinner. Her black hair moved as she thought, and suddenly slammed against the door of room 302. The hair gathered into a bundle, as sharp as steel bars, and directly pierced a small hole in the cat's eye of the wooden door. The landlady's bright red eyes appeared from the small hole. Little mice, I'm here to catch you. Zhou Qiaoqiao and Zhang Yi were inside the door, not daring to breathe. They could only desperately pile the tables and chairs at the door. I should have realized it long ago. If they are not residents but can eat and drink the food in the room, then what are they? They are rats in the eyes of creepy people. The room was soiled by rats, so of course the landlord had to clean it up. At this point, they dared not hide anything anymore. They both took out their life-saving props and confronted the female ghost with sweat on their foreheads. The landlady kept destroying the door, and the sound of each blow pounded Zhang Yi's heart. He kept glancing at the clock and praying in his heart that the door would be strong enough to last until midnight. With a loud bang, the wooden door finally couldn't bear the weight, let out a final groan, and was torn into pieces. Countless snake-like black hair rushed into the room like a waterfall, filling every corner here. Before the two of them even had the chance to use their props, they were tied up tightly with strange hair and hung in the room like a buffet for spiders. I got you, little mouse. The woman licked her red nails and walked into the room, her bloodshot eyes gleaming with hunger. At this moment, Zhang Yi suddenly laughed out loud, feeling relieved, because the clock has already pointed to 12 o'clock, he made it. He'd be out of this hellhole soon. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Yi laughed wildly and shouted like crazy, "We won. Ugly freak." Ha 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 ha. However, as time went on, his laughter gradually subsided, and finally his face was filled with horror. Why? Why haven't they logged out of the instance yet? What went wrong? The woman had a playful look on her face, and she slowly savored the desperate expressions of the two men as if she was tasting a delicacy. Oops, I forgot to tell you. I set the clocks in your rooms forward half an hour. In other words, she opened her mouth in a strange arc and said, "We still have half an hour to be together." The two of them were completely trapped in the quagmire of despair. They stopped struggling and allowed the black hair to wrap around them tighter and tighter, making it impossible for them to breathe. At this moment, the group of little girls who had been standing at the door suddenly let out a miserable cry. "Mom, save me!" Then, as if something had cut it off, the sound outside stopped. The woman's scarlet eyes narrowed as she looked at the figure at the door. "Oh, dear guest, are you dissatisfied with something?" She could not hide her angry expression, and her pupils turned into angry vertical shapes. Chen Sun wiped the kitchen knife on the doorframe, his face calm. Then he tilted his head, the dark suture line on his neck clearly visible. He pulled up the corners of his mouth, revealing a strange smile. "I don't like others touching my things. The landlord should know that, right?" The next second, the black figure disappeared instantly, and a pair of dark eyes suddenly appeared in front of the woman, with a hint of madness. It was a dead silence, an empty black hole, with terror brewing in the calm. With nowhere to hide, the woman quickly shrank to the size of a needle tip and desperately attacked the figure in front of her with her hair, forcing him to retreat. However, Chen Sun seemed unaware of the dangers. Even though his hands and feet were pierced and bleeding, he did not slow down his knife swinging. "It seems like there is no pain and no fear." The landlady stepped back in horror, having never felt so powerless before. She suddenly felt her vision spinning and subconsciously touched her neck. It was sticky and full of blood. Her head flew up, landed on the snow-white floor tiles, and rolled several times before she died. The woman's frightened eyes still contained that calm figure. Madman, but Chen Sun was not in much better condition. He touched his stomach and saw blood all over his hand. He guessed that it was pierced, but he didn't feel anything. "The tendons in my left arm seemed to be cut, which affected my mobility a little. My arm hung down to one side and I couldn't use any strength." It was a strange feeling. He watched with some curiosity as his blood left his body bit by bit, carrying vitality with it, but he felt no pain. "It was a bit like taking a cold shower. Then I felt weak all over and had a sweet, fishy taste of rust in my mouth." It seemed like he had used too much force, he thought. Losing the sense of pain did not seem to be entirely a good thing, as it would affect one's judgment. He covered the bloody hole in his stomach and staggered to his feet. He passed by Zhang Yi and Zhou Qiaoqiao, who were lying on the ground with terrified faces, and searched for bandages in the drawer. Then it was wrapped around the abdomen in circles, and the white bandage immediately turned bright red. The two people on the ground looked at him as if he were a monster, not daring to breathe, watching the man calmly dealing with the fatal wound. Afraid that he would be unhappy, she picked up a kitchen knife and chopped them both up. As if he was a little sleepy. The scary neighbor just sat calmly beside the bed, resting with his eyes slightly closed, without saying anything, and every minute and second of waiting seemed like a century in the eyes of the two. Finally, the horror live broadcast system issued a prompt: "Time is up. Congratulations to the player for completing the dungeon, you will be logged out soon." Chapter 28. My name is. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Mission rating B. Because the host caused great psychological damage to the protagonist. After returning to the real world, Zhang Yi no longer dared to enter the horror dungeon and completely withdrew from the forum, so his points were reduced by half. Chen Sun encountered some trouble when logging out of this world. To put it simply, he saw a little boy with black stitches all over his body in the mirror in the room, and he looked somewhat similar to him. It might be an illusion caused by excessive blood loss, he thought, and felt more and more that the human body was really fragile. This Mr. Ghost actually encountered a ghost. The boy of 7 or 8 in the mirror stared at him with his deep black eyes and grinned, the stitches on the corners of his mouth, the kitchen knife in his hand, and his equipment were exactly the same as Chen Sun's. He waved goodbye to Chen Sun and opened his mouth to say something. Chen Sun couldn't hear anything. Based on the lip shape, he could roughly tell that the words "be careful" or something were spoken, but he couldn't make out the words that followed. He could only wonder as his body turned into a stream of data and slowly dissipated in this small world. After Chen Sun completely disappeared, the boy in the mirror lowered his hands and murmured, "This time, it must succeed." The cave was filled with the screams of humans and the chewing sounds of monsters eating. No! Ugh, help me! Please, woo-woo, help me! The black-eyed boy tilted his head back, sitting in the room made of monster flesh and blood, looking expressionlessly at the person entangled above his head. His dark pupils were like a bottomless abyss, devoid of any emotion. Long-term starvation had left him malnourished, like a soulless puppet. My hands and feet are numbed, he thought. So all the captured people were eaten by the monster one by one in front of him. He was terrified and helpless at first, but then he gradually adapted to the bloody scene. The man was torn into pieces after being played with. A few drops of red blood splashed on the boy's face, but he still looked calmly into the monster's huge eyes. A tentacle reached in, wiped the blood from his face, and licked the pale face continuously. It's disgustingly slippery, has a fishy smell, and is not pleasant. Next, it's his turn. He touched the dagger hidden behind him, and the blade flashed with cold light. When the rescuers arrived, there was only one survivor left in the nest. It was a black-haired boy, sitting quietly in a pile of flesh, surrounded by human limbs and some broken whiskers of monsters. The huge eyeball was pierced and white juice splattered everywhere. The boy's clothes were covered with mucus and his whole body seemed to be immersed in a sea of blood. He blinked his black eyes, smiled weakly, and was carried out obediently by his rescuers, but he still held the dagger tightly, observing his fellows with indifference. 3 days of high tension had made him develop this habit, and it was difficult for him to relax. It's okay. It's okay, it's all over. The rescuer patted his head and comforted him. She didn't know what the child had been through, and why he was so light. She could only sigh helplessly. She covered his body with a white blanket, and under his torn clothes were purple marks. May I have your name? The boy was silent for a while, looking at her calmly. His dark eyes made her feel panicked. It's like staring into an abyss. My name is. How many times has this happened? Chinsun sat up, panting, looking at himself in the mirror, feeling unfamiliar. Those eyes were still indifferent and emotionless, examining him rationally. After a long time, he let out a long breath and collapsed. He touched his forehead with his hand and felt a little hot. I have a fever, no wonder I had this kind of dream. The dog system sold him inferior products, and he took too many painkillers, which caused him to have side effects. As soon as he came back, he had to lie in bed for 3 whole days. I spent the whole vacation in the hospital. Host, are you okay? I'm fine. Chinsun lay on the bed, looking at the culprit unhappily, but he didn't have the energy to make a fuss and could only stare at the ceiling in a daze. System, I used to, before I bound you. I was just an ordinary college student, right? Yes, that's what I said. I'm always daydreaming about random things. He used to be so ordinary that it was shocking. You couldn't even find him in a crowd. A dull childhood, a family with occasional conflicts but generally harmonious, a mother with a perpetual smile, and younger brothers and sisters who clung to him all day long. His classmates' impression of him was that he was an ordinary boy who was somewhat handsome, but they could not recall any achievements of his. There are no ghosts or monsters around. Everything is running in an orderly manner. Then, his world collapsed. Yes, there was a huge crack in the sky, and he was killed by the falling billboard. It is said that the world line collapsed because there was no system executor to deal with it in time. Chinsun accepted his fate. His life was ordinary. He had family and close friends. He played all the games he was supposed to play and ate all the delicious food he was supposed to eat. He was happy enough. The only regret is that his younger siblings are still young and have never been to an amusement park or seen a zoo in a big city. Then he was picked by the passerby system and had a chance to survive. Hello, Mr. Chinsun. Nice to meet you. Please give me your guidance. You are my first host. I hope we can get along well in the future. Chinsun felt that there was nothing wrong with being alive. Maybe one day he would accumulate enough points to save his original world. As long as you are alive, there is always hope. Thinking of this, he sat up shakily, put on his coat, and suddenly felt that he had a very strong vitality. People in the main world didn't die so easily. From the moment they were bound to the system, they had, to a certain extent, gained immortality. Even if you die in the small world, you will be forced to resurrect, but the price is the loss of some things, such as the memory of someone you cherished. He was glad that he had not forgotten the faces of his family members. I stretched and felt a lot better. The sunlight came in through the window, making me feel warm. I have accumulated a lot of messages on my phone these days, mostly greetings from a few friends. The fat boy was crying and fussing as usual, and his voice messages were all like, Brother Chen, don't scare me, reply me, nothing will happen, right? And Dad, please reply. Lu Yunmiao's screen was still full of puppy emojis, with words like, Senior, look at me, you must take good care of yourself, I have become much stronger. Next time we go on a mission together, I will protect you. Under the chat box with the note song Sanqing, the style is particularly unique, and the same short words are sent almost every day. Monday, dead? Tuesday, dead? Wednesday, it's better to die. Thursday, where shall we have the feast? Shensun maintained a polite smile and suddenly felt that he had strength again and could go out and beat someone up. So he replied in the chat box, sorry, it's such a shame I didn't die. The person on the other end was stunned for several seconds, seemingly not expecting a reply, and then slowly sent a message. If you're not dead, come to the central tower for a meeting. Then, as if afraid of being rejected, he added, sisterly said so, and then logged off at the speed of light. Chapter 29, 30 Days to Save the World. In the very center of the city, there is a giant tower that reaches into the sky. That is where the main system is located, and it is said that the god of this world lives there, the god of creation. All systems come from his hands. He created thousands of small worlds, including this main god spaced. However, it is very likely to be a rumor, because no one has ever seen a real god, so there is no way to prove it. And now, Shensun was sitting in the conference room of the main control tower, dozing off with his neck propped up, watching the two groups of people arguing with each other with a bored look on his face. Those who owned the system were divided into two factions, sitting on either side of the conference room table. Arguing fiercely. One side advocates advancing the plot of the small world intactly, believing that the original work should be respected and the heresy of time travelers should be eradicated. Typical representatives include the bug repair system of all heavens, the strongest little brother system, the kill the time traveler system, etc. On the other hand, they believe that these small worlds are abandoned because the authors who failed to write them wrote them poorly and lacked readers, which is why all sorts of loopholes have been freely developed. They advocate adapting some of the plot and increasing the roles of minor characters. Sisterly belongs to the adaptation faction. Her binding system is the vicious female supporting role abuse system, and she is now busy fighting with the conservatives. The main world news was broadcasting the real-time battle situation, so everyone in the main world heard the sharp sound of the microphone exploding on the radio. According to our news, the two sides had a frank exchange. It refers to the two systems fighting each other, pulling clothes and hair, and the air is filled with the banned word, beep beep beep. The two sides fully exchanged views on the issue of world copyright adaptation. I don't know who broke the cup, but both sides stood up and pointed at each other's noses and cursed. Throwing the cup as a signal? You even set up an axeman? The meeting enhanced mutual understanding. The hall exploded immediately, and all kinds of papers and pens flew in the air, and one of them shot straight towards Shensun. Shensun tilted his head expressionlessly, and the pen shot straight towards the wall behind him and got nailed to it. The fat man held up a banner and cheered loudly for Sisterly, and his thick layer of fat created waves. Sitting next to him was Song Sanqing, who was playing games with headphones on and was oblivious to everything. The boy had a depressed look on his face. He was wearing student clothes, was short in stature, looked a little malnourished, and had dark circles under his eyes. It is said that he was abused by his adoptive parents before being bound to the system. Now he has serious suicidal tendencies and thinks about how to kill himself all day long. If he didn't find something to distract himself, he would probably start wondering, will I die if I jump from the stands, and then flip over the guardrail on the spot and perform a high-altitude throwing show. It is impossible to die, but what if I really die one day? Senior. Amidst the noisy voices, a clear call came out, as clear as the chirping of an oriole. Liu Yunmiao was blinking her starry eyes and happily squeezed over to sit next to Shensun. That's great, Senior is here too. Shensun moved aside calmly, so Liu Yunmiao also moved towards him. He felt his space was being squeezed. Fortunately, the noisy meeting finally ended. As a result, someone blew up the venue, and half of the people from both groups were carried into ambulances. Sisterly touched her hair handsomely. A real woman never looks back to see the explosion. She put on her sunglasses and said to the studio members who had been watching from the sidelines, "It's done, let's go." Sisterly, what did we discuss? Shi Bicheng asked puzzledly. Li Shicheng glanced at the four people, his gaze lingering on the idle Shensun for a moment, then he slammed a stack of files on the table and said, "Here comes the work, team mission. Those old stubborn people don't believe that supporting characters like us can stir up any waves. Let them see for themselves. If this is done well, everyone will have 7 days off." Hearing the word vacation, Shensun immediately became alert, sat up straight, and his pair of black eyes were bright and sharper. Song Sanqing was still playing the game with his head down, but he would occasionally look up at the information, thinking about whether the action would be life-threatening. so that he could find a way to kill himself. Both Fatty and Lu Yunmyo were eager to try. The former wanted to be led by the big boss in the group again, and the latter wanted to go on a mission with his seniors again. Seeing the expectant expressions of the team members, Li Shiqing smiled with satisfaction. Mission objective: save the world in 30 days. On the first day of the apocalypse, the T-virus swept the world, infecting most humans and turning them into zombies that ate raw meat and drank blood. Almost overnight, it destroyed the cities on which humans depended for survival, paralyzed transportation hubs, and left only 1 in 10 survivors. Zombies eat humans, and humans eat humans too. Countless survivors gathered together to build a new base, but they discovered in despair that there was little food and water left, and they fought each other for survival. Fortunately, people with special abilities continue to appear among humans. They have acquired various self-protection abilities, and powerful people have once again established a new order, but all this has nothing to do with Zhao Tiancheng. He is just a weakling who is powerless and a waste who has not awakened any superpowers. What are you doing? Want to be lazy? Seeing him in a daze, the thin man next to him immediately raised his shrill voice and scolded him loudly. There is no way. In the end times, whoever has the bigger fist will be the boss. He could only sigh, swallow his anger, rub his sore eyes, and continue to pick up the telescope to monitor the situation outside the base. In the vast desert, the strong wind blew up endless yellow sand, announcing the decline of human civilization. The T-virus not only destroyed the city, but also destroyed the plants in nature. Ha! What's that? At this moment, a small black dot suddenly appeared at the end of the long desert road. Zhao Tiancheng stared wide-eyed at the end of the road. The small black dot was getting closer and closer, gradually becoming clearer. It turned out to be a motorcycle. What surprised him was not the motorcycle itself, but the fact that there was a large group of zombies chasing after it. It was pitch black and Zhao Tiancheng was panicked and at a loss. He quickly pushed the thin man sleeping next to him and sounded the alarm. The entire city base quickly entered a state of alert, and all the superpowered people were on high alert, ready to deal with the zombie siege. However, just as Zhao Tiancheng's head was covered with sweat, he was surprised to find the motorcycle didn't even stop, carrying a large number of zombies, passing through City A and disappeared on the other side of the road. By the way, I sprayed exhaust gas in there. Faces. That's right, I just passed by and then ran away. Everyone in the base looked at each other. The thin man glared at Zhao Tiancheng unhappily and went back to sleep. If they got closer, they might see an even more bizarre scene. There was actually a person tied to the back of the motorcycle, hanging on the ground and dragging it. Chen Sun was riding a motorcycle with a huge fat man on the back. There was a rope tied to the rear of the car, tied around Song Sanqing's neck, and they sped along like this. Brother Chen, hurry up. They're catching up. Ah! Shi Biqing cried hysterically, trying his best to reduce the space he took up while grabbing Chen Sun's shoulders. The motorcycle seemed to be about to have a tire burst under his pressure, and it was squeaking and groaning. Song Sanqing, who was hanging on the back of the car, was lying straight with a look of despair on his face. He raised his head to look at the blue sky, and then roared in grief, Why? Why is my ability to regenerate infinitely? Chapter 30, The Zombie King's Amazing Journey. As soon as Song Sanqing came into this world, he went on strike. He picked up a hemp rope, put it around his neck, and jumped off the motorcycle with a whoosh. Go to hell with his mission. No one should prevent him from embracing his mother, death, and pursuing eternal peace. Ah! Death! Ah! Freedom! Ding! The host has completed the suicide mission. The strongest suicide system has issued a reward for you. You have obtained the ability, Infinite Regeneration. Infinite Regeneration can automatically repair body damage, making the host virtually immortal. Then his happy smile froze on his face. Hold on tight, Chen Sun said, holding an unlit cigarette in his mouth and wearing sunglasses. He suddenly stepped on the accelerator, and the motorcycle sprayed black smoke into Song Sanqing's face. The car sped quickly across the desolate desert, leaving the group of zombies far behind. At noon, lunch was served at the Iron Wolf base. Zhao Tiancheng was the last one to come down from the lookout tower. He was given some clear soup and vegetables, as well as a rice bucket without a single grain of rice left. I don't know why the waste is still here. The lady serving the food complained and banged the rice bucket with her wooden spoon. She simply poured a bucket of water into the bucket, stirred it, and poured it into Zhao Tiancheng's bowl as if it were porridge. He sighed and sat quietly in the corner under the teasing gazes of other colleagues. When he looked up, he saw the oil floating in the 20 buckets and the piles of food. He swallowed and suddenly felt like he was holding his breath, that he would rather feed these things to the pigs in the base than leave them for him. Zhao Tiancheng clenched his fists and glanced angrily at the people in the cafeteria. Those people made sneering sounds and laughed at him like pigs. So what if I'm angry? In the last days, weakness is the original sin. Tiancheng, at this time, a crisp voice was heard, and a petite girl sat next to him with food in her hand. All the men in the cafeteria turned their gazes towards him, with a fiery look in their eyes, but they didn't dare to be too offensive. She took the steamed buns out of the bowl and put them directly into Zhao Tiancheng's bowl, then sat beside him and smiled sweetly. I knew you wouldn't have time to eat, luckily I left some for you. Zhao Tiancheng's anger disappeared immediately. He suppressed the frustration in his heart, smiled innocently, and began to wolf down the soup. Everything isn't that bad, he still has a girlfriend who treats him well. That he and Yu Shaosheng had been dating since college. After the apocalypse broke out, she stayed with him and never despised him. Shaosheng studied mechanics, and his special ability is that he is proficient in equipment. He works as a mechanic in the Iron Wolf base. In the end times, other women either rely on men in high positions or do menial work. Only Yu Shaosheng, relying on her mechanical repair and modification skills, has built the base into an impregnable fortress, earning her the respect of everyone. Now that they saw Shaosheng coming, his colleagues no longer dared to come over and cause trouble, and could only lower their heads and eat their meals. Zhao Tiancheng could hear them mumbling as they left. With his conditions, he's really lucky to have found such a good girlfriend. This is the first time I've seen someone living off someone so confidently. In response, he could only clench his fists, feeling a dull pain in his heart as if a thorn had been stuck in it. In the evening, Yu Shaosheng inspected the newly loaded off-road vehicle as usual. Seeing Zhao Tiancheng coming over, he smiled and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Shaosheng, I have something to talk to you about. Zhao Tiancheng said with a red face. So she quickly explained the task to her assistant, put down her gloves, pen and paper, and followed Zhao Tiancheng. The two climbed to the top of the huge wall of the base and sat down side by side facing the fiery sunset. The girl's face turned crimson in the setting sun. She shyly tucked her short hair and waited silently for Zhao Tiancheng's next words. Zhao Tiancheng's cheeks also turned red. He coughed lightly and took out a small box from his pocket. When he opened it, there were 2 exquisite rings inside. He got this from the jewelry store when he went to City B to look for supplies last time. He narrowly escaped death that day and was surrounded by countless zombies, but he still held the ring tightly and gritted his teeth to survive the brink of death. When she put the ring on her hand, Yu Shaosheng's eyes became moist. She tilted her head back and took a deep breath. How could she not know how difficult it was for Zhao Tiancheng? Shaosheng, I like it. Zhao Tiancheng squatted on the ground with a sincere look in his eyes. However, before they could utter the word "you," an alarm suddenly sounded throughout the base, and the 2 men stood up in panic, looking at the distant horizon. Zhao Tiancheng's pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip. There was a huge black mass in the sky, covering the entire sky and earth, and it was all zombies. Warning! Warning! There are high-risk zombies attacking the city. Then, this dreamlike scene was shattered in Zhao Tiancheng's horrified eyes. From the zombies attacking the city to the base being destroyed, it seemed like only a few minutes had passed, and the place had become a ruin. S-level mutant zombies appeared, the psychics were defeated, and humans were powerless to resist. The setting sun is blood-red and crows are flying across the sky. Zhao Tiancheng watched Yu Shaosheng fall into the pile of zombies, his life or death uncertain. With tears in his eyes, he boarded the armored vehicle that had broken through the siege and left the ruins. In the constantly shaking rearview mirror of the off-road vehicle, he saw the huge mutant zombie, the culprit of everything, with a huge pattern on its back. Savior Company, those bastards with beastly hearts are researching a serum to save all mankind, but they are actually secretly capturing zombies for experiments. Zhao Tiancheng was furious, but his anger had no effect on reality, and he could only punch the car seat with his fists. He was too weak to do anything about it. When the off-road vehicle arrived at a gas station, the survivor got out to look for fuel, and then he heard the panicked shouts of his teammates. Go! There are zombies here! Then there was the sound of a car starting, and several of his teammates left him alone and ran away. Zhao Tiancheng then burst into laughter, picked up the only submachine gun, and happily walked towards the dense swarm of zombies. He spat at the zombies and pulled the trigger. Come on! You bastards, if I kill one, I'll make back my money, if I kill 2, I'll make a killing. With the roar of submachine guns, rows of zombies fell, and new rows rushed up, as if they were tireless. He ran out of bullets and was surrounded by zombies, with blood and flesh flying everywhere. So Zhao Tiancheng closed his eyes, and the hatred in his heart seemed to become tangible. If there is an afterlife, he will definitely take revenge. When he opened his eyes again, he immediately felt pain all over his body. He found that he could not move, and everything in front of his eyes was dark. And he could not see anything clearly. "You're awake. You're already a girl." He shuddered with fear and immediately woke up, realizing that he was tied up tightly. Zhao Tiancheng gasped in fear and looked around. This was a simple little base, seemingly an abandoned warehouse, and there were 3 people in front of him looking at him. A fat man with a face full of fat and a lewd smile, a decadent and skinny tech geek, and a bad boy holding a gun to his head. Zhao Tiancheng stood there, dumbfounded. Is he entering a den of thieves? Chapter 31, I am just a person, it is reasonable to get a star. Don't shoot. I'm human. Zhao Tiancheng screamed in fear, but the young man in the lead seemed not to hear him. He slowly loaded his gun and pointed the black gun at Zhao Tiancheng's forehead. "No, you are not human." The young man held a lollipop in his mouth at an angle, and his dark eyes were as dark as the muzzle of the gun in his hand, which made people feel scared. "How can that be?" Zhao Tiancheng was about to argue when his eyes suddenly widened. He saw his appearance in the mirror next to him. He gasped. "I saw the man in the mirror covered in blood, his flesh was gone, and his clothes were torn to tatters. However, the exposed wound is now healing and new skin is growing." Zhao Tiancheng had only heard that, apart from people with healing abilities, only high-level zombies would experience this condition. His face was full of disbelief. He looked at himself and then looked up at Chen Sun. "I'm a zombie?" The black-eyed young man remained silent, as if agreeing to his guess, and only put down his gun after he confirmed that Zhao Tiancheng was still rational. Zhao Tiancheng suddenly felt that there was something more in his mind, as if he could contact the zombies walking outside the warehouse with just a thought. This, his special ability, but now the distance is too far, beyond his control, and there is no way for the zombies to rescue him. Ding! We've reached a crucial plot point. The protagonist is bitten by a zombie and awakens his ability to control zombies. It's really ironic. When he was a human, he had no superpowers, was bullied, and couldn't protect the people he cherished. After becoming a zombie, he suddenly became a superpowered person, terrifying countless people. Chen Sun suddenly felt that the male protagonist was a little pathetic, so he squatted down and looked at him calmly. "Why, did you save me?" Zhao Tiancheng recovered from his surprise and looked up anxiously and asked. "You are very valuable." Chen Sun rolled up the cardboard in his hand, smiled and patted his face, as if he was looking at a commodity. It is indeed valuable. A male protagonist is worth 2,000 points. Zhao Tiancheng was confused. He opened his mouth but no words came out. He suddenly realized how valuable a self-aware zombie would be for research in the end times. These 3 people could have sold him to the Savior Company in exchange for a large amount of survival resources, but they did not do so, proving that he was of other use to them. As long as you show your value, you may become a partner and help him achieve revenge in the end. Thinking of this, Zhao Tiancheng's eyes became resolute, and he stood up and asked. You want to ask why we didn't sell you?" Chen Sun glanced at him calmly, lit a cigarette, spread out his hands and said, "What a coincidence, we also have some grudges with the Savior. Their mission is to save the world, so the Savior Company, which knows the most about the T-virus, is of course the first target of action." According to the original plot, Zhao Tiancheng led the zombie army to attack the headquarters of the Savior Company. After completing the revenge mission, he did not solve the problem of global zombieization. That's why they are needed to clean up this mess. Just when Zhao Tiancheng was about to ask something, the fat man's scream suddenly came from outside the warehouse. "Oh no, Brother Chen, there are a lot of zombies outside." Chen Sun frowned, extinguished his cigarette, and stood up with his gun. "Change position." There are dense swarms of zombies gathered outside the warehouse, and they need to fight their way out. After reaching a consensus on cooperation, the fat man untied the rope on Zhao Tiancheng and handed him a pistol. "Song Sanqing, you lead the way." Chen Sun threw him a submachine gun and made arrangements in an orderly manner. Zhao Tiancheng suddenly felt that it was time for him to show his talent, and raised his hand at the back of the team. "Well, I can, Fatty is in charge of logistics. If the supplies are lost, you'll be responsible. I can break out from the left wing and go to the supermarket across the street. Brother Chen, I'm so scared. This is the first time I've seen so many zombies." The fat man interrupted. Zhao Tiancheng actually wanted to say that he could control 2 or 3 zombies to explore the way, but now he seemed unable to get a word in. After receiving the order, Song Sanqing's temperament suddenly changed. He rushed out with a submachine gun in one hand, circling among the zombies like a madman. There was a tat-tat-tat sound, flames shot out, and he laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha, destroy the world. Why can't I die? Ha 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 ha. Although he can't die, he can take everyone with him. The weak are afraid of the strong, and the strong are afraid of the desperate. A crazy person who can't die is definitely a heavy-duty weapon. Most of the zombies on the road fell down in an instant. Save your bullets, the fat man shouted in pain behind him, unable to stop the boy's suicidal behavior. Qi Bicheng had to use his own special abilities. He stretched out his hand and fierce flames erupted all around, burning the remaining zombies to ashes. Then Qi Bicheng wiped the sweat from his face and felt that he had become a lot thinner. Zhao Tiancheng was left stunned. The handsome young man in front of him was completely different from the fat ball before. He has a figure that seems to have been carved by a knife or an axe, a body with 8-pack abs, and a face that is majestic and handsome to the point of being stunning. Who are you, handsome guy? The fat man's special ability is to burn fat. When he uses this ability, he will turn from a handsome guy into a handsome pot. When he doesn't use this ability, he needs to eat a lot and then turn from a handsome pot into a handsome GUI. It turns out that every fat person is a potential stock. Qi Bicheng casually brushed his hair, swung his fist as big as a sandbag, and easily knocked down a zombie. Then he turned around and gave Zhao Tiancheng a look, signaling him to follow. Zhao Tiancheng was completely dumbfounded. There was no need to clear a path. The zombies surrounding him were not enough for 2 people to kill. He suddenly felt that his special ability, which he was proud of, seemed particularly useless among this group of people. He immediately felt a strong sense of frustration and wilted like an eggplant hit by frost. Then he looked up at Chen Sun, who was at the rear, and found that he did not use his special powers, but was just leisurely shooting a few more shots at the fish that had escaped the net. Zhao Tiancheng suddenly felt a little comforted. It seemed that not everyone had such extraordinary abilities, so he regained his confidence. After all, he has just awakened. Once he becomes proficient in practice, he will be able to control thousands of zombies and will be no worse than them. Chen Sun didn't know what he was thinking about. He just picked up the gun as usual and shot at the zombies behind him. At this moment, he suddenly felt a sense of being watched from the sky and raised his head sharply. The pupil of his left eye turned into a diamond shape, with a number faintly visible. If you look closely, you will find that the shape is exactly the same as the logo of the Savior Company. Behind the far-reaching curtain of the sky, the satellite S-39 floating in space received an order. Target X-438 detected, target danger level S+, requesting launch of intercontinental missile to destroy the target. Permission to launch, provide exact location. Roger that. Further checking the satellite imagery. Wait, the target seems to be, what? He's laughing. Chen Sun smiled at the sky, then snapped his fingers. The satellite instantly began to disintegrate from the inside and exploded into pieces in the sky. The satellite shattered into pieces in the air, exploding into brilliant fireworks, sparks flying everywhere, and countless pieces of debris fell into the atmosphere and burned like meteors. S-39. Are you still there? Copy that. Lost target, S-39 lost contact. Target positioning failed. Damn it! The humans far away on Earth had no idea that they almost got buried with an entire city. They just continued fighting zombies as usual and lived in fear. Brother Chen, what are you daydreaming about? The fat man patted Chen Sun's shoulder and asked breathlessly while holding the bag. Nothing. He turned his head calmly, and his pupils returned to their normal round shape. Let's set off some fireworks to celebrate. Chapter 32. I don't eat beef. Far away in the Savior's underground base in State G, a group of people in white research suits were busy in a laboratory, as orderly as a swarm of bees. Looking into the laboratory through the glass window, you can see 2 white experimental cabins inside, connected to each other by countless thin data cables. In one of the experimental chambers, there was a petite girl lying. She was sleeping with her eyes closed, her eyelashes trembling slightly, as if she would wake up at any time. If Zhao Tiancheng was here, he would be surprised to find that the person lying there was his girlfriend Yu Shaoshan, but her pale face and the bloody hole on her shoulder showed that she had turned into a zombie. In the other cabin, there was no longer any human being in sight. There was only a haggard middle-aged man who survived by relying on a tube to deliver nutrient solution. Doctor, the experiment is ready and the brainwave transmission will begin soon. The man's cabin lit up green, indicating permission to begin the experiment. As the machine started, the electrical signals passed through a series of winding data cables, moving from one side to the other, and were finally all input into Yu Xiaoxing's corpse. When the last bit of light was transmitted, the light in the man's cabin on the left was like a candle in the wind and went out soon. The door of Yu Xiaoxing's experimental cabin opened with a click. Yu Xiaoxing in the experimental cabin slowly sat up, moved his wrists, felt the long-lost fresh air, and showed a satisfied smile. The pupils of her eyes had turned into a bewitching red, carrying a cruel aura that was no less ruthless than that of her age. The people in white coats around him immediately lowered their heads and handed over the research reports in their hands with respectful expressions. Dr. K, the test results are perfect. The original owner's consciousness has fallen into a deep sleep and will not hinder your actions. Yu Xiaoxing nodded in front of the mirror, stood up and stretched his body. Suddenly, he felt a little stiff in his arms, so he frowned. Seeing this, the man in the white coat beside him immediately lowered his head and dared not even breathe. It's just, because the compatibility between the experimental subject and you is not very high, it is inevitable that there will be some impact on the activities. Oh? What about the best experimental subject? Is there still no sign of him? Yu Xiaoxing flipped through the information casually and looked at a photo. The young, smiling man in the photo was Chen Sun. The information was labeled World Destroyer. This was a precious sample they had obtained through countless screenings. He possessed supernatural powers that were enough to subvert the world. Their original plan was to transfer Dr. K's consciousness into the body of the experimental subject and use his special abilities to reshuffle all of humanity. However, the best experimental subject escaped and destroyed most of the savior base. They had no choice but to adopt Plan 2, which was to use the spread of the T-virus to kill most of the human race. We recently discovered traces of X-438 and are preparing to execute the annihilation procedure. But what? X-438 destroyed the probe satellite and escaped. A bunch of trash. She suddenly became angry and threw the thick information at the researcher. Everyone shrank their heads like quails, not daring to breathe. After a while, Yu Xiaoxing stopped being angry and calmly issued new instructions. Capture X-438 alive. She narrowed her blood-red eyes slightly and revealed a crazy smile. For K, obtaining his new body was a must. How could this little white mouse escape her control? On the other side, Chen Sun felt an inexplicable chill. He didn't know that someone was still thinking about his body. Even if he knew, he could only say, "I'm not a male ketone." That he had no interest in a woman who had a man's soul in her body. Brother, Chen? Zhao Tiancheng followed behind the team and called out uncertainly. Ever since he last witnessed their fighting ability, he has been following the team dejectedly and quietly, observing the three of them secretly. He observed that the fat man named Qi Biqing always held food in his hands and kept stuffing it into his mouth. The young man named Song Sanqing was always busy playing games, ignoring others. Occasionally, he would go crazy and suddenly appear in any place you could not imagine. For example, they might cling to the roof of an off-road vehicle, or jump out of the window on the third-floor roof of a supermarket, or hang with a rope in front of you. There is nothing he can't do, except what you can't think of. However, it seems that Chen Sun is the backbone of the team. Although he looks ordinary and does not show any powerful martial arts, but as soon as he gave the order, both of them did it immediately without any delay. They were now moving towards a closed supermarket. This city had just been taken over by zombies, so there should still be a lot of survival supplies. It is worth mentioning that in this small world, the system cannot provide any survival resources for the three people. After all, if you could conjure up food and water, what's the point of calling it the apocalypse? Simply open a chain of wholesale stores and save humanity. After confirming that there were no zombies nearby, Chen Sun used a steel bar to pry open the supermarket's iron shutter. The few of them looked at each other, remained alert, and filed in. The supermarket shelves were covered in dust, as if no one had taken care of them for a long time. After a thorough inspection of the upstairs and downstairs, they saw no one, and finally relaxed a little. There were still a lot of goods left on the shelves, and it seemed that they had not been looted by the survivors. At this moment, Zhao Tiancheng suddenly felt a pang of hunger, as if the voice of a devil was whispering in his ears, giving him a bloodthirsty impulse. After becoming a zombie, this impulse constantly urged him to devour human flesh and blood. He was so hungry that he wanted to grab the fat man's head and start biting it, but in the end he swallowed his saliva and suppressed this instinct. I can't beat him, no matter how hard I try. Take it. At this time, Chen Sun threw a can of beef over, and it landed steadily in his hand. Zhao Tiancheng was a little confused. Was it too much to ask a zombie to eat human food? However, although he was complaining in his heart, his body was still very honest. He quickly opened the can, grabbed a piece of meat and put it into his mouth. It tasted very strange, completely different from the feeling he had when eating meat before. It was obviously raw, but it had no fishy smell at all. To be precise, it has no taste at all and tastes like chewing wax, but at least it calmed his instincts and seemed to fill his stomach, so he stopped caring about anything and started to eat voraciously. Chen Sun observed calmly from the side, confirming his guess in his mind. The so-called zombies are nothing more than an amplified demand for raw meat, and the most convenient way to obtain meat is naturally from their former companions. So when they smell the scent of humans, they pounce on them desperately like flies seeing rotten eggs, but they can definitely eat ordinary beef, mutton, and pork. At this moment, the fat man suddenly shouted loudly, pointing at the door. "Hey, you little thief!" A figure suddenly rushed out from the shadow of the house, quickly grabbed a bag of supplies on the ground, and slipped out of the house while no one was paying attention. He was still holding the pistol that the fat man carried with him. He made a face at the door and then disappeared at the door like the wind. Speed type ability. Chen Sun blinked and didn't see the man's movements clearly. Then he realized that this guy had been hiding in the dark and had not been discovered by them before. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and chase after him." Chapter 33, Talk. As soon as the thief went out and passed the corner of an alley, he quickly disappeared from everyone's sight, as if he had evaporated from the face of the earth. The fat man was panting heavily at the door and fell to the ground exhausted. He ran too fast and it took him a while to recover. "Damn it, I lost him. He was clearly here just now, how come he disappeared in the blink of an eye?" Chen Sun thought for a while, then smiled. He picked up the submachine gun, pointed the black muzzle at the alley, and pulled the trigger without saying a word. Following a series of loud thump-thump noises, a miserable scream suddenly came from the shadows beside the alley, followed by the muffled sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. "I was wrong, please spare my life." I saw the black shadow falling to the ground and wriggling. It had been shot in the leg and was no longer as arrogant as before. Everyone suddenly realized that it was not a speed-related ability, but the ability to hide in the shadows. They had gone in the wrong direction from the beginning. Chi Bicheng used the muzzle of his gun to lift the hat on his head, revealing a young face. Everyone was stunned, and the originally angry fat man also stood there. "Child?" Chen Sun frowned, squatted down and looked down at the dirty child, and pulled open his black cloak. He was dressed in tattered clothes, looking like a little beggar on the street. He was skinny and seemed to have been hungry for several days. "Where are your parents?" The child crawled on the ground, raised his head slightly, and a few tears immediately squeezed out of his dirty face, making him look weak, innocent, and pitiful. "My parents were killed by zombies, and everyone is trapped in the factory and dares not come out." He wiped the dust off his face and cried tearfully, "If they can't find food, they will just start eating people. I came out to try my luck, but I didn't expect to run into you guys right after I entered the supermarket." The four of them watched the child's performance quietly. Zhao Tiancheng felt a little sympathetic, but suddenly remembered his tragic ending of being betrayed by his companions, and immediately hardened his heart. There are no simple people who can survive the apocalypse. He still understood that all the simple and pitiful people had died long ago. So he picked up the gun and pointed it mercilessly at the child's head, not intending to believe his words at all. Seeing this, the child's face turned pale with fear. He kowtowed to Chen Sun and shouted hurriedly, "What I said is true. My sister is waiting for me to go back, otherwise the other children will starve to death. Please let me go, I'll be your slave, I don't want to die." Zhao Tiancheng was about to pull the trigger when he was stopped by Chen Sun. He looked at Chen Sun in confusion, hoping for a reasonable explanation. Chen Sun just smiled, squatted down, touched the child's head, and asked, "Where is the factory you mentioned? How many people are there? I want to go and see." Seeing that he still had hope of survival, the child's eyes immediately filled with tears and he kowtowed repeatedly. "It's not far. There are more than 10 people there. I'll take you there." He saw that this man was the leader among the group, and he was secretly delighted. After getting permission, he hurriedly limped in one direction, not daring to be negligent at all. Chen Sun just stared at his back quietly and followed with the other three. This kid lied. Thinking of this, he loaded the gun, but it doesn't matter. After killing several zombies along the way, they continued their journey and arrived at a huge factory. As soon as the few people entered the factory gate, the thief disappeared in a flash, and then the four people had gun muzzles pointed at their foreheads. There were more than a dozen men surrounding them, all holding guns and pointing them with malicious intent. It seemed as if any slight movement would turn the four of them into a hornet's nest at any time. The fat man was so frightened that he was shaking and couldn't even hold the gun steady. Song Sanqing, on the other hand, had a calm expression on his face. To him, it was just another death. Scar brother, I brought back 4 fat sheep. The child hid behind a group of people and asked for rewards from the leader with a proud face, without any trace of his previous humility. Well done. I'll give you a can of meat. A man with a scar on his face, holding a cigarette, patted his head and laughed loudly. Then, he looked at the 4 people at the door with a fierce look on his face, as if he was looking at a lamb to be slaughtered. Put down your weapons, leave your backpacks behind, and I'll spare your lives. I'm a man of wealth, not of life. Zhao Tiancheng was shocked and angry, glaring at the child angrily, only to see the child got the advantage and retreat behind the crowd like a pug. Behind the dozen or so people, there was a group of old, young, women and children, about 40 or 50 people, all looking at the intruders with indignation, as if these 4 people were the damned robbers. In this tense confrontation, beads of sweat covered everyone's face, but Chen Sun looked relaxed, as if he didn't care at all. He still maintained a polite smile, slowly raised his hands, and put down the gun. Talk? The scarred man snorted coldly, looked Chen Sun up and down with contempt, and breathed heavily from his nose. Do you think you have any qualifications to negotiate? The atmosphere instantly became tense, with both sides keeping their fingers firmly on the trigger. At this moment, no one expected that Chen Sun would burst into laughter. The sound echoed for a long time in the empty factory, making people feel uneasy. Then he squinted his eyes and made a grasping motion with his left hand, as if he was casually crumpling up a piece of paper. In an instant, the muzzles of all the guns in the factory were twisted into a ball, everyone was stunned in place, and the cigarette in the scarred man's mouth fell to the ground with a click. What kind of terrifying ability is this? Can it destroy more than a dozen gun barrels out of thin air? In the utter silence, Chen Sun slowly raised his gun and pointed it at Scarface. The black muzzle gleamed with metallic luster. He maintained a polite smile and asked warmly, "Now, can we talk?" What the hell? Who would negotiate with a gun pointed at your head? Despite such complaints in his heart, Scarface still cooperated and asked everyone to drop their guns. He had an embarrassed smile on his face, and he was completely different from his previous arrogant and domineering appearance. Of course, I wonder, what do you want? He does have abilities that are enough to protect himself, but in front of Chen Sun, they are nothing. He still has some self-awareness. Zhao Tiancheng was still immersed in shock. He didn't expect Chen Sun to possess such a powerful ability, and he didn't even understand what this ability was. Space distortion? Or telekinesis? Now he was looking at Chen Sun with a puzzled expression, not understanding why he had to go to so much trouble to come here. What was he trying to achieve? But Chen Sun just let the men return to the crowd. He walked slowly into the factory. Under the anxious gazes of the survivors, he looked at the elderly, the weak, the women and the children there, as if he were looking at each piece of merchandise. There were about 50 people, their faces emaciated and starving, clearly having gone without supplies for a long time. The stench of decay permeated the air, and the living conditions were extremely harsh, so it was no wonder they were robbing others. The group of people all lowered their heads and dared not say a word. The women suppressed their hateful looks and held down the children's heads that were sticking out curiously. To them, Chen Sun and his companions were the evil people who disrupted their peaceful lives. At this moment, a man could no longer bear it and rushed out with a roar, blocking the group of old and young behind him, shouting, "What do you want to do?" Chen Sun curled up the corners of his mouth, lowered his head and spread his hands, and lightly said something that made everyone tremble with fear. I am not only after money, but also after life. Chapter 34, Is Human Nature Evil? What does this mean? Are you going to kill them? The crowd suddenly became agitated, everyone's face turned pale and they stared at Chen Sun. I mean, I want to build a new base. Chen Sun smiled and explained, everyone here is a labor force. Seeing that he didn't want to kill anyone, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and finally put their minds at ease. However, many people naturally did not want to be treated as free slaves. Seeing that Chen Sun had no intention of killing, they thought that this man might be a good person, so they plucked up the courage to ask. But what can we do? Yeah, you don't want these old people and children to do heavy work, do you? People are like this, they bully the weak and fear the strong. Once they see you giving in, they will try every means to get ahead of you. However, they have lost their weapons of resistance, just like a snake with its fangs pulled out, with only its mouth left to act. Chin Sun counted on his fingers, listing them one by one. Women can spin and cook, men can move bricks and build houses, and the elderly who can't walk well can take care of the farmland. As for the children, he gave a sinister smile and looked at the little thief who had sneaked into the crowd. They can carry water and manure. I think they should be very willing. After hearing this, capitalists will cry. Suddenly, the crowd erupted in even louder discussion, not to mention how fantastic it is that they can build a base in a zombie-ridden apocalypse with just a few people and survive by farming. Originally, they only needed to stay in the factory and wait for the young and middle-aged people to go out to find supplies. They were all city people, and some were elites who had never done housework. How could they do such rough work? So they all tacitly agreed that this was Chen Sun's revenge for them stealing their supplies, and they felt a little indignant for a moment. Do you have any humanity at all? An old lady was the first to be unable to stand and stood up coughing. The other young women were unwilling to be manipulated like this, and they all stood up to accuse him. Aren't we just robbing you of a few things? So many people have nothing to eat, shouldn't you sympathize with us? Yeah. My child is starving to death. What's wrong with eating some of your food? Everyone started to make a fuss, wishing they could rush forward and drown these invaders with saliva. Zhao Tiancheng and Fatty were anxious. Chen Sun could have ignored the lives of these people, but he insisted on causing this mess. Now they don't appreciate it. What should they do? Just when the situation was about to get out of control, Chen Sun raised his machine gun expressionlessly and fired tat-tat-tat into the sky. Dozens of small holes immediately appeared on the factory's roof. Clear sunlight shines through it. Everyone immediately fell silent, their foreheads covered in cold sweat. Even the sound of a pin drop could be heard in the factory. Human beings are really strange creatures. Once they blend into a group, they think they have received the greatest protection and can speak whatever they want. They were treated so kindly that they almost forgot that their lives were in their hands. Chen Sun simply glanced at the crowd, put away his gun, and said only one sentence. Do it if you want, or don't. Everyone in the factory fell into deep thought. Among them, some used to be intellectuals, and some used to be wealthy celebrities. After the end of the world began, they have been hiding in the crowd and relying on Scar Brother and others for support. Now that our backer has fallen, the remaining supplies will also be taken away. I'm afraid keeping them will be a dead end, but is following this young man of unknown origin really a way to survive? However, his words, no matter how you think about it, are just nonsense. Scarface bit the cigarette butt and pondered for a long time. He used to be a security guard in the city and had experienced hardships. Moreover, if they relied solely on the protection of a few people, the remaining food in the city would be eaten up sooner or later. It would be better to follow Chen Sun. At least there was still some hope, so he took the lead and stepped forward. I'll follow you. Under his leadership, some people who had done low-level work gradually gathered together, willing to follow Chen Sun to establish a new base. The child who came out to steal also scratched his head and mixed in. The rest are people who are too ambitious and unwilling to humble themselves. They all have their own thoughts and are thinking about how to escape to another larger base to live. If they left the factory, there would be zombies everywhere, which would definitely be a dead end, so they decided to follow the main force first and leave when they had the chance. A beautiful woman with a charming smile on her face followed the team and called Chen Sun in a delicate voice. Little brother, can you please let me follow you? I'm scared. She used to be a third-tier star, with a little fame, and was very confident in her appearance. Few men could resist her temptation. By then, there would be no need for her to do any hard or strenuous work. As long as she had this support, she would be able to live longer than anyone else. Chen Sun lit a cigarette and glanced at her indifferently. After all, he was a young man full of vigor and vitality. She was delighted and thought she had it under control, so she twisted her slender waist more and more vigorously, and her big eyes gave him a wink. Unexpectedly, Chen Sun didn't understand the situation at all, and just replied calmly, the base doesn't keep idle people. If you can also carry manure, come along. This time, she was completely dumbfounded, staring blankly at Chen Sun's departing back, unable to utter a word. What? Let her carry manure? Do you know what is a waste of natural resources? In fact, Zhao Tiancheng never understood Chen Sun's behavior. He had witnessed the darkest side of human nature, so he knew the truth more clearly. In the last days, people with kind hearts will never live long. He leaned on the railing on the second floor of the factory, looking at the huge crowd below, and fell into deep thought. This time, a box of compressed biscuits was thrown from the air. He reached out to catch it and found that it was thrown by Chen Sun. Try? Chen Sun just wanted to see whether zombies could eat vegetarian food. After all, it would be too difficult to find raw meat to feed them in the future. Zhao Tiancheng opened the package and took a bite of the biscuit. It immediately felt like he was chewing sawdust, and a strange, rotten taste came from the tip of his tongue. He spat it out, apparently finding it difficult to swallow. So Chen Sun didn't force him, and lay down on the railing with him, quietly watching the group of ragged ordinary people on the first floor. There were old people, children, and hungry people curled up, trying to reduce calorie consumption by sleeping. After a while, Zhao Tiancheng broke the silence and asked, "I don't understand. We can obviously ignore them. If it's just a lack of labor, I can control the zombies to do the work." His personal experience told him that human nature is evil and good people must die, so he did not support Chen Sun's decision at all. According to the original plot, the protagonist completely turned evil after becoming a zombie, so much so that he later chose to stand on the opposite side of humanity, killing people without restraint, and even after finding an antiviral drug, he did not spread it. Chen Sun didn't answer, but just looked at him quietly, then picked up the bag of biscuits that Zhao Tiancheng had thrown away and threw it to the crowd downstairs. The group of people seemed to be instantly activated by the temptation of food, and they scrambled for the half box of biscuits, which was their hope of survival. "I found it first. Get out of here." They fought fiercely, their heads bruised and bloody, revealing their ugly faces for a little food. Chen Sun just looked down at them, watching all this calmly, and said, "You're trying to tell me this is human nature, right?" Zhao Tiancheng stammered in his throat, opened his mouth, but said nothing. "People die for money, birds die for food. To survive, they can kill their own kind. This is the evil nature of human beings." However, Chen Sun laughed out loud, put on his coat, and walked towards the stairs outside the factory. Is this human nature? Yes, but it's not all human nature. I will show you the full picture of human nature. This sentence made Zhao Tiancheng stunned. He stood there for a while and decided to follow Chen Sun to see what he was up to. Behind him, where he couldn't see, the fight over a pack of biscuits had subsided, and in the end, an old man got the life-saving food. Trembling and wiping away his tears, he broke the packet of biscuits into pieces bit by bit and fed them to his young and sick child. The child was only breathing weakly and had difficulty swallowing anything, so the man tried again and again, tirelessly. Eat to survive. You must survive. As long as you are alive, there is hope. Chapter 35, Iron's Betrayal. Chen Sun walked out of the factory and stretched out his hand towards the endless city ruins. "Oh, right, how about you guess what my ability is?" This made Zhao Tiancheng a little confused for a moment. Based on the previous performance, he thought it was nothing more than a destructive type of ability. Is it to destroy objects remotely? However, Chen Sun just smiled and snapped his fingers, and an invisible wave quickly spread out with him as the center. With the factory as the center, the steel bars of countless high-rise ruins quickly broke into fragments, then dissipated into microscopic particles, spinning and dancing in the air. They spun like dancing blades, killing all the zombies in the area and clearing away the collapsed ruins. The fragments gathered together again and built a new small bungalow bit by bit, including the supports, walls, and windows. As if everything was reshaped, almost in the blink of an eye, the basic structure of houses appeared within a few miles. Like a miracle, with a snap of the fingers, the city turns into a plain. Tall, straight walls were built around the base to keep hordes of zombies outside. The crowd in the factory let out bursts of exclamations. Zhao Tiancheng stood there in shock, his jaw almost dropping. Look outside. Oh my god. A house was created out of thin air. This is Chen Sun's ability, called Treachery of Iron. Any substance containing iron, as long as it can be sensed, can be controlled at will. There are so many things in the world that contain iron, whether it is alloys, ores, or even the steel bars mixed in buildings. Existence means the possibility of creation. Get to work, the fat man shouted, distributing the tools to the crowd who were immersed in surprise. Each survivor who joined the base was given a small bag of food and a shovel or hoe. Chen Sun built the basic framework of the base. As for filling it with cement and other contents, as well as reclaiming farmland and digging canals, a large amount of manpower is still needed. I don't know who took the lead, but people cheered. With food in their hands and after witnessing such magical power, they suddenly felt that they had a possibility of survival again. The disheartened people lived in fear of death every day, but the moment they got the iron shovel, they suddenly felt they had the strength to live again. There is no safety in the end times, and Shen Sun provides them with safety. There is no food in the end times, and they come to create food. The food, water, and seeds distributed all came from the city's former dusty shops. Even if everyone knows that these buried seeds may take several months to germinate, or even half a year to be served on the table, by then they may have starved to death, but so what? With seeds, there is hope. Zhao Tiancheng was still immersed in intense shock and couldn't extricate himself for a long time. The fat man and Song Sanqing looked calm. This was just Brother Chen's basic operation, and they just had to get used to it. What shocked him was yet to come. When assigning tasks, Chen Sun gathered everyone together, registered their information one by one, and distributed survival supplies. Name? They all call me Scar, brother, you can just call me Scar. Superpower? Earth-based abilities can loosen the soil about half a meter above the surface. Okay, you pick a dozen people to be in charge of plowing the land. Chen Sun collected all the information of these 50 people and arranged different tasks in an orderly manner according to their abilities. Those who have earth-related abilities are responsible for building and filling houses. Those who can control the wind are responsible for sowing seeds. Those who have water-related abilities are responsible for irrigating farmland. There was a girl with the ability of Desperate Rock, which could affect people's moods with her singing. So Chen Sun found her a guitar and asked her to sing in the fields. He sang songs of joy, he sang songs of hope. In an instant, all the tiredness of everyone was swept away, and they started working as if they had been injected with chicken blood, using all kinds of special abilities, which was truly 100 flowers blooming. The elderly and children who could not help stood aside and handed out buckets of water. Of course, there were also a group of people who were unwilling to obey the arrangements and just stood by and made sarcastic remarks. Chen Sun was in no mood to care about them and politely kicked them out of the base. If you want to stay, stay. If you don't, get out. These people were completely confused. They didn't expect to be driven out. Facing the dense swarms of zombies behind them, some cried and some shouted, but they received no response. As time went by, thanks to the efforts of everyone, the facilities of the base were basically complete. A large area of farmland, a metal housing area and a small warehouse formed a well-organized urban village. Chen Sun was calmly building a number of greenhouses on an open space. Since the mission is to save the world in 30 days, it is necessary not only to sneak into the Savior Company and find antitoxin drugs to completely eliminate the zombies, but also to ensure that the surviving humans can still create food and pass on the human torch. Now all the supplies in the city are basically stored in the base's warehouse, which can last everyone about 3 months. Relying solely on naturally grown plants is too slow, so he wants to build a crop acceleration chamber to ensure that food can be served on the table before the existing food is eaten up. But the problem now is that none of them has the ability to accelerate time. Just when he was worried, the fat man came running over from a distance in surprise, shouting as he ran, "Brother Chen! We found Miss Lu Yunmiao." When they were teleported to this world, Lu Yunmiao lost contact with the three of them and only came to this city now. Chen Sun didn't show much emotion. He just replied lightly and continued to study the seeds. Seeing how nonchalant he was, Ji Biqing added, "Her special ability is plant growth induction." These words were like a bombshell, making Chen Sun stand up all of a sudden. He was even more excited than hearing the word vacation and excitedly grabbed the fat man's shoulders. "Where is she? Take me to see her. It's like handing over a pillow when you're sleepy." With this ability, why worry about food shortages at the base? Wholesale food in the apocalypse is just around the corner. Lu Yunmiao was sitting quietly on the chair at this time, with her big watery eyes, occasionally glancing at Chen Xun. It was the first time she saw her senior looking at her like that. Her face turned red for a moment and she grabbed the hem of her skirt with her hands, feeling very shy. What kind of look is that? Can you imagine a tiger that has been hungry for a long time, suddenly hearing that someone is coming to its territory to slide and tackle, and it doesn't even need to order takeout? This is the look Chen Sun gave Lu Yunmiao when he looked at his ability. "Senior." She lowered her head shyly, feeling a little embarrassed. Her heart was already in turmoil, with waves thousands of feet high. Inner thoughts, Senior is looking at me. He's looking at me. Help! He's so handsome. I'm suffocating. Ugh, he must have me in his heart. Chen Sun didn't know that Lu Yunmiao had already thought of what to name their child. He just smiled at Lu Yunmiao, patted her shoulders with both hands, and gave her a task. Miss Yun Miao, this is a very important task, you must complete it carefully. In order to feed everyone, and to save the world. Please take good care of these seeds. Shi Biqing and Song Sanqing were stunned as they listened, and admired in their hearts, he is worthy of being called Brother Chen. He has become very good at making big promises. However, through Lu Yunmiao's filter, Chen Sun's words changed their meaning and sounded weird no matter how they sounded. Seeds, Senior said. Seeds, is that what I thought? She has even decided what to name their daughter. As soon as she touched Chen Sun's hand, her heart was in a mess. She trembled and blurted out subconsciously. Just call me Chen Xiaoyu. What? Chen Sun looked at her in confusion, not understanding what her incoherent words meant. Liu Yunmia shuddered all over, suddenly reacted, came back to his senses, and ran out of the door with his face covered in shame. Her face was filled with // and she turned around and shouted, "Okay, Senior, I promise to complete the task, Senior." Chapter 36, Notes of a Thief. At daybreak, I set out with my hoe. The sun was shining brightly today. Although my ability is hidden in the shadows and is basically useless for farming, I can contribute physical effort. Scar Brother once told me that in the end times, only useful people deserve to live, so I have to work hard to make myself look more useful. I used to go out stealing things and looking for supplies, which were my specialties, so I survived, but after meeting Ned Man, I can't do these things anymore. I get scared when I think of him. In the blink of an eye, half of the city was gone. Can this still be considered a human being? So when we lined up that day, I was the first one to run, just to get on his good side. Fortunately, he didn't have time to care about a small character like me, and didn't care about my previous deception. I was carrying a bucket with water sloshing around inside. The men next to me laughed at me and said, "You're such a skinny guy. Your legs aren't even as thick as their arms. What are you doing out here working for?" I raised my head and said unconvincedly, "Why not? I can do a lot more." If you admit that you can't do it, you will be treated as waste. Even I understand this truth, but some people still don't. Little brother, come here, sister wants to talk to you. As for the woman sitting next to us and posing coquettishly, I remember that she tried to seduce our new boss before but failed. Now all the women in the base looked down on her. After arriving at the new base, she always found ways to be lazy and used her looks to trick other men into doing work for her. Now you're trying to take advantage of me again? Ha, I won't work for a parasite like that for nothing. So I rolled my eyes, ignored her, and continued to work. The men sitting nearby all laughed and teased the woman in shrill voices. Sister Xiao, you don't even let go of such a small baby? He's still a chick. The woman didn't blush or feel embarrassed. She flirted with the men and said in a coquettish voice, "How could it be? It's just that I'm lonely and it's so hot, so I want to find someone to calm me down." I pretended not to see it and walked past her with the bucket in my hand. Unexpectedly, the woman stretched out her dirty hands and reached under my pants. Damn female hooligan, my face immediately flushed and burned, as if I had eaten spicy food. I glared at her fiercely, squeezed my buttocks together, and quickly ran away with the bucket. The vulgar laughter of men came from behind. When I ran around a corner, I bumped into the new boss who happened to be passing by. "Hello, Brother Chen." I immediately took off my hat and lowered my head, not daring to look them in the eye. But the thing I feared most happened. The fat guy next to the boss saw me and immediately shouted, "Isn't this the little thief?" I felt a calm yet terrifying gaze looking at me, and I felt a chill all over my body. My back immediately straightened and was covered in cold sweat, but Brother Chen just nodded and didn't take me seriously. He continued to busy himself with his own things, writing and drawing on paper. This gave me a long sigh of relief. "You can start now," he instructed the person next to him. The big brother named Zhao Tiancheng looked at me coldly and turned to face a large field. I saw rows of zombies standing motionless at the edge of the field. I was immediately frightened and started to tremble all over. I wished I could just run away, but Brother Chen never seemed to be afraid. He looked at the zombies calmly, so I felt a little relieved. With the boss here, there is nothing to be afraid of. Even if the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. Brother Zhao waved his hand, and the group of zombies immediately followed like clockwork, with ropes tied around their backs, and started running, dragging the plow behind them, leaving black traces on the ground. That group of zombies, like old cows that don't eat grass, kept running forward, like ready-made bulldozers. I stood there in shock. In the past, I always saw zombies eating people. How could I have seen zombies plowing the land? I swear I'd never seen this in my life. Later, when it was dark and I was exhausted, I came back and saw that woman causing trouble again. It turned out that there was a homeless person who came to the base. No one knew his background and they didn't dare to let him in. Everyone was questioning him in detail. Brother Chen and the others were not here, so only Sister Lu Yunmiao was in charge of the homeless man. Looked a bit strange. His thin and pale face looked like it was deliberately smeared with dust, and there were no calluses on his hands. He looked like he came from another base. We didn't know if he was infected by zombies. I don't know what was wrong with that celebrity woman, but she kept crying and making a fuss, saying, "This man is so pitiful, we want to take him in. Don't you have any kindness at all?" She was talking without any back pain while standing, probably because she wanted to find someone who could help her with the work for a long time, but we all understand that one more person means one more mouth to feed. However, what none of us expected was that Sister Lu Yunmiao, who usually looked quiet and gentle, picked up a pistol and shot the homeless man without saying a word. Then she turned around and shot the female star again. We were all stunned. We saw Lu Yunmiao with blood all over his face. He had a sweet smile on his face and made a hush gesture with his lips. The gentle and lovely image of this sister instantly collapsed in my mind. Then she wiped her face and took out a potion from the inside pocket of the homeless man's shirt. It had a label from the Savior Company that read T-virus concentrate on it. We suddenly realized that he was a spy sent by those bastards from the Saviors. He wanted to sneak in and spread the T-virus, turning us all into zombies, but that woman shouldn't be sentenced to death. At this time, Brother Chen heard the gunshots and rushed over. Seeing the body on the ground, he asked, "What happened?" Sister Lu Yunmiao's expression changed immediately, and she returned to her original innocent look. She blinked her beautiful amber eyes and explained to Senior, "You're here. Someone was secretly communicating with the Savior Company's spy, and I've already dealt with him." Looking at her innocent face, I felt a panic rising from the bottom of my heart, and the world opened up to me in a completely new way. I won't be silenced. Brother Chen looked at the two bodies on the ground, frowned, and asked us who had been standing nearby, but Sister Lu Yunmiao was standing behind him, giving us a smile that made my hair stand on end. So we all did what she said. In the end, the matter came to nothing, and I returned to the residential area in despair. Thinking back to the whole thing, I started to shiver. Lu Yunmiao's amber eyes kept appearing in front of my eyes, so cold that it seemed to freeze me. When everyone left today, I asked her why she killed that woman. Although that woman is annoying, she didn't do anything harmful to the world. She doesn't deserve to die. I just want to know the specific evidence of her collusion with spies. However, Lu Yunmiao just raised his lips, without explaining anything, smiled and blinked his big mischievous eyes, and said, "Little brother, what's the reason?" "Because it's the end of the world, kill the Virgin Mary first." Chapter 37. When one has enough food and clothing, he will no honor and disgrace. The two cold bodies on the ground were both killed with one blow. Without any hesitation, Zhao Tiancheng recognized that the dead homeless man was the thin man who often bullied him in the Iron Wolf base. So he snorted coldly, showing no sympathy for the guy at all, and even felt that it was not enough to relieve his anger. Because their Iron Wolf base was backstabbed by this traitor, and it was this guy who opened the door when the zombies attacked the city. Looking back now, this guy must have been bought out by the Savior Company a long time ago. He was largely responsible for the destruction of the Iron Wolf base. Chen Sun kept frowning, looking at Lu Yunmiao with his deep, dark eyes, as if he could see through her. Lu Yunmiao still maintained her flawless smile, innocent and impeccable, although in the end they found clear evidence from the dead female star that she had indeed colluded with the other party in order to join the Savior Company's camp. But Chen Sun still felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Why? Did the Savior Company come to cause trouble for their base so soon? But there is no point in thinking about these things now. They can only focus on building the base first. The incident passed just like that, and the onlookers dispersed, dragging their exhausted bodies back to the residents' houses, exhausted like zombies. For a moment, it was unclear whether the ones walking outside were zombies or the humans inside were zombies. By the evening, Chen Sun built several iron bathhouses. The fat man used his special powers to heat the water uniformly, and the hot steam filled the entire house. After a busy day, taking a relaxing and comfortable hot bath is a heavenly enjoyment for people. Then everything became relaxed, and the threats to survival faced during the day seemed to be forgotten at this moment. Those people who had fought each other to the point of bloodshed over a box of cookies during the day now put aside their past grudges, called each other brothers, and boasted about their past glory. The women also gathered together, mending their own homes, chatting about family matters, and complaining about their men in an ambiguous tone. From time to time, cheerful laughter could be heard from next door. With food and shelter, you have a home, and all misfortunes can be kept outside the house. Human beings are so amazing. Even when they are in desperate situations, as long as there is a little sunshine and rain, they can live a comfortable life again. Zhao Tiancheng remained silent. He had witnessed many things today, which overturned his previous cognition. Superpowers are not just tools for killing and plundering, they can also be used for production and to create value. People are not always bad. Most people will only do bad things when their lives are threatened. When everyone has enough to eat, there will be fewer evil thoughts and morality will begin to take effect. He told Chen Sun about this realization, but the other party just laughed loudly without replying. His dark eyes narrowed slightly, and he told him after a while, "You're right." Chen Sun lay comfortably on his back, feeling the warm water flowing over his body, looking at the ceiling of the tin house, as if recalling something. In the city where I used to live, most people are kind. At least I'm lucky that everyone I've met since I was a child has been very kind to me. White moonlight streamed in through the cracks in the window, forming a white streak on the ground. Both of them were silent, each with their own thoughts. Zhao Tiancheng thought of Yu Xiaosheng, the first person in his life who treated him well, and a bitter feeling arose in his mouth. Chen Sun thought of his home and the 5-nut mooncake he brought back from school on the Mid-Autumn Festival and shared with his younger brothers and sisters. Are mooncakes delicious? Not really. Mooncakes are all the same everywhere, but because my brother brought them back, they seem extra delicious. There are only 4 people in the bathhouse now. The fat man is lying on the ground with his shorts sticking up, peeping at the women's bathhouse next door through the crack in the iron wall. Although the bathhouse was full of smoke, and through the crack in the door it was all white, and I couldn't see anything clearly, but it doesn't stop it from being exciting. Song Sancheng submerged his entire head in the hot water, gurgling bubbles as if he had no intention of breathing and was trying to see if he could drown himself. Just then, there was a rustling sound outside the window, and everyone in the house became nervous. Chen Sun frowned, stood up from the water, and walked step by step towards the taut cloth curtain, from where a burst of whispers came. Slurp, slurp, my little Sancheng he senior, he actually has 8 pieces. Shoo! Keep your voice down. I've overtaken him, what should I do? He pulled open the curtains with a swish, revealing 2 blushing faces outside the room. Liu Yunmiao and the girl with desperate rock were both standing on a stool, holding on to the little lyre. The 2 of them covered their faces tightly and screamed loudly in shame. One of them lost his balance and pulled each other's clothes, and both fell off the chair. Poor kid below, he was hit by the 2 men and saw stars. Chen Sun blinked his black eyes, expressionless, and pulled the curtains shut with a swish. What's wrong, brother Chen? Fine. He turned around and calmly told the people in the room, then silently put on his coat. On the other side, the little liar named Yan Ziya was viciously trapped in a corner by 2 women, his face pale. What sin had he committed to be caught by Lu Yunmiao and Lin Yin, and to help keep watch? But he was still discovered. Little friend, if others knew about this, haha. Lu Yunmiao raised her red lips slightly and stared at Yan Ziya with a smile, which made him feel a chill all over his body. Lin Yin carried her big guitar, looking like a ferocious female bandit, as if she would swing the guitar in his face if he said no. Damn it, you 2 peeped at a man taking a shower. Why am I the one who was unlucky? Yan Ziya felt helpless, her teeth chattering, and she said with tears in her eyes, Aunties, I'm too brave to tell anyone. You're the best. Lin Yin slung her guitar over her shoulder, tossed her hair casually, then walked away with Lu Yunmiao arm in arm. He collapsed to the ground in fear, sweating profusely. The next morning, Yan Ziya heard from Scar Brother that the windows of the bathhouse had been sealed with iron sheets again, making it airtight. It's so inconvenient. Another man complained with some annoyance. Yeah, I'm taking a shower inside now. It's so hot. I don't know what Brother Chen is thinking. Yan Ziya was sitting beside the field, with beads of sweat on his face, and he didn't say a word when asked. A group of people started chatting while working, but soon changed the topic. By the way, why did the boss name our base the peanut base? It sounds so tacky. Yeah, I still think it sounds bad. It makes it sound like we're just growing peanuts. The boss must have a deep meaning behind his shouting. Just as everyone was working hard, a long alarm suddenly sounded outside the base. Alert! A large number of high-risk zombies are approaching. Danger level S. Some of the people here escaped from the destroyed Iron Wolf base. When they heard these familiar words, their faces immediately turned pale. The others didn't understand what was going on and just treated it as an ordinary invasion. They picked up their hoes and were eager to fight. Hey, if you stay here for so long, your bones will become soft. Finally, I can kill zombies. However, these strong men were stopped by Yen Zia, whose face was now ashen, and he stood in front of everyone, breathing heavily. You can't go. You'll die. He had witnessed with his own eyes how a single S-class zombie could easily destroy an ironclad base, but now there was a whole group. He couldn't let these people die, however. The men just looked at each other and laughed. Scar patted his head and said, "We'll be fine. Because Brother Chen is here." Chapter 38, War Symphony. This chapter is recommended to be read with the song Unstoppable. Please do not leave the title of the book under the song, it is impolite. On the towering walls of the base, everyone was fully armed and ready for battle. Beneath the wall, the autumn wind was blowing through the ruins and debris all over the ground, and blowing through the hair of these dozen people, telling a mournful song, as if mourning the past era of human civilization. On the distant horizon, several eye-catching protrusions suddenly appeared. The giant beasts as big as mountains opened their mutated bloody mouths and ran at high speed, as if the heaven and earth were shaking. The black spots became more and more numerous, like a dark tide, roaring angrily, determined to break down the thin wall, and on the boundless city wall, there stood a figure, between heaven and earth, wearing a windbreaker. In the whistling autumn wind, he opened his deep black eyes. Chen Sun ignored the giant mutant zombie running in front of him, but just looked into the distance with deep eyes, as if he could penetrate the space, looking at him from a distance of dozens of miles. A pair of scarlet eyes suddenly opened. Why Yu Shaosheng had a dangerous smile on his lips. He sat in a chariot loaded with sophisticated weapons, looking down on everyone with a high position, like the queen of zombies, driven by the energy waves of the Savior Company. Thousands, tens of thousands, and even hundreds of millions of zombies swarmed like a black mass, covering the fields as far as the eye could see. Zhao Tiancheng was secretly anxious. He could only control a few hundred zombies now, which was a drop in the bucket compared to the zombie army. Seeing that the zombie army was about to break through the defense line and overwhelm the small base, however, the figure standing on the city wall remained calm. Chen Sun stretched out his hand, and suddenly an invisible force field appeared with him as the center. Everything within this area, whether living creatures or objects, was annihilated by the high-speed rotating metal storm, creating a vacuum zone among the zombie hordes all over the mountains. That terrifying domain continued to extend and expand, like a meat grinder, as if it was going to swallow up the entire world and return to extinction. However, when the invisible force field extended halfway, it was blocked by another field and could not move forward even a single step. Strong magnetic field? Chen Sun frowned and looked at the towering war machine dozens of miles away. Yu Shaosheng, who was sitting inside, put on a provocative smile. She was well aware of the special abilities of the experimental subject X-438 and had already prepared a large number of instruments to ensure that even tiny metal fragments had nowhere to escape. Although the metal storm was blocked, Chen Sun was not panicked at all and slowly raised his right hand again. Suddenly, countless metal cannons were erected from the windows of the base, revealing their black muzzles. He waved his hand, and in an instant, the sound of boom was endless. The shells covered the sky, shuttled through the sky, and weaved a dense net of destruction. With a deafening roar, artillery fire landed on the wasteland, blooming on the battlefield. Countless zombie heads flew up, and black blood covered the land. It was like countless flowers blooming overnight, raising their black petals and scattering them all over the fields. It was like a symphony between heaven and earth. The dark shadow stood there quietly, like a calm conductor, closing his eyes and listening to the heroic song of war. He waved his left hand, and immediately, dozens of giant mechas rushed out from the base and crushed countless ordinary zombies into meat paste. As huge as a mountain, it fights among countless zombies as if it is in an empty space. The metallic shell is stained with black blood. This is Chen Sun's masterpiece. Steel can be used to make many things, including large mechas. Ha ha ha, I'm driving a Gundam. The fat man sat in the cockpit excitedly, rushing towards an S-class zombie as if he didn't care about his life, controlling the mecha, and twisting off its huge head. As expected of Brother Chen. The huge mecha with a fat belly turned around and made an OK gesture to the wall of the base. Chen Sun ignored him and just looked calmly at the huge machine in the distance. Yu Shaosheng looked at everything on the field coldly, as if he was watching a stubborn resistance. Everything is not so easy to end. The zombie tide is endless, and humans will eventually become exhausted, unless the source of all this is extinguished. So, Chen Sun smiled and gave an order on the intercom. Decapitation operation, begin. This calm voice seemed to contain endless power. Everyone became alert and shouted at the same time, receive. All the giant mechas rushed in one direction, raising endless dust in the vast desert. Yu Shaoxing immediately widened her blood-red eyes, realizing that Chen Sun was actually planning on her, so she frowned and ordered all the zombies to block these mechas. Thousands of zombies rushed towards the machines like the giant hands of death. The mechas knocked away piles of zombies, and several of them were stopped by giant zombies. They were stopped layer by layer until the last one was also submerged by the black wave. It seemed as if humanity's hope was also devoured by fear at this moment, and everything returned to silence. At this moment, a long song was heard from the city wall. Linin activated, Desperate Rock, and the sound shook the heaven and earth. I'll smile, I know what it takes to fool this town. I will put on a smile, I know the price of fooling people. I'll do it till the sun goes down. I will stick to myself until the night falls. When she sang the line, I am unstoppable, she shouted to the wall below, Song Sanqing. If you die, I will insist on marrying you in my next life. A roar suddenly erupted from the pile of wriggling zombies. Get lost. A black chariot broke through the endless waves like a demon whale cutting through the storm. Song Sanqing sat in the car and spat out a mouthful of blood, in which there were faint traces of internal organ fragments. He stared at the car window in front of him that was about to shatter with anger in his eyes. The windows were covered with zombies' blood and body parts, making it difficult to identify the direction, but he still kept his eyes sharp, turned the steering wheel sharply, and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. With a boom, the armored vehicle sped out, skipping in the tide of zombies, like a ship sailing through the waves in the sea, and quickly moved towards Yu Shaoxing. 1 step, 2 steps. Seeing that the car was about to be overwhelmed by zombies again, Song Sanqing kicked open the door and flew towards the huge machine. Amidst everyone's expectant and worried gazes, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Asshole! I want to die in peace." Then he fell against the bulletproof glass window and turned into a meat patty. Yu Shaoxing, Chen Sun, the windshield wipers of the war machine moved, and like cleaning a stain, they brushed the meat sauce away with a bias. Yu Shaoxing breathed a sigh of relief and laughed contemptuously. She had put so much thought into strengthening the chariot's defenses, even a cannonball wouldn't have been able to blast it open, let alone a human like that. Chapter 39, Breaking the Deadlock. The battle situation has reached a stalemate. Song Sanqing's life or death is unknown, and the other mechas are gradually unable to withstand it. Chen Sun asked them to withdraw first, as saving their lives is the most important thing. The surging waves of zombies hit the walls of the base again and again. They piled up little by little and then slid down the walls. Before long, the walls of this base may be torn down, and the fertile fields protected behind the walls will be ruthlessly trampled upon. By then, people will lose their homes again, corpses will be scattered all over the ground, and blood will flow everywhere. The base was covered in silence, everyone was immersed in the shadow of despair and said nothing. Linin was crying her heart out, and kept shouting that she wanted to avenge Song Sanqing. She wished she could just jump down, pick up her guitar and fight the zombies to the death. It took the others a long time to hold her down. It was easy to rush forward in a fit of rage, but what about the base behind them? They didn't have the capital to fight to the death. Death has a grip on everyone's heart, but like a cat playing with a mouse, no one can ever guess when they will die. He can't die. A calm voice sounded. So everyone looked up at Chen Sun with their last hope. As long as Brother Chen hasn't given up, there's still a chance. Chen Sun sat in a chair, head bowed, thinking, searching for a way out. Everyone looked at him expectantly, and as long as he didn't speak, no one would say anything. That he was debating whether he should use the iron in the Earth's crust to create a sinkhole that would kill all living things within a radius of hundreds of miles. No, the noise would be too loud and the base would be destroyed. This was what was giving him a headache. At this moment, Scarface suddenly rushed into the room and shouted in panic, "Swallow, he's gone." What? Did he escape? Everyone looked at each other. It's no wonder. This child had escaped from the Iron Wolf base before. He had a psychological trauma from the zombie siege and ran away because he couldn't stand the fear. No one can blame him for anything. Maybe they will be the next ones to escape. No. Scarface couldn't explain clearly for a moment and sighed heavily. He said he was going to turn off that magnetic field machine. Everyone else was stunned. Isn't this clearly seeking death? However, they were helpless and could only sigh and lament their own incompetence. Perhaps, sacrificing a minor character who was not to be blamed is the wisest choice now. With a bang, to everyone's surprise, Chen Sun put the cup on the table. Although he still had no expression on his face, everyone felt a terrible low pressure and no one dared to move. Did I let him go? At this moment, the air seemed to freeze, and the chandelier in the room flickered several times. So, they found out, and Brother Chen was rarely angry. Yanzia was hiding in the shadows of the battlefield, approaching the machine cautiously little by little. He held his breath, his face covered in cold sweat, and walked around the swarm of zombies that were flying towards him and came under the giant mechanical creature. Turning back, somewhat reluctantly, I took one last look at the base, which was dyed red by the sunset glow in the sky, as if it was the last warm place in the world. He no longer has a home. He used to be like a rat crossing the street. No one cared about his life or death. Even though he could bring food back to people, he was never welcomed. In this new base, he rediscovered the warm feeling of being cared for. He shook his head, smiled bitterly, then turned around resolutely and plunged into this huge war machine. I can't look back. If I look back, I will miss home. This huge machine is like a machinima, making people feel lost in the mountains. He bypassed the 9-turn passage, dodged several hurried white-clothed men, and finally found the control room of the war machine. There was no one guarding nearby, which made Yanzia feel relieved. With a happy smile, he reached out and touched the red button. Just press it and Brother Chen's ability will be unlocked, and everyone can survive. However, his smile soon froze on his face, followed by a look of pain. Yanzia spat out a mouthful of blood, and looked down along his body. There was a bloody hole as big as a fist on the stomach, with a sharp metallic luster inside and bright red blood gurgling out. He turned around in horror, Yu Xiaoxing's bright red eyes reflected in his eyes. He staggered and fell to the ground, his vitality slowly left him. Yanzia looked up at the empty ceiling and suddenly thought of the blue sky and white clouds of his hometown. Why, aren't there any windows here? I really want to see the sky. His eyelids felt heavy. Was he about to fall asleep? But he couldn't sleep, because he still had to save everyone in the base. His mind was in a mess, as if filled with paste. He saw Yu Xiaoxing's face twisted into a paste and saw a figure beside him. Then he seemed to hear Brother Chen sighing. It must be an illusion. Brother Chen must be blaming him now. I'm sorry, Brother Chen, I couldn't help you in the end. Something cold was stuffed into his stomach through the bloody hole, and a chilling feeling that penetrated his heart quickly spread throughout his body. His stomach didn't seem to hurt as much anymore. Maybe it was because he was going to die, he thought. Then he closed his eyes and lost consciousness. Oh? Yu Xiaoxing raised his long eyelashes and looked at the two of them teasingly. X438, are you ready to go with me? Chen Sun quietly sealed Yanzia's broken wound with metal, forming a new blood vessel shape and temporarily stopping the bleeding. He slowly laid Yanzia's body horizontally on the ground, without raising his eyes, his face expressionless. I'm warning you. The interior of this mobile base is made entirely of non-ferrous alloys. Plus, the entire base is filled with a strong magnetic field. You have no chance of winning. Yu Xiaoxing stared at Chen Sun with his scarlet eyes, as if he could kill the person on the ground at any time if the other party made any rash move. Since you agreed, we lowered the magnetic field strength, let you rescue this brat, and then let your base go. You will come with us. Don't regret it now. Otherwise, your friend's life will no longer be yours or mine to decide. Chen Sun silently raised his eyes dark as the abyss. He raised his hands and said, I never regret it. So he stood there, motionless, like a statue. As agreed, Yanzia was carried out of the Savior Company's base and safely sent to the foot of the city wall. The zombies besieging the city also dispersed. 6 or 7 people in protective suits rushed in from all directions, holding bulletproof shields, and approached him cautiously little by little, as if he was an extremely dangerous humanoid monster. When they were close enough, several people rushed over, pinned him to the ground, and injected a blue reagent into his neck. As the cold liquid was injected into his body, Chen Sun felt his hands and feet being quickly cuffed, and his vision became increasingly blurred. When he closed his eyes completely, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. The monster was finally subdued. X438 has been successfully recovered. Requesting containment in the testing chamber. Containment granted. Everything seems to be in hand, and victory belongs to the Savior Company. However, at a moment when no one noticed, Chen Sun, who was lying on the ground, slightly raised the corner of his mouth. Chapter 40, Victory in Hand. The purpose of the Savior Company is to capture the X438 experimental subject. As for destroying a small and insignificant base, they actually don't take it seriously. It is obviously more important to clear out all humans than a small settlement with less than 50 people. This is also why Yu Xiaoxing let go of the peanut base so easily. Of course, even if she broke her promise, Shen Sun had a way to make it difficult for her to chew this tough bone. A large number of cellars had been dug inside his base for emergency shelter and storage of crop seeds. Once the zombies break through the city wall, Qi Bicheng and his men will detonate the huge amount of explosives buried on the surface. At worst, they will all die together, leaving the Savior Company devastated. But now, the zombie army has retreated, and the explosives buried in the base have lost their effect, and people are digging them out one by one. The sky was gray and the dust in the air made the atmosphere particularly depressing. Everyone was silent because this was not a glorious victory. They had lost the leader of the base. It was as if the limbs had lost their brains, and they returned to the confused and lifeless days. The sky is like a coffin lid, burying humanity's last hope shovel by shovel. Fuck it. Zhao Tiancheng lost his patience and threw the iron lever to the ground. I'm so annoyed. During the base defense battle, he had been at the rear and hadn't been of much help. Furthermore, the distance was too far, so Zhao Tiancheng had no idea that his girlfriend, Yu Shaoshang, had become the final boss. After a long silence, he grabbed a gun, raised it to the crowd, and asked sternly, "I'm going to rescue Brother Chen, who's coming with me?" People looked at each other, no one came forward to answer. Scarface pondered, lit a cigarette, walked up to him, patted his shoulder and said, "Brother Zhao, I understand you're in a bad mood. Brother Chen has helped us so much. Without him, we wouldn't be alive today. But no matter our equipment or numbers, we can't defeat the Savior Company. We'll just die in vain if we go." He took a puff of his cigarette, lowered his head and was silent for a while, then continued, "If Brother Chen knew, he would definitely not want us to go." Hearing this, everyone fell silent. If Chen Sun were here, he would definitely hope that they would develop the base well instead of wasting the chance of survival that he fought so hard for. At this moment, a pretty figure stood out and shouted in a clear voice, "I'll go with you." Everyone looked closely and saw that the person who stood out was Lu Yunmiao. She looked at Zhao Tiancheng with firm eyes. People felt ashamed that a man of such stature could not be as courageous as a little girl. "I'm going too." Qi Bicheng also stood up, followed by Yan Zia, who was still seriously injured. He was tightly bandaged all over his body, with tears in his eyes, and slowly raised his hand. "Forget about being a sick person. You should just rest and wait for us to bring Brother Chen back." Lu Yunmiao picked up the machine gun, looked back at Yan Zia, smiled and touched his messy hair. Just as everyone was getting ready and preparing to say goodbye with a fearless look on their faces, Linin ran over panting, carrying something on his back. Wait a moment." Everyone looked at her in confusion, only to see that she was carrying a person covered in blood on her back. He no longer looked like a human, but was still breathing. Judging from his facial features, it was clearly Song Sanqing. After the war, Linin picked up Song Sanqing's bones while crying, and finally put them together and brought him back to life. The bloody man's flesh healed rapidly. He slowly raised his hand and said in a hoarse voice, "I contacted Brother Chen." "What?" Everyone looked at each other. Savior Company headquarters, underground base. The young man with black hair and black eyes was tightly imprisoned, his body covered with shackles, and 4 tubes as thick as fingers were spread all over his body. He still had a yoke on his mouth, as if he might suddenly attack and bite off the researcher's head at any time. The tick-tick sound of infusion continued in the room. A large amount of sedatives flowed non-stop and were injected into the body of this humanoid monster. Outside the thick bulletproof glass, Yu Shaoxing narrowed his scarlet eyes and looked at her most accomplished work with satisfaction. She made a grasping gesture with her hand through the glass, and then a charming smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. "Victory is in our grasp then." Yu Shaoxing waved his hand and ordered the researchers to remove the sedative. After a long time, the young man in the experimental cabin slightly opened his dark eyes and examined everything outside the glass window, just like a trapped animal suppressing its violent nature and looking at the unfamiliar environment. His dark eyes, without a single highlight, narrowed under the light, then curved into a shallow arc. Chen Sun made a hoarse sound from his throat, as if he was sneering at those people who were so timid and cautious. "There are more than a dozen locks of different types. It must be said that they think too highly of him." This made Yu Shaoxing frown. She snorted indifferently and knocked on the white wall. "X438, don't think I don't know what you're planning. Everything you see here is made of composite materials. You can't escape." However, Chen Sun ignored her and just closed his eyes slightly, dozing like a dangerous beast. Seeing this, Yu Shaoxing sneered, flicked his sleeves and left, leaving behind a cold order. "The experiment has been approved. Get ready and take him to the replacement room." It would soon be time for Dr. K to completely take over this body, and she was not in a hurry at all. After the footsteps disappeared in the long corridor, the researcher who stayed behind to guard the place wiped the sweat off his face and breathed a long sigh of relief. He turned back with lingering fear, opened the hatch carefully, and slowly approached with the tranquilizer gun in hand. He then pulled out the needles one by one and removed the silver chains. Experiment X438 has been released, requesting armed personnel to assist. However, when he turned around, he was met with a pair of deep eyes that were like a whirlpool that swallowed up his soul. The high-risk experimental subject was examining him. The researcher shuddered with fear and almost fell to the ground. He was trembling as he prepared to sound the alarm and raised his gun to try to scare away the dangerous creature. I'm warning you, don't try to escape. Shinsun just thought it was funny, so he asked, "What are you guys thinking? You keep saying you want to destroy humanity and come up with all these wicked things that will destroy the world." He stretched his sore neck, the shackles on his hands still intact, and looked at the closed door of the experimental cabin calmly. Aren't you human beings anymore? Those crazy researchers, who are good people, insist on excluding themselves from the scope of humanity and are not worthy of being human. The researcher mustered up his courage and shouted contemptuously, "You are just a lowly, inferior creature. How could you possibly understand the greatness of Dr. K? We have been genetically modified, implanted with mechanical organs, and have shed the genes of inferior monkeys. Now, we are super-evolved intelligent creatures. Survival of the fittest. Only advanced creatures like us are worthy of having control over the resources of Blue Planet." Hearing this, Shensun narrowed his eyes. This is what they said themselves. Since he is not a human being, he does not need to worry about any moral constraints. He raised his head and looked through the glass at the rows of research laboratories. Inside those dark cabins were bloody and mangled human bodies. Pain, wailing, despair, all of these circulate within the cold machine. The emotions unique to human beings are sneered at by the so-called higher creatures. Since they have already made up their minds to kill, no one is innocent. Chapter 41. Want to see fireworks? So Shensun laughed, and the 4 tubes in the entire room trembled with the rise and fall of his chest. Ha 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 ha. Under the researcher's horrified gaze, Shensun stopped laughing and then raised his bandaged arm with some difficulty. The chains clanked, restraining his arms, and the pale hand slowly turned, as if turning an invisible doorknob. From a distance, the researcher's head was twisted into a knot, as easy as turning on a faucet. Blood splattered everywhere, covering the white walls. Until his death, the man had his eyes wide open in fear, not understanding how he died. "Come out." Shensun regained his calm expression, his hands still hanging on the wall, and shouted towards the corner. A finger twisted and crawled out from the shadows, then quickly expanded and grew, slowly getting bigger like a balloon being blown up. Then it kept squirming and deforming, becoming the shape of a little man the size of a fist. It is Song Sanqing's infinite regeneration. Before coming to rescue Yanzia, Shensun picked up one of Song Sanqing's fingers and put it in his shirt pocket. After the metal detector, no one could bring in even a piece of iron filings, but Yu Shaoxing never expected that Shensun would directly slip his good friend's finger in. The outline of the little man became clearer and turned into a miniature Song Sanqing, who climbed up the experimental table with a grunting sound. Little Song Sanqing was exhausted and out of breath, but he finally pressed the button to unlock the blockade and completed his mission. Then he saluted Shensun, jumped down from the laboratory table with a whoosh, and fell into a pulp with a bias. As expected of Song Sanqing's clone, his personality is exactly the same as his master's. Shensun shook his head, moved his wrist, and looked calmly into the depths of the corridor. There, pairs of eyes suddenly opened. Alert! Alert! High-risk experiment X438 is out of control, requesting annihilation. The base was in chaos. Red and yellow alarms sounded, lights flashed chaotically, and the creatures in the cages around them roared. Shensun walked slowly in the midst of the hustle and bustle, calmly stroking each cage with his hand. In the dark laboratory, there were various creatures that were originally humans. Their skin and flesh were turned up, their faces were unrecognizable, and they were groaning constantly. Listen, they are sobbing, they are saying, it hurts, and save me. They were wailing and expressing their pain. But why can't those higher creatures hear it? Why do they kill their own kind? Shensun walked calmly like this. His heart was empty, just like this hollow man-eating corridor. It was difficult for him to feel any emotion. The sound of slow footsteps could be heard in the deep corridor. He stopped in front of a door and looked through the glass window. A small humanoid creature curled up like a rat without skin, trembling and shouting, "Brother, it hurts so much." "Is that you? I heard you." Where are you? Then he felt his heart suddenly tremble, and the pain from the original owner surged like a tide. Memory fragments of the original owner detected, ready to play for the host. Chen Sun's eyes blurred for a moment, and he stood firm. By in that memory, he saw a girl, blinking her beautiful big eyes, smiling at him through the cage door. I really want to go outside and take a look. Her watery eyes twinkled, filled with childish innocence. Neighbor brother, you should be able to go out soon. When the time comes, please don't forget me. Yeah, X438, who was wrapped in bandages all over his body, nodded slightly, stretched out his hand, and made a pinky promise with the short girl across the cage. Make a promise. For 100 years, no changes, those eyes sparkled brightly, becoming the only light in this dark place. Later, her eyes were gouged out, she was made into a monster, she was made ugly and embarrassing, her heart was filled with pain and she forgot many people and things, but she still remembered him, she still remembered the agreement. The emotions in my chest burned out like a candle flame, leaving only a scar of nothingness. Chen Sun came back to his senses, broke away from his memories. Stretched out his hand to grab something, but lost those fragments forever. He opened the door in silence and picked up the inhuman little monster on the ground. So light, there's nothing left. Brother? The lump of flesh trembled, recognizing his voice, and grabbed Chen Sun's neck with its small bright red claws. Why? Why did you come back? Did you forget me? Chen Sun felt tears dripping onto his shoulder, so he gently patted the little monster and said with lowered eyes, It's okay, I'll take you out and see the world. Across the corridor, a group of fully armed genetic warriors quickly surrounded the two. Stop, put your hands up. Yu Shaosheng sneered disdainfully, looking down at the stubbornly resisting little white mouse with a playful expression. However, Chen Sun just walked quietly, step by step, into the depths of the corridor. I said stop. Everyone raised their guns and confronted him, sweating profusely. He raised his eyes, his dark eyes staring silently at those people. After a while, he finally stopped. Do you want to see fireworks? He lowered his head and asked the child. There was no response, probably because he had fallen asleep. This kind of ordinary experimental subject would fall into a deep sleep after leaving the cabin. He felt that he should be sad, but his chest was filled with emptiness. His tears had dried up and he could no longer see or why. So Chen Sun laughed out loud, almost suffocating, his whole body shaking with laughter. He raised his left hand above his head, he snapped his fingers a bomb. In an instant, the bodies of everyone present exploded, and bright red blood splattered everywhere, like falling glass fireworks. The flesh and blood deformed, the body swelled, and bloomed like a rose. He just closed his eyes and stood quietly in the middle of the sea of roses. His white shirt was stained with fallen petals, a stain that could never be washed away. There was warmth in the corners of his eyes, but it wasn't tears, it was blood. Impossible. Yu Shaosheng widened his eyes, collapsed to the ground trembling, shouting unwillingly and trembling in despair. I understand. She grabbed her hair like crazy and raised her head suddenly. It's iron. There's iron in the blood. She immediately realized that human blood also contains iron. As long as the blood is allowed to flow backwards and break through the venous valves, the whole person can be turned into fireworks and explode. That's right. That's right. Ha 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 ha, it's really my most perfect work. The final winner is me. She laughed wildly, tears streaming down her face, and she was out of breath. However, Chen Sun just stood there quietly, holding the little monster, looking at the empty ceiling quietly, without any answer. Can you be a little quieter? He lowered his eyes, reached out his hand, and crushed the woman's vocal cords. Chen Sun was now very confused as to why he couldn't feel sad and why he couldn't cry no matter what. He is obviously a human being, so he should have emotions like joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. He stood there in a pool of blood for what seemed like a century. Chapter 42, Monsters Must Die. He carried the little monster on his back and walked through this twisted base, searching for the last hope of mankind. As long as we find the antiviral drug, get out of this dark and dirty place, and spread it, the T-virus will disappear and everything will be over. He wanted to create a better world. He wanted the child to see that the outside world was not filled with zombies and wailing, but was filled with sunshine, grass, mountains and rivers. People will sing happily and dance joyfully in the sunshine, without any deceit or scheming. Just as she expected, the little monster lay quietly behind him, its big head nodding sleepily. The bubbles coming out of its nose were popped, and it woke up in a daze. Brother, how much longer will it take? I'm so sleepy. We still have to walk a little further, Chen-sun said with a smile. Do you want to hear a story? So Chen-sun raised his head and looked at the pale ceiling with his dark eyes, as if he could see the blue sky through it. Once upon a time there was a huge monster. He befriends a little monster, and they live in a cage together their entire lives. The little monster told him every day that there were flowers and grass outside, green mountains and beautiful waters, and lovely people dancing, which made the big monster yearn for it very much. So one day, the big monster finally escaped from the cage and came to the outside world. Then he discovered that the world was not lovely at all. The sky was gray, covered by smog, the grass was scorched by fire, and the once kind people were holding forks, knives and guns. They shouted, "Go away, you monster! You destroyed our village, and now you want to take our lives?" Then he discovered that he could only bring disaster. Hearing a slight sniff on his shoulder, Chen-sun realized that the child had fallen asleep a long time ago. But he smiled and shook his head, accepting the fact that he couldn't tell stories, and continued walking forward. When Zhao Tiancheng and his men arrived, they saw a deserted base and congealed blood all over the ground. Although Song Sanqing had informed them in advance, they still couldn't help but feel surprised and panicked when they saw this hellish scene on Earth with their own eyes. Seeing that the situation was not good, some researchers fled in advance, while others tried to stop Chen-sun, but naturally they were defeated by fireworks. The black-haired young man, covered in blood, returned to the surface from the underground base carrying a small monster on his back, like a ghost who had just crawled out of the 18th level of purgatory. There was not a single spot on Chen-sun's body that was clean. When he grinned, his big white teeth looked even more creepy. He handed the blue reagent to Zhao Tiancheng, and also left the future of mankind to him to decide. It was like a demon crawling out of hell, covered in sticky darkness and stained with indelible sins, but bringing back the last sun for mankind. Inside the blue test tube, some fluorescent lights were flickering, like fireflies in the dark night, tiny and light. Everyone was silent, looking at Zhao Tiancheng with hope in their eyes. Zhao Tiancheng stared at the test tube quietly, feeling mixed emotions. Everything is so dramatic. After being betrayed by humans, he became a zombie and was completely disappointed with human nature, but he was asked to perform a ritual to save humanity. If it were in the past, he might have refused without hesitation, because he hated humans and there was only the flame of hatred in his heart, but now it's different. He has a group of friends he cares about, and the world is no longer just a narrow corner. There is no such thing as human nature being evil, it is just this world that is wrong. Zhao Tiancheng's brows relaxed, he smiled and nodded, then sprinkled the reagent in his hand into the sky. The liquid medicine will evaporate on its own and drift to all parts of the world through the air, dispelling the shadow of the T-virus for mankind. It flew into the sky like a free blue bird. Brother, are we out yet? The little monster rubbed his sleepy eyes, moved his nose, and keenly felt that the air had become different. Yeah. Chen-sun nodded with a smile and gently put the child on the ground. She touched the moist soil with her hands and gently smelled the fragrance of the grass, like a person in a drought-stricken area finding sweet spring water. Tears seeped out of her empty eyes. So she prostrated herself on the ground for a long time, like a devout pilgrim, hugging Mother Earth and falling asleep peacefully around her. The withered grass and trees miraculously came back to life and slowly produced flower buds. Little blue flowers dotted across the field, sending their blessings to this new world. Chen-sun pondered for a while and looked towards the distant horizon, where a dawn was rising. The tiny blue flowers are called baby's breath. This is a little monster's response to the world that once hurt her. This is her special ability, called Good Morning, World. When Dr. K woke up, he found himself turned into a pig. He trembled with fear and found that the fat on his body greatly restricted his movements, so he shook his nose and let out a pig's scream. Oh, you're awake. Lu Yunmia was putting on makeup in front of the mirror and glanced at him casually. When everyone went to rescue Chen-sun, she captured all the escaped researchers. Huge vines emerged from the ground, just like catching chickens. No one could escape. We learned from these people that Dr. K is a conscious being, and as long as he is transferred to another living being, the real Yu Shaoshang will regain consciousness. So she picked a white and fat pig from the small animals raised in the laboratory. As the host of the 1,000 Miles of Red Fate Tai system, Lu Yunmia's mission is to bring together the hero and heroine. How can we fall in love when the heroine is unconscious? Anyone who stands in the way of love must die, this is her creed. Send him to the pig farm and have him castrated. She glanced casually at Dr. K, who was trembling on the ground, and instructed the researchers around her. Yes. Those researchers didn't dare to say no. They wiped the cold sweat from their faces and dragged the big white pig out of the door tremblingly. Doctor Kay let out a pig-slaughtering roar that echoed throughout the laboratory corridor, deafening. After taking care of these trivial matters, Lu Yunmiao patted the dust off his hands neatly, gave a bright smile to the mirror, and then nodded with satisfaction. The girl in the mirror has white teeth and bright eyes. Her eyes are full of youthful ignorance and innocence. Where is the slightest trace of viciousness? With a bright smile on her face, she skipped out to look for Senior Chen. Chen Sun was sitting on the huge wall of the base, his legs dangling in the air, silently watching the sunrise in the distance. The dawn light shone on his face, but his black eyes were still impenetrable. After the disaster, he retreated behind the scenes, and the burden of rebuilding the human home was left to Zhao Tianchang and others. A new era for mankind has begun. He is just a passerby and will eventually disappear in the history of the small world without leaving any trace. Lu Yunmiao blinked mischievously and approached him quietly from behind. The morning breeze was very fresh, gently caressing her black hair. A melodious bell sounded from afar. Shinsun just sat there quietly, not realizing that someone was approaching. She quietly came up behind Shinsun, holding a shiny dagger in her hand, and stabbed Shinsun's back fiercely. The tip of the knife was inserted very deep. She smiled and blinked her amber eyes playfully, saying softly, "I'm sorry, Senior, this is my mission." Chapter 43. Next time you backstab someone, don't use iron. Shinsun just looked back at her indifferently with his deep black eyes, then lit a cigarette calmly. Next time you backstab, don't use an iron dagger. He sat quietly there, the swirling smoke swirling into the sky in the early morning light, blending with the blue sky. Shinsun knew very well that if Lu Yunmiao really wanted to take action, she would not have waited until now. She would have had plenty of opportunities to destroy the base. Lu Yunmiao stuck out her tongue playfully and retracted the dagger. Its originally sharp blade had twisted into a flat shape, with half of the blade missing. "You are worthy of being a senior." She put away the dagger, smoothed her hair to her ears, and sat down next to Chen Sun with a smile. "Then, my mission will be considered a failure." The two sat side by side in silence on the tall city wall, looking at the crimson dawn in the distance. Host can't smoke. The system prompt sounded at the right time, so Chen Sun put out the cigarette but raised his deep gaze, but did not look at Lu Yunmiao. "A mission assigned by the main system?" "Yeah." Lu Yunmiao smiled and nodded, his amber eyes reflecting the sunlight. "Senior seems to have offended a formidable existence. The Savior Company came to us so quickly. Did you provide the coordinates?" So the real spy is not that female star, but you." "Right." Lu Yunmiao clapped his hands, covering his head in distress, and said, "I wanted to keep it simple and just poison it. But everyone was guarding the well water so strictly that we were almost discovered. We had no choice but to find two unlucky guys to divert our attention." Then, she returned to her usual sweet smile, spread her white arms, and continued, "Then I changed my mind. Since the goal was to kill the senior, I couldn't bear to do it. I just went through the motions." Shensun didn't say anything else, but just lowered his eyes and connected the clues in his mind. He suddenly remembered that in the previous world, the last words of the black-haired boy in the Horror Live broadcast were, "Be careful with the system." It's really interesting. He looked at the panel of the passerby system next to him, looked away expressionlessly, and excluded it. "This system is too stupid. It shouldn't be the mastermind behind this. Then it could only be the main system that was causing trouble. What did it want to do? Kill Chen Sun in this small world. Which memory does it want him to lose? Or does it have a way to trap him in this small world forever?" Just as he was thinking quietly, the passerby system announced the completion of the world's main storyline, and a blue screen flashed in front of the two of them. "Congratulations to the host, mission completed." Rating B. According to the original plot, the protagonist Zhao Tian became a revenger, destroyed the savior base, killed his girlfriend with his own hands, and human civilization was eventually destroyed. He died alone as a zombie. Under the host's intervention, the team's 30-day mission to save the world was completed. After the T-virus was eliminated, the hero and heroine turned back into humans and lived an ordinary life. However, due to excessive interference from the host, the world line has undergone a major change, which is not in line with the low-key purpose of the passerby system, so the points are halved. Shensun frowned, recalling some things that were wrong in the previous worlds. In some worlds, even though the mission completion is good, why is the rating still B? Is it true that the main system's criterion for evaluating task completion is not whether the plot is perfect, or is it that the passerby system is deliberately lowering his level in order to conceal his existence from the main system? How had he offended the main system to frame him like this? Thinking of this, he raised his eyes and looked at the system panel carefully. The passerby system turned the screen guiltily and whistled in the corner. The system knows nothing, Epsilon, peanut base, a new day has begun. Scarface stands on the endless ridge of the field, shielding his eyes from the sun with his hands, his dark face covered with sweat. Just today, the peanut seeds they sowed sprouted, the first seedling of the end of the world timidly poked its head out from the culture medium, its tender leaves covered with morning dew. Everyone surrounded it, with unprecedented joy on their faces. Yen Zia picked up the seedling and ran faster than a rabbit, ignoring the wounds on his body and running towards the residential area without looking back. Hey! What are you doing, little thief? The fat man was so anxious that he shouted behind him, panting, but he couldn't catch up. Let me show it to Brother Chen. In the blink of an eye, the man disappeared. The fat man could only shake his head in a helpless manner, and collapsed on the ground wiping his sweat. In the distance, there was a distant crowing of roosters, mixed with the excited cries of swallows. Brother Chen! Brother Chen! We grew it, we really grew it! On the other side, Song Sanqing found a hemp rope as usual, pulled it and found it was quite strong, so he hung it on the tree with a swish sound to see if he could hang himself. As a result, when he turned around and saw Lin Yin's shy face, the corners of his mouth twitched instantly. Xiao Sanqing, she put down the huge guitar and covered her face shyly. You actually still remember this tree? It witnessed our passionate love. The first time they met was under this tree, and Song Sanqing tried to hang himself with a rope. As a result, Lin Yin saw it. Her sense of justice suddenly exploded. Fearing that someone would commit suicide, she rushed forward and hugged Song Sanqing's legs tightly. Let me go. Song Sanqing kicked his legs hard. Don't be depressed, young man. Life is beautiful. You should look more into the future. Lin Yin pulled up his pants with all her strength, trying to support him, sweating with anxiety. The result was that Song Sanqing's pants were torn into pieces during the fight. Finally the rope broke and both of them collapsed to the ground. The breeze blew open their tattered pants, revealing Song Sanqing's white underpants. He lay on the ground with a look of despair, pulling at the piece of cloth, trying to cover his snow-white thighs. Ugh! Lin Yin came to her senses, shyly covering her red face, rolling on the ground, closing her eyes and shouting, I'm sorry, I will take responsibility for you. Things were so weird that Lin Yin came again, with a shy and evil smile on her face, looking up and down at Song Sanqing hanging on the tree. Since Xiao Sanqing is so proactive, then I will, he. She stretched out her claws. Song Sanqing swallowed his saliva and decisively shouted, System, log out of the world. He turned into a stream of data and drifted in the air, leaving nothing behind for her. Only Lin Yin was left standing there, wailing in grief and anger, shouting, Do you think you can get away? Song Sanqing, just wait for me. I'll find you even if I die. The entire field was filled with the sound of her wailing. Zhao Tiancheng and Yu Shaosheng held hands, walked across the empty ridges of the fields, and crossed the ditches where the springs were gurgling. Zhao Tiancheng stopped on a ridge of a field. He squatted down again with a red face and took out two exquisite silver rings from his pocket. They were made by him himself. I'm sorry. I lost the original ring. He lowered his head and said guiltily. However, Yu Shaosheng didn't mind at all. She smiled and stretched out her slender hand, letting him put it on her. The breeze ruffled her white skirt as they sat side by side in the distant fields. Shaosheng, I like. Just as he was about to confess his love, Yen Zia suddenly rushed past, ran across the entire field, and shouted in panic. Oh no! Oh no! Brother Chen, what's wrong with him? Zhao Tiancheng and Yu Shaosheng looked at each other and stood up nervously. Brother Chen is missing. Chapter 44, Prohibition of throwing objects from heights. When everyone rushed to the residential area, they saw only a little girl wrapped in bandages, holding a watering can and watering the flowers in the shed. After initial treatment, she has regained her basic human form and is no longer forced to crawl on the ground like before. Although she still can't see, it won't be long before she can recover her normal human body. This flower shed was built for her by Qin Sun before he left. It was filled with flower pots of various colors, all filled with tiny blue flowers. You asked where my brother went? She put down the watering can in her hand, raised her head in confusion, and faced everyone with empty eyes. Of course he's going home. His home is very far away. She stood on tiptoe happily, a smile on her bandaged face, and continued, "Before he left, my brother said he didn't like saying goodbye, and that we would meet again if we were destined to." So everyone had no choice but to look at each other, and then dispersed with sighs. Yenzia was holding the pot of peanut seedlings, and he looked depressed, as if he had lost his soul. How could Brother Chen leave without saying goodbye? They clearly haven't even thanked him properly, and they clearly still have a long way to go. This passerby of time disappeared in the history of the small world, like a dragonfly skimming the water, leaving only ripples. On the high tower inside the main god space, countless lines are connected to the central socket, transmitting complex signals, and in the center of all the interfaces is a huge transparent brain-shaped object, with a faint fluorescent light flickering inside, reflecting the stars and all things in the universe. Who would have thought that the main system that controls all space by the legendary omniscient and omnipotent God is actually an artificial intelligence in the shape of a human brain? His entire body was immersed in a huge transparent glass tank filled with chaotic liquid and surging bubbles. Occasionally, various human faces emerged from the nutrient solution, filled with pain and misery. This culture medium is like his stomach, digesting the human emotions that are continuously transmitted to him. Zombie world number B103, mission accomplished, world collapse stopped. However, compared to the last reincarnation, the emotional gains are greatly reduced. This is probably caused by the host of the error code S438, passerby system. The brain squirmed, calculating at high speed, if I let him die one more time, I can completely eliminate this error. However, the executor, Lu Yunmiao, has abandoned the mission, and the host of the passerby system is currently on vacation. Therefore, the feasibility of implementing this plan has decreased. Take option 2 and let him stay in this small world. The plan is being implemented. Shinsun returned to the studio and was lying on a chair, stretching. Then he stared at the ceiling quietly, trying to empty his body and enjoy this hard-earned vacation. When I picked up my phone, a group announcement appeared in the work group. Sisterly fulfilled her promise and gave them 7 days off. What followed was a red envelope with a beautiful photo of Sisterly wearing sunglasses on the cover. Shinsun quickly entered and obtained 200 points. He smacked his lips and was about to admire Sister Lee's generosity, but when he scrolled down, he saw that the fat man had grabbed 3,000 points, and Lu Yunmia was even more outrageous, directly grabbing 10,000 points. Song Sanqing hasn't clicked in yet. I don't know what he is busy with. There is only one red envelope left, but it is probably of a large denomination. Okay, it's only Shinsun who has the worst luck, right? Lu Yunmiao, thank you, Sisterly. Picture of a puppy thanking you emoji. She beaching. Wow, Lu Yunmia was the most popular person. Shinsun, she beaching. Ha, Brother Chen, you're at the bottom. He buried his face in his hands, lying on the recliner in the studio, and slammed his phone onto the table. The mission was completed. The fat man gained the fat burning ability ×1. Song Sanqing was forced to obtain the passive skill of immortality, and Lu Yunmiao got a high amount of points. As for Chen Sun, he obtained Musician of the Bloody Sea of Flowers title. X1. He already has a lot of titles, but they are useless except for sounding awesome. The passerby system is indeed the most stingy system in the world. He held his forehead helplessly. After lying there for a while, he picked up the travel magazine and continued to think about his summer beach trip. Since Sisterly has given in, he will not work overtime this time no matter what the system says. No one can stop him from taking a vacation. No one, just as I thought. The system prompt sounded at the right time. Host, greater than over equal to less than over equal to. We have received an emergency mission. No. Shinsun covered his face with the magazine and lay down decisively. Even if the world's screenwriter held a knife to his neck, he would not be afraid at all. But this world seems to be related to you, the host. World no. BP207, Modern World. After hearing this, Shinsun put down the magazine and looked up at the system panel in confusion. Then, his eyes immediately widened, his expression became serious, and he sat up and fell into thought. This world is actually a projection of the small world he used to live in, that is a parallel world to I. In this small world, everything is developing normally, nothing has collapsed, and his family may still be alive, but the difference is that in this small world, a supernatural phenomenon called the Devil's Contract appeared. The task was issued by the main system. What does he want to do? Shinsun's expression became unusually serious. He raised his dark eyes, tapped his fingers slowly on the table, and pondered the Lord God's intentions. After a long time, he shook his head, smiled happily, and said to the system, in that case, let's go and take a look. Okay host, **, connecting you to the world line. due to the characteristics of the parallel world, the host can choose to use his own body to travel through it, and no longer possess the original character in the small world. The main system is so kind-hearted and gives him such a big gift, how can he not accept it? Fate is like being grasped by a big hand and constantly fiddled with. But no one knows who this person is. This is a modern city, full of traffic, bright lights, and wine. People live under the hustle and bustle of neon lights, and their days are as dull as water. There is no magic, no superpowers, no ghosts or monsters, as if life is just a pool of calm stagnant water. But they don't know that in the dark corners of the city, demons are quietly growing in the hearts of some despicable human beings. Chen Moran collapsed to the ground, watching in horror as a twisted demon took root and sprouted from the person in front of him, the classmate who was talking and laughing just a second ago. At this moment, opened his bloody mouth and grinned at her, approaching her step by step. "Xiao Moran, I really like you." The boy named Zhang Jibai was crawling on the ground with twisted limbs, licking her with his long tongue and sharp teeth, and he trapped her in the alley. "But you rejected me." He widened his bloodshot eyes and roared angrily, then his eyes softened. It's okay, as long as I eat you, we can be together forever. He, become one with me." It was already late at night and this was a sparsely populated old town. She tried to shout for help, but it was of no avail and only made the monster even more enraged. Zhang Jibai shot out his bright red tongue and stuck it firmly into the black wall, immediately forming a deep scratch on the wall. Chen Moran covered her mouth, tears welling up in her eyes, and fear gripped her throat like the scythe of the god of death. Now she could only shed tears helplessly, collapse powerlessly against the wall, and watch the devil coming. Chen Moran regrets it very much now. If he had known this would happen, he would not have quarreled with his brother and gone out in anger. It was obviously just a trivial matter. Thinking of her brother, her nose immediately felt sore and she prayed in her heart, hoping that he would not come to find her, otherwise she would fall into such a dangerous situation. Zhang Jibai grinned grimly, and quickly extended his long tongue, ready to enjoy this delicacy. At this critical moment, Zhang Jibai suddenly felt something heavy falling from above his head, followed by a sharp pain in his head, a blackout in front of his eyes, and he lost consciousness. The expected pain did not come, and Chen suddenly opened his eyes trembling. Zhang Jibai was pinned to the ground by a dark shadow, foaming at the mouth and unconscious. I saw a black-haired young man sitting on the monster with a confused look on his face. It took him a while to react. He was silent for a while, then slowly stood up, took off his sunglasses and shouted into the air, "System, you threw something from a high altitude and killed someone." When Chen Moran saw the young man's appearance clearly, he was stunned and shed tears of excitement. He rushed up to him and hugged him tightly, crying loudly, "Damn brother! Where did you come from?" Chapter 45. Going home. She hugged him so tightly that Chinsun felt all the air in his lungs being squeezed out and he almost couldn't breathe. He thought that after not seeing her for a few years, the girl had grown so well. Chinsun remembered that when he held her in his arms, Chen Moran was no taller than his waist. The short little carrot head had grown into a big girl. So he shook his head and smiled, then flicked the little girl's forehead with his finger, causing her to let go in pain. Chen Moran grimaced in pain and was about to pounce and fight back like he did before, but when he looked up he was stunned. Under the dim light, Chinsun was still smiling, but his deep black eyes had lost all their luster, as if they had experienced a long time, leaving only eternal sadness. I don't know if it's an illusion, but this is no longer her sunny and gentle brother. The original Chinsun seems to have died in the long river of time. She suddenly felt her nose sore for no apparent reason. She suppressed the urge to cry and shook her head vigorously to dispel the inexplicable thoughts in her mind. Maybe it was the lighting? Or maybe she was overthinking it? How could two people in the world look exactly the same? The two people had just met a few hours ago, but it felt like they had been separated for more than 10 years. She wiped the tears from her face, slowly took Chinsun's hand, and for the first time took the initiative to give in, saying, "Brother, let's go home." "Well, go home." Chinsun smiled and touched her head, took her hand, and walked side by side with her into the night, towards the dim lights. Two shadows, one tall and one short, swayed under the streetlight, as if they had reunited after decades. As for the demon behind them and the more mysterious and terrifying areas it involved, both of them tacitly agreed not to mention it again. Chinsun called an unknown person, told him the location, and then left the body there. There will be people from special departments to handle it. Apart from feeling relieved for surviving the disaster, Chen Moran had some doubts in his heart, but since he saw that his brother didn't want to explain anymore, he didn't ask any more questions. For some things, the more you know, the faster you die. An ordinary residential building, flickering with yellowish lights, waits for travelers as before, filled with an indescribable warmth. Chen Sun stopped downstairs, looked up at the lighted window, and felt a little touched. This is his home, but this is not his home. His real home had long been destroyed, and everything here was just a beautiful illusion. The familiar corridor was still covered in dust. Perhaps because he had grown taller, the stairs seemed much narrower than he remembered. He walked up the stairs and saw lock opening advertisements all over the walls, cacti growing in pots at the corners of the corridor, and the short iron door creaking as it turned, like a hunchbacked old woman quietly waiting for her child. He took a deep breath, put on a smile, and turned the doorknob. Elder brother. As soon as he opened the door, two naughty kids came rushing in like a dump truck and almost broke his kidneys. Hiss. He grimaced in pain, bent down, covered his lower abdomen, and breathed softly. He grabbed the collars of the two little guys and lifted them up nimbly, as if he was carrying two kittens and puppies. The two little guys immediately became well behaved, smiling, sticking out their tongues and making faces. These twins, who were babies in swaddling clothes at first, are now half a person's height. The mother still carried the plate gently and walked out of the kitchen. She smiled and nodded at Chen Sun, with a few strands of white hair on her temples. My father still hides on the balcony smoking, afraid that the smell of smoke will cause my mother to nag him. Standing blankly at the door, Chen Sun suddenly felt a sense of melancholy. Everything was so familiar, yet so strange, as if there was an impenetrable wall between them. This is a barrier called time and space. His family is here, but he can never go back. All this warmth has actually been shattered long ago, but fate had to drag him into memories, making him indulge in them and unable to extricate himself. It was like a gentle quagmire, quietly swallowing him up. He suddenly had an urge to give his brothers and sisters a hug and shout out loudly, "Mom, I'm back." But he just endured it. His chest felt empty, as if there was a hole in his heart, and his emotions were flowing away like quicksand. So he covered his face and laughed ho ho ho, then squatted on the ground like a madman, gasping for breath. "Brother, what's wrong with you?" Chen Moran patted his back in panic and asked with concern. "It's okay," he laughed until tears almost came out, slowly stood up, put on his coat, and walked towards the door step by step. "I remembered something and have to go downstairs." He smiled, blinked his dark eyes, and said, turning around, "Come back early." Mother, wearing an apron, reminded. Chen Sun put on his windbreaker and hat, walked out of this imaginary nest, and headed towards the cold corridor. In the dark corridor, his expression could not be seen, but the system could sense that its host was in a bad mood. In the corridor, he passed by another Chen Sun, the young man who looked exactly like him, wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, holding a mobile phone, looked back in confusion, but the man in black had already disappeared down the corridor. Strange, are there any guests at home today? He thought so and pushed open the door of his house in confusion. "Brother? You're back so soon?" Chen Moran poked his head out of the kitchen, a little surprised. "Yeah." He put on his slippers naturally, nodded with a smile, his black eyes reflecting the light, as bright as the stars in the sky. They sat down at the dining table, and from time to time the sounds of laughter and playfulness could be heard from the window. At the bottom of this residential building, there stood a black figure, staring at the orange lights on the upper floor with eyes as dark as the night. Chen Sun lit a cigarette, and the white smoke lingered under the street light for a long time. Like a wandering ghost, for the first time ever, the system did not remind him to quit smoking, but remained silent. "Host, let's go, it's time to do the mission. Wait until I accumulate enough points, and see if I can exchange it back to my original world. The host's balance should be almost up to standard. Well, I'm almost saving up 1 million, just a little bit short." Chen Sun lowered the brim of his hat, not knowing to whom he was talking, and disappeared into the darkness. He has already lost his home forever, so how can he snatch the happiness of another? Chen Sun. Chen Moran upstairs seemed to sense something and turned around and looked out the window. Under the dim lights, there was no trace of any figure. She felt a little confused, tilted her head, and simply shrugged, not thinking about it anymore. In a dark corner of City A, where no light could reach, a snow-white hand suddenly stretched out from the garbage dump. Cough, cough, cough. A short-haired girl emerged from the dirty debris and pushed her glasses on her nose. The lens was shattered, covered with spreading cracks and full of glass shards. "I was reborn?" She looked at her arms in a daze, then squinted her eyes at the lights in the distance. Seeing the bustling city clearly, the girl's body trembled. She made a trembling sound, and the corners of her blood-stained mouth curled up. "He. I, the demon lord Lu Xiaoshuan, am reborn. Ha ha ha. Very good, my limbs are still healthy, my internal organs are not rotten, there is no pain in my body like ants biting me, and there are no neurotic moans in my head. She felt better now, better than she had ever felt before. He, Shin Wang Yan, clean your neck for me and wait. The whole alley was filled with the sound of he laughter, echoing for a long time. Just as she stood up and staggered out of the alley, she saw a black-haired young man squatting on the side of the road smoking that he held the cigarette but between two fingers and muttered to himself, "System, I want to go back early. You said that if I kill the reborn now." He turned around, glanced at the embarrassed Lu Xiaoshuang with an indifferent look, and continued, "Will we be able to complete the task ahead of schedule?" Chapter 46, Interrupt Spellcasting. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoshuang stopped laughing immediately and quickly shut his mouth, acting as timid as a little chicken. Damn, this fake lunatic has met a real psychopath. She blinked her big eyes, pretending to be an ignorant lost girl. She slumped to the ground, pouted, and said, "Little brother, what are you talking about? I'm so scared." Chen Sun was stunned, the cigarette suspended in the air, and he continued to watch her performance with an expressionless face. Liu Xiaoshuang gritted her teeth, feeling extremely anxious, but she continued to pretend to be a weak woman, and her voice was so coquettish that it made her scalp tingle. "Little brother ugh." Halfway through shouting this, she couldn't help but vomit and vomited out all her dinner. So Chen Sun blinked his eyes and looked at the innocent girl live broadcasting online, vomiting out rainbows. It was all because the smell of the trash can was too strong, making her, the demon lord, look so embarrassed. If she hadn't just been reborn and hadn't had time to contract the devil, she would have made this guy kneel on the ground and call him daddy, unable to pretend any longer. She simply wiped her mouth, a hint of cruelty flashed in her eyes, and she grabbed the shards of glass on the ground and stabbed her arm with it. Blood splattered everywhere, and she quickly dipped her finger in the blood and drew strange patterns on the wall. "I use my lifeblood to summon you." Chen Sun was full of curiosity about this technique, so he squatted quietly beside her, pondering for a long time without disturbing her. Liu Xiaoshuang muttered the spell while staring vigilantly at Chen Sun beside him. If she hadn't been forced into a corner by this mysterious demon hunter, she would not have used this trump card that would harm her origin. "Howling Sky Dog, I make a contract with you. I offer the gold of the 5 elements as a sacrifice to respectfully welcome your arrival." The formation was about to be completed. She grinned and laughed. Picked up the broken glass in her hand and stabbed it into her chest, as if she was pouring out her heart. Gold in the 5 elements, when reflected on the human body, represents the lungs. She was planning to cut herself open and take out her lungs. Just as blood was about to spurt out, Chen Sun, who had been watching the show from the side, moved. He stood up, blinked his black eyes, and then kicked her several feet away. Liu Xiaoshuang flipped several times in the air, hit the wall and spit out a mouthful of blood. She raised her head from the ground, wiped the blood from her nose, and looked confused. Liu Xiaoshuang? Interrupt spellcasting. Chen Sun was a little speechless. This guy was holding back his ultimate move, and the pre-swing was so long. Was he afraid that others wouldn't rush up and kill him with a blow? Reality isn't like playing a game, and there's no invincibility when using a skill. Can you just yell out the name of a skill before you attack and have them just stand there and wait for you to hit them? Isn't this nonsense? Only a fool would be a sitting duck. So he stretched his neck, dragged the half-body-length demon hunting knife, and walked towards Lu Xiaoshuang step by step. It is called a demon hunting knife, but it is actually a transformed small knife, shaped like a huge sickle. The long blade rubs against the ground, colliding with metal sparks. Liu Xiaoshuang crawled backwards in panic, his face full of fear, and looked at Chen Sun as if he was looking at the god of death. She hit a wall behind her and had nowhere to retreat. She secretly groaned in her heart, wondering who the villain was. She felt a piece of broken glass behind her, and then she raised it to her chest, regaining her confidence and shouting, "You, don't come over here. I am the Lord of Demons. If you let me go, I can help you contract the strongest demon." Hearing this, Chen Sun stopped. Lu Xiaoshuang thought that his words had worked, and suddenly felt a sense of joy at surviving a disaster. Before she could breathe a sigh of relief, Chen Sun grinned, revealing a row of big white teeth. He squatted down and smashed the sickle against Lu Xiaoshuang's ear, only a few centimeters away from her neck, and said, "I am Qin Shi Huang. Vni 50. After the mission is accomplished, I will appoint you as the Grand General." The implication is, it is better to believe that I am Qin Shi Huang than to believe you. Then he laughed out loud, raised his demon hunting knife and was about to chop it down, the blade reflecting a cold light in the moonlight. "Stop!" A man's voice came from outside the alley. It was Lu Xiaoshuang's classmate and the destined son of this small world, Shen Wanyan. At this point in the plot, the male protagonist has not yet fallen out with the female villain, so now that his classmate is in trouble, he naturally has to rescue him, but the knife had already fallen. With a clang sound, the demon hunting knife fell to the ground and hit Lu Xiaoshuang's neck directly, cutting off a strand of her hair. If it was just a little bit off, her head would have hit the ground. She was breathing heavily, her face was pale, her heart was beating out of her throat, and she swallowed as if she had survived a disaster. Oh! Chen Sun put the demon hunting knife on his shoulder, turned around and said with a smile, "Do you want to save her?" He swung the huge sickle, drawing a graceful arc in the air and placing it on Lu Xiaoshuang's snow-white neck. "Even if she is a demon contractor, you still want to save her?" Those dark eyes made Shen Wanyan, who was standing at the entrance of the alley, shudder. He took 2 steps back, but still mustered up the courage to hold up his phone. "What devil's contract? She's my classmate. You crazy person, if you don't let her go, I'm calling the police." It seems that the male protagonist at this stage has not come into contact with any demons and still thinks that Lu Xiaoshuang is just a weak and pitiful girl. He didn't know that his parents were killed by the contractor who was possessed by the devil, and he didn't know that his life was about to be completely destroyed by the devil. From Shen Wanyan's perspective, it was this mysterious and eccentric young man who cornered his classmate Lu Xiaoshuang in an alley, preparing to do something illegal. As a passionate and kind-hearted protagonist, he has an obligation to protect those around him, but he was worried that calling the police rashly would cause this dangerous person to become furious, so he could only threaten him with words. Under the dim streetlights, the two people just stood facing each other quietly. The dark shadows under the lights were carrying a huge crescent moon on their backs, just like the god of death holding a scythe. At this moment, Shinsun suddenly felt that his image might indeed be a bit scary, so he could only smile and shake his head. "Okay." Shinsun put away the demon hunting knife and carried it on his back, laughing loudly, and walked away under the boundless moonlight, gradually disappearing into the night. "We'll meet again." Before leaving, he waved and left these words. Shen Wanyan exhaled heavily, his face covered with fine beads of sweat. He hurried forward to check Lu Xiaoshuang's injuries. When he was going home from school, he saw several thugs gathered at the school gate, following the quietest and weakest girl in the class. Out of concern, he followed them. Unexpectedly, he happened to save her life. The moonlight shone at the entrance of the alley. Lu Xiaoshuang sat slumped on the ground, looking like a timid and helpless victim. "Thank you." The broken glasses frame hung diagonally on Lu Xiaoshuang's face, reflecting the light from the street lamp, making it impossible to see her expression. She regained her composure and pushed the glasses frame. Then, an exaggerated smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. He. How could she repay the culprit who destroyed everything for her in her previous life? Chapter 47, Alumni offers sacrifices to the heavens, boundless magic power. The so-called devil contractors are lunatics hiding deep in the city. They often have evil thoughts in their hearts and inadvertently summon evil and powerful creatures. Greed, jealousy, fear, hatred, these resentments in people's hearts are the most attractive nutrients for demons. They will appear in front of the contractors through specific media and give them powerful power. This medium may be an object, or it may be a formation or symbol. In exchange, they will gradually eat away at the humanity of the parasites, turning them into crazy and evil humanoid monsters. Zhang Jibai, who had previously tried to harm Chen Moran, was the contractor who had lost control. The contractors are the hidden destabilizing factor in this city, and accordingly, there has emerged a profession that specializes in hunting demons. Demon hunters, they walk in the dark, hunting down out-of-control contractors and recovering dangerous items stored by sealed demons. The role currently played by Chen Sun is a member of the demon hunters. In the subsequent plot, it is he who leads the male protagonist into the demon hunter industry. Ding! Due to an unknown error, the female villain Lu Xiaoshuang has returned in the later stages of her life. The main storyline of this small world may change. Mission: eliminate unstable factors and ensure the normal progress of the plot. Warning: killing the villain prematurely may cause the plot to deviate. It is not recommended for the host to do so. Villains are also precious resources and need to be protected. The professor at the podium was talking with saliva flying everywhere, while Chen Sun was sitting in the last row of the classroom board, turning a pen and staring at the window in a daze. The sun is shining outside the window, and the clear sound of basketball bouncing can be heard on the playground of L University. The sunlight poured through the window onto the desk and onto the professor's bald head on the podium. As he spoke with great momentum, the sunlight kept shaking and blinding right in the row in front of him. Shen Wanyan held the book tightly, occasionally glancing at the mirror on the table with his peripheral vision, and kept looking at Chen Sun behind him, his face covered in sweat, as if sitting on pins and needles. Help! This perverted murderer actually goes to the same school as him, and we just happened to choose the same major course. Seeing Shen Wanyan secretly looking at him, his legs were shaking like a sieve. Chen Sun slowly turned his head and grinned, revealing a row of big white teeth. Shen Wanyan shuddered, his face turned ashen, and he stopped shaking instantly. He sat up straighter than a ruler, staring at the podium intently. The class ended abruptly. The professor took a sip of tea to moisten his throat and shouted, "Okay, get out of class, dismissed." A group of students sitting below woke up from their slumber, instantly regained their energy, chattered nonsensically, and began to slowly pack up their things. Shen Wanyan stuffed his notebook, paper, and pen into his school bag, grabbed the bag, and rushed out the door, running faster than a rabbit. The professor, holding a teacup, just walked to the classroom door. Watching his back disappear in the corridor, he couldn't help but shook his head and sighed. Young people are so energetic. Back then, when his hair was still thick, the first time he ran so fast was when he went to watch the school beauty from the neighboring school. Shen Wanyan didn't stop until he reached the tree-lined avenue next to the playground, breathing heavily as the morning sunlight filtered through the shade of the trees, forming bright spots on the ground. The summer cicadas were just beginning to chirp at this time, and the sparse sounds surrounded the playground. He went back to bed and thought about what happened last night for a long time, but he couldn't fall asleep. What exactly is a devil's contract? Who is that man with the giant scythe? Why hasn't this lunatic been locked up in a mental hospital yet? He felt like the world had gone crazy, and he kicked a small stone on the ground hard. The stone flew into the corner and hit a red icon. The sign was hidden in the corner of the trash can. There was a scarlet eye drawn in the center, and the surrounding patterns looked very strange. Shen Wanyan wiped his eyes, held his breath and moved forward, squatted down, pushed aside the nearby dead leaves, and observed the strange mark. What's this? Just as his hand was about to touch the mark, someone called him from behind, so he looked up. A boy pedaled a tricycle hard, with 4 or 5 young men on the back, and they rushed past Shen Wanyan cheering. "Xiao Shun? Want a ride?" A boy sitting in the car saw him, waved and greeted him. "No, I'll walk back by myself." Shen Wanyan wiped the sweat from his face, slowly stood up, and said with an embarrassed smile. The boys looked at each other, then continued to ride away happily. The three-wheeled vehicle made a creaking sound as it couldn't bear the heavy load. This is the characteristic of L University and the fate of all science and engineering students. Girls have thinner hair than programmers, and the male-to-female ratio is as high as 30-1. Next door to M Normal University, you can see a boy riding a tricycle with a bunch of female college students on the back, all wearing leg-length skirts, and the playground is filled with the joy of youth. At L University, you can see a boy riding a bicycle with a group of men behind him, all wearing short-sleeved shirts and shorts, with well-developed muscles and hairy legs. His train of thought was interrupted. Shen Wanyan smiled bitterly, shook his head, and turned to look towards the dormitory. I suddenly felt like I had forgotten something important, but I couldn't remember it. What was he about to do? By the way, he was preparing to go back to the dormitory. So he walked in another direction in a daze, completely unaware that his cognition had quietly changed. The eye in the corner behind Shen Wanyan that he couldn't see, the strange bright red symbol suddenly lit up with a strange red light, in a dark corner. Inside L University, countless identical symbols lit up with scarlet beams of light at the same time. Their beams of light act like a cage, trapping the university firmly in the center and forming a red transparent curtain. A soft humming sound came from within the curtain, like a bright red tide sweeping across the entire campus, but everyone was completely unaware of it and continued attending classes as usual. In a cafe at L University, Chen Sun propped up his head and stared at the strange sight outside the window. "You did it?" He took a sip of tea and looked calmly at the girl with glasses opposite him. Liu Xiaoshuan lowered her head and pushed the frame of her glasses. The corners of her mouth curled up violently, an expression that was totally inconsistent with her quiet appearance. "Of course not," she said with a smile, spreading her hands. "My strength is only 1/10 of what it used to be. How could I possibly do something so suicidal right under the nose of Mr. Death? But senior, you can consider the group of lunatics, the demon priests, as suspects. Sacrificing innocent humans to gain the power of the devil really seems like the work of those wicked demon priests." So Chen Sun continued to lower his head and think deeply, taking a sip of tea. In the first scene of the story, an unknown contractor force attacks L University. attempting to sacrifice all the teachers and students in the school and awaken the S-class demon, Nightmare. According to the original plot, Chen Sun was on a mission elsewhere at the time and couldn't come to the rescue. By the time the other demon hunters arrived, everyone in the area had fallen into an eternal slumber. There was deathly silence everywhere. People lived forever in a horrible dream, and their bodies in reality became vegetables. The male protagonist, Shen Wanyan, survived the incident because there was another S-level demon parasitizing in his body, but because of this incident, his peaceful life was completely broken. Shen Wanyan lost his only friend and teacher. The endless pain and hatred for demons made him choose to join the Demon Hunter Association. Chapter 48. Just a little more and it will melt under the influence of the red light. The decorations around the cafe began to wriggle and twist, and the people sitting in the cafe also became strange in shape. Some people had a horn growing on their heads, some had a mouth growing on their faces, and some had arms growing in their eyes. They calmly used their eyes to hold a spoon and stuffed ice cream into their nostrils, but they seemed to be completely unaware of this and continued talking and laughing, as if eating with the nose was natural and anyone who ate with the mouth was an oddball. The ability of Nightmare is to make humans fall into strange dreams and distort their normal cognition. When they become completely accustomed to all unreasonable things and their consciousness becomes an indescribable mass, they can be completely absorbed by the devil. Chen Sun looked at Lu Xiaoshuang quietly in front of him, only to see that her glasses suddenly began to turn into liquid. With sticky glass water dripping down, her entire face began to melt slowly like a wax figure, and her skin flowed down. From Lu Xiaoshuang's perspective, Chen Sun didn't seem to have changed much on the surface, except that a dozen black tentacles suddenly emerged from behind him, waving fiercely in the air. Chen Sun was seen rolling up the cup with his black tentacle and slowly drinking the tea. Finally, he picked up the spoon with another tentacle and added some sugar to it. Everything went on very naturally, as if he was just moving his arms and legs, and even he himself didn't notice anything unusual. This kind of spiritual pollution became more and more serious. After drinking the cup of sweet tea, Chen Sun suddenly felt an itch in his throat and began to cough violently. He coughed out a few tiny tentacles and realized that his cognition had been modified. How can humans have tentacles? Looking at the end of the tentacle jumping on the ground, Chen Sun suddenly felt a sense of fear for the first time in a long time. This was really a terrible nightmare. No matter how many arms or tentacles he has, he can't accept it. So he stretched out his hand, and a huge sickle slowly emerged in the air. He grabbed it in his hand and chopped off the tentacles behind him. With a swish of the knife came down without any hesitation, and black juice suddenly burst out around, splashing like ink. Chen Sun woke up in a moment due to the severe pain in his back and saw the fleeting scene of reality. Everyone in the cafe was going about their business as usual, but their eyes were numb and dim, like machines executing a program, constantly pouring drinks into their nostrils. There were no tentacles behind him. His back was injured. A huge wound ran across his waist, and blood was constantly oozing out. Fortunately, the wound was not very deep and did not penetrate into the internal organs. It was just a skin injury and there was no immediate threat to his life. Chen Sun blinked his eyes, and his vision returned to the dream. The tentacles at his waist were reduced to a few short protrusions, which continued to ooze sticky black blood. However, the tentacles quickly squirmed and grew out again, and in an instant they were back to normal. Well, it seems that reality and dreams are still connected, and this thing is now a part of his body. If he didn't want to accidentally cut off a piece of flesh from his body, he would have to endure it for the time being. Chen Sun reluctantly accepted this fact, then turned his gaze to the window of the cafe. The door had disappeared, leaving only the windows hanging on the soft wall, with the slits extending like giant teeth. People seemed to be in the huge mouth of a monster, about to be swallowed up and digested completely. He, Mr. Demon Hunter, what are you going to do? I can't help you right now. Lu Xiaoshuan's body has almost melted into a puddle of mud. At this point in the plot, she is still an ordinary person who was powerless in her previous life. Because she possessed the special physique of the Demon Lord, she was picked up in time by the demon priest before she turned into an indescribable thing, and thus survived. Chen Sun didn't say anything, but slowly stood up and walked towards the tooth-like window. Under the surprised gazes of all the twisted humans, he raised his sickle high and smashed the monster's teeth with a crackling sound. As if breaking down the barrier between dreams and reality, the sunlight shining in through the empty window slowed down the rate of pollution in the coffee shop. In each fragment, there is a reflection of a scarlet eye, exactly the same as the strange pattern. He picked up the sickle, put his left hand in his coat pocket, and strode out the door. Host, are you going to stop the nightmare? The system asked. Well, irrelevant people shouldn't become sacrifices for the plot. The sunlight stretched his shadow very long, reflecting countless wildly growing tentacles, which had a weird and crazy feeling. Shen Wanyan's heart was now beating in his throat. He huddled in the closet, not daring to breathe. His whole body was tense, his eyes were bloodshot, and he peeked into the room through a crack in the cabinet. Xiao Shun, where are you? His roommates were looking for him everywhere. The heads of those people had all turned into huge eyeballs. As soon as Shen Wanyan entered the dormitory, they rushed up and held him down, saying that his eyes were not big enough and that they wanted to give him eye drops. They were trying to poke his eyeballs with 502 glue. Fortunately, he dodged quickly, twisted his body, and slipped into the bathroom. He turned around and hid for a few times and finally hid in the closet. The roommates wearing eyeballs on their heads searched the room for a while, communicated with each other using the blood vessels on their eyeballs, and then went out shaking their huge heads. He then breathed a sigh of relief, then immediately covered his mouth tightly with his hands, tears welling up in the corners of his eyes. Why on earth is this happening? What on earth is happening? This world has gone crazy. When he woke up, he was the only normal person left in the world, and everyone else had turned into monsters. He now felt as if panic was gripping his heart, and he didn't know if it was because there was not enough air in the closet that he was almost suffocating. So he had to open the wardrobe a little, stick his head out and breathe in the fresh air. From the beginning, Shen Wanyan had been feeling waves of soreness in the tailbone area of his back. He thought that he must have had problems with his lumbar spine because he had stayed in the cabinet for too long. After confirming that there was indeed no one around, he staggered out of the closet and cautiously looked into the corridor through the crack in the door. The sky outside the window was scarlet, as if it were splashed with blood. The clouds in the sky formed the pattern of a huge eye, exactly the same as the strange ruin he saw that day. The buildings in the distance became limp, like a few wriggling marshmallows, and the entire L University was shrouded in a strange and twisted atmosphere. What should he do? Call the police? But the signal was completely cut off, and the school was completely cut off from the outside world. Just as he was racking his brains, thinking about how to solve the problem, he suddenly heard the sound of pumping water behind him. A chill climbed up his spine and rushed to the top of his head. His eyes widened instantly and he turned his head slowly. A boy named Chengshu Yuan from the next dormitory suddenly appeared in the bathroom of the room, with two huge dark circles under his eyes, sitting on the toilet reading a book. His eyes were filled with bloodshot and he looked listless. How is it possible? There was clearly no one else in this room just now, so where did he come from? Shen Wanyan felt a chill. Chapter 49, I'm bald, and I'm stronger. What are you doing there? Shen Wanyan swallowed his saliva, slowly backed away, moved towards the door, and asked vigilantly. The boy didn't look up and just sat quietly on the toilet reading a book. After a long while, he raised his dejected gaze and said weakly, I'm preparing for my graduation defense. But this is my dormitory. Shen Wanyan didn't dare to relax at all. He raised a fruit knife and said with his whole body tense, Where did you come from? Hearing this, Chengshu Yuan suddenly realized something and muttered, Oh, no wonder the toilet is so cold. The toilet in his own dormitory is equipped with a toilet seat. So he pressed the flush button on the toilet, and his whole body twisted instantly, turning into a pile of unknown creatures and being flushed away by the water. Shen Wanyan's eyelids twitched wildly, his sanity value dropped to the lowest level in history, and he felt unwell. You are preparing for the defense and you have become the one doing the defense, right? Fortunately, the danger was over. He let out a long sigh and sat down on the ground in relaxation. He felt a sharp pain near his tailbone, and he hissed with a grimace, then stood up in pain. It seems that this room cannot be stayed in. Since monsters can run out of the toilet, no one can guarantee that they will not flow out of the faucet. Thinking of this, he rubbed his waist, took the fruit knife, walked out the door carefully, and walked down the corridor. Fortunately, he didn't encounter any other strange creatures along the way. When he arrived at the open plain, he breathed a long sigh of relief. From a distance, he saw a half-bald figure holding a cane and muttering something mysteriously. Shen Wanyan hid carefully and observed for a long time. He found that the man had no abnormal behavior except talking non-stop. The runes in the sky actually flickered and lit up like breathing as the man chanted the spell, with a subtle tendency to change. Could it be the rescue team? Could it be professionals coming to the rescue? He thought happily. According to his years of experience watching anime, the bolder a person is, the more power he has to subvert the world. Finally seeing a normal human being, Shen Wanyan was so excited that tears streamed down his face. He rushed up in no time, hugged the man's thighs, and rubbed his snot all over him. Master! Comrade! Boss! You are finally here, quickly take away those monsters. The other party's spell was interrupted and he almost vomited blood. He looked at the student in front of him in shock. After a long silence, he fiercely grabbed Shen Wanyan's shoulders, stared at him with bloodshot eyes, and asked ferociously, "Why are you okay?" In order to complete the organization's mission, he spent 3 months laying out the plan and sacrificed the consciousness of everyone in L University, just to be able to make a contract with an S-level demon. Because of this, he stayed up late every day, disguised himself as a cleaner, drew symbols all over the school, and his hair fell out. Why is this student okay? He can't accept it. Shen Wanyan was stunned. Huh? Is he okay? The man's eyes were blazing with fire, and his hands were like steel claws, clinging to him tightly. Shen Wanyan then realized that he seemed to have provoked an even more terrifying existence, and he collapsed in fear. Damn it, I've met the mastermind behind this. He quickly let go of the other person's clothes, retreated more than 10 meters behind him, turned around and ran. Shen Wanyan was not good at anything else, but he was number one in sprinting. His 2 short legs kept moving, as if they were following a motor, and in an instant, the distance between the two of them widened. Seeing that he was about to turn into the teaching building, a sinister look flashed in the bald man's eyes. He took out dozens of twisted and deformed buttons from his arms and threw them into the air. He muttered something, his eyes wide open, and shouted, "Cockroach demon, show yourself." I saw that those buttons quickly expanded after landing, growing limbs and hard shells. The rusty leg whips were extremely ugly and covered with hard hairs. In an instant, they grew into giant cockroaches, each one as tall as an adult man, with gray-black wings spread out, a full 4 or 5 meters wide. They flapped their wings, making a buzzing sound, like a galloping horse in the sky. When they flew, even the air made a sharp bursting sound. Soon, a swarm of cockroaches swarmed up and were about to catch up with Shen Wanyan. The road in front of him was covered with the reflection of cockroaches. He groaned inwardly and accidentally kicked a stone, losing his balance, appeared. Marisu's special move, flat fall. In order to avoid falling on his head, he was forced to tilt his body and land on his shoulder, leaving a trail of blood on the ground with his left hand. Hiss, it hurts, because my right foot was still wearing summer sandals. It hit the stone head on. My toes felt a sharp pain and I couldn't move at all. I'm going to die, I'm going to die, I'm going to die. He thought desperately, not caring about the pain in his body at this moment. The bright light in his eyes was drowned out by the shadows of cockroaches that covered the sky. Seeing that the cockroaches were about to swarm over him and tear him to pieces, he closed his eyes in fear and tried to use his arms to block the whips of those ugly creatures. However, after a long time, the imagined pain did not come. He felt some warm liquid splashing on his face, so he suddenly opened his eyes. There was a calm figure in front of me, carrying a huge sickle, wearing casual short-sleeved shirt and shorts, and even wearing flip-flops, revealing his feet to it. Turned out to be the murderer I met that day, but the difference was that there were more than a dozen tentacles as thick as arms behind him, wriggling in the air. Compared to the cockroach demon in front, he looks more like a monster. Shen Wanyan was still in shock and took deep breaths. A strange fishy smell came from the wind. He saw that the cockroach demons closest to him were each split in half from head to toe. The cuts were smooth and neat, and a large amount of blue blood spurted out. The rest of the cockroaches slammed on the brakes, huddled in a circle, and didn't dare to move forward. Chen Sun raised his eyes and glanced around, then said in a low but powerful voice, "Roll." "Are you trying to kill yourself by touching his 2,000 points?" As if they could sense his unhappy mood, the cockroach demons began to retreat step by step, and finally just ran away, retreating like a dark tide, fearing that they would be chopped into pieces if they ran too late. The bald demon priest's eyes were bloodshot. He couldn't understand why the demon he raised would retreat, and he shouted hysterically, "Why the hell are you okay?" One by one, they were all healthy, but what did they think of the formation he had worked so hard to set up? How can his sacrificed hair rest in peace? Hearing this, Chen Sun was slightly stunned and blinked his dark eyes. Should he be okay? However, Chen Sun did not remain stunned for long, because the bald man began to chant the spell again, as if he was unwilling to admit defeat. So Chen Sun sighed, raised his left foot expressionlessly, and kicked forward. The blue slipper flew out with a whoosh and hit the bald man's shiny head with a bang, knocking him unconscious instantly. The slipper hit the man's head, bounced 3 stories high, and then fell to the ground with a bang, stirring up a lot of dust. Hey, interrupt the spell. Chapter 50. I eat. Shen Wanyan behind him opened his mouth wide and stood there in shock. Huh? It's over. Where's the high-energy fight? You solved it with just a pair of slippers. However, he reacted quickly, his leg strength burst out instantly, he endured the piercing pain in his feet, and pounced directly on Chen Sun's thigh. Go up and it's a perfect slide to your knees. Boss, please accept my knees. Shen Wanyan is not stupid. It is obvious that this man came to save him. In addition, he beat the bald priest to death with a slipper, which shows that his strength is absolutely amazing. Although the tentacles behind him look a bit creepy, compared to those insane monsters, They are quite cute. Shinsun ignored him, just looked up at the sky quietly and frowned. The huge eye pattern did not dissipate, but became more solid, constantly absorbing bright red mist from the surrounding air. Strands of blood mist rose like smoke, and the houses in the distance became even more distorted, as if all the bones and muscles of everything had been sucked out. It seems that this matter is not completely over. Even if the person who set up the formation is defeated, it is impossible to stop the nightmare from coming. There are more and more tentacles behind him, and they seem to be out of control. If he doesn't want to completely turn into a tentacle monster, he must fight quickly. System, can you retrieve the information about Nightmare? Good host, name, Nightmare, Pro Max version, level? Due to an unknown error, Nightmare absorbed fragments of some chaotic existence, causing his level to surpass S-level. Ability, weaving beautiful dreams based on people's consciousness, making people indulge in them and eventually lose all consciousness. Note, under the influence of the power of crazy chaos, the dream world has also become distorted, and human cognition will be affected by mental pollution. Features, the nightmare's true form will also hide in dreams. Only by destroying the true form can the dream be completely ended. Unknown error? Is it caused by the main system? Did he feed Nightmare a piece of space junk and make him eat too much? Shinsun lowered his head and thought for a while. He didn't worry about why the nightmare suddenly mutated, but focused on how to find its true body. All demon hunters have the ability to locate demons. Some are good at drawing formations for positioning, some are good at using talismans, and some can drive demon hunting dogs. As for Shinsun, he traveled to this world and only inherited the identity of a demon hunter. His hunting ability still depends on demon hunting weapons. So he turned his attention to the knife, the magic sword in the world of immortal cultivation. The demon hunting sickle that could cut through iron like mud trembled visibly before it could refuse. It was thrown high into the sky with a whoosh sound and went straight up into the sky like a rocket. It flew over the more than 10-story teaching building and over the thick clouds, spinning in the air and then landing rapidly with a bang. Thick smoke and dust filled the air, and the curved tip of the demon hunting knife pierced deeply into the concrete floor. With the handle pointing steadily in one direction, cracks appeared on the solid concrete floor, and the area more than 10 meters near the tip of the knife collapsed and was cracked beyond recognition. Shinsun stretched out his hand, the knife trembled for a moment, and then quickly flew back to his hand. He picked up the sickle and ran in the direction where the handle had pointed. In an instant, he disappeared from the spot, leaving only a shadow. Shen Wanyan was stunned, watching from the side, and didn't react for a long time. Which immortal master determines the direction by throwing a knife? Along the way, Shinsun threw the knife several times and finally confirmed the location of the nightmare's body, which was on the third teaching building of L University. The building was covered with scarlet vines, like blood vessels, constantly wriggling, transporting fresh blood into the interior. From a distance, it looked like a huge mountain of flesh and blood, tied up with bright red threads. Host, be careful. There is a domain near the nightmare itself. Cognitive distortion will become stronger. Yeah. Shinsun responded lightly, carrying the knife, and walked calmly towards the pile of flesh and blood. As if sensing the arrival of prey, the nearby bright red vines squirmed and spread to the left and right, forming a passage 1 person wide. The passage was dark, and strange laughter and malicious groans could be heard, as if a giant beast had opened its mouth, waiting for its prey to fall into its net. Shinsun raised his eyebrows and strode into the dark cave entrance. When he was completely inside the building, several vines began to move again, sealing the exit tightly, not letting in any light. In the dark passage, it was pitch dark. Shinsun tried to use a lighter to illuminate, but it had little effect. He could only see things within half a meter. The darkness swallowed up the faint light bit by bit, leaving only a small circle of light in the narrow passage. Everything was silent except for Shinsun's breathing, and the rustling sound of vines crawling around. The passage became narrower as one went deeper, and in the end one could only walk along the wet walls, and could even touch the vines entwined on the walls. My hands felt soft and slippery, as if the walls were made of flesh and blood, and juice would burst out if I cut them with a knife. The end of the road was blocked by vines, so he was forced to stop. At this moment, a sound like a tide rang out all around. Hiss. Shinsun suddenly felt that his tentacles were entangled by something and turned around abruptly. Those vines that looked like blood vessels suddenly moved rapidly, surging one by one and shooting towards Shinsun. They surged forward madly, trying to drown, entangle, and devour the intruder. One by one, blood vines wrapped around his ankles, then his thighs, arms, and waist. Even the tentacles behind him were entangled and unable to move. However, Chen Sun just stood there calmly, his dark eyes looking straight ahead, as if his sight could penetrate the wall and see the huge heart buried deep underground. He was submerged little by little, as if falling into the deep sea, and everything seemed to return to silence. The blood vine coiled up to form a huge cocoon, constantly wriggling, trying to digest the captured prey. The deep red heart kept beating, greedily, demanding fresh blood from the blood vine. Never being satisfied, however, it waited for a long time and did not receive any nutrients as it wished, so it became a little confused. The blood-red cocoon stopped wriggling and emitted a slight vibration, and a dark, sticky mist overflowed from the gaps in the blood vine. The vibration became more and more violent, and finally it just trembled and exploded with a bang. The blood vine branches shattered into pieces, losing all vitality, and slammed into the wall at high speed. Bright red juice splattered in the air like a hearty blood rain. Amidst the vine debris scattered all over the ground, the black-eyed young man stood quietly on the pile of flesh and blood, carrying the huge sickle. He grinned and laughed loudly, and the tentacles behind him continued to grow and wriggle wildly in the air. The black fog was thick and strange, and the strong, tangible breath of death, mixed with all kinds of chaotic, crazy, and sacred hums, made Nightmare feel a panic that penetrated deep into his soul. The IT is an existence from a higher dimension, which cannot be looked at directly or desecrated. A Nightmare once accidentally received a gift from one of them, and was fortunate enough to possess the power of mental pollution, and now, the existence that was equal to that person had just been swallowed by it as food. Nightmare has to slap himself every time he wakes up at night. It's so fucking stupid. Eat, eat, eat. Just eat. You've hit the jackpot, Then it felt wronged, and all the vines curled up into a ball, hugging its small body tightly and trembling. I originally thought I had eaten a weak and helpless passerby, but who knew it was the boss's vest. Do the evil gods nowadays like to play disguise? Chapter 51, Fully Automatic Monster Farming Machine. Admitting defeat is one thing, admitting defeat is another. A Nightmare has offended everyone and still wants to survive, so he must strike first. Even if he is an evil god, it will become the god-killing demon today, but it's not the only one who thinks this way. The next second, a pair of terrifying eyes like the abyss suddenly appeared in front of Nightmare with a crazy smile. Ha 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 ha. Chen Sun suddenly appeared above the heart, raised the sickle high, and then fell down at high speed, about to chop it down. The knife flashed with a sharp cold light, reflecting the corners of his raised mouth, making him look completely crazy. The Nightmare vines were so frightened that they twisted into hemp ropes. Its heart began to beat rapidly, and it coiled itself around with circles of blood vines, trying to protect its heart meridians. Then the rest of the vines all shot towards the figure in the air at high speed, as fast as bullets, making the air vibrate sharply. But these little tricks were like a mantis trying to stop a chariot for Chen Sun. He spun the sickle rapidly in the air, like a cutting machine, strangling the vines one by one, destroying them with ease. As the body fell rapidly, the pair of black eyes remained firmly locked on the target, accompanied by the buzzing sound produced by the knife cutting through the air. Unstoppable, the vines hit the blade, making a series of ding-ding-ding sounds, and were then bounced away by the high-speed rotating handle. The entire process, from Chen Sun's leap to his fall, took no more than 2 seconds, but in Nightmare's eyes, it seemed as if 2 centuries had passed. No! It screamed hysterically, its heart beating painfully. With a flash of the knife, the figure landed steadily on the ground. He stood up and swung the blade, and the blood on the sickle splashed onto the surrounding walls, forming a straight line of blood. Behind him, the heart was cut in two, and blood flowed out of it, turning into blood mist that floated in the air, slowly restoring the sanity of the entire world. The overwhelming vines began to wither rapidly, scattering to the ground and turning into ashes. The Nightmare's true form also drifted into the air. The illusion began to rapidly collapse, and the classroom gradually emerged. However, Chen Sun did not feel relieved at all, because he found that the dream was not over. In the real world, there would be other humans in the classroom, but here it was empty. What's more, the tentacles wriggling behind him did not disappear. He scanned the classroom with snow-white walls, seeing neatly arranged desks and chairs, a blackboard covered with formulas, and a tightly closed classroom door. 1,000 layers of dreams. Even if one layer is broken, the next layer will appear. Just as he lowered his head to think about countermeasures, the door of the classroom was suddenly pushed open with a creaky sound. Standing behind the door was the smiling Lu Yunmiao, blinking his big amber eyes and calling senior sweetly. She walked with light steps, wearing a snow-white dress, and waved with a smile, but after a while, her smile froze on her face, because Chen Sun directly threw out the knife and chopped off her head without any hesitation. Her eyes widened, her face filled with disbelief, her body kept falling apart, and she screamed. Impossible! Isn't she your companion? Nightmares can create the appearance of people in human memory based on the intelligence they absorbed. The previous battle in the dream gave Nightmare a key piece of information. Although the opponent possessed the aura of an evil god, his current mentality seemed to be closer to that of a human. That if you have humanity, you can play the emotional card, but had never dreamed that this guy would kill his teammates so easily and without even blinking an eye. What kind of hatred or grudge is this? In fact, Nightmare only knew who he knew, but did not understand that Chen Sun's companions came from a completely different world and it was impossible for them to appear here. So it reluctantly reshaped the world and decided to try again. Chen Sun just stood in the classroom quietly carrying the knife and watched it continue to jump. Brother Chen. The person who pushed the door open was a fat man with a big smile on his face and piles of fat on his body. Swish, fatty, dead. Shun. Song Sanqing poked his head out from behind the door and looked at him with a gloomy look. Swish, Song Sanqing, died. Big brother. Lin Fan pushed open the door excitedly, ready to rush over and give him a hug. Swish, Lin Fan, dead. The nightmare was so intense that it was about to break me down. The pain of being killed was very real. Having experienced thousands of worlds, Chen Sun knows too many people. If he continues like this, he will go crazy with the pain before he can play the emotional card. So it simply locked Chen Sun in this room, stopped pushing the door, and stood outside the door sneering arrogantly at the nightmare. Now did not transform into the appearance of any person, but became the shape of a dark, wrinkled little man, which I think is its original appearance. I am one with this school. This is my home. As long as I can trap you here and kill you, I can still absorb the wisdom of the people outside. Don't you want to save your classmates? I wonder how you can do that. However, Chen Sun was also tired of this boring repetition. Seeing that Nightmare really had no new moves, he stretched, then he picked up the sickle and strode towards its location. You, what are you going to do? Nightmare screamed in horror and quickly retreated more than 10 meters, fearing that Chen Sun would chop it with another knife. Chen Sun just stood in the corridor, looked at it deeply, and gave it a polite smile. Killing them over and over again is too troublesome, let's just solve it all at once. His smile looked extremely evil in Nightmare's eyes, so it trembled all over and turned around to try to escape, but was tightly entangled by a large wave of tentacles from Chen Sun. Chen Sun picked up Nightmare with his tentacles, and without saying a word, he strode towards the boys' dormitory with the sickle in his hand. What do you want to do? It struggled and wanted to shout for help, but its mouth was blocked by a bunch of tentacles. Moom. Moom. Help! There's a pervert trying to kill a demon. Along the way, Chen Sun met several classmates who looked like non-humans. They all stood there blankly, as if dumbfounded. One student took off his head, put it in his hand and felt it, and when he was sure that he could still feel it, he nodded to Chen Sun, confirmed, he is a normal person. It's normal to have tentacles, right? It's also normal to tie someone up and bring him back. After all, everyone does that. So they exchanged glances, made way for Chen Sun, and watched him walk into the dormitory building in a friendly manner. Chen Sun also nodded to them politely, turned around, kicked open the door of the men's dormitory, and threw Nightmare into the washing machine. He thought about it, found a few pairs of sneakers and a pile of socks from the windowsill, and threw them all in. Then he closed the door with a snap with one tentacle and pressed the switch with another tentacle. Nightmare kept banging on the glass door of the washing machine, cursing, but no one knew what he was saying. The whole demon started spinning at high speed through the glass window. You can see a mosaic of something swirling inside, like mud mixed with socks and shoes. The washing machine made a bang 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 sound as it was overwhelmed, and it seemed that it could not hold on for much longer. Finally, the washing machine emitted black smoke, completed its final mission, and stopped with a creak. However, Nightmare was also killed, so the world began to reshape itself and the washing machine returned to its original state. No. No. Nightmare was banging on the door inside, tears streaming down his face, due to its lack of ability. Every time it rewinds, it can only go back to half a minute before its death, and it cannot escape even if it wants to. Everything starts the cycle again. Chen Sun just sat there relaxedly, lying down happily. Hey, a fully automatic monster killing machine, a must-have for lazy people. Chapter 52, It finally, in the 114th cycle, the nightmare could no longer hold on and chose to commit suicide. Before it died, it stared with its big, terrified eyes at the terrifying figure that it would never forget in its next life. You were simply the devil among devils. Chen Sun smiled slightly, revealing a row of big white teeth, and the nightmare was so scared that its eyes rolled back and it disappeared into the air. Both soul and body are destroyed, the entire dream world was shattered. Like a mirror, revealing a corner of reality, the scarlet eyes in the sky disappeared, and white clouds floated on the blue curtain. All the students in L University lay on the ground in a twisted state, like puppets that had lost control. After a while, someone's eyelids trembled slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes. He stood up somewhat exhaustedly, and looked at each other in confusion, not understanding why he was sleeping here. Everything is gradually recovering, and L University is slowly returning to its normal vitality. The outside of the school is crowded with anxious parents, and the police are trying hard to maintain order. During this entire day, the outside world was cut off from the school. A parent happened to call his child today, but the call was not connected, so he chose to call the police. It was noisy outside, so Chin-sun stayed in the dormitory for a while. But he suddenly remembered that according to the plot, he had to show up in front of the male protagonist and guide him to join the Demon Disinfecting Bureau. In addition, because of his intervention, the male protagonist's plugin was not activated, so he had to think of a new way to put Shen Wan Yen in a life and death danger so as to continue the next plot. The next move of the villain Lu Xiaoshuang is unknown. She hasn't done anything out of line so far, so Chin-sun is too lazy to cause trouble for her. What a mess he has to clean up. A demon hunting is fun for a while, but the plot is a crematorium. He was just about to pick up the sickle and leave when he suddenly heard a ding-ding-dong-dong sound from the washing machine behind him, as if there were some debris that had not been taken out. Chin-sun was puzzled and opened the door of the washing machine. A black crystal block was lying inside. The crystal block is only the size of a thumb, with a metallic luster and some crooked lines engraved on it, which seem to be some mysterious words, and it looks a bit weird. Did that old guy Nightmare drop gold coins? So he bent down, picked up the crystal, held it in his hand, and observed it in the sunlight. This thing should be the fragment that caused Nightmare to suddenly mutate and upgrade. The ancient runes continued to twist and deform under the light, like wriggling worms. System, can you translate it? Looking up the Zhutian Yudao dictionary, translating, from Mr. Unknown Idhala, who, Chin-sun frowned, picked up the chip and looked at it left and right. He thought for a long time but couldn't figure out who Idhala was. Just as he was about to put the crystal back into the system space, the words on the black crystal suddenly lit up, then began to wriggle, and drilled into his left palm like a worm. The runes moved so fast that by the time Chin-sun reacted and dropped the crystal, they had all penetrated his body. The black lines moved jubilantly, as if returning home, creeping up his arms and leaving a slight burning sensation on his skin. Sun frowned, stretched out his right hand to grab his left arm, trying to block the runes, but they slipped out from between his fingers and continued to move upwards. Just as he was about to raise his knife to chop off his left arm, the runes reached his neck in the blink of an eye. His blood vessels were stretched to a blue-black color, and a sharp pain came from his head. There were a lot of unfamiliar fragments in my mind, filled with crazy humming, and too much information, as if my head was about to burst. Perhaps because of these chaotic information flows, the system's blue panel became unstable and turned into a bunch of garbled codes in the air. ZZ, the passerby system is down. The passerby system can't see anything now. He bent down and covered his head, looking at himself in the mirror on the wardrobe. A pair of indifferent, rational, emotionless eyes stared at him as if staring into the abyss. In a trance, he seemed to see the little boy in the horror world, pulling up the sutures at the corners of his mouth and giving him a terrifying smile. He made a hush sound with his mouth and said, "It seems he is trustworthy. Our plan is about to succeed. Just remember, we mean no harm. Don't go to the main system until you remember my real name." After giving these instructions, he turned into pieces, smiled, and gradually dissipated into the air. These fragments of information flashed by. Chin-sun blinked his dark eyes, and the illusion disappeared. His headache was gone, and he stretched his neck but didn't feel anything wrong with his body. So he tilted his head back and looked at the ceiling quietly, thinking carefully about the information he had collected so far. This was the message that Idhala conveyed to him, telling him not to go to see the main system now. And, real name, what is it? The more he thought about it, the more his head started to throb, as if there was a giant octopus in his brain, pinching his nerves with its tentacles, preventing him from getting any closer to the answer. He still remembered what the boy said to him before he left. Due to the Lord God's omniscience and omnipotence, these fragments will be temporarily sealed. This is a form of protection, and they will automatically release when necessary. Not only did they want him to remember his real name, but they also tried to stop him in secret, in order to prevent the main system from spying on his mind. This possibility cannot be ruled out. All systems are clones of the main system, and they may be suddenly occupied by it and forcibly detect the host's thoughts. He couldn't think about it anymore, so he forced himself to divert his attention and stared at the mess of garbled text in front of him. This time, the system panel returned to stability, the error was resolved, and the blue screen appeared before my eyes again. Host, what happened just now? Shinsun looked at it calmly, pondered for a moment, and said, "It's okay." He sat in the dormitory for a while, stood up, put on his coat, and walked out the door. Let's continue with the mission. Okay, then I'll report it as a signal disorder. After all, this kind of thing happens all the time in the small world. Before going out, he paused and took another deep look at the panel of the passerby system. If you collect 1,000,000 points, you can meet the Lord God and make a wish to him, right? Yes, I see. After getting the answer, Shinsun raised the corner of his mouth slightly, picked up the sickle, and strode out the door. At the gate of L University, Shen Wangyan stood there blankly with his school bag on his back, quietly watching his classmates around him, one after another hugging their families. People had tears in their eyes after surviving the disaster, and the surroundings were filled with happiness and joy, but he was the only one excluded. It's so sad that he survived, but he no longer has a family to celebrate his new life. He stood there like a lonely telephone pole, letting the crowd brush past his shoulders. After contacting the relevant departments, the school announced that the incident was a collective food poisoning, but fortunately no casualties were reported. But Shen Wangyan saw those monsters with his own eyes, and he didn't believe this explanation at all. It's your hallucination. Where are the monsters? People say that. He looked around blankly, as if he was the crazy one, out of tune with the whole world. So he opened his eyes wide, lowered his head and pressed his hand on his heart, feeling the thump of his pulse, which made him realize that he was still alive, that he is still alive. He is not a dead ghost. Everything he sees and hears is real. Why don't they believe it? At this moment, he heard a sneer in his ears, and his pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle. It was like a demon whispering in his ear, the voice constantly tempting him. Of foolish humans, why can they have happiness? Why can't you? You're jealous of them, and no one can understand you. Since I can't get it, I'll destroy it all. He bent over and gasped for breath, his body trembling. He felt his tailbone begin to ache again, as if something was about to grow out of his back. The evil flower of human nature grows quietly after receiving nutrients. Chapter 53, Parasitic Tail. Everyone around looked at Shen Wangyan with strange eyes, which made him panic. He stepped back step by step, unable to hide the fear on his face. He felt their eyes were filled with malice. The fiery gaze made him feel irritated, and he felt his heart begin to twist and deform, as if it was being gripped by the devil's claws. So annoying. What are the people around me laughing at? Am I funny? Kill them? No. No, they are innocent. I can't kill them. His mind became increasingly unclear, and a bloodthirsty impulse surged in his heart, causing the corners of his mouth to curl up slightly. Shen Wangyan covered the corners of his mouth tightly with his hands, lowered his head in sweat, and suppressed this instinct. The people around were confused. They only saw a student suddenly bend over, laughing and crying, like a madman. Several policemen frowned and were about to come up to question him. Shen Wangyan felt an inexplicable panic and retreated step by step. Can't let them get close. If they get close, I can't help but kill people. Just then, someone tapped him on the shoulder from behind, making him tense up. However, after his body touched this palm, the restlessness near his tailbone suddenly subsided, and the devil's low groaning stopped abruptly. It's like a lamb naturally shrinking back when it smells the blood of its predator. Shen Wangyan turned around and saw the black-haired young man who had saved him standing behind him with a smile. This made Shen Wangyan a little excited. After all, Shen Sun must know something, which was enough to prove that he was not crazy. It's like you traveled to an alien planet, and there were a bunch of strange creatures around you pointing at you. At this time, you suddenly met a fellow Earthling. How exciting would you be? Then, before he could say anything, he suddenly felt a flash in front of his eyes, and was hit by something on the back of his neck, and fell straight to the ground. He has a bit of heat stroke. I'll take him back to rest. Shinsun smiled politely, picked up the unconscious Shen Wangyan, and explained to the people around him. Because the movement was so fast, ordinary people could not see Shinsun's attack clearly. They only saw a student fainting on the ground. So everyone looked at each other, dispersed to the surroundings, and made way for a passage. He grabbed Shen Wangyan by the back of his collar, dragged him like a corpse, and took him out of the school gate. Shen Wangyan lay on the ground with his arms and legs spread out, staring blankly at the blue sky, his eyes and mind blurred, and he began to think about life. He didn't know how long he had been unconscious. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself lying on the bed in the rental house. This is a small room converted from a basement, with a living room and a sitting room integrated into one. The sound of running water can be heard from the winding water pipes outside the window. This is his home. There was no one around, only the alarm clock on the bedside table was still ticking. It was already 7 o'clock in the morning. He slept almost the entire day. Everything that happened yesterday seemed like a dream, but the dull pain coming from his back was incredibly real. Many students at LA University are not used to living in crowded student dormitories, so they move to live off campus. Shenhuang Yan is one of them. When he was 15, his parents died in an accident, leaving behind a huge compensation that was enough for him to finish college, find a job, and earn money to support himself. If you save a little, you can save enough to buy a house and get married. He should have been like an ordinary person, getting married, having children, growing old, getting sick and dying. However, life played a huge joke on him again. Everything that happened that day overturned his previous cognition. Monsters are real. Any of the friends who live with him may suddenly change their faces one day, open their bloody mouths and say to him, "Brother, you smell so good." Thinking of this, he felt a chill running up his spine from the soles of his feet, and he felt unwell all over. The stabbing pain near his tailbone came again, and he curled up in pain on the bed, sweating profusely and soaking the quilt. It was as if 10,000 ants were gnawing at his back. Shenhuang Yan had an illusion that his body had become soil, and a despicable seed had taken root and sprouted in him, spreading its roots deep into his soul, sucking his blood, conscience, and morality once he is sucked dry, the monster will break out of his body and bloom blood-stained flowers. He slowly stretched out his hand and touched his back. It was smooth and cold, slightly sweaty, and without any bulges. If the touch of his hand hadn't told him that there was nothing wrong with his body, he would even feel like he had grown an extra tail. So Shenhuang Yan put on his slippers, stood up despite the severe pain, and slowly lifted up his shirt with his back to the mirror. On the thin, pale waist, there was a scorpion-shaped mark. It was a tattoo as long as a little finger, stretching across the thin waist. It seemed alive, with the sharp end deeply embedded in the spine, and the dark blue mark extending to the upper body. A panic gripped his heart. Shenhuang Yan swallowed, took a deep breath with trembling hands, and slowly let go of his clothes. He covered his face and stared at the empty ceiling blankly and helplessly. What on earth was this? What was he supposed to do? He didn't want to become a mindless monster. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that the powerful young man who brought him back yesterday must have a way to solve this problem. Exorcism should be left to professionals. So he quickly put on his shoes, slung his school bag over his shoulder, pushed the door open, quickly went up the stairs, and knocked on the door on the second floor hurriedly. This was his landlord's home, where a kind but somewhat slow-witted old lady lived, and she had the key to his house. The door opened and his neighbor, old Mrs. Liu, was standing at the door, yawning, revealing her gap teeth, and looking at him puzzledly. "Xiaoshun? Up so early? Grandma Liu, how did I get back yesterday?" Shenhuang Yan couldn't hide his impatience and excitement, which made the old lady stunned for a long time before she understood what he meant. "Ah, look at my memory." The old lady tapped her head with her hand and slowly recalled what happened last night. "Your classmate brought you back and said you were drunk." My old man opened the door. Then she picked up her cane and hit Shenhuang Yan's head hard, and continued, "You were so young, and you ran out to fool around at night." Shenhuang Yan rubbed his forehead, feeling a little dazed for a moment, but he didn't explain anything and asked anxiously, "Did that classmate say what his name was?" The old lady tilted her head back and thought for a long time, so long that Shenhuang Yan thought she had accidentally fallen asleep. Then she said in a broken voice, "He left a note for you. I'll go back and look for it." So she turned around and walked in, and heard the clinking sound of pots and pans being rummaged through from inside the house. Then the sound stopped and there was a series of muttering shouts, old man, where did you put it?" Shenhuang Yan was waiting anxiously outside the house. Finally, the door opened again and a white note was handed out. He took the note, pressed it against the wall, spread it out, and read the words on it. Number 24, Iha Street, Coffin Tavern, looking for death. Chapter 54, Demon Disinfecting Bureau. Iha Street is an old street lurking in the darkness of the city, with ancient stone brick floors extending back to 100 years ago. The most famous thing here is the rumor about the Coffin Tavern. The store is not big and the decoration is very old, just like its name, dull and airless. The drunkards who come here to hang out at night can occasionally see some guests with strange clothes coming to this tavern and sitting in the corner to drink wine. Alone, some of them carried huge bags wrapped in white cloth, some had slips of paper with red writing on a yellow background stuck on their faces. Some were old, some were young, and each of them had a ferocious look on their faces. When special guests arrive, the Coffin Tavern has to be cleared out and ordinary guests leave one after another. but the tavern still has warm yellow lights on and occasional bursts of hearty laughter can be heard. If you happen to be drinking here, don't even think about turning back to find out what's going on. Any ordinary customer who entered the pub during the closing period came back a fool. Shen Wanyan stood at the door of the tavern, looking up at the brass mirror on the door, in which his distorted face was reflected. He swallowed and finally pushed the door open. Everyone in the tavern stopped talking and turned their eyes to him. It was like a pug suddenly appeared among the wolves, and the tavern suddenly became quiet. This made Shen Wanyan feel uneasy, and the scorpion mark on his back began to stir again. A burly man sat in the corner, took a look at Shen Wanyan's small figure, and said jokingly, "Hey, kid, you're so delicate, this is not the place for you." After saying that, he took a sip of wine, opened his mouth to reveal a row of steel teeth, and made a bared expression, like a bear intimidating its prey. Then all the guests burst into laughter, and the tavern was filled with a happy atmosphere. Fortunately, people just glanced at Shen Wanyan and continued to make noise and talk about their own things, which made him feel relieved. Behind the counter stood a lazy woman wearing a cheongsam and with a mole at the corner of her mouth. She glanced at him lightly. "Welcome." The woman raised the corners of her mouth slightly, but her eyes kept moving downwards, squinting her eyes to look at his waist. Could she see the scorpion mark? This made Shen Wanyan shudder. He immediately straightened his body and said stiffly, "Hello? Hello, I'm looking for Mr. Death." As soon as these words came out, the whole audience fell silent again, and everyone gasped. The burly man spat out a mouthful of wine, coughed continuously, opened his eyes wide with fear and asked, "What do you want with him?" The tavern immediately became quiet, as if the name Death God was some kind of unspeakable taboo, and you could hear a pin drop. Shen Wanyan felt a little uneasy and asked weakly, "He asked me to wait for him here. Is there any problem?" All the guests fell silent, shook their heads like rattles, and said, "No problem." The burly man was sweating profusely, lowering his head tightly and daring not to say a word. "Just a joke. Everyone here has been beaten by that guy. Just a few days ago, a young man in slippers and carrying a sickle kicked open the door of the tavern to re-register as a witcher. As a result, when I flipped through the registration page, I found that the young man used the title of Death God and was an active demon hunter hundreds of years ago. It's not like I'm cultivating immortality, so how can anyone live for hundreds of years? It would have been fine if he had changed his name, but he kept smiling politely and said that the title was his. So the guests, led by the burly man, all thought that he was here to cause trouble and were ready to teach him a lesson. The result is that there is a kid wearing a slipper on the opposite side. The guests were piled up like a human pyramid, forming a mountain. The young man sighed, sat on a pile of defeated witchers, signed his name on the registration page, and then walked away whistling. At this point, Death God became completely famous. Thinking back to the present, the tavern was completely silent. All the guests were preoccupied with their own thoughts, with beads of sweat on their faces. Is that guy coming back again? Well, my donkey has diarrhea after eating carrots. I'm leaving first. An old Taoist priest, with cold legs shaking, grabbed his yellow flag and rushed out the door. I forgot to turn off the gas in my cave, so I'll go back first. A pale-faced scholar with a feather fan and a silk scarf bowed slightly to the crowd, wiped the sweat off his face with a handkerchief, and floated away. I remembered that I haven't updated today, so I'm going back to write a book, huh? A otaku wearing glasses picked up his notebook and ran away, and now there were only a few scattered customers in the tavern. The woman at the front desk was not annoyed. She just looked Shen Wanyan up and down with a little curiosity, and spoke after a while. "Mr. Death isn't here. Why don't you wait over there for a moment? Would you like a drink?" "Thanks. I don't need it." Shen Wanyan felt that he might have said something wrong and scared away all the customers. He felt a little uneasy and sat carefully in the corner of the tavern, trying to reduce his presence. The dim tavern returned to silence. The remaining guests didn't dare to breathe, and occasionally glanced at Shen Wanyan out of the corner of their eyes. Who was this student with skinny arms and legs? How could he know that guy? At this moment, the door of the tavern creaked open, and a cold wind blew in from outside, making all the witchers in the tavern shiver. Everyone had a heavy expression on their face, tightly gripping their life-saving weapons, as if the person who came in was an S-level demon. An ordinary young man with black hair and black eyes, dressed in casual clothes, walked out of the house. Seeing that the guests were staring at him in fear, Chen Sun was stunned for a moment. Then smiled and nodded at them. It would have been fine if he hadn't laughed, but when he did, he showed his big white teeth, which scared the whole group of people so much that their legs felt like they were shaking like sieves. One timid guest even broke through the window and escaped, forgetting to pay for his drinks. If someone who didn't know what was going on came in and saw this scene, they would probably think that these demon hunters were under some kind of powerful mental attack, but Chen Sun walked to the counter calmly as if nothing had happened. When he saw Shen Wanyan in the corner, he waved for him to come over. Seeing this, Shen Wanyan had no choice but to leave his seat obediently, lowering his head and not daring to face the guest's gaze, and he didn't know how to ask him for help. As a result, Chen Sun was the first to break the silence. He wants to join the Demon Disinfecting Bureau. What procedures should he follow? Chen Sun patted Shen Wanyan's shoulder and asked, Yes, the Coffin Tavern is one of the branches of the Demon Extermination Bureau, responsible for registering identities for all legal demon hunters, issuing tasks, selling props, etc. The tavern owner smiled and said, Just register, but we're not responsible for escorting newcomers. Then, she casually glanced at the guests and said sarcastically, I think someone would be willing to take him in. Chen Sun didn't say anything else, but just gestured for him to sign the Monster Hunter Convention. As soon as the agreement was opened, several huge characters appeared before my eyes. They read, This store is not responsible if you die. Shen Wanyan was a little confused and stood there blankly. He didn't say anything yet, and everything was arranged for him. Why do I feel like I'm on a pirate ship? Chapter 55, Attack of College Students. As the saying goes, a twitching left eye means good fortune, a twitching right eye means disaster. Shen Wanyan's eyelids twitched at the same time, and he felt like he was about to see his dead grandmother. Who? He was breathing heavily, his lungs almost bursting, and he ran for his life on the playground, not daring to stop at all, because behind him, there were several ferocious demon hunting dogs following closely. Each of them had 3 heads and they kept chasing him, barking and growling as if they would pounce on him and tear him to pieces at any second. Stopping means death. Shen Wanyan held back his tears, gritted his teeth, took a step forward with his heavy legs, and continued running while shouting. Late at night in the playground, there were long cries of ah. If LA University hadn't been on suspension, it would have scared many students passing by, and on the top of the rooftop of the nearest teaching building, a black figure was squatting quietly. The bright moonlight shone down, illuminating the huge sickle and casting a dark shadow. Chen Sun, carrying a sickle, sat leisurely on the edge of the roof of a 5- or 6-story building, staring blankly at the city with flashing neon lights in the distance. Seeing the figure from afar, Shen Wanyan was so excited that tears streamed down his face and he shouted loudly, Senior Chen. It's already 50 laps. It's already 50 laps. However, due to the distance, Chen Sun did not hear clearly what he said. He only saw him dancing and gesticulating, seemingly very happy. Young people are so energetic, he thought. Chen Sun blinked his dark eyes and thought for a moment. Then, he slowly stretched out his hand. He made a come on gesture. Shen Wanyan was about to collapse. The miserable wails were heard again on the playground, echoing throughout the entire LA University. Fortunately, after running more than 10 laps, Chen Sun finally realized that he had exercised for too long today. He blew a whistle and the demon hound immediately stopped chasing him. Shen Wanyan collapsed directly on the playground, foaming at the mouth, and wanted to burst into tears. Although Senior Chen told him that if he wanted to suppress the devil, he must first exercise his body and make himself stronger so as to curb the monster's erosion of his body. But theory is theory, and practice is practice. If you run 50 or 60 laps, you will be skinned alive, and he has been persisting in this high intensity training for a week. Or from being a skinny and fragile college student at the beginning, he gradually became stronger and stronger, and even his abdominal muscles could be seen when he rolled up his clothes. Congratulations, congratulations. Chen Sun was very satisfied with the results of his training. It was worth borrowing a few hellhounds from the tavern owner to supervise the male protagonist's training. So he jumped lightly from the tall building and landed steadily on the ground, like a nimble big cat. A gust of wind blew up around, blowing up thick dust. When the smoke and dust settled, a huge pit covered with cracks appeared on the concrete ground. Looking at Shen Wanyan's half-dead appearance, Chen Sun thought for a while and handed a bottle of mineral water to the group of college students on the ground. Shen Wanyan lay on the ground with his eyes white, and it took him a long time to catch his breath. He gasped for breath, took the water from Chen Sun's hand, unscrewed the lid and drank it in big gulps. As a result, he choked on the water and started coughing violently. A week ago, this college student had to stay in the school hospital for a day after running, so he would not have the energy to drink water. Chen Sun suddenly felt that the time was ripe. So he threw a black knife to Shen Wanyan. This is... Shen Wanyan stopped coughing, held the knife, and pulled the blade out of the scabbard. Under the streetlight, the blade flashed with a cold light, revealing a dangerous and sharp aura that made his legs tremble. Demon hunting knife. Chen Sun glanced at him indifferently, picked up the sickle, turned around and walked towards the brightly lit city. The back of the knife is against people, and the blade is against the devil. Ordinary weapons can't hurt demons, but using this can. This is one of the novice gift packs given by the Demon Extermination Bureau, and it is temporarily kept by Chen Sun now. He is about to start the practical class. Shen Wanyan swallowed his saliva, put the knife into the sheath, and followed with anticipation on his face. Is he finally going to be taught how to hunt demons? Can he even learn those awesome breathing techniques from anime? Would he be able to fly into the sky and into the ground, climb walls, and even exchange laser blows? The mere thought of it made his blood boil. In every dark corner of a city, there are alleys filled with the reek of alcohol and stench, and the air is filled with the smell of mud. The same is true for City A. These places are like the dirt of the city, home to the stupid and unfortunate, the sounds of parents beating and scolding their children, the sounds of drunkards laughing, and the sounds of mahjong tiles colliding, mixed together, sometimes causing Lu Xiaoshuang to have tinnitus. And now, that tinnitus has started again. Lu Xiaoshuang grinned, letting out a hee laugh, and sat quietly in the dark room, like an old wolf waiting for prey. The room was dark, especially after the door was opened. A gust of wind smelled of alcohol and was accompanied by a frightening gasp. Maybe it would have scared her before. This is her alcoholic father. In her previous life, he was as tall as a wall and could never be shaken in her eyes, but now it seems that he is just like that. So she narrowed her eyes and looked carefully at the incompetent and furious man in front of her, like a poisonous snake coiled in the corner and spitting out its tongue. Fuck it, he vented his drunkenness and smashed the furniture all over the floor. Every rough collision hit her heart. What's wrong with my stuff? You're a bunch of idiots, just finding fault. The cabinet was kicked over and objects fell to the ground with a bang. There was nothing left to smash. Where did you go, you bastard? He looked around the room, searching with his cloudy eyes for something he could use to vent his anger. He suddenly saw Lu Xiaoshuang and was about to curse, but that venomous gaze suddenly sobered him up. This is an instinctive warning from living things, a sharp reaction to danger by the weak at the bottom of the food chain. However, the fixed mindset formed over a long period of time made him snort contemptuously and not take this warning seriously at all. You bastard, you dare to hide from me. So he stretched out his big hand, wanting to pull Lu Xiaoshuang's hair like before, and inflict a violent beating, slapping, kicking, and punching like a storm, as if he had become accustomed to it. Only when he punches and kicks the weaker ones can he experience a long-lost sense of satisfaction. However, this time, his outstretched hand stopped in mid-air. The man stared at Lu Xiaoshuang with wide eyes in disbelief. Black blood oozed from his nose, eyes, and ears. Then he fell straight to the ground with a muffled bang. Strange symbols were painted on the floor, and as the offerings were placed, an eerie red light was emitted. Lu Xiaoshuang pushed the frame of her glasses. The glass lenses reflected the moonlight, and then she grinned and laughed. He. To summon an S-level demon, you need to offer an organ as a sacrifice, no matter whose organ it is. So why did she use her own heart, liver, and lungs? The offerings were already there, so she could just recycle them. She is a thorn crawling out of the mud, and she wants to use her despicable roots to pierce every dirty piece of land. Just when the corners of her mouth were about to stretch to her ears and her whole face was twisted with laughter, there was a sudden knock on the door. Xiaoshuang? Are you at home? An old and kind voice evoked her memories. So she stopped laughing. She slowly walked to the sink, washed her face, and looked at herself in the mirror. Clear eyes, clear face. In this life, her hands are not stained with blood. It is not too late to stop now. Should I go back to the old path? She was silent for a long time, cleaning up the mess in the house, and finally opened the door. The clear moonlight poured into the house, and the floor was clean and tidy. Grandma, what's wrong? She smiled as pure and innocently as she did in her previous life. Chapter 56, Lu Xiaoshuang City A is not always gloomy. At that time, Lu Xiaoshuang's mind was still normal. In a remote corner, at a specific time, a few rays of sunlight will shine through, and the glass windows will refract the beams into colorful spots. This time, she liked to go to the door of the old lady's needlework shop on the first floor and look at the wind chimes on the window glass from a child's unique perspective. The wind chimes made a crisp tinkling sound, as if breaking the last rays of sunlight into pieces and scattering them here. The little girl, about 6 or 7 years old, was thin and small, blinking her big gray eyes, reflecting the colorful fantasy world of light and shadow. The old lady's hoarse voice came over, very soft and soothing. Who's outside? It's Xiaoshuang. Lu Xiaoshuang knocked on the door gently. The door opened, and the sunlight slipped in. The old lady squinted her eyes and looked out, trying to see the face of the person coming in. Lu Xiaoshuang smiled a little flusteredly and quietly covered the bruise on her wrist with her sleeve. Xiaoshuang, come in. The old lady is now sitting by the light-transmitting window, adjusting her reading glasses. The dim afternoon sun shines in, making her feel warm. Her eyesight is not good and she can't see clearly, so Lu Xiaoshuang will come to help her connect after school. Of course, the old lady doesn't rely on this to support herself, she just does it to pass the time. I heard that her children are working abroad and want to take her over, but for some reason they were rejected. Well, I'm an old man, she muttered as she sewed. I don't know if I'll fall over on a plane one day and cause trouble for others. So, it's better to guard the coffin. This was the first lesson Lu Xiaoshuang learned from her. Don't cause trouble to others. Grandma was fiddling with some pieces of paper, making some delicate little gadgets. Lu Xiaoshuang struggled to move a stool and stood on it. Only then could he barely reach the table. She tilted her head, lay on the table, and looked at the paper cranes with interest. Very nice, she fiddled with the paper, her expression a little gloomy. After a while, she asked softly, Grandma, why am I always hated? The old lady adjusted her glasses, smiled gently, her voice was kind and warm, and she put down her unfinished work. If you want others to be good to you, you must first be good to others. Be kind to others, and they will be kind to you. Thinking back to the present, Lu Xiaoshuang silently pushed the frame of his glasses and looked down at the awful guy who was drunk as a mess. After dealing with the old lady next door, she closed the door with a smile, leaned against the door, and stared at the ceiling in a daze. She remembered the first paper crane she folded on her 8th birthday. As usual, she was beaten badly that day. In this dirty kitchen, her head was grabbed tightly by those huge hands and hit against the floor again and again. The paper crane was stepped on and stained with the blood from her head, turning into wine red. She could hardly remember what was written on it and pushed the frame of her glasses silently. Now I remember, these are such cute yet stupid words. Hee Dad, today is Xiaoshuang's birthday. This 1,000 paper cranes are for you. I hope you will be happier every day. Good night. Xiaoshuang loves you. But the paper cranes had been crumpled and rotted in the mud, just like her miserable life. No. Grandma, you are wrong. She thought the premise of treating others well is that the person being treated well is a human being, not a pig rotting in a wine trough. But this pig should feel lucky that she, the demon lord Lu Xiaoshuang, decided to restart her life. So she glanced coldly at the man on the ground and kicked him away. His bulky body made a grunt like a pig, then she lowered her head and laughed. He picked up the fruit knife on the table, and stabbed it into her chest. The knife flashed, flesh and blood flew everywhere, and the blood dripped onto the formation on the ground, making it emit an even brighter red and dazzling light. With the help of the formation, the figure that had lost a lot of blood shook a little, but was still able to continue moving, just like a puppet. Continuing the ceremony, she collapsed to the ground in pain, looking up at the pale ceiling. With every breath, blood gushed out of her mouth and nostrils. Then she endured the pain, opened her wound bit by bit, reached into her chest, and took out the beating heart. Dense black lines crawled out from the formation and swarmed up her arm, wrapping around it bit by bit and devouring it like a centipede. Look, her heart is black. She, Lu Xiaoshuang, never needs anyone's salvation. No need. Sacrificing this man's internal organs would only make her feel dirty and disgusting, nothing more. The runes greedily absorbed the blood. After they were full, they slowly climbed up her arms and flowed into her empty chest. They meandered together, filling the hole and forming a new, black heart. Heart of the Shadow Wolf. Lu Xiaoshuang grinned, not caring about the blood all over his body, and laughed. Behind her, the shadow actually began to wriggle, breaking away from the ground and transforming into a huge, pitch-black wolf. Then she sat up suddenly, adjusted the frames of her glasses, and laughed maniacally. I'm going to cause trouble. In the previous life, the demon that was parasitic on Shen Wangyan went out of control, and in the process of fighting with other demons, it happened to destroy Lu Xiaoshuang's residential building. Her neighbor, the smiling old lady, was trapped by the collapsed floor, her life forever frozen in that moment. Maybe to them, it was just the death of an insignificant old lady, but for her, it was depriving a person of the only light in his life. She wants revenge on Shen Wangyan. She wants revenge on this world. On the other side of the city, a mass of bright red flesh, about 5 or 6 stories high, covered with dense eyes and a huge mouth. Shen Wangyan looked at the huge demon in front of him, lowered his head to look at the small dagger in his hand, and then looked back at Chensun, who was standing by and watching. His brain went into a brief blackout. Chensun patted his shoulder, gave him a look that said, "You can do it," and stepped aside, not intending to intervene at all. The demon in front of him roared violently, and his saliva covered Shen Wangyan's face, making him unable to open his eyes. Shen Wangyan was completely dumbfounded. He turned around tremblingly and looked at Chen Sun with horror. Let him, a newbie, play this thing? Are you sure it's not food delivery? As if realizing that the gap in strength between the two sides was too huge, Chen Sun touched his chin and thought seriously for a while, then he suddenly seemed to remember something and took out a piece of talisman paper from his backpack. It was the acceleration talisman he bought online the day before yesterday, Huang Lao Dao Pai acceleration talisman, bought with XX, 9.9 yuan free shipping, currently no negative reviews, must be useful. He took out the talisman paper, stuck it on Shen Wangyan's back with a piaji sound, and nodded to him solemnly. You've been strengthened, come on. With the magic weapon stuck on his back, Shen Wangyan suddenly felt a surge of strength. He closed his eyes, waved the knife blindly, gritted his teeth and rushed forward. The power is back, not much, but it works, he shouted. Kill, to give himself courage, his eyes determined, and pointed the blade at the huge mouth. The speed has increased. He was secretly delighted, and he couldn't even see the trajectory of the knife. 10 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter, the bloody mouth is getting closer and closer, swish. Then he was swallowed whole, without even chewing. There was a burp on the other side, and dozens of huge eyes blinked confusedly at the same time. Chapter 57, Shen Wangyan with a human face and scorpion tail. The A-rank demon watched as a human rushed over, waving his arms and shouting something about friendship and bond. Behind the human stood a dark shadow, emitting a creepy aura, so it did not dare to act rashly. Who knew that this human would go straight into its mouth? Before it could react, it swallowed it whole. For a moment, it was a little confused and thought for a long time, then it reacted instantly and immediately got furious. This guy is here to scam me. It instantly realized that if it ate this person, the guy behind it would have a reason to kill it. Despicable human beings are so cunning. Seeing the terrifying figure grinning, it retreated step by step, dozens of large eyes filled with tears of grievance, and trembled continuously. No martial ethics, its short demonic life is like walking on thin ice. Before people have a chance to eat it, it will be executed on the spot. So it began to desperately use its claws to dig into its mouth, trying to spit out the human and return it to the guy in front of it. It's a little dirty, but after washing it, it can still be used. As the monster desperately tried to pull the person out of its mouth, Chen Sun just watched quietly from the side. No way, why hasn't the male protagonist exploded yet? This shouldn't be the case. He fell into deep thought. At this moment, a crack suddenly appeared in the middle of the fat body of the A-level demon. It opened dozens of eyes wide and split into two halves with a bang. It cracked. It was as if something had cut it in the middle. The wound was smooth and neat, and black blood continued to seep out. In the center of the huge mountain of flesh and blood, Shen Wangyan stuck his head out of the monster's belly and breathed in deep gulps of fresh air. He sat there in shock, his face covered in black blood, so sticky it made him feel sick. Behind him, a 4 or 5 meter long black scorpion tail kept swinging, whipping the air irritably like a whip. Making a hissing sound, the scorpion's tail seemed to be disobedient to his command and suddenly lashed towards Chen Sun. No! Shen Wangyan's pupils shrank instantly. He closed his eyes tightly, trying to control it, but with little success. The tail, which could cut through iron like mud, quickly cut through the air, producing a sharp explosion, and aimed directly at Chen Sun. There was a loud bang, but the scene of blood splattering did not appear. Shen Wangyan stood there stupidly. I saw a huge black sickle appear out of thin air, and it chopped down with a swish sound without any hesitation. Most of the tail was cut off and hit the surrounding wall, forming a huge pit. Juice was flowing from the tip and it was bouncing on the ground in pain. The remaining half stood blankly in the air, shaking violently, and then with a whoosh it retracted into its owner's body. It was visibly scared. This powerful ancient demon was originally sleeping soundly, preparing to develop slowly. Stay calm and don't act recklessly. When the time is right, it can force Shen Wangyan to sign a devil contract that is beneficial to it, completely take over the body of this unlucky guy, and use him as an anchor to forcibly descend into reality. As a result, he was eaten as a snack by the blind A-level demon and had to choose the symbiotic contract in advance, completely losing the dominant position. Just when he came out to vent his anger for a while, he met the strongest human on Earth and was beaten so badly that even his mother didn't recognize him. Scorpion's life is like walking on thin ice. After the tail was completely retracted, Shen Wangyan felt a piercing pain, his teeth were chattering, and he fell to the ground and rolled over. However, the bewitching voice that had been coming to his ears disappeared and no longer produced any echo. He wondered if the demon was autistic. The matter seemed to be resolved. Chen Sun easily put away his sickle and prepared to turn around and call the people from the Demon Extermination Bureau to ask them to clean up the mess. At this moment, a shadow suddenly jumped out of the dark alley and disappeared from sight like lightning. Chen Sun blinked and looked down, but there was no trace of Shen Wangyan. Oh my god, he just took a nap and his life was robbed. He reacted quickly, picked up the big knife, and without saying a word, kicked the ground hard, and his body disappeared from the spot in an instant. Clouds of dust rose from the alley. In the misty dust, two black shadows moved at high speed, weaving and weaving in the city full of lights and wine. Although it was night, the city was still bustling with traffic and a constant stream of people crowded the roads. The pedestrians only felt a gust of wind blowing over their heads, and two shadows seemed to flash by, but when they looked up, they could not see anything. A huge black wolf, with a man in its mouth, was as tall as 2 or 3 stories. It jumped nimbly from a tall building to another office building 20 meters away, the figure following closely behind it, with each leap accompanied by an explosive tremor, left deep footprints on the building, and then blasted out like a cannonball. Fortunately, the building was strong enough to withstand this force and was not collapsed by Chen Sun's kick. Seeing the pursuers getting closer and closer, Lu Xiaoshuang sat on the shadow wolf's back, grabbed the wolf's fur tightly, and forced it to turn and run towards Central Park. The wolf's claws rubbed against the steel and concrete, generating a lot of heat and leaving a deep claw mark, as if even the steel was about to melt. But this sudden turn did not shake off the figure behind him. At that moment, Chen Sun's figure hovered between the two buildings. He laughed and spun the sickle in the air, and with a clang sound, it hammered into the nearest building. The strong wind lifted the corners of his clothes, revealing his strong and powerful lines, and the agile figure passed over the city at high speed. The speed was too fast, and Chen Sun's body was thrown straight out due to inertia, but due to the forced force, the direction of the ejection was forcibly changed. There were several loud squeak sounds, which were the explosions caused by the sickle scratching across the glass window, and the metal collision produced countless shining sparks. People in the office building screamed in surprise. They were still working in a daze when they saw a black shadow passing by, and all the glass windows exploded into pieces with bang, bang, and bang. The whole floor fell silent. Fortunately, it was just a power outage and no one was killed. Someone stuck his head out curiously, but could not see anything. A loud laugh of ha 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 came from outside the window, and the sound continued to fade away along with the black shadow. That Liu Xiaoshuang's head was covered with fine beads of sweat. He kept asking the Shadow Wolf King to speed up, but he could not get rid of the terrifying shadow behind him. Killing Shen Wanyan now might be a good choice, but she was greedy. How could she let him die so easily before making him experience the ultimate despair? So she gritted her teeth and decisively inserted the knife into her arm. Blood fell like petals on the reinforced concrete roof. Like taking root, the blood quickly squirmed and grew, turning into countless shadow wolves, trying to stop the pursuers. Each shadow possesses nearly A-level strength and can easily destroy an entire building, but Chen Sun did not slow down at all. He stepped on several unformed shadows to death, and black juice burst out all around him. He was then ejected at a high speed again. He laughed loudly and swung his sickle, cutting through the shadows like chopping melons and vegetables, completely unaffected by anything. As he passed by, all the shadow wolves collapsed and disintegrated in an instant like clay chickens and clay dogs, and bloomed into gorgeous black flowers. Just when Lu Xiaoshuang was extremely anxious, she suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis and subconsciously turned her head. A sickle appeared beside her ear in the blink of an eye, whizzing past her earlobe. If it had been a little off, her head would have fallen off. In this moment of distraction, she lost her balance and fell heavily to the ground, bounced several feet high, and landed again. The shadow wolf lost control and quickly turned into ashes, with smoke and dust filling the surroundings. The smoke and dust slowly dissipated, and a calm figure walked out. He held an icy sickle across her neck, causing every cell in her body to tremble. It was the long-lost smell of death. Chapter 58. He, I win. Unexpectedly, she burst into laughter and spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with some internal organs. One of her glasses had shattered into pieces of glass, hanging diagonally on her blood-stained face. The moment before Shadow Wolf disappeared, Shen Wanyan just flew out and was thrown off a 30-story building. She, Lu Xiaoshuang, successfully threw the male protagonist to death. Chen Sun was silent. It was a mistake. He didn't expect that Shen Wanyan was so fragile and couldn't withstand the fall. Did the mission fail? At this moment, a buzzing sound suddenly sounded in the air, like a helicopter. This motor-like sound feels familiar as the cockroach demon of the bald priest. The two looked downstairs at the same time, only to see Shen Wanyan unharmed, hooked by a giant cockroach on his clothes, hanging upside down in the air and slowly rising. The bald priest laughed loudly, sat on the back of the cockroach demon, and rode away on the cockroach. Ha ha ha, one of the S-rank ancestral demons, the key to unlocking the demonic tide, is in my hands. Chen Sun, Lu Xiaoshuang, Shen Wanyan? Have I become Tang Monk's meat? After the last mass coma incident at Eli University, the demon priest's people fell into the hands of the Demon Extermination Bureau. I didn't expect them to be released so soon. Chen Sun blinked his dark eyes, bent down to take off his slippers, and threw them out with a swish, but the bald old thief seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. He turned his head and barely avoided the attack. Ha 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 ha. Do you think I'd fall for the same trick twice? The old thief laughed arrogantly, and another slipper happened to fly over and brushed his scalp. The bald man was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat and shrank his neck, but he still shouted with a confident look on his face, "No matter how awesome your slipper magic weapon is, there are only 2 of them. I don't know what kind of magical weapon that pair of slippers is. It can ignore the protective shield he set up in advance and directly launch a soul attack, causing people to faint." Fortunately, he had already calculated the number of skills the opponent would use and set up an automatic dodge formation. Hearing this, Chen Sun fell silent again. He really only had 2 slippers, both of which he had thrown away, and was now barefoot. So he picked up a stone from the ground. It was thrown out with a whoosh and hit the bald old thief's head with a bang. Again, hey, a brace. Before the bald priest lost consciousness, his face was full of disbelief, his eyes were as big as light bulbs, he was foaming at the mouth unwillingly, and was falling rapidly from the air. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. What kind of magical artifact is this stone? But there was no time for him to figure it out. The cockroach demon lost control, and both of them fell to the ground at high speed, about to hit the ground headfirst. Ah! Xin Wangyan screamed loudly, his voice piercing the sky. However, Chen Sun remained calm and lit a cigarette on the roof, as if the dying person had nothing to do with him. Just now, the unreasonable appearance of the bald priest gave him a new guess. The laws of nature are automatically correcting mistakes. Sure enough, the facts were just as he expected. Shen Wanyan just fell onto layers of cloth supported by street stalls. How is this possible? Lu Xiaoshuang stared at the place where Shen Wanyan landed. Seeing him sit up unharmed, she stayed where she was. This is the destiny of the child of destiny. Chen Sun glanced at Lu Xiaoshuang indifferently, confirming his guess. It seems that even after being reborn, this villain lady could not escape the control of the fate of the small world. You can't kill him. Only the power from outside the world can reverse the life and death of people in the small world. No matter how hard the people in the plot struggle, they cannot escape the hand of fate. As long as the executor gives a little guidance, the plot will proceed as planned. As if he didn't believe all this, Lu Xiaoshuang gritted his teeth, endured the severe pain in his body, and threw the fruit knife in his hand fiercely in the direction of Shen Wanyan. However, the knife was originally aimed at his head, but was blown off course by the wind in midair and stabbed directly into the space between his legs, only a few centimeters away from the base of his legs. Shen Wanyan raised his head in horror, just in time to meet a pair of gray eyes filled with hatred. What kind of eyes were those? He had never seen such terrifying eyes before, filled with anger, unwillingness, and deep despair, as if they wanted to tear him to pieces. This made him feel uncomfortable. Although he had no recollection of offending Lu Xiaoshuang, he always had an inexplicable sense of guilt. It was as if he had once completely changed someone's life, been the straw that broke the camel's back. Lu Xiaoshuang didn't have the strength to speak. She lay on the cold ground and slowly wiped the fog off her glasses. The other half of the glass completely shattered. You win, Mr. Death. She just lay quietly in a pool of blood, waiting for death to come. No way, ha ha. She suddenly grinned, and her whole face was distorted with laughter. Lu Xiaoshuang, never believed in the so-called fate. At some point, the blood flowing from her body automatically formed a formation, emitting a strange red light. The bright red formation on the ground formed the pattern of red spider lily, eating her whole body into the ground. Mr. Death, we will meet again. She gave Chen Sun a strange smile, and her body was swallowed up by the light bit by bit, disappearing on the spot, leaving nothing behind. Chen Sun didn't say anything, but just looked at the neon lights in the distance quietly, thinking about his own things. It seems that the main system made a misjudgment this time, and Lu Xiaoshuang's rebirth is not enough to cause a change in the plot. Only when the small world is at risk of collapse will these executors receive the task. For example, in the previous worlds, the emergence of word spirit turtle soup caused the collapse of the modern social system, and Chen Sun was required to carry out the recovery. There is no problem with the world lines of the world of immortal cultivation and the world of zombies. It is just that because the author of the book stopped updating or the ending was bad, the small world was destroyed on its own and needed outsiders to change the ending. But what about Thriller World? While thinking, Chen Sun suddenly found something wrong. His mission in that world is to help the protagonist Zhang Yi survive to the 7th day, but according to the original plot, if it weren't for the help of neighbor Chen Sun, that copy would almost be a dead end. By the 7th day, all rules become invalid and the landlady can easily control the life and death of the players. Why would the world's screenwriters set up such a plot? Or is it precisely because of Chen Sun's participation that the overall difficulty of the copy has been raised, thanks to the emergence of the neutral existence of neighbor? The originally invincible female landlord now has a way to restrain others. It was like it was originally a novice village, and everyone was a level 1 newbie, fighting back and forth. With low-level monsters. This time, a max-level boss suddenly came over. The game determined that the average level of the area had increased, so the difficulty of the game increased, and all the wild monsters became LV50 elite monsters. So, is there a possibility that Chen Sun himself is the root cause of the bug in that world? Thinking further, why did the main system guide him to that world? No, it's a horror live broadcast. The system is forced to be busy by the live broadcast barrage. In other words, the main system lost its right to monitor Chen Sun in that world, and this could not have been the work of the main god. Someone is playing a game of chess, the goal of which is to allow him to contact the boy in the mirror without being detected by the main system. No, not only that, all the worlds he has experienced so far may have been arranged in advance. Who did it? What was their purpose? To earn him a title? Points? Or perhaps the memories of the original owners of each world. The more Chen Sun thought about it, the more headache he felt. There was something wriggling in his mind, preventing him from getting close to the truth. If someone saw this scene, they would be scared to death. Countless dense runes connected into black lines, climbing up from Chen Sun's neck, along his cheek, and into his dark left eye. They were clamoring, "Don't think, don't imagine, don't miss," stirring wildly in his mind, making it impossible for him to calm down. The pupils kept dilating and contracting, and fine black lines covered the left side of his face, like tree roots, constantly winding and crawling. Okay, you can't afford to play with me, right? I have a headache. If I chop off my head, the pain will go away. He ha 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 ha. So he swung his sickle, raised his head and laughed, ready to chop off his own head. The moment before death was enough for him to understand the truth. But if you have the ability, just cut off all his memories. At worst, you can start over again. Just as blood was about to spill and the book was about to end, a clear voice suddenly came from behind him. "Brother? What are you doing here?" Chapter 59. Passers-by are forced to log off. Chen Moran climbed up to the top floor panting, looked at the person in front of him in panic, and stood there blankly, at a loss. "Brother, why are you here?" So Chen Sun calmed down, turned his head back blankly, and looked at a stranger with a blank look as if he was looking at him. Ah! He looked down at his hands, which were covered with dark lines that kept wriggling along the blood vessels. He raised his head and stared at Chen Moran blankly. The dark lines on his face faded like the tide, shrinking along his neck and under his collar. He no longer looks like a normal person. "Brother, aren't we going shopping together? What are you doing here?" Chen Moran happened to be passing by this building when a dark shadow fell down in front of her eyes and was almost hit by Shen Wangyan. She looked up and saw the back of the person on the roof who looked very similar to her brother. Out of concern, she came up to take a look. She was a little nearsighted and didn't wear glasses at the time, so she couldn't see the person's face clearly from a distance. She only saw Chen Sun standing blankly by the building, as if he had lost his soul. Chen Moran didn't seem to notice that his brother was any different from before. Hearing this, Chen Sun was stunned. After a long time, he smiled warmly and stood quietly on the edge of the tall building. The evening breeze blew through the hem of the white shirt, stained with the blood of the black shadow wolf, like a blooming black plum blossom. He opened his arms, smiled and said, "Yeah, we're going shopping." So he pretended nothing happened and secretly kicked the knife away from the ground. The demon hunting knife that could cut through iron like mud was spinning continuously in the air 100 meters high. It fell to the ground with a swish sound, hitting the space between Shen Wangyan's legs. Shen Wangyan swallowed his saliva, sweating profusely in fear, and retreated several feet quickly. If it had been 2 centimeters off, he would have said goodbye to his little brother. The miraculous destiny of the child of destiny is so terrifying. On the high building, Chen Moran breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that his brother was fine, but he was still a little confused. Wasn't her brother at home the whole time? Why did he suddenly run to the high-rise building? She thought he was going to jump off the building, but she didn't think about it anymore, because Chen Sun had regained his composure and walked towards her step by step. They looked at each other in silence and passed each other. Chen Moran suddenly had an illusion, as if the two of them were no longer in the same world, separated by an invisible barrier. The two of them walked into the elevator quietly. Chen Moran lowered his head, not knowing how to start the conversation. In the elevator, Chen Sun remained silent. The system's cold prompt sounded in his mind. Frowny face due to an unknown error. the passerby system has been temporarily taken over. This system is a clone of the main system. Please complete the task strictly according to the process. If the mission fails, the host will be deprived of certain senses for 24 hours and will be subject to mandatory punishment. Shin-sun just leaned quietly against the elevator wall, ignoring the blood-red screen that kept popping up in front of him. So that's how it is. His passerby system was forced offline, and the main system, this old wall lamp, came in and secretly affected his emotions. No wonder his mind has been unstable since just now, and his thoughts always tend to go to extremes intentionally or unintentionally. Those were not things he wanted to think about deeply. The main system was more eager to know the truth than he was. Regardless of the result, he came to a conclusion, and his information was stolen by the main system, or he chose to commit suicide and his memory was at the mercy of others. For him, this is a sure win business. He leaned calmly in the elevator, looking up at the fluorescent lights, but there was no light in his dark eyes. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he always had this feeling, as if he only needed a thought to completely annihilate the system clone in his mind. It's as simple as the sea smashing a small fishing boat and crushing an ant, but he didn't do that, because this was just one of the thousands of clones in the main system. He is afraid of death and cautious, and never projects his true consciousness into anyone's mind. Like a snail, he always hides in the deepest part of the central tower. In short, a cowardly and difficult to kill old bastard. If the clone is killed in advance, it may alert the enemy. The elevator door opened, and Chen Moran, as he did before, grabbed his brother's hand and ran with him towards the bustling neighborhood. Chen-sun's train of thought was interrupted, and he could only smile and shake his head, letting his sister lead him around and play around. They ran through the bustling streets with traffic lights, passed by late-night street stalls, and passed by steaming food stalls. The tempting aroma of grilled skewers, the crisp clinking of beer bottles, the dim and warm lights, and the laughter of people chatting, all of these linger together at night, wrapped in the warm night breeze, slowly spinning and rising, flying into the clear night sky of the city. It was like running through the long river of time and returning to the past. The last time he went to the night market with his sister was probably more than 10 years ago. Shin-sun was stunned for a moment, not noticing that Chen Moran had already let go of his hand and disappeared into the crowd. After a while, she came out again, covered in dust, holding 2 ice creams, and had 2 dimples when she smiled. The little girl has loved to laugh since she was young, just like Shin-sun. Aren't you afraid of getting a stomachache by eating this so late at night? Shin-sun laughed dumbly, but naturally took the ice cream she handed over. Okay, then don't eat it. It's all mine. Chen Moran frowned and reached out to grab the ice cream cone, but Shin-sun dodged it. I didn't say that. Shin-sun held the ice cream high up, but she was not tall enough to catch it, so she had to turn her head away and sulk like a child. The two walked side by side in the city at night, watching the old woman on the roadside shouting, selling jelly, watching the children running around happily on the old street, and watching the mung bean soup stalls filled with people. The shadows under the street light swayed, one high and one low. Brother, I want to eat that. Chen Moran excitedly pulled him towards the stall selling octopus balls, but Shin-sun's face was full of I refuse. He stood there straight, refusing to move a step forward, and no one could pull him away. There are diced squid in the octopus balls. He is very resistant to all creatures with tentacles. Seeing that he was indifferent, Chen Moran could only stomp his feet, let his brother go for the time being, and ran to queue up by himself. The ice cream was almost melting. Shin-sun lowered his head and took a bite. It was very cold and icy on his teeth, but it's sweet, he thought. Shin-sun was waiting quietly at the corner of the alley. No one knew that his eyes were filled with dense red pop-up windows. Host, please concentrate on the task and refrain from talking to characters irrelevant to the plot. Warning: if the host is out of the main line for a long time, punishment will be enforced. Unless the host chooses to stay in this world and pays the corresponding price to the main system, he can leave the executor status. Warn. But he just glanced at these pop-up windows and said roll. In an instant, the system's scarlet screen was shattered into pieces, scattered in the corners, and could no longer form a complete line of words. So the system stopped ringing. It wrote in the log: passerby system host, error code is 438, danger level increased from B to S++. Mental stability rating, poor. Disobeying the system's transfer order will temporarily record the punishment. We have applied to raise the penalty to the highest level. Chapter 60, Tonzi, what bad intentions could I have? Shin-sun didn't care what the main system clone was doing. He just felt the noise was annoying, that's all. He turned and walked towards the dark alley, his figure disappearing into the night. If he didn't leave now, he was afraid that he would become greedy for the happiness that did not belong to him and would never be willing to leave. Chen Moran squeezed out of the crowd, excitedly holding a box of octopus balls. but he couldn't find his brother anywhere. She just stood there blankly under the streetlight, her lonely shadow stretched out very long to it. It's really strange. My brother clearly didn't dislike eating octopus balls before, and that night when she encountered the monster, how did her brother suddenly appear? But after that day, when I mentioned this matter to him again, his reaction was that he had no impression of it at all. Could it be that there are really two Chin-suns in the world? The passerby system was locked in a small dark room and forced to return to the main god space. It had a confused expression on its face as it was scrutinized by the main system. Countless cold gazes were fixed on the shivering blue data, scanning it up and down along with the detection of the instrument. The thoughts of the passerby system at this time were directly projected onto the screen, exposed completely. Without me, the host will definitely be bullied by other masters. Omega, there seemed to be nothing unusual. After a while, several more comments appeared on the screen. I haven't finished reading today's pornographic book yet, but I was called over. Sigh, I'm halfway through The Abstinent Boy Meets the Yandere System, and I've only just started My Wife as a Tentacle Monster. Bitter, bitter. The following content has not been reviewed. The main system couldn't stand it anymore, remained silent for a long time, and directly cancelled the scanning process. Noah began to doubt whether this thing was created by him. Could it be a mutant species? Is this how you use the omniscient search capability given to you by the system? Do you use it to read pornographic books? So he gave up the idea of directly devouring and decomposing the passerby system of the heavens, for fear of being infected by this erroneous data. He felt a chill when he thought about the dignified Lord God, a being of such high status, adding a ring and equal to emoticon pack at the end of a task. This thing is just like a virus, carrying spiritual pollution with us. The brain squirmed a little, emitted a cold electronic sound, and said, "There's an error in your host's data. We're currently undergoing a risk assessment. Once the test report comes back, if there's nothing wrong, we'll release you." He was silent for a moment, then asked, "Where did you find this person? Are you sure he's just an ordinary college student? Why is he covered in bugs?" "Of course he is just an ordinary passerby, Omega. Think about it, someone who was killed by a billboard and received a B rating on all his missions. What bad intentions could such a foolish college student have?" Omega, the main system fell silent. All the data it could receive showed that the host of the passerby system was indeed an ordinary person with mediocre performance. If you look at the video of him in his original world, his eyes reveal a clear stupidity. He is definitely a pure, pitiful, and helpless young man. Absolutely easy to cheat, absolutely meets your requirements. The emotional value is absolutely delicious. What could be more wonderful than the despair that arises from staining a piece of white paper? So Brainflower simply gave an order to kick the passerby system out of the central tower. What this guy sees is all messed up, and his speech is abnormal. After spending so long with this thing, he felt like his IQ was going to drop. The ball of blue data shouted goodbye, boss, and flew out of the main god space with a whooshaplan pass. It was worth it that it spent the whole night looking up study materials. The brain really didn't dare to swallow it directly. This cowardly and cunning old bastard could have made all his clones share information with him in real time, forging an information transmission channel like a tree root, and completely controlling all the small worlds. However, there is a big problem with the root-type communication method, which is that it is very easy to affect the top from the bottom. If one day he were to dig a hole and accidentally hit the house of one of the old ones, and they were to mentally pollute him, he would be in big trouble. So he chose a beehive-type management method, with each clone acting independently, just like bees serving the queen bee. After the clone returns, the information can only be handed over to him after it has gone through layers of testing and confirmed to be correct. Noah is too cautious, which becomes a powerful weapon for the passerby system to deal with him. While others are connected to the 5G network, he is still playing with emails. Maybe time is not a problem for him, but this delay is enough for the opponent to do a lot of things. What we are fighting for is the information gap. Next, it's time to get down to business. The passerby system shifted its gaze to a bright red ball of light, which was the small world where Chin-sun was currently carrying out his mission inside the main god space. There are countless light balls. They are constantly splitting. Some light balls become dim, and others are reborn. The dim red ball of light represents the world that is about to be destroyed, while the pure white one represents the new world. The passerby system inserted the blue data cable into the small world and began to decipher the blockade of the Brainflower. It wants to completely block the clone of the main system. On the other side, there is still the cafe of L University. Chin-sun didn't know the little plan of the passerby system. He just shattered the screen of the main system clone. Just this morning, the system said something about executing punishment and was about to release high voltage current to punish the host. The ever increasing electric current is difficult to control even for a person with a strong will. As a result, Shensun jumped directly into the bathtub to take a bath, and the system panel leaked electricity, causing a short circuit. The system has been emitting black smoke and has not made any sound. It must still be in shutdown. It may also burn out its CPU, but Chen Sun's ears were cleared. He calmly picked up the teacup and looked at the figures rushing past on the playground outside the window. L University has resumed classes, and Shen Wanyan is still running his 50 laps, still looking lifeless, but there was no Witcher following behind him, and there was an extra weight hanging on his legs, and all the students on the playground were stunned. They only saw a young man shouting, "I want to become stronger," and running around and around in the playground like crazy with his short legs. Liu Xiaoshuang was sitting across from the table in the cafe, pushing the frame of his glasses with a malicious smile on his face. "Did you tell him about his parents?" Shensun took a sip of tea, smacked his lips, came back to his senses, looked at Liu Xiaoshuang, and asked. Liu Xiaoshuang propped up his chin with his hand, revealed a twisted smile, and said, "Of course. If we don't talk about this kind of thing, will we keep it for the new year?" About 10 years ago, Shen Wangyan's parents died. The so-called train accident was actually caused by an S-level demon. The devil sneaks into the train, takes advantage of people's fear, induces them to kill each other, and finally devours all humans. This is the famous ghost train incident, which was listed as a top-secret file by the Demon Extermination Bureau. Currently, the demon named Gluttony has disappeared along with the train and is still on the run. After learning the truth, Shen Wanyan didn't speak for the entire day, and he looked much more mature, which was rare. He picked up the demon hunting knife and told Shensun that he wanted to hunt down Gluttony himself. "So, what is your purpose?" Shensun took a sip of tea and looked at Liu Xiaoshuang with his dark eyes. Overall, there is nothing wrong with the plot turning point early, but he doesn't believe that Liu Xiaoshuang will let it go. "Don't think so badly of me, Mr. Death," she said with a smile. "We are already close friends." "What kind of relationship?" "A heartfelt friendship." She smiled in a sly way, stretched out her fist with a righteous look on her face, and hit Shensun on the shoulder, silencing him. "There is nothing wrong with that. Liu Xiaoshuang always uses his ultimate skill every time he meets someone. He either sacrifices his heart to the shadow wolf or uses his lungs to summon the roaring sky dog, really from the heart. My purpose is simple," she continued, smiling. "I want to fast-forward the plot. After going through so much, she has accepted the fact that she is actually living in the world of a novel. Since the male protagonist cannot be killed before the plot ends, let the plot end quickly. What happens next is no longer up to fate." Chapter 61. Do you choose a knife or a fire stick? Xinhe Railway Station, home to the old green train line 13, has been abandoned for nearly 10 years. Shen Wangyan swallowed his saliva, carefully took out a crumpled ticket from his backpack, and waited quietly for the arrival of the ghost train. The ticket was bought from the Demon Extermination Bureau. Many demon hunters went there to hunt Gluttony before, but they all disappeared. They all became food for the devil. I heard that Senior Chen had been here before, but this demon was very cunning. Upon hearing that the god of death was coming to chop it down, it stayed here for half a year without driving. Every 100 years, a god of death appears. They are the most powerful beings among humans and have left a huge psychological shadow on all S-level demons. Most demon hunters will more or less utilize the power of some contracted demons, and there are many people like Shen Wanyan who live in symbiosis with demons. However, those who bear the title of Death God are all pure human beings. This title has been passed down from generation to generation, and now, as an identity forcibly assigned by the system task, it has fallen on Chen Sun. Gluttony was so afraid of this human that he completely disappeared and hid for half a year. Unable to find the demon, Chen Sun had to give up, and no one dealt with this S-level demon ever since. It wasn't until recent months that rumors about the ghost train returned to the public eye, and now, Shen Wanyan brought his small dagger and resolutely came to this abandoned station. There was a vibration coming from the distant railway tracks, and there seemed to be the sound of a train roaring woo 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 in the distance. The ghost train arrived at the station. Shen Wanyan took a deep breath, put on his demon hunting knife, and got on the train. He wants to find out the truth of what happened back then so that his parents can rest in peace. In the dungeon of the Demon Extermination Bureau, to be more precise, in the small basement of the Coffin Tavern, the bald priest, tied to a chair, was looking at the two people in front of him with horror. He. Liu Xiaoshuang spread out a pile of various knives in front of him, then threw a red-hot iron rod in front of him and said with a sinister smile, "Tell me, do you want to play with a knife or a fire stick?" The bald priest opened his eyes wide and shook his head desperately, wishing he could shake his head off. No, he didn't want to choose either. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoshuang narrowed his eyes, looking very terrified. In the dark basement, these torture instruments were used by the crazy group of demon priests in her previous life, and she was very familiar with them. She picked up a candle nearby, slowly pushed up her glasses, and said, "You don't want to play with dripping wax, do you?" The bald man shuddered and looked at Chen Sun beside him with a pleading look. This black-haired young man had been silent all the time and should be able to speak better. In the original plot, the demon priest did cause trouble for the protagonist, but it was not clear what his plan was. The information currently known is that this group of lunatics intends to bring all demons into reality and completely destroy the entire world. The book does not say how to implement it specifically. In this life, Lu Xiaoshuang still has someone she cares about in this world, so she chooses to cooperate with Chen Sun temporarily. Your revenge begins with saving the world. As for how the male protagonist handles the situation afterwards, that depends on his own ability. Seeing the bald priest's pleading eyes, Chen Sun thought for a while, put the sickle on the priest's neck, and said, "Why not just chop it off? If he doesn't tell me, find another buyer." Is simple, crude, direct, and efficient. The bald priest was about to cry to death. These two were such good people that they didn't even leave him a chance to survive. I'll tell you. He was afraid that if he hesitated, Chen Sun would chop off his head. "Our people have infiltrated the Demon Extermination Bureau, so I came out early." He was silent for a while, and then his neck touched the sickle blade, and he was so scared that the hairs on his body stood up. The plan is to gather the fragments of the 13 original demons, use the resentment of the people of Sidia, summon the original demon, and start the demonic tide. However, before he could finish, a green flame suddenly ignited on the bald priest's body, and blazing tongues of fire spewed out of his mouth. He screamed in pain, and his entire body quickly burned to ashes, leaving no trace. It happened so suddenly that neither of them had time to react. They could only stare at the ashes on the ground and fell into silence. All the ashes strangely formed a line of words. Frowny face. The sacrifice has begun. No one can stop the Lord from coming. As if to confirm this statement, the basement, no, the ground of the entire city began to shake slightly. The two looked at each other, quickly went upstairs, and took shelter on the first floor of the tavern. The guests in the tavern all looked confused. They had no idea why a small earthquake suddenly occurred. As if some mysterious switch had been turned on, the tables and chairs began to tremble, but not enough to cause the house to collapse. After a while, the earthquake stopped, as if nothing had happened, and everything returned to silence. Chen Sun frowned, suddenly realized something, and asked the tavern owner for a map of City A. He pondered for a while and connected the places where demon summoning incidents had occurred in the city one by one with a red pen. The buildings, mountains, and central lake are magically pieced together to form a strange picture. A broken skull shape suddenly appeared on the map, looking extremely hideous, and the last missing stroke in this pattern happens to be at Xinhua railway station. Chen Sun looked at the map calmly, then completed the last stroke with a black pen. That was a missing section of track where the ghost train was about to pass. When the train carries Shen Wanyan through here, all the array points and sacrifices will be in place, and the devil will appear in the world. It's too late to stop it. According to historical records, when the original demon comes, hundreds of millions of demons will appear in the world, triggering a demon tide. Not to mention the small city even flattening an entire continent would be a piece of cake. The witchers in the tavern fell silent, not knowing how to deal with this sudden crisis. The feeling of despair and powerlessness, like a bottomless ocean, made everyone present feel suffocated. With only a dozen of them, they were like a mantis trying to stop a chariot and could not make any waves. However, this atmosphere of pessimism and despair did not affect Chen Sun at all. He drew a cross on the map, exactly where the skull icon's forehead should be. Seal off this mall. This is the center of the formation and where the devil descends. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoshuang immediately lost her composure. She widened her eyes, her face full of disbelief, stepped back, and then rushed out of the tavern like crazy. No, it's impossible. This is near the residential area where Grandma lives, but in her previous life, the source of the formation was not here at all. Could it be that her rebirth caused the butterfly effect? Chen Sun silently looked at her back, continued to draw crosses on the map, and calmly arranged various matters. Non-combatants should urgently evacuate nearby residents and relocate as many as possible. The rest of you, head to other formation centers and do your best to eliminate all S-rank demons. The usually frivolous demon hunters in the tavern suddenly became serious. They nodded solemnly, stood up and left, heading to their assigned posts. They are demon hunters walking in the darkness, unknown people guarding in secret, and the last line of defense of City. Chen Sun put on his coat and went out carrying his sickle. It was drizzling outside the house, and the water drops fell on the shiny blade, making a slight buzzing sound. This is his city, where his family from another time and space lives. Be it a devil or a god with him around, nothing can get involved. Chapter 62. You are the original devil, right? Shen Wanyan felt like he was back in his senior year of high school. Countless papers, endless questions, and endless exams. The teacher was lecturing at the podium, and the students were busy doing their homework below. Pressure is like a mountain, it can break a person's spine. Shen Wanyan stared at a math problem, as if he was constipated, and couldn't remember the answer at all. Of the X and Y symbols in the book crawled like ants and buzzed like mosquitoes, giving him a headache. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that he was already in college. Yeah, he's already in college, and he's still doing shitty tests. This is a dream. This is a dream, ha ha ha. So, in front of all his classmates' surprised eyes, he flipped over the desk with a swish sound and shouted, I fucking graduated, ha 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 ha. Then he tore up the test paper, threw all the books into the air, and strode out of the classroom. He ran, laughing and throwing test papers around, creating a storm of paper in the corridor. The snow-white pieces of paper circled in the sky like butterflies, and the students behind him were all stunned. Someone reached out from behind, grabbed his clothes, and hugged his legs, trying to trap him forever in this pale prison. Let me go, I'm graduating. No one can stop me. So he took a step, his clothes were torn, and he jumped off the windowsill shirtless, opening his arms to welcome freedom. All the students in the teaching building were leaning on the railings, staring downstairs in amazement. He fell heavily to the ground with a dull thud, and a fishy sweet taste came out of his mouth. A stream of warm liquid flowed out of his brain, and he felt like a soup dumpling that had been bitten open, with soup spraying all over his body. Shen Wanyan felt that he might have hit his head, and the scene in front of him became blurry. He blinked his blood-stained eyes, and the teaching building in front of him began to spin, turning into a dark forest in a vortex of blood. He was lying in the center of the vortex, with countless fine tree roots extending from all sides, piercing into his body and greedily sucking his blood. Blood kept flowing out of his body, and now he really looked like a soup dumpling. In the end, everything around had changed. The teaching building turned into a tattered green train with black smoke emitting from its scrapped locomotive. He just jumped out of the car window and fell heavily to the ground. Everywhere he looked, there were fragments of tall buildings. This ghost train carried him into the city center. He remembered everything. Just a few minutes ago, Shen Wanyan was still in the carriage, nervously taking out a bottle of mineral water from his backpack, unscrewing the lid and preparing to drink. As a result, the train suddenly shook violently, and he lost his grip on the bottle of water, and it fell to the ground. As the liquid in the bottle spilled out, bubbles popped up in the iron carriage, followed by a corrosive, sour smell. The entire carriage was filled with shrill screams, like 1,000 female ghosts screaming and scratching. Shen Wanyan was stunned. This was not mineral water at all, it was sulfuric acid. He suddenly remembered that this bottle of water was given to him by Lu Xiaoshuang. That guy hasn't given up on killing him yet, but thanks to the bottle of water, he discovered that the devil was the car itself. Just now, he had a fierce fight with Gluttony, and with the help of Scorpion Tail, he destroyed the train's engine. Before the ghost train overturned, he jumped out of the window in time and fell into the rubble. Looking back, the car was like a rampaging wild boar, forcibly constructing a track and sending the car body from the suburbs into the city center. A dark passage extends to the far edge of City, like a giant snake, stretching across the city. He was a little dazed, swayed his body, and tried to stand up, but he stumbled and fell to the ground again. The sky had changed color, and a dark storm was brewing. The center of the vortex was a shopping mall not far from him. Foolish human, with your help, the summoning ritual has been completed. Scorpion Tail's sneer came to his ears again, and Shen Wanyan widened his eyes. He turned around in a daze and found that the traces left by the train were connected to the surrounding buildings, emitting a strange black mist. You are the executioner, the culprit who is about to kill everyone. No. Impossible, the center of the formation was right in front of him. Shen Wanyan collapsed to the ground and had no strength to stop it. His knife had been broken in the fight. He was too weak and could only look up at the sky and sob, unable to do anything. The same thing happened 10 years ago when his parents entered the station. If he had stopped them that day, if he hadn't gotten in the car today, no, if he didn't exist in this world, will the world become a better place because of this? His face was covered with snot and tears, and he really wanted to find a hole and bury himself in it. Cover it with soil and you won't have to face the cruel reality anymore. He now really wanted to rush up and fight the monster to the death, and sacrifice himself on this land. Perhaps this would cover up his sins a little. "Hey, kid, can you move?" Just then, a rough voice interrupted his thoughts. He felt a black knife being thrown into his arms and raised his head to try to see who was coming. He was a guest in the Coffin Tavern. He looked very familiar, the burly one. He was not in a much better condition now. He looked like a bear covered in blood. The burly man was biting his cigarette. When he was evacuating the people just now, the residential building collapsed and he was hit hard on the back. If you can still move, try your best to save people. He didn't look back and continued to limp towards a farther building. Don't die. Sacrifice is not honorable at all. A demon hunter is more useful alive than dead. Shin Wanyan looked down at the knife, wiped the dried blood off his face, and slowly stood up. Hey, guess what? I'm still waiting for the disaster to be over so we can have a celebratory drink together. Looking at the big man's slightly ferocious smile, Shin Wanyan walked silently towards the nearest building step by step. Every once in a while, a strong earthquake would be heard from the central shopping mall, and the demon hunters had to protect the lives of more innocent people. Sacrifice? It was meaningless. It would only bring him relief. From the moment they become demon hunters, their lives no longer belong solely to themselves. Inside the central shopping mall, countless root-like lines extend into the blood pool in the center. All the greed, fraud, jealousy, and fear in the world gathered into a dark red tangible liquid, accumulating more and more with each lighting of the formation. Disasters bring panic, and panic is the devil's food. Several mysterious figures stood by the pool, their eyes filled with madness, and they kept shouting in shrill voices, "My lord, please accept our offering, appear in the world, and wipe out the lowly and cunning humans." Along with the shouts, a vortex appeared in the center of the blood pool, which was half the size of a basketball court. The malice, so thick that it was practically solid, continued to expand, twitching like breathing. In the end, a huge eyeball, almost filling the entire pool of blood, emerged from it. Then, countless densely packed small eyeballs popped out from the gaps beside, with blood-red threads sticking to the back. Like the compound eyes of a fly, like twisted insects and snakes, all the filth and dirt in the world gathered here. The demon priests became more and more excited and continued to chant strange spells. The ceremony was about to be completed, but at this moment, the tightly closed door of the mall shattered with a loud bang. The huge eyeballs turned in confusion, and all eyes focused on one point. Looking in the direction of the light, it was a young man with black hair and black eyes, standing at the gate carrying a giant sickle as tall as a person. There were still traces of blood from the demons he had killed on his body, and it was obvious that he had experienced many battles. Everyone present held their breath and looked at the man in shock and suspicion. The mall was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. "Excuse me," he began, apologizing politely. Then, he scanned the area with his dark eyes, looked calmly at the pile of eyeballs, and asked, "Which one is the original demon?" Chapter 63, Nameless. Mist. As if shocked by Chin Sun's calm tone, the demon priests present looked at each other in bewilderment. Then, a sinister light flashed in their eyes, and they summoned the demons they had contracted: snakes, insects, ants, leopards, jackals, wolves, scorpions. Countless demons emitting black energy rushed towards the man like a black tide, like a huge wave of the sea, ready to tear apart a floating plank of wood. But in almost the blink of an eye, the figure disappeared. Instantly, without even leaving a trace. At the same time, a black shadow appeared right above the huge eyeball. Chin Sun raised the sickle that was flashing with cold light high up, and his whole body fell rapidly, like a meteor, rushing towards the blood pool at high speed. The sound of strong wind being torn apart could be heard near the blade, causing the air to vibrate. There was no time to react at all. The huge eyeball sank like a giant marshmallow hit by a bullet. It began to shake violently, and its eyeball, with a hole in it, oozed fluid and rolled in pain. Finally, it exploded with a bang. The other smaller eyeballs shrank back into the blood pool in fear, never daring to show up again. "Damn, humans have no martial ethics and summoned it out to get beaten. If you can't afford to offend it, can't you afford to hide from it?" Everything seemed to have returned to calm. The dark red liquid in the center of the blood pool began to ripple and emit gurgling bubbles. All the demon priests' men were stunned. "Huh? It's over. Aren't these evil thoughts said to be corrosive and that ordinary people would die if they came into contact with them? You just jumped in and punched it through. What happened?" Everyone looked at each other with very ugly expressions, as if they couldn't believe that the demon they had worked so hard to create was defeated so easily. However, Chin Sun in the blood pool didn't know what they were thinking. He was in some trouble now. The pool was too deep and he choked on some blood. When he was about to swim to the surface, he found his legs were entangled by the black rope at the bottom of the pool. To be precise, It is the materialization of evil thoughts. After losing their target for sacrifice, they took the only living human in the pool as their host. They climbed up like tentacles, wrapped around Shin Sun's legs in circles, then tightened his waist, and then drilled madly into his mouth and nose. He was feeling a little suffocated, his head was dizzy, and his whole body was sticky with dark red liquid. It's really annoying. Shin Sun spun the sickle in the pool, cut off those annoying tentacles, and swam quickly to the edge of the pool. When he was only a few centimeters away from the water surface, he felt his body suddenly become extremely heavy, as if countless wronged ghosts were pulling him into the dark abyss. Just at this moment, his head started to hurt again, and the thing wriggling in his mind reacted to the pool water he drank. Several images flashed through my mind quickly: abandoned cities, miserable and crazy people, a huge, twisted and reveling shadow in the sky. God loves the world as a joke. This sentence suddenly popped up in his mind. The last trace of bubbles representing life disappeared, and Shin Sun gradually lost consciousness and sank to the bottom of the pool. This demon hunter who easily dealt with the original demon seemed to be drowned by evil thoughts. At the same time, the demon priests and their men on the shore were arrested by the demon hunters who arrived in time. They were unwilling but helpless. At this moment, everyone heard a faint humming sound, like the low humming of countless choirs. Everyone stopped what they were doing and listened blankly to the strange chanting, like zombies who had lost their souls. People in the entire city heard this sound, and their heads all turned in a twisted manner towards the central shopping mall. The corners of everyone's mouth curled up into a strange smile, and a sound in the throat that was in the same frequency. As the chanting came out, in the central market, several bubbles emerged from the pool of blood, forming a small vortex, which continued to condense and gather, rushing towards the center. Finally, the dark red liquid disappeared without a trace, and nothing was left in the empty pool, as if it had evaporated. The black fog hovering over the entire city seemed to come alive and quickly spread to the entire world. In just a few minutes, the entire planet was shrouded in this nameless fog. All creatures contaminated by the black fog stopped in their tracks. Even the cats and dogs were grinning. The world has gone crazy. The only one that was less affected was the clone of the main system. Now that it had lost its host, its blood-red panel hung helplessly in the air, looking small and pitiful. What is going on? What is going on? The small world seems to be blocked by unknown data and it is now unable to escape. It looked in horror into the deepest part of the thickest black fog, which was the source of everything in the place where Shin Sun disappeared. As if sensing its gaze, the black fog also cast a corresponding glance, seemingly just a casual glance. Then, countless blood-red eyes opened in the black fog, and all eyes were focused on this small system. Thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of millions of eyes. It is now like a lost lamb in the dark night, being stared at by countless wolves. The main system's clone let out a sharp scream, and the glass-like panel began to collapse rapidly, then gradually reassembled. In countless destructions and rebirths, this data stream gradually lost its own consciousness. The consequence of looking directly into the black fog is that it goes crazy. And in the depths of the thick black fog, in the center of countless scarlet eyes, on the ruins of a high-rise building, a figure sat quietly. He lit a cigarette, looked into the distance with his deep black eyes, and looked down at everything with an expressionless face. He quietly watched the joys and sorrows of mankind, the interweaving of good and evil, the coexistence of good and evil, and the changes in history and the vicissitudes of life. Like a passerby of time, he will always be just a mysterious and ordinary passerby. Black mist emanated from the smoke in his hand, continuously and endlessly beside Shin Sun. The black mist condensed and formed another small human figure. The little boy, whose body was covered with black stitches, grinned with his big white teeth, put down the kitchen knife in his hand, and sat down next to him. The boy swung his legs covered in stitches, tilted his head and looked at him for a moment, then broke the silence first. Remember? Yeah. Shin Sun looked at the gray sky calmly, then turned back to glance at the boy. Is this why you put a memory lock on me? The air fell into a dead silence, and the little boy's figure flickered for a moment, as if he was about to disappear. Hey, aren't you afraid that Guy will find out? The boy patted Shin Sun's shoulder with a smile. When you leave this world, this memory still needs to be locked away. Then, the boy propped up his head, ignored Shin Sun's gaze, and looked at the gloomy world. I'm just a projection anyway. You can't do anything to me. The two men fell silent again, quietly looking at the pale sun shrouded in black fog. The time is almost here. When are we going to beat up that brat? The boy leaned over curiously, blinking his big dark eyes. Shin Sun held the cigarette between two fingers and looked in the direction of his former home, where the orange light was still on. Wait a little longer. Let me take care of my own business first. Then he tooted and said irritably, Idhala is throwing memory fragments everywhere, making it look like a XX spell. Is that necessary? The boy stuck out his tongue playfully, spread his hands and said, who knows, maybe it's just her bad taste. Those guys all have some, and it doesn't cost anything to watch the fun anyway. So Chinsun stopped talking, slowly stood up and put out his cigarette. The black fog in the sky dissipated instantly, the city's blood began to flow again, and the suspended time also began its journey. The boy smiled and disappeared into the air, leaving behind a sentence, so, are you still human now? The world came back to life, and the figure stood quietly on the tall building, without looking back at him. I'm Chinsun. Chinsun has human memories, and as long as he retains his humanity, he is a human being. Chapter 64, Epilogue. When Lu Xiaoshuang arrived at the community on Shadow Wolf, only ruins were left there. She jumped off the wolf's back, staggered towards the broken wall, and began to dig at the bricks with her hands desperately. Tears fell patter on the ground, and her hands were covered with mud and sand, mixed with blood oozing from her fingertips, and mixed with cold glass shards. The Shadow Wolf whimpered, bit its owner's clothes and lifted her up. Put me down, she's still alive. Lu Xiaoshuang waved his hands and feet in the air, with a layer of white mist on his glasses. She will live a long life. She is not dead. Shadow Wolf had no choice but to put her down, squatting obediently beside her, digging at the wreckage of the house on the ground with his claws. There is nothing to dig up. It has collapsed like this. How could anyone still be alive? Lu Xiaoshuang burst into tears, with tears and snot streaming down her face. She no longer had the aura of the demon lord. From childhood to adulthood, she lived on subsidies from the welfare home and help from her grandmother, and never spent a penny of her alcoholic father's money. Every time I was beaten and bruised, only when I came to my grandmother's needlework shop could I feel a little bit of the sense of family. Why should I dwell on meaningless revenge, now that you have been reborn? You must cherish what you have. It's too late to figure it out now. Just as she was digging the rubble frantically, a hand was placed on her shoulder. She turned around blankly and saw Shen Wangyan's face, and her heart was filled with surging waves. Shen Wangyan knew that Lu Xiaoshuang didn't like him, so he forced a smile and pointed to her side. The old lady was walking out of the relief shed shakily, leaning on a crutch, and pushing her reading glasses with her hand. Lu Xiaoshuang ignored everything and cried like a 3-year-old child. She rushed over and hugged the old lady, her face covered with tears and snot. When the last wave of earthquakes came, Shen Wangyan happened to arrive in this residential area. Seeing that the building was about to collapse, he noticed that the old lady in the needlework shop had difficulty walking, so he carried her and ran away. Fate is such a coincidence that the culprit who killed the old woman in the previous life saved her life in this life. Although Shen Wangyan himself didn't know this, he didn't know who he was saving. He only knew that if he saved one more person, he could save one more family. He has lost his happiness forever, but he still chooses to protect the happiness of ordinary people. Lu Xiaoshuang cried enough, took off her glasses, and threw them towards Shen Wangyan with all her might, but he dodged them nimbly. You die. Although he said so, the villain has completely given up his revenge plan. It's really rare. This time what was lost was not a knife or sulfuric acid, but just a glasses frame. Finally, the disaster statistics came out, and surprisingly, the entire incident caused nearly 10,000 injuries, but no one died. It's like divine help, which is very unscientific. No, this can already be considered a supernatural event. In a place where no one could see, Chinsun watched all this quietly, smiled heartily, and walked away. It is possible that an extremely low probability event can become an inevitable event under the influence of the black fog that distorts reality. For Chinsun, destroying a civilization only takes a few seconds, but rebuilding a civilization takes billions of years. Being alive is always more interesting than being dead. The speed of time flow in the main god space is different from that in the small world. The passerby system watched the small world change from red to dark black, and then to bright yellow in just a few seconds. It felt like watching a slideshow. It was blinding. The passerby system only knew that its host was going to cause trouble, but it didn't expect that he would blow up the entire server. Seeing that the ball of light was about to explode, it was quick-witted and used the invaded data to form a pot lid, quickly covering this small world. There was a loud bang. Black smoke instantly exploded from inside the light ball, just like a burnt rice cooker. After doing all this, it breathed a long sigh of relief and decided to log into the world to see what was going on. I wonder if the host has been bullied by the main system's clone. When the passerby system was reconnected to the small world, he saw Chinsun holding a data cable with a stupid system panel tied underneath. The blood-red screen was filled with all kinds of garbled characters, and the words Makabaka, ICDC were all over his face. The clone of the main system seemed to have been affected by some kind of mental pollution and had gone completely crazy, the passerby. System stood there in a daze, somewhat confused. Host, why is it so stupid? Shensun shook his head, indicating that he knew nothing. When he picked up this thing, the other party could only make ABA. Have you resolved the issue outside? What Shensun was more concerned about was whether the main system would notice if he accidentally made such a big noise. If the plan was known in advance, that old bastard in the main system might hide for hundreds of millions of years, which would not be fun at all. I have already severed the connection between this small world and the outside world. He won't notice, but his clone might report it. So each person and each system turned their attention to the broken red panel on the ground. The main system's clone began to tremble. Host, rest assured, ***, I will clean up its records and ensure that no traces are left. But what? Since he sent me to monitor, it would be impossible to do so without the test results. It took out a video recorder from the system space and continued, so we have to provide him with some fake videos, and some scenes require the host to stage them. After all, as a weak and pitiful passerby, being punished by the brutal system, this miserable and helpless scene will definitely make the main system lose its vigilance. Omega, oh boy, this wonderful yet damnable punishment. Shensun stared at the passerby system expressionlessly for a while, feeling that this guy's style had become a little strange. I haven't seen it for a few days. What kind of mess has it seen? He said. I refuse. You can synthesize fake footage yourself. After saying that, he clicked log out and his figure disappeared into the air. Hearing this, the passerby system had no choice but to put the video recorder away without any interest, hugged its fat body with grievance, and went to compile the code. But, since it's a fake composite video, then, it's not a problem to include some personal opinions, epsilon. So that day, when the main system recovered the clone, it obtained the following video. In a church late at night, a black-haired young man was hung upside down and tied to a wooden cross. His eyes were covered with a white cloth, he could not move, and his breathing was a little disordered. A flash of thunder passed outside the window, and then countless pitch-black tentacles surged in, reaching out towards the young man on the altar. Seeing this, the main system turned off the image with a click sound, and the brain went into a brief downtime. Why do I feel like I have accidentally entered a pornographic website? He turned to his own clone, was silent for a long time, and asked, what the hell is this? Since it is detected that this host hates tentacles, the system uses illusion as punishment. The system clone responded in an emotionless mechanical voice, following a pre-programmed response. Through this punishment method, we harvested a large amount of emotional value from the host. In this small world, the main system did gain a lot of emotional value, although it may also be given by the natives of the small world. Now Hua accepted this setting and continued watching the video. Then the scene changed, and the young man collapsed to the ground, his black eyes losing their luster. He was gasping for breath, his body covered in mucus and blue marks from being strangled, and then the video disappeared. No more. The main system feels like watching a movie halfway through, finally getting to the paid content, only to be reminded that the membership has expired and needs to be renewed. Explain? The system clone pondered for a moment and then said in a serious tone, because tomatoes are not allowed to be sour. Chapter 65, World Screenwriter. In short, after this incident, Shensun's danger level in the main system was directly reduced from B to E. What kind of waves can a passerby who has no power to resist make? He himself was unaware of this, having just gotten out of bed and stretched. I washed my face and brushed my teeth, then pulled my messy short hair in front of the mirror. The tuft of hair on my head was wet and finally drooped down obediently. After returning from the last world, he has always felt weak all over, which may be the sequelae of death in the small world. He only remembered falling into a pool of blood and being drowned by the boundless malice at the bottom of the pool, eating up everything without leaving a trace. I don't remember what happened next. As long as the task was completed, congratulations to the host for completing the task. Rated B, due to various reasons, the mission points are halved. Shensun stared at the system panel with a gloomy look and stopped brushing his teeth. You're just going to quit acting, right? Now you're deducting points without any reason. Ahem, 1000 points, plus the title of Unspeakable Existence X1, forget it. Just think of it as extra money, it's better than nothing. For some reason, even though he knew that he could save enough points to return to his original world, Shensun could never get motivated to work. It was as if there was a voice inside him that kept shouting at him, telling him, don't go to the Lord God, it's a trap. It seems that vacation is more attractive to him. He looked up and out the window. The sun was shining brightly today, a perfect day for a vacation, but before that, he needed to find the world screenwriter and figure out one thing: in the previous worlds, why was he able to receive the original owner's memories? He had never thought about it carefully before, and thought that those abnormal reactions were just the resentment left by the original owner of the body during his lifetime. After untying their knots, they would naturally dissipate. It was not until he traveled through this parallel world with his own body that he suddenly realized that those emotions were most likely absorbed by something. This experience is very obvious. When he sees his family, his emotional fluctuations should not be so small. However, the fact is that he cannot feel sadness or pain at all, as if there is a hole in his heart and the human part of him is slowly slipping away from the hole. It shouldn't be like this. Besides, the main system was supposed to allow him to stay there. However, he obviously did not expect that there was another Chen Sun in this small world, and that he had independent consciousness and did not become an anchor point for the task executors to cross. Chen Sun disdains to snatch the happiness of another self, so he leaves without any regrets. If you think about it carefully, the job of arranging the identity of the time traveler was done by the world screenwriter, so it is reasonable that he did some manipulation. What was his purpose? To disrupt the main system. The opponent might be a chess piece planted by someone. No, it is even possible that he is the one playing the chess. Then the best option is to go directly to him and ask him clearly. So Chen Sun picked up the knife, walked out with a smile, and went straight to the studio of the world screenwriter. The world screenwriter was a bearded uncle who was playing landlord in his own studio. When he heard the knock on the door, he immediately looked up. "Xiao Chen? Come in." "Hello, I have something to ask you." Chen Sun politely opened the door and directly put the kitchen knife against the forehead of the world screenwriter. The other party was not willing to be outdone. Almost at the moment when Chen Sun raised the knife, a fruit knife popped out of his hand and pressed against his waist. "What's worth making such a fuss about?" The uncle didn't even raise his eyelids, his eyes fixed on the landlord game on his phone. The two of them just faced each other quietly, both with smiles on their faces but cursing in their hearts. "Come on, let's hurt each other in this quiet room." Only the uncle's cell phone was still ringing, urging him to play a card. "Hurry up, the flowers I'd been waiting for have all wilted." "I say." Seeing that the card game was about to be lost, the bearded uncle finally couldn't hold it in any longer and was the first to put away the fruit knife. "Let's put down the knife and have a good chat." "Okay." Chen Sun was not an unreasonable person. He put away the kitchen knife with a smile. Today is also the day when Lu Yunmiao disturbed Senior Chen. As usual, she put on her favorite blue miniskirt, put on some light makeup, turned around in front of the mirror, nodded with satisfaction, and went out to find Chen Sun. "Please, this is a super long vacation. It would be unreasonable not to invite Senior Chen to travel to the beach." Then, she got the news from the dormitory aunt that Chen Sun had gone to find the world screenwriter, but it didn't matter. She wasn't someone who would give up easily, so she turned around and went back to the screenwriter's studio. "Hello, is Senior Chen here?" When there was no response to her knock, she pushed open the studio door and froze in place. The screenwriter uncle lay on the ground, grabbing Chen Sun's collar tightly, trying to strangle the brat to death. Chen Sun pulled his hair, pressed the world screenwriter to the ground, and stuffed a slipper into his mouth. "You little brat, are you playing dirty?" The old guy exploded with gold coins. The two were fighting fiercely, but when they saw Lu Yunmiao come in, they stopped for a moment and looked up at her. Chen Sun's clothes were disheveled, and the other slipper in his left hand fell to the ground with a click. The world screenwriter's long hair was all loose, there was a big bump on his face, and a black EYE. Lu Yunmiao stood at the door, blinking his eyes, and suddenly felt that he had come at the wrong time. He quietly retreated and closed the door with a click. It must be opened in the wrong way. She pushed the door open again, and the two people in the room had stopped fighting and were sitting at opposite ends of the sofa. The world screenwriter was applying medicine to the wound on his face, grimacing in pain and cursing nonstop. "You're so cruel, kid." Chen Sun was adjusting his collar and smoothing out the wrinkles on his white shirt, and he calmly replied, "Mutually." This old guy is very tight-lipped and no useful information can be pried out of him. However, during the fight just now, Chen Sun asked a few tentative questions, and based on the other party's reaction, his guess had been verified. The world screenwriter and the boy in the mirror should be in the same group, except, Senior, are you done with your work? Lu Yunmiao pinched the edge of her skirt, preparing to invite Chen Sun to go on vacation to the beach. At this moment, the fat man rushed in from the door again like a cannonball, shouting, "Oh no, Brother Chen." So the eyes of the three people present were all focused on the fat man. He was now sweating profusely and could not speak clearly. "Song Sanxing, he's trapped in his little world and can't get out." Everyone in the room fell silent, and Shensen lowered his head in deep thought. Generally speaking, after the task executor dies in the small world, he will be directly returned to the main god space. If you are really in a hurry to leave, you can also choose to give up the task directly and shout log out of the world to leave urgently. This situation usually occurs when the host loses consciousness, or the body is restricted in movement, or there is a system failure. Of course, there have been examples of task executors being trapped in small worlds before. It is said that the host of the previous villain system was trapped and died in a small world for unknown reasons, and there has been no news of him until now. The main system's attitude towards this situation is like losing an unnecessary worker, and it doesn't care at all, but as colleagues and friends, they would definitely help Song Sanqing if he got into trouble. I have to go and take a look. Shensen pondered for a moment, then asked the world screenwriter for a time travel pass, got up and went out. System, help me connect to the world where Song Sanqing is. Good host, connecting to the rules of weird talk, Qingshan Mental Hospital. The fat man wiped the sweat from his face while crying, and said, I'm going too. Only the world screenwriter and Lu Yunmiao were left present. Both were silent, each with their own thoughts. This little bastard is really going to kill me. The uncle continued to apply medicine on his face and talked as if he was chatting about family matters. Senior, have you realized anything? Lu Yunmiao smiled gracefully. I just asked the original owner of the small world what was going on emotionally. He grimaced in pain. What can I say? The body he traveled into originally belonged to him. How the hell do I know why he can sense his previous emotions? Chapter 66, The Toy That Won't Break. Song Sanqing is now a little confused. My hands and feet were tied up, I couldn't move at all, and even turning my head was difficult. He felt the fluorescent light in front of him was a bit dazzling, so he squinted his eyes slightly. It took him a long time to see the figure in front of him clearly. A man in white, whose face could not be seen clearly, was holding various knives in his hands. He was doing something to him and shouting frantically, Great, great! A toy that won't break. After waking up, Song Sanqing felt a sharp pain all over his body, especially in his abdomen. It was as if he was cut open by a knife, and then a pair of hands reached in, stroking his liver and spleen over and over again, and then slowly kneading his intestines. Song Sanqing immediately felt a chill, opened his eyes wide, but was unable to speak. He could only curse in his heart, Fuck, there's a pervert. My throat seemed to be blocked by some paste, and there was a burning and stinging sensation in the deep throat. My vocal cords might have been damaged. It seems that there is no way to log out of the world. Time traveler, you can't escape. Behind the man in white stood a man with glasses and a gloomy face. Then, the man with glasses asked the man in white with a smile, Are you satisfied with the new toy you found? Very good, very good. He cut off a piece of Song Sanqing's skin, and then watched with fascination as granulations grew on the exposed skin. Please make sure he doesn't say anything, the man with glasses said, otherwise the toy will run away. I'll pay attention. Song Sanqing remembered that the man with glasses was the destined child of this small world. To be precise, he is the child of destiny who was possessed by a person who traveled through time. After this guy died in another dimension, his soul did not dissipate. Instead, he sneaked into this rule-based weird story and took over the body of the original protagonist Jifeng. Jifeng was worried that he would be dealt with by legal time travelers, so after figuring out the rules here, he disguised himself as the original protagonist and tricked Song Sanqing. So far, he has tortured 4 task executors to the point of losing consciousness. No one understands time travelers better than him. He also gives himself the title of system killer and takes pride in eliminating various system hosts. Looking at the person struggling on the experimental table, Jifeng sneered, put his hands in his pockets and walked out. He heard that there were 2 new patients today and was preparing to meet them. Doctor, please rest assured. This toy will soon bring you more fun. An extremely thick needle was stretched out, brushed across Song Sanqing's pale face, and pierced straight into his Adam's apple that was rolling up and down, and then a stream of sticky liquid was injected. He was so painful that his body was stretched to its limit, his forehead covered in sweat, but he couldn't even scream. The mass in his throat kept gnawing at his vocal cords, eating up the new tissue bit by bit as the flesh and blood regenerated. Then the body was decomposed bit by bit. You could hear the friction sound of the scalpel cutting the skin, accompanied by the itchy feeling of flesh growing back. He wanted to scratch the wound with his hands, but his hands and feet were tied tightly to the laboratory table with chains, leaving him with almost no room to move. I can neither live nor die. So he finally calmed down, gasping in pain, and stopped struggling like a dead body. This reminded Song Sanqing of the time when he was 8 years old and his adoptive mother grabbed his arm and forced him to apply moxibustion to the fire. Oh, that's it. Song Sanqing has lived to this day and has died 800 times in various ways. It can't be said that he is numb to the pain, but this method is not enough to make him lose consciousness. How is it? How is it? The attending physician laughed crazily, wishing he could pull out his intestines and make him jump rubber bands. Song Sanqing just looked at the fluorescent lights quietly, felt a little dizzy, and squinted his eyes slightly. He really wanted to say, "It's not very good, your technique is so poor." He takes pleasure in the suffering of others. What a scumbag, may Mother Death forgive you, you bastard. Song Sanqing looked coldly at the man in white in front of him. You can't hide the look in your eyes when you want to stab someone. Shin Sun is now a mental patient, and he doesn't know what his illness is. In the tidy ward, a bag of medicine was hung beside the bed. The blue medicine was swinging and was injected into his arm bit by bit, bringing a cool touch. He feels great now. So he grinned and smiled at the nurse who was giving him the injection. The poor little nurse looked up and found that the high-risk patient had opened his eyes and showed her his big white teeth. She had never seen such a scene before. She was so frightened that she ran around in panic and even knocked the needle off course. She shouted, "The patient in room 404 has woken up and is going to kill someone," then rushed out the door like the wind, screaming loudly enough to break one's eardrums. Jinsun just looked at the needle in his hand quietly. A stream of bright red blood flowed into the syringe and slowly rose to a height of 1 meter. He felt that if he didn't do something, he might die from excessive blood loss. So he sighed and tried to remove the needle from his left hand with his right hand, but found that his hands were handcuffed. The chains made a clanking sound and extended from the foot of the bed to the bed, as if they were set up to limit the patient's movement space. There was also a chain tied around his neck, and the feeling of being tightened was not pleasant. He coughed and lay back on the bed obediently. What kind of mental hospital locks patients in beds? Are you sure this isn't a prison cell? He turned sideways with some effort, tried his best to pull his left hand aside, and finally touched the needle with his right hand, and pulled the infusion tube off. With a swish of the needle brought out a mixture of blood and medicine, which dripped all over the floor. Compared to normal medicine, it seems to be too viscous. What the hell was this thing that was used to hit him? He didn't know if it was an illusion caused by the drugs, but he always felt that. The blood on the ground began to twist and wriggle. They slowly gathered together, stretched out their tiny scarlet tentacles, and tried to climb up along the foot of the bed. He rubbed his eyes with his right hand, and the hallucination disappeared, and the blood on the ground disappeared. It looked as if it had been licked clean by some creature, which was very strange in this spotless ward. This made Shinsun feel a chill that he hadn't felt in a long time. Just as he was thinking about how to check the rules since the room was locked so tightly, someone knocked on the ward door. "Hello." A man's voice came in, and the knock on the door seemed a little uneasy. "I'm Jifeng, the player from Ward 405 next door. I need your help." "Who?" Shensun narrowed his eyes and thought for a long time before he remembered that this guy should be the child of destiny in the small world. "Oh, so," he asked, "whatever happens to the child of destiny is none of his business." "It's not his mission this time, he just came to find Song Sanqing, that's all." Jifeng stood outside, stunned for a moment, as if he had not expected that his request for help would be ignored, but he quickly cheered up and continued, "In order to conquer this strange rule story, I hope we can form an alliance. We now have a small group of 20 people, and we are very confident that we can escape from the mental hospital. We hope you can join us." Then, lowering his voice, he looked around to make sure no one was eavesdropping, and said, "We can get the key to the ward and throw it in through the gap under the door. How about joining us tonight at 9 o'clock in the restaurant on the first floor?" Ji Feng was very sure about this. He was confident that no player could resist the temptation to escape from the ward. However, the people in the ward were silent, which made Ji Feng sweat profusely. Shinsun looked down at the chain on his hand, then looked up at the figure outside the door and fell into deep thought. Let's not even talk about whether the other party can get the key to the shackles. Is he the only one chained to the bed? Does that make sense? Why are other players allowed to run around? This is not fair. So he smiled politely, pressed the emergency button on the bedside, and said, "Hello, nurse? The patient in room 405 has escaped." "Yeah, he's lying on his stomach at my door." "Yes, he's ill." Ji Feng was taken away by the guards who arrived quickly, with an expression of disbelief on his face. "Why? What on earth is he trying to achieve? Is there any benefit for him in killing the child of destiny of the small world? No, that's not right. This is a high-level player. Jifeng suddenly woke up, his face heavy. It seems that he has realized in such a short time that there are some rules that must never be violated. Oh, things are getting interesting. Jifeng pushed up the frame of his glasses and smiled grimly. Chapter 67, Non-existent roommate Chen Sun had no idea what the other person was thinking of. He just felt that since he couldn't rely on this patient to get the key to the handcuffs, then having the room key was meaningless to him. Moreover, he really wanted to see what punishment he would receive if he violated the rules and ran out of the room now. After a while, footsteps were heard outside the door again, and the guard escorted Jifeng back to Ward 405. Through the glass window on the door, Chen Sun could see Jifeng's slightly burnt hair. It seems the punishment wasn't severe enough. Maybe he was just given an electric shock. When passing by Chen Sun's room, Jifeng paused, squinted his eyes, and mouthed to him through the window, "You can't escape." Then he grinned gloomily and returned to his ward. Chen Sun suddenly felt that it was a perfect match for this destined child to stay in a mental hospital, just like a fish entering the sea or a deer returning to the mountains. It really needs to be treated properly. He stayed bored on the bed for a while, staring at the shackles on his hands, and finally gave up the idea of dislocating his hands to unlock the chains. The hand can be dislocated, but what about the neck? He can't just take his head off. Then he carefully looked at the layout of the room. One window faces the sports field downstairs, where you can see patients with less serious illnesses running. There was only a bed in the room, and a desk in the corner with a desk lamp and 2 cups. There was also a stack of white papers spread out on top, and the top piece of paper was covered with dense black words, which were probably the rules here. "System, can you fly over and take a look at the rules?" Okay, Qingshan Mental Hospital Patient Guidelines. 1. Each patient needs to understand their symptoms as soon as possible and determine the onset time. Please take medication in time before the onset of the disease. 2. If the patient is not in the ward during the onset period, please quickly find medical staff to detain and receive treatment. 3. Do not attack medical staff when you are not sick. 4. There are 2 patients in each ward. Please get along well with your roommates. 5. Patient activity time is from 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. Do not disturb other patients during activity time. It is strictly forbidden to leave the ward at other times. The rest of the rules seem to be on the next page, covered by other papers. It was too far away, and Chen Sun was chained to the bed and couldn't turn the page. Well, looks like a normal rule. Right to it first. You need to determine what disease you have. The fat guy probably has bulimia, and Song Sanqing probably has suicidal tendencies. As for Chen Sun feels that he is not sick, he is a sunny and cheerful boy. Of course, we cannot rule out the possibility that the small world forcibly imposes a mental debuff on him. His eyes turned to the bathroom inside the room, where there was a mirror and 2 sets of toiletries placed next to the wash basin. 2 people living in one room? But this is a single room. While Chen Sun was thinking about the rules, in the room next to him, 405, Jifeng also casually glanced at the rules on the table. Jifeng had no idea how many times he had experienced this strange story, and he knew all the rules by heart. However, newcomers may not have it so easy. If they don't understand the rules, they may not even survive the first night. So he confidently picked up a piece of white paper on the table, folded it into the shape of a small bed, and placed it upright on the table. Rule 4. It is clearly a single room, but there are 2 people living in it and there is only 1 bed in the room. That roommate is not human, and if you can't provide another bed for your roommate, you will have to share a bed with weirdness at night. After doing all this, Jifeng snorted complacently, then lay on the bed waiting for night to fall. Today is the first day of the rules. Strange talk. The patient has a novice protection period and will not get sick for the time being. He waited for the newcomer next door to be driven crazy by the strange torture, and then he would lend a helping hand, which would surely make him the only ray of hope. Wait until you completely become the other person's psychological support, and then push him into the bottomless abyss. This expression of despair is really wonderful. However, what Jifeng did not notice was that as night fell, bright red annotation slowly appeared on the rules on the table. That is a new addition, a reminder of the former patient. In room 406, next to Jifeng, lived Shibicheng, who was carefully checking the rules. After all, the fat man is bound to the cannon fodder system. He has been practicing the art of hiding for so many years and is cautious in everything he does. He picked up the first piece of paper and placed it in the dark, and the bright red words on it appeared clearly. Point 1. Don't take medicine. Medicine is poisonous when you're not sick. 2. When you realize you are having an attack, hide yourself and never let the doctor see you. 3. If you hit a medical worker, remember to silence him or her. 4. My roommate hates white beds. Sleeping on them makes him feel like he's attending a funeral. 5. Medical staff will change shifts between 11 p.m. and 12 p.m. This is your chance. Chi Bicheng read these rules carefully, but still had a lot of doubts in his mind. The red font looked sloppy and crazy, as if it was written by a mentally ill person, and it was in many contradictions with the original rules. Which one should he believe? Chi Bicheng thought about it and finally chose to believe the red mark. After all, this is information that requires careful observation, and in terms of difficulty in obtaining it seems more credible. First of all, how should I serve the non-existent roommate? Don't like white beds. He looked down at his white bed and suddenly thought of a solution. So he opened the system mall, exchanged for a set of blue sheets and quilt covers, and put them on with a grunt. Done. But if you don't like the white bed, then just change it to another color. He is such a genius. It was getting late. Chi Bicheng wiped the sweat off his face, covered himself with the quilt with satisfaction, and fell asleep humming a little in the blink of an eye, accompanied by the sound of even snoring. It was midnight. In the blink of an eye, behind the fat man, a shadow slowly crawled out from under the bed and slowly climbed up along the foot of the bed. It was a black figure. It stood beside the bed for a while, staring at the fat man's eyes with its empty eye sockets. It was so close that the cold air it exhaled swept across Chi Bicheng's round face. Chi Bicheng unconsciously pulled the quilt up, turned sideways, and continued to sleep soundly. It's so funny. A roommate who snores can't be woken up even if you kick him. It is even possible that if you shake the electric shock next to him, he will just mumble something in a daze, cover his head and continue to sleep. The figure seemed to freeze for a few seconds, scratched his head, and then went to sleep next to the fat man. The fat man only felt the coldness on the side of his arm, and subconsciously rolled the quilt around himself, turning into a spherical dumpling. Shadow was completely exposed to the air, lying on his back on the bed, feeling cold all over, with his empty eyes revealing a sense of confusion. The bright moonlight pouring in through the window suddenly added a touch of sadness to the atmosphere. It curled up its small body and tried to poke the fat man on the side with its nails, asking him to leave some quilt out, but the other side was as calm as a rock, not moving at all. So Shadow could only poke the other person harder. Chi Bicheng turned over and fell on top of the shadow like a mountain, crushing it into a black pancake. So the shadow stopped moving and looked quietly at the moonlight outside the window. It remembered the night of its burial. The moon was just as round and the wind was just as bleak. Chapter 68. What's wrong with you? On the other side, in Ward 404, Chen Sun was still locked in bed and had no way of noticing the change in rules in time. It was getting late, so he covered himself with a blanket and went to sleep in shackles. There was a rustling sound under his bed. A black shadow covered with tentacles crawled up the bed legs and onto the bed. Its constantly waving tentacles cast a wildly long shadow in the moonlight, which grew longer and longer, reaching towards the person sleeping on the bed. Then, it covered Chen Sun with a blanket, shook its huge head, looked around, and nodded with satisfaction. Then he jumped off the bed with a thump, groped to the table, picked and chose for a long time, and finally found a piece of paper full of words. It rolled up the paper, covered itself with it, wrapped itself into a small ball, and fell asleep in the corner. If this shadow has a nose, then bubbles must be coming out of its nose when it sleeps. The moonlight pours in through the window, creating a truly peaceful and tranquil scene. But in the next room, 405, Jifeng was not feeling so well. The shadow in the room glanced at the white paper bed on the table, widened its dark eyes, and turned its face to the person on the bed. It pounced on the bed in anger and bit Jifeng's neck until his death. Jifeng's eyes were wide open with a dazed look on his face. He didn't even have time to call for help before he died. The sound of a monster biting could be heard from inside the house. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, and blood spread, staining the white sheets red. And new rule number 4, my roommate hates white beds, but if you can't provide a bed of another color, your roommate will have to dye the bed with your blood. Jifeng sat up from the bed in horror, his chest heaving violently and gasping for breath. He had not yet recovered from the pain of death, and his heart was beating violently, as if it wanted to jump out of his chest. He lowered his head, and the string of Buddhist beads on his left hand shattered again. Each Buddhist bead represents a chance to start over, and can reverse time to 24 hours before death. Now he only has 9 Buddhist beads left, and only 9 chances to go back. He raised his head in shock, looked at the desk, and picked up the paper with the rules written on it with trembling hands. The moonlight shone in from the window, illuminating the bright red handwriting sadly. Jifeng's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the paper with disbelief on his face. How is that possible? Why did the rules change? He had experienced so many strange stories here and killed many time travelers, but he had never encountered such a situation. The strange story of Qingshan Mental Hospital is a dead end with an endless cycle. No matter who enters, they cannot escape completely. Whenever a player walks out of the mental hospital, they will be forcibly teleported back to receive treatment from the doctor. The ghost story mode will only be turned on the 15th of each month, and the rules of Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital do not take effect at the beginning of the month before the 15th. Now he is back at number 14, the night before the ghost story begins. The newcomers have not arrived yet and the rules still prohibit killing. No matter what damage the players cause, no matter how many medical staff they kill, the asylum will be completely restored to its original state after 1 month, then the next cycle begins. On the 15th, new players will be teleported in and killed one after another, only dead players leave here forever. Fortunately, Jifeng found the Buddhist beads in this strange story. The Buddhist beads will return to their undamaged state in the next cycle, giving him 10 lives to try and make mistakes again. He mastered the rules thoroughly through trial and error through constant death. This means that he has complete control over the life and death of the players in the entire ghost story, but now, the original rules have completely changed, his advantage was gone, and he could only make up for it with his life. What exactly happened? What went wrong? Could it be the fault of the two newcomers? Jifeng couldn't understand why two mere time travelers and working people could change the rules of the entire ghost story. How is that possible? There must be something wrong. Don't think too much and scare yourself. What Jifeng didn't know was that along with his death, Jinsun also went back to 24 hours at Go. Be precise, he returned to the place where the original owner of this body was a day ago. Jinsun was now holding a kitchen knife in his hand, standing in the long dark corridor, feeling a little confused. I seen, sleepwalking? Someone was detected using a time-related item, but for some reason, the host's consciousness did not rewind. He lowered his head to look at the kitchen knife in his hand, then raised his head to look at the door in front of him. The label on the door clearly read Dean's Studio in large letters. The original owner came to chop the director of the mental hospital before the ghost story began. Hiss. It really seems like something Jinsun would do. No wonder he was locked up tightly as soon as he came in. A high-risk mental patient ran into the director's office at midnight with a kitchen knife and attacked people. In this situation, not tying you up and then euthanizing you with an injection is already very merciful, isn't it? System, what time is it now? Jinsun quickly calmed down and looked into the room through the dark window, but saw no one. It is now 11:35 p.m. in the Caden World Time. There seemed to be no one in the surrounding medical rooms. It seems that after 9 p.m., you are not absolutely prohibited from going out. As long as you are not discovered by medical staff, you can still go out for a walk at this time, but there is another possibility, that is, he went back to the day before the ghost story began, when the rules had not yet come into effect. So it's not a bad thing to take advantage of the freedom to move around now and find out more information. Thinking of this, Jinsun tried to turn the door of the dean's office and found that it was locked. Do I need a key? He pondered for a while, and finally gave up the idea of smashing the door of the dean's office with a knife, and turned his attention to the archive room on the side. If the noise is too loud, he might be discovered, and he doesn't want to be locked up again. The door of the archive room opened easily, and there was only a desk inside. He opened the drawer of the desk and found several patient files with headshots of several acquaintances pasted on them. Song Sanqing, male, age 19, symptoms, suicidal tendencies, onset time 4:44 to 6:44 p.m. Xi Biqing, male, age 21, symptoms, bulimia, onset time, daily from 12 o'clock noon until full. At present, these symptoms seem to be similar to what he speculated, but he doesn't know what disease Jinsun suffers from. After searching for a long time, I still couldn't find Jifeng's case. Maybe he had hidden it at the bottom of all the files. He found a case with his own photo attached. Jinsun, male, age? Symptoms, antisocial personality disorder. Time of onset, anytime. Note, if you see this patient acting up, please stay away immediately. Do not attempt to communicate or arrest him. Violators will bear the consequences at their own risk. Chapter 69, Nutritious Meal. There was no documentation in the archives regarding the room the patient was staying in. After putting away these files, Jinsun searched through several other cabinets for a while. He wanted to know Song Sanqing's current location. The computer in the dean's office recorded the patient's movement information and was undoubtedly the best source of information, but the key to the dean's office was not found, and the other information here is of no use. It's almost midnight. Today's exploration should end here. He looked out the window and saw a flashlight flickering near the corridor. It might be the guard coming to work the night shift, although the ghost story has not yet taken effect and there is no life-threatening danger. Jinsun does not want to be caught red-handed. So he put all the documents back in place, quickly left the archives room, and went toward 404, which belonged to him. He didn't meet anyone during this period. He quickly went into his ward, locked the door, and lay on the bed in a daze. The next thing to do is to wait until tomorrow when the rules ghost talk begins and ask other patients about Song Sanqing's whereabouts. Chen Sun was very curious about who was this guy who died on the first day of the ghost story and had to use the prop of time reversal. However, sleepiness prevailed and he had no time to think about these things. His eyelids became heavier and heavier, and his consciousness gradually became blurred. Just as he fell into a deep sleep, a mass of black substance squirmed in the corner of the wall behind him. Moonlight shone in through the window, casting the shadow of the person on the bed onto the ground, rising and falling evenly with the breathing. Realizing that the other party had not woken up, the black shadow slowly sneaked to Chen Sun's bedside. It used its tentacles to entangle the figure on the floor and began to slowly gnaw at Chen Sun's shadow. Countless tentacles grew wildly, partying in the dark night. It was still the first day of the Rule Ghost stories, and the early morning sunlight was a bit dazzling. Chen Sun blocked the excessive sunlight with his hands and squinted his eyes slightly. The ward floor was still clean, the items on the table were still in their original places, and nothing happened last night. Everything is normal. Excuse me. There was a knock on his ward door, and the young nurse who had given him the injection last time was peeking out the window. Hello, sir, are you ill? Chen Sun, no, please come in. The young nurse breathed a sigh of relief, carefully pushed open the door, and after confirming that the patient was fine, she took a box of medicine labeled 404 from the cart and placed it on the desk. This is your medicine for today. Please be sure to take it before you get sick. By the way, breakfast is served from 8 to 9 o'clock, please don't miss it. Then she pushed the cart filled with medicine and went out to distribute medicine to other patients. This time, Chen Sun was not caught by the guards when he went out, and did not become a severe patient, so he was not forced to get an injection. He calmly picked up the medicine on the table, opened it and observed it for a while. Pouring out a few blue pills seemed normal, but I didn't know what their effects were. System, what time is it now? 8:24. Non-critically ill patients can enter and exit their rooms freely during mealtimes. So he put the medicine box in his pocket, put on his slippers, and walked out to the cafeteria. The cafeteria of Qingshan Mental Hospital is on the first floor and is now crowded with patients. Chen Sun took a quick look at the players at the door. There were about 20 to 30 of them. They were probably ordinary residents of this small world who were dragged into the ghost story due to various accidents. There were a few veteran players who had survived the previous cycle, their expressions now calm. They huddled together like a flock of penguins, regarding Jifeng, who stood in the center. As their core, most of them were new players, full of curiosity and confusion about everything around them. Looking around the cafeteria environment, the rest of the people with numb faces, like zombies, were the NPCs who were executing specific behavioral procedures in this hospital. At the entrance of the cafeteria, Chen Sun saw patient dining rules. 1. No noise or fighting in the cafeteria. 2. Don't waste food. Eat whatever the cafeteria lady gives you. 3. For the sake of patients' health, the cafeteria will not provide patients with meat. However, under the sign, someone wrote several crooked words in red pen. Frowny face. I can't stand the pig food here anymore. Apparently, in response to customers who leave negative reviews, a new rule has been added below these rules. Frowny face. 4. Nutritious meals will be provided every Friday for patients with special conditions. What day is today? Chen Sun asked with a little confusion. Host, today happens to be Friday. He nodded, happily stepped into the cafeteria, walked obediently to the food window, and waited in line at the back. Breakfast was noodles cooked into a paste. When it was put into the bowl, I couldn't even pick out a 5-centimeter long noodle. The young man in the queue in front was very dissatisfied, but looking at the sturdy cafeteria ant who was a head taller than him, he dared not say anything. Is this edible? The players looked very unhappy and gathered together to complain in low voices. The canteen lady, whose face turned pale, widened her eyes, snorted like a gorilla, knocked the bucket of noodles with a spoon, and roared, "Eat if you want, eat. If not, get lost." A timid woman was so frightened that her hands were shaking and she accidentally spilled all the noodles in her bowl. The air suddenly became silent, and all the employees in the cafeteria stared at her with dead eyes. The cafeteria ant raised the spoon and hit her head, and blood splattered all over the floor. A few drops of blood even flew into the food, staining the pot of white mixture a light red. Then, several employees came out from the back kitchen and dragged the woman's body into the kitchen like a dead pig. Rule 2 of dining rules: do not waste food. If you waste food, then sorry, please turn into food. The group of players were all silent, suppressing the urge to vomit, holding their bowls and walking obediently to the corner, not daring to make a sound. Looking at the red and white mixture in the pot, some people would rather go hungry than get food. The line in front of him suddenly became empty. Chen Sun walked to the food window with an empty bowl in his hand. Expressionless, the ant poured a spoonful of porridge-like noodles into his bowl, and frowned when she saw that he was reluctant to move. What? Don't you want to eat? He shook his head, looked at the ant serving the food with calm and deep eyes, and asked, Today is Friday. Does this window provide nutritious meals? Upon hearing this, everyone present froze in their places, looking at Chen Sun in disbelief. Do you still want to eat nutritious meals? Look at what happened to that woman who was dragged in just now. Aren't you afraid that a plate of human sashimi will be served out? Several veteran players standing with G-Phone cast their gazes over with a playful look on their faces, ready to see what kind of miserable end this kid would have. However, Chen Sun didn't care about the eyes around him at all. He just stood there quietly, silently confronting the cafeteria ant who looked like a mountain of snow. The air seemed to be frozen, as if it would ignite with just a spark. The lady working in the cafeteria was full of impatience and was about to get angry, but when she looked up and saw Chen Sun's face, she instantly calmed down. Shit, isn't this the legendary high-risk patient who could get sick at any time? Why is he here to get food? Shouldn't he be lying in the ER? It's terrible. If he gets sick, everyone will be finished. So, she instantly put on a smile and said, Isn't this Xiaochun? Then she turned to the kitchen and shouted, Prepare a nutritious meal. Chen Sun thought for a moment and added politely, No meat, thank you. The auntie serving the food was sweating profusely. She turned back and shouted to the kitchen, It's all vegetarian. If you dare add even a little bit of meat, I'll beat you to death. Chapter 70, I gave birth to a baby. Ding. The host obtained soy milk ×1, vegetarian buns ×2. Amidst everyone's incredulous gazes, Chen Sun calmly carried the food and sat at the dining table where Qi Biqing was. Article 4 of the dining rules states that nutritious meals will be provided for patients with special conditions on Fridays. He wasn't sure whether his condition was considered a special illness, but he had to give it a try anyway, looking at the steaming big buns on Chen Sun's plate. Qi Biqing's face was full of pity. He stared at his own porridge, which was really hard to swallow. Chen Sun was drinking soy milk and felt creepy when he was stared at. He was silent for a moment, picked up a bun, and pushed the remaining one with a bowl in front of Qi Biqing. Thank you, Brother Chen, for the reward. The fat man was so moved that tears flowed from the corners of his mouth. He quickly grabbed the bun and started eating it in big mouthfuls. Okay, confirmed it's not poisonous. Chen Sun quietly picked up the chopsticks. After breakfast, the two had a brief conversation, and the fat man told Chen Sun his understanding of the rules. I don't know what the rules say about who the other roommate is. This made Chen Sun confirm that Qi Biqing was not like him, who went back to a day ago due to time reversal. Neither of them received any news about Song Sancheng. It was as if he had disappeared from the face of the earth and was not staying in any ward. During the meal, Ji-Feng kept squinting his eyes and looking at Chen Sun's table, fiddling with the Buddhist beads in his hand with a gloomy expression. Several old players gathered around Ji-Feng, handing over their food as if offering it to a god, and talking about Chen Sun with ill intentions. Ha, that kid is just lucky. He will cry later. Yes, the only way to survive is to follow our Lord Prophet. Ji-Feng, who called himself a prophet, sneered smugly. Relying on the power of the Buddhist beads, Ji-Feng gained great reputation among the surviving players. Chen Sun didn't have the mind to pay attention to them, he just focused on his own affairs. At this moment, the system made a timely ding sound. Time prop detected, 10 deaths and no life. Item description, a string of 10 Buddhist beads. Each broken bead can offset 1 death, returning the bound person to a day ago. Note, 10 reincarnations, death, and rebirth. However, too many deaths, perhaps this is not necessarily a good thing? Chen Sun raised his head curiously. It seems that the guy who died on the first day was the so-called prophet. I have to thank him for reversing time, otherwise Qin Shuinda would have been locked up for a whole day. However, he didn't care too much about it. After eating, he left the cafeteria and continued to look for clues about Song Sancheng on other floors. There was no gain, and when he was near the dean's office, he was even stopped by a nervous guard. This patient, the toilet is not here. All right. Chen Sun could only stop exploring and return to his ward 404 with some disappointment. The room was still tidy and it seemed as if no one had been there. However, Chen Sun saw that his quilt moved. It's not dazzling, there's something hiding in the bed. He walked slowly towards the bed, step by step, and pulled back the white quilt. In an instant, a black creature exploded, extending countless tentacles like an anemone and wrapping him completely. However, Chen Sun simply raised the knife and calmly placed it against the monster's forehead. The creature then stopped moving and raised all its tentacles to it began to tremble. Then, it began to bubble with water and grievance. That's right, water was gushing out with a popping sound, just like a child who couldn't stop crying. This huge tentacle monster cried and cried, and soon it shrank because of crying. It changed from a big black ball as tall as a person to a small black ball the size of a football, and then shrank into a coal ball the size of a fist, lying on the head of the bed and humming softly. The tears flowed all over the ground. Chensun frowned, grabbed one of its tentacles with disgust, and lifted the little thing into the air. Is this your roommate? No, my roommate hates white beds. That's another weird creature. There was a small dent on the surface of the small coal ball, and a happy black bubble was blown out of it. It retracted its other tentacles and turned into a black dumpling, dangling in the air. Mother, this sound scared Chensun so much that he threw it several meters away. It hit the wall with a biaji sound and turned into a pool of black mud. This is not allowed. He, Chensun, has been single for many years. After being yelled at by this weird creature, his virginity was completely lost. Single father, pregnant before marriage. Chensun felt a chill, covered his head helplessly, and asked the air system, "What's going on?" A creature with a similar aura to the host has been detected. Deep scanning in progress. Ding. Detection successful. Yes, it is your child, Omega. Speak human language. Chensun grabbed the system panel with both hands and smiled politely. A crack instantly appeared on the floating blue screen. Now, the passerby system didn't dare to joke anymore and explained seriously, frowny face, it should be some kind of weird thing, but it seems to contain some tissue from the host, so it is not affected by the time prop. He thought for a while, thinking of the few drops of blood that had disappeared on the ground when he first came in. Could it be that at that time, his flesh and blood were eaten by the ghosts, and a new species was born? So, calling him mom does seem to make sense. The black mud slowly gathered into a small ball again, huddled in the corner and sobbed aggrievedly. If you cry anymore, you will become the size of a soybean. Chensun couldn't understand why this thing had the same genes as him but a completely different personality. So he sighed, walked over, picked it up with his hands, and observed it with squinted eyes. It was a pitch black mass with no eyes or mouth, like a slime with tentacles. As soon as the little thing touched his hand, it happily refused to let go, and its liquid body crawled up. Chensun shook his hand, and the black ball immediately fell onto the table, breaking into a puddle. He pressed the tip of his knife against its head, debating whether to kill it outright. The black ball instantly became obedient, curled up and shivered continuously. Can you understand what people say? It separated out a small tentacle and turned into another small ball, nodding vigorously in the air. What can you do? Chensun asked with a smile, holding a knife. This little monster spread out two tentacles and kept gesturing in the air. Then, it took the shape of two arms, showing strong muscles. It can fight, it's strong. Chensun was silent. Then, as if it was afraid of being stabbed to death by him, a huge dent appeared on its round black ball. It swallowed a big gulp of air and then made a slurring sound. It eats a lot. Oh? You can eat anything? Chensun asked. As if to prove that it could be eaten, the black ball suddenly spread all its tentacles like an octopus and quickly pounced on the passerby system suspended in the air. It began to gnaw at the system panel frantically, and the edge of the blue screen even showed signs of melting. Host, help me. Omega. Chapter 71, Bubble, you can't eat that. Okay, I know you can eat. Chensun waved his hand and asked Haichuanzi to stop persecuting the system. Woo. Host, don't you want me anymore? Looking at the half-digested system panel, he suddenly felt that this ability seemed pretty good. Thinking of that old bastard in the main system, he came up with a bold idea. So he picked up the black ball and said seriously, you will follow me from now on. I'll call you. Chensun thought for a long time, and the black ball rubbed his fingers with a face full of anticipation. Just call Chen Yuqian? The monster was completely stunned. It didn't expect its name to be so casual. The knife beside him was suspended in the air and shook twice, as if the rust on the iron fell off because of his laughter. Finally, he encountered someone who was even more miserable than him, and the magic sword suddenly felt very balanced. Judging from the kitchen knife's reaction, this didn't seem like a good name. So the black coal ball twisted itself into a twist, refusing to obey. Okay, let's change it. Chensun had no choice but to compromise and started thinking again. Chen Qian? Chen Yu? They were rejected one by one. In the end, the strange name was finally finalized, named Chen Yu, because it loves to blow bubbles. Its nickname is Bubble. Chensun finally came up with a normal name and was very satisfied with it. It was soon noon, and he brought Bubble to the cafeteria again to meet Chi Biqing. Fuck, brother Chen, you gave birth? As soon as they met, the fat man received a prompt from his system. He looked at the black ball on the ground with disbelief, and was so shocked that his chopsticks fell to the ground. What's going on? To a brother Chen already has a baby, single father, pregnant before marriage. Hearing this, Chen-sun politely took out a small knife. It seems that my good brother needs a stab in the ribs again. Despite the commotion, serious matters still needed to be discussed. Ji Bicheng spent the entire morning asking around for news about Song Sanqing. Finally, I learned from a fellow patient that the name Song Sanqing had appeared in the last cycle of ghost stories. Was it because the rules were accidentally triggered that he was locked up, just as the two were talking? It was 12 o'clock and the fat man's stomach suddenly made a tractor-like roar. Ji Bicheng is suffering from bulimia. He became dazed for a moment, and his hands uncontrollably picked up a few steamed buns from the table and stuffed them into his mouth. After finishing his food, he went back to gnawing at the plate, then the spoon and fork, his mouth full of bloody glass shards. But he couldn't stop. This is not bulimia, this is pica, right? Rule 2, if the patient is not in the ward during the onset period, please find medical staff immediately for detention and treatment. However, Article 2 of the new rules states that when you are sick, you must hide and not let medical staff see you. Chen-sun lowered his head and thought for a while, then looked around the cafeteria and saw the medical staff on duty nearby. They didn't seem to notice anything unusual at this table. At present, the new rules seem to be more influential than the old rules and are closer to the patient's position, so Chen-sun does not intend to ask medical staff for help. If the fat guy continues to eat like this, his stomach will probably burst. Seeing that he kept signaling with his eyes, Chen-sun reached into his shirt pocket and found a box of medicine with the room number 406 on it. He hesitated for a while. The first rule of the new rule said that you cannot take medicine before the onset of the disease, but it did not say that you cannot take it after the onset of the disease. The situation is critical, so we have to try our best. He quickly opened the medicine box, poured out a few pills, and stuffed them into the fat man's mouth. Ji Bicheng choked instantly, pinched his own neck, and sobbed with his mouth open. His face turned purple and he coughed for a long time. Finally, he swallowed all the medicine and collapsed in the chair, breathing in the fresh air. Fortunately, he stopped chewing on the plate, otherwise he would have had to go to the emergency room. It seems that the medicine is effective. Chen-sun observed for a while and came to this conclusion. During this time, Bubble stayed in Chen-sun's shadow, curiously sticking out his black head. It emerged from the shadow of the plate on the table, picked up the plate and looked at it for a while, then as if it suddenly realized something, picked up the plate and put it into its mouth. You can't eat that. Chen-sun felt a headache and snatched the cutlery from its hand just as the two of them were arguing loudly. More and more people came into the cafeteria. Ji-fong, along with a group of men in white, swaggered into the cafeteria and pointed at the fat man's nose, shouting, "Doctor, he just had an attack." Then several medical staff came up and pressed Ji Bicheng to the ground without saying a word. The fat man looked bewildered. Looking at Ji Feng's smug expression, he realized that he might be in danger. I'm not sick. But the doctor didn't listen to his explanation, and several people dragged him out. Chen-sun frowned, stretched out his hand to stop these people, and said to the patient in room 406 took his medicine on time. I can testify to that. The medical staff then stopped dragging and stood there like machines executing a program, not knowing who to trust. Seeing this, Ji-fong sneered and said, "We need to do an inspection too, right?" He spread out his hands and said to everyone in the cafeteria with a sinister look on his face, "Remember the patient named Song Sanqing? I personally fed him the medicine, but who knew he would cut open his own stomach and take the medicine out? In the end, he still had an attack, which caused a lot of damage to the mental hospital. This was of course his work. He personally sent Song Sanqing to hell on earth." After saying this, Ji-fong looked at Chen-sun provocatively, trying to find an angry expression on his face. Yes, he wanted to use this to provoke Chen-sun. If he could take the opportunity to make him sick, that would be perfect. Of course, if Chen-sun didn't care about these things, he could just as well reduce the opponent's wings. Ji-fong wanted to turn everyone around Chen-sun into living dead without leaving a single one. It must be said that he is almost successful. Chen-sun looked at him quietly, his eyes as dark as the night, without a single ripple. Under everyone's gaze, he let out a long sigh, took out his medicine from his pocket and placed it on the table. "Remember to remind me to take my medicine." He didn't know who he was talking to. Then, Chen-sun stood up and unbuttoned the top button of his collar without looking at Ji Bicheng lying on the ground. He walked towards the gate in silence. Ji-fong was standing there, and said smugly, "What's wrong, Mr. Chen? The rules say that fighting is not allowed in the cafeteria." If you master the rules, you master everything. He is like the god of death in this mental hospital, holding the fate of everyone in his hands. However, to everyone's surprise, Chen Sun walked up to Ji Feng and punched him on the head without saying a word. This punch sent Ji Feng flying several meters away, and teeth mixed with blood and broken glasses splattered all over the ground. At that moment, Ji Feng could feel his body spinning 360 degrees in the air and saw white clouds floating outside the window. He slammed heavily between the tables and chairs, his face full of disbelief, his nose and face covered in blood, his eyes wide open and bloodshot. Ji Feng originally thought that Chen Sun would argue with him for a few more words, and at most struggle and make a fuss before being subdued by medical staff, who knew that he would just come up and punch me in the head. Whoever talks nonsense to you will be beaten. He's mentally ill, and he's still talking to you about rules. Chen Sun stood there quietly, straightening his clothes. He calmly spread out his hands and said to the doctor, "I'm sick, take me away." Chapter 72. The disease breaks out and kills everyone. Song Sanqing was lying in the operating room, unable to remember how many days had passed. The daily cycle was like this. The attending physician came in, started cutting his limbs, and then let him grow back slowly, over and over again. In this ghost story copy, the treatment method for mental patients is closer to medieval medical methods, primitive and bloody. He has undergone electrotherapy, hydrotherapy, and prefrontal lobotomy surgery. Countless times, perhaps every patient who was carried into the operating room suffered this kind of abuse, but they just didn't endure it for as long as he did. Once the flesh and blood are separated from the body, they will turn into ashes in a day. Otherwise, the operating room will be full of Song Sanqing, but today, it seems a little different. Another bicycle was pushed in, with what appeared to be a person lying on it, and was parked next to his operating table. The other doctors whispered to each other, saying words like 404, fight, and illness may occur at any time. From time to time, the doctors left soon and the operating room became quiet again, with only the breathing sounds of the two people remaining. "You are here, kid." After a while, the person lying next to him looked up at the ceiling and said calmly. Hearing this familiar voice, Song Sanqing's eyes widened instantly and he turned his head to look beside him. He opened his mouth and wanted to shout "Brother Chen" excitedly, but his throat was blocked. "Why is he here?" Chen Sun didn't say anything else. The two of them lay quietly on their respective operating tables in silence. Good brothers lie on the board together. "Is he dead?" Chen Sun tried to move his wrists and found that they were tied tightly with restraints. However, Song Sanqing just shook his head. He was not dead yet, but his throat was blocked and he could not speak. "If you're not dead, come back with me. The studio can't handle it without you. Sisterly is almost too busy." Chen Sun smiled heartily, and a small knife instantly appeared in his hand, and the sharp blade cut through the restraints. He sat up from the operating table, cleared the ropes on his body, and then threw the knife to Song Sanqing. The alarm was quickly sounded outside the window, and several men in white clothes hurried past. They saw it all on surveillance and yelled, "High-risk patient escapes. Requesting armed support." Chen Sun moved his neck, stretched, and then pushed the door open and walked out. "Untie yourself, I have some work to do." Song Sanqing lay on the operating table, quietly watching his departing back and nodded seriously. There was chaos outside the door, and the attending physician was backing away in the corridor in fear, not daring to get any closer. Patient 404 escapes. Requesting armed personnel support. The patient is in high danger and can be shot on the spot. The guards rushed to the scene and opened fire without hesitation. After a few gunshots, the patient's arms, thighs, and abdomen were all covered in blood. The last shot hit his forehead, went straight through his brain, and left a huge bloody hole. However, Chen Sun tilted his head back quietly and laughed out loud. The black mist, so thick that it was substantial, slowly seeped out from the corners of his mouth, eyes, and wounds. He turned into a walking mass of resentment, with a strange and thick black fog surrounding him. Chen Sun fell ill. With every step he took, the windows around him shattered and turned into pieces in an instant. Wherever they passed, it was as if countless wronged souls were screaming in the ward. They slapped the walls frantically, leaving black handprints on the snow-white walls. Rule 1 of the medical staff code states, when patient 404 becomes ill, do not attempt to communicate or arrest him. Violators will bear the consequences at their own risk. Seeing that the situation was not good, the attending doctor quickly ran away, but was grabbed by the head by a ghostly hand. "No! You can't kill me," he pleaded. "I have made outstanding contributions to the treatment of mental patients." All the patients treated by him became well-behaved and docile and no longer aggressive. However, they are more like mindless zombies, which is the price that must be given up for recovery. Chen Sun seemed not to hear it. He had lost his mind now, the young man grinned, his eyes filled with a dark mist that was the embodiment of all the fear in the world. He tightened his fingers and crushed the attending physician's head in an instant. This scum who loves to abuse patients has now really become a scumbag. The terrified screams of other doctors could be heard all around. They fled in all directions, and those who ran slowly were instantly turned into blood plasma. Chen Sun walked towards the dean's office step by step. With every step he took, all living things within 10 meters of the place he passed were turned into bloody mist. Perhaps he himself did not even realize that just by passing by inadvertently, he caused the deaths of many people. It's like when people walk on the road. No one knows how many ants they accidentally step on and kill. Everyone on the entire floor was vomiting blood in pain because their internal organs were injured. Chen Sun was just walking aimlessly towards the dean's office. That was all. He finally reached the door of the dean's office, reached out, and easily unscrewed the doorknob. Looking at the door handle in his hand, the young man was stunned for a moment, thinking for a moment with his limited rationality. Then he stretched out his right hand, punched through the wooden door, and took it down completely. Wood chips flew everywhere, carrying the sunlight from outside into the dim room. Sitting quietly on a chair in the room was a middle-aged man, the director of this mental hospital. However, he had been dead for several days, and his dry face was covered with corpse spots. On the table in front of the dean, there was a photo of a little girl, and the glass frame was full of cracks. However, as soon as Chen Sun walked into the room, the dean's body was instantly turned into powder. He stared blankly at the empty chair, picked up the photo on the table, and couldn't remember what to do. His mind was blank. What was he going to do? By the way, he wants to get out of this mental hospital, but if I kill everyone, I can get out. He ha 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 ha. So, Chen Sun grinned, staggered out the door, and continued walking towards the corridor. Everyone on the 4th floor is dead. How boring. Should we go to the 3rd floor and take a look? His blue and white shirt was stained with bright red blood, and no white was left. Brother Chen, wake up. Just then, a fat man appeared in the corridor, holding medicine in his hand, his face covered in sweat from anxiety. Chen Sun thought for a long time, but could not find any trace of this person in his memory. Who was he? Looks a little familiar. Not sure. Think again. But it's so troublesome to use my brain, so why not just kill him? Ho 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 ho. Chi Bicheng knew that the brother Chen in front of him was no longer the Chen Sun he was familiar with. So he wiped away his tears, took out the medicine left by Chen Sun from his pocket, shouted fat burning, and instantly turned into a 1.9 meter tall muscular man. Then he grabbed a handful of medicine, roared to give himself courage, and rushed forward with his head held high. As long as Chen Sun is given the medicine, he will regain his rationality. The fat man has never been a brave man, he is a cowardly cannon fodder, but now, the people who protected him are gone, and he has to be the only warrior. His name is Chi Bicheng, and everything will be accomplished. Chapter 73, The Correct Way to Use Destiny Child. However, Chen Sun was one step faster than him, and at that moment, he reached out his hand first. A pale palm quickly attacked, carrying a devastating black mist that was enough to corrode all living things. Just as he was about to crush the fat man's head with one palm, Chen Sun suddenly felt a sense of restraint all over his body, as if something was stopping him from making a move. Bubble extended a dozen tentacles from his shadow and tried hard to tie up Chen Sun's hands and feet. Mom, take your medicine. The black tentacles tightened more and more, trying to completely trap his body. As soon as Bubble came into contact with the corrosive black mist, it screamed in pain, and its skin made a sizzling sound like fried squid, but it still refused to let go. However, Chen Sun burst into laughter and stomped his feet, instantly shattering the Bubble's tentacles. At that moment, all of Bubble's tentacles shattered into pieces of black broken tentacles, which scattered limply to the ground. Its body also turned into a bare black ball, rolling to the ground and turning into a pool of black mud. However, its intervention also successfully delayed Chen Sun's time, allowing the fat man to get close. Chi Bicheng raised his sandbag-sized fist, roared, and quickly attacked Chen Sun's face, shouting, "I'm sorry, Brother Chen." In an instant, he finally threw the pill into Chen Sun's mouth. However, Chen Sun did not intend to swallow the pill and opened his mouth to spit it out. At this moment, the broken tentacle remaining on his collar suddenly squirmed, forcibly pried open his teeth, pressed down his tongue, and stuffed the medicine completely down his throat. As the blue pill went down his throat, the air instantly became quiet, and the deadly black fog stopped stirring. But at the same time, the fat man's chest was pierced by the pale hand, and blood was dripping out. Chi Bicheng paused, spat out a mouthful of blood, and his huge body fell to the ground with a bang. The chaos gradually subsided, the black fog gradually retracted, and Chen Sun's black eyes gradually regained clarity. His consciousness returned and he stood there in a daze, seeing his hand reaching into Chi Bicheng's chest and crushing his heart. "Brother Chen, this time, I didn't hold you back." The fat man forced a smile and slowly closed his eyes. After being a coward for so long, this time, he became a hero. His name is Chi Biching, and his great cause will be accomplished. In the dead silence, Shin Sun regained his senses. He turned around and saw that the entire corridor was filled with dripping blood and scarlet fragments of internal organs. He saw that Chi Biching's body had lost its vitality and turned cold. Qingshan Mental Hospital. No one survived. This was not the result he wanted. Shin Sun was silent for a long time. He was alone in the empty hospital corridor. He sighed and laid Chi Biching's body flat on the ground. He picked up the knife and slowly walked down the corridor, where he saw Ji Feng, whose face was filled with fear. He raised his sword and killed the child of destiny with one blow. 10 deaths and no survival activates. Time goes back, everything around began to change. The corpses on the ground were like water, rotating along with the walls and returning to their original trajectories. Shin Sun returned to the night before the ghost story began and was still standing at the door of the dean's office. He stretched his sore neck and lowered his head to sort out his thoughts. Although he had anticipated this, he actually hadn't imagined that the destructive power of his illness would be so great. Killing everyone would indeed help him to finish this strange story quickly, but this was not the result he wanted. Fortunately, the last reincarnation was not without gain. First, the reason why Ji Feng was beaten to death in person was to determine the location of Song Sanqing, and this goal has been achieved. Second, the outburst and the commotion in the mental hospital also allowed him to find a way to break the rules of weird talk, that is, to find out why Aoyama Mental Hospital has become a ghost story. Shin Sun had previously investigated the entire mental hospital but found nothing. Currently, the only thing left to explore was the director's office, which was tightly sealed. So before the onset of the disease, he gave his subconscious mind an instruction to survey the entire floor. Although he did not retain any memory of the investigation during the illness, the existence of the passerby system was equivalent to a ready-made video recorder. The images left by the system told him that all the answers to the mysteries of Qingshan Mental Hospital were in the director's office. This time, he picked up the knife and chopped open the door of the dean's office. Wood chips flew everywhere, dust was raised high, and moonlight fell on the corpse sitting quietly in the room. The middle-aged dean had been dead for several days. His empty eyes were fixed on the photo frame on the table. In the photo frame, a teenage girl is smiling brightly. Shin Sun walked forward and began to touch the body expressionlessly, searching for any clues about the cause of his death. In the dean's coat pocket he found a letter. A suicide note that no one knows about. My daughter died yesterday. She was so young. She died at the hands of a sick teenager, not much older than she was just a few days ago. They were even flying kites together on the sports field. I still remember how happy I was when the early spring sunshine shone on the children's faces. Kites flew high, and willows sprouted. The original intention of establishing this hospital was to provide a home for these poor children. So I try my best to provide them with a good medical environment, and every time I see their smiling faces, I think of my daughter. When the children were not sick, they were very docile and obedient, which made me relax my vigilance and eventually led to this tragedy. I once naively thought that mentally ill patients could also be communicated with, and that they could be changed by kindness and warmth, and that medication was merely an auxiliary, but I was wrong. When they get sick, they have no way to control themselves. Mental illness, like all physical illnesses, is caused by a malfunction in the secretion of pheromones in the brain. Their brains are sick and need surgery, just like a person with a broken arm or leg. It cannot be solved by a few words of comfort. That child is obviously going to be discharged from the hospital in a few days. No one expected that he forgot to take his medicine on time that day, and his illness relapsed, leading to a tragedy. It wasn't his fault that he couldn't control himself, but what had my daughter done wrong? She was just visiting her father in the hospital and playing with her friends as usual. Then she was stabbed more than a dozen times with the ridiculous excuse, I saw a monster in her. This is my dereliction of duty. By the time you read this letter, I will have taken hydrogen cyanide and will be dead. I hope that after I die, this mental hospital can truly become a hospital that can cure patients. A failed father. The date on the signature is the 9th, and today happens to be the 14th, so it can be roughly inferred that the girl was murdered 7 days ago. Shin Sun read the letter quietly and didn't speak for a long time. He folded the paper and put it back into the dean's pocket. He was a kind-hearted dean who never hated any of his patients until his death. It's not his fault. This mental hospital misinterpreted his last wishes and became a prison for the patients, turning it into a meat grinder of life. Therefore, what Shin Sun needs to do is to change the source of all this. He picked up the kitchen knife, walked out the door, and went straight to Ward 405. In Ward 405, Ji Feng had just recovered from the fear of death. Sitting on the bed, he cursed Shin Sun 100 times in his heart. As a result, when he looked up, he saw a smiling face in the window of the door. His heart skipped a beat and instantly fell to the bottom. Don't come over here. With a swish, Jifeng died again, and the time went back to the night of the 13th. Jifeng gasped in horror and sat up from his bed, feeling the blood spurting from his neck so real. The moonlight was silent, as if everything that had just happened was just a dream. He then turned around, ready to drink some water to calm his nerves, but he saw the terrifying black-haired young man again, and was instantly frightened out of his wits. In order to conquer the ghost story, I have no choice but to trouble you. No. Time goes back to the 12th, then came number 11, number 10, number 9. Jifeng was almost numb from being killed. His tears and snot dried up. He suddenly understood the feelings of the time travelers he had killed before a death again and again, endless despair. The pain experienced by those time travelers were repeated in him again and again. Things change over time, cause and effect are cyclical, and retribution will come. Time finally goes back to the night of the 7th, the day before the tragedy. Chapter 74. Me and Jifeng had been killed to the point that he had no desire to live anymore. Tears were in the corners of his eyes, and he lay on the bed with a dull gaze, like a living dead. Living is too hard, there was no need to go back. Shensun smiled, stopped the knife, knocked on the door again, and prepared to say thank you for your hard work to him. As a result, when Jifeng saw his shadow, he burst into tears, then his head tilted and he died. The smuggled time traveler completely returned to the heavens and immediately went to receive Mengpa soup. After a long time, the other Jifeng in this body slowly opened his eyes. The soul of the child of destiny had been suppressed by the possessor, but now it finally gained control of the body. He looked at his hands blankly, then raised his head and looked at Shensun outside the door, his eyes full of doubts. Why was he lying here? Wasn't he eating at home just a second ago? Did he accidentally choke to death? Did he travel through time? Also, who was that terrifying figure outside the door? Why does the sight of him cause a deep-seated panic in my soul? His body was instinctively warning him that the people outside the house were extremely dangerous and he must escape, but that young man clearly looked very kind. Jifeng felt confused. Shensun blinked his dark eyes with an innocent look on his face, then waved goodbye to him and left the door. Next, it's time to get down to business. He walked up to the 5th floor with ease and headed to the dean's office. He had been here many times and it was as familiar to him as his own home. Shensun once again stood at the door of the dean's office, looking up at the white doorplate. Aoyama Mental Hospital is a ghost story that keeps repeating. The director's daughter dies over and over again, and the ghost story keeps restarting, and no one can escape. After new players are teleported here, they can only explore and participate freely after the ghost story officially opens on the 15th of each month. As for the surviving old players, such as Jifeng and others, they could have waited until the beginning of the next month to personally prevent this tragedy, thus completely ending the ghost story, but for some reason, none of them went to the dean's office to investigate. This is where Shensun is confused. It was as if they had never thought that at midnight, they could explore freely. With doubts in his heart, Shensun knocked on the door of the dean's office. It took him some time to communicate with Jifeng. It was already early morning, and the dean was probably in the office. Come in. The middle-aged man's voice came from inside the door, gentle but tired. Shensun quietly pushed the door open, and the wooden door opened with a creak. The morning sunlight, carrying fine dust, sprinkled on the photo frame on the table. The dust slowly swirled in the air, like children dancing by a campfire. Good morning, Mr. Dean. The dean was stunned for a moment, then smiled and nodded, saying, Good morning, Mr. Chen, you look much better. I'm not sick. Shensun stretched his neck lazily, feeling a long-lost sense of relaxation and comfort, as if he had met an old friend. This is a kind of comfort that comes from the bottom of the heart. Perhaps Shensun, who originally lived in this small world, also often came here to drink tea. Ah, you still love to joke. The dean shook his head, took off his glasses, and lowered his head to tidy up the messy documents. Shensun sat at the table, watching him deal with these things quietly, his black eyes as calm as the deep sea. He tapped his fingers on the table and said thoughtfully, Dean, I'm here to remind you of one thing. Remember to make sure the patients take their medicine on time. Hearing this, the dean was stunned for a moment, then smiled and shook his head, saying, I'll pay attention. As if to reassure Shensun, the director picked up the phone beside the desk, dialed it, and said to the nurse on duty, It's time to remind the patient to take his medicine. Okay, Mr. Dean. The young nurse's slightly panicked voice came from the other end of the phone, as if she was caught slacking off by her boss. Shensun nodded slowly, stood up from his seat and walked towards the door. In the hallway, he lowered his head, thinking about what was wrong. The ghost story hasn't ended yet. Is it because just giving hints is not enough to change the ending? While he was thinking, he returned to his ward 404, closed the door, and his eyes suddenly fell on the rules on the table. On the white paper, there were still those few words written: Qingshan Mental Hospital Patient Guidelines. 1. Each patient needs to understand their symptoms as soon as possible and determine the onset time. Please take medication in time before the onset of the disease. 2. If the patient is not in the ward during the onset period, please quickly find medical staff to detain and receive treatment. 3. Do not attack medical staff when you are not sick. 4. There are 2 patients in each ward. Please get along well with your roommates. 5. Patient activity time is from 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. Do not disturb other patients during activity time. It is strictly forbidden to leave the ward at other times. He suddenly felt something was wrong, picked up the piece of paper on the table and placed it in the shadow of the room. No red font appeared on the paper. In other words, at this time, the new rules have not been added. Who added the rules? What was his purpose? To kill the patient? Then why did he specifically remind him? The more Chin Sun thought about it, the more he felt that the mystery was shrouded in fog. His eyes swept over a red pen on the table. If I remember correctly, the pens in the patient's room should all be black. What makes it different from other black pens is that it has a golden edge on the pen body. He had seen the same type of pen in the dean's office, so it was very likely that this was a gift from the dean to Chin Sun in the original world. Chin Sun slowly picked up the pen, took a deep breath, and wrote a line on the paper. 1. Don't take medicine. Medicine is poisonous when you are not sick. Perhaps because the Chen Sun in this small world is left-handed, the words he writes are obviously different from those he writes in the main God space. System, help me retrieve the new rules photos. After he came to this world, he heard Fatty say that the rules would change when encountering darkness, so he took a photo. OK, ***. Unexpectedly, the font in the photo and the font written by Chin Sun are 80% similar. The difference is that the words in the photo appear much more sloppy and messy, which shows that the writer's mental state is not good. So that's how it is. The newly added red annotations were all written by the original Chen Sun in the small world when he was in an ill state, after his close friend, the hospital director, committed suicide by taking poison. Chen Sun suffered a mental blow, became completely ill, and was confined to Ward 404 forever. The original blank rules turned out to be dangerous. Patients who violated the rules met with unexpected accidents, while patients who strictly followed the rules were also treated by the attending physicians after they became ill. That's a rule based on the hospital's perspective, and it will kill everyone. So the patient Chen Sun wrote a red reminder to help more people survive. As the item with the most concentrated resentment, the dean's pen has the effect of modifying all rules. But what about Ji Feng? According to Ji Feng's reaction, in his memory, there seemed to be no Chen Sun patient number 404, so he came to him unscrupulously to show off. Moreover, the rules they received were much simpler, with no hidden rules about killing, not to mention the red reminder. It was as if, before Chin Sun traveled through time, all the news about Chin Sun was completely erased by a mysterious big hand. The memories of the people he knew, all traces he left behind, including the meaning of his own existence, were all devoured by a certain existence. It was not until he came into this world that these remaining traces pressed the play button like an old radio. Or is it because of Chin Sun's existence that the setting of the Chin Sun of the original world came into being? No, there is another possibility: they are the same person. The so-called memory fragments of the original owner are actually what Chin Sun recalled about his past after coming to a familiar environment. The original Chin Sun in each small world is Chin Sun himself. Chapter 75, A Belated Vacation. This explains why someone erased all traces of Chen Sun's existence. Therefore, Ji Feng and his team did not receive the news that it was relatively safe from 11 to 12 o'clock, and were unable to investigate the dean's office, and could not get out of this vicious circle. After Chen Sun returned to this world, the ghost story revealed its true appearance and a series of changes occurred. Next, he thought for a while and wrote all the red annotations in the photo on the paper exactly as they were. Now the rules are exactly the same as in the photo. Finally, he chuckled, picked up a red pen, and crossed out all the rules. At this point, all the mysteries are solved, the rules are broken, and the weird stories are over. Almost at the moment he put pen to paper, invisible ripples spread out in the surrounding environment, and some silent changes took place. It was as if all the mysterious atmosphere had faded from this mental hospital. Yonghan's cycle of curse was completely broken, and Qingshan Mental Hospital truly became an ordinary hospital. After doing all this, Chin Sun slowly let out a sigh of relief, as if a knot in his heart had been untied. He opened the curtains, and the spring sunshine poured into the white room, bringing a bright and good mood. Host, I just received a message from Chi Biching that Song Sanqing has returned to the main divine space. Because the cause and effect were modified, Song Sanqing was not trapped. Is the mission completed? Shinsun thought for a while, stretched, and simply walked out of the room. In that case, it's time to say goodbye to old friends. The white walls in the corridor reflected the sunlight. Patients with milder symptoms, accompanied by nurses, walked out of their rooms and went to the boulevard downstairs to relax. A little girl was running and jumping happily in the corridor, holding a rag doll, and her two pigtails fluttered like bird wings. This is the dean's daughter. When she ran past Chen Sun, she greeted him politely, looked up and said, "Hello, Mr. Chen." "Hello." Chen Sun smiled, bent down, touched her head, and asked, "Ready to go play with your good friends?" The little girl blinked her big eyes and saw another timid little boy from behind him. She answered truthfully, "Yes." "Go ahead, and be safe." Chen Sun stood up, waved to her with a smile, and turned to face the depths of the corridor. The dean was wearing a white coat and standing silently at the end of the corridor, looking at the children's backs. "Is Mr. Chen leaving?" The dean smiled wryly and nodded, pushing up the frame of his glasses. He opened his mouth, but 1,000 words remained unsaid, and finally he said one sentence, "Then I wish you all the best." "You too." Chen Sun patted his shoulder, then waved his hand casually and walked deeper into the corridor. His back turned into a data stream, dissipating into the air like stars. Life is short and destiny is long. Wave goodbye and leave. The small world has come to an end of cause and effect. Mission completed. Successfully rescued Song Sanqing and corrected the illegal traverser's mistake. With 1,000 bonus points, Chen Sun returned to the main god space again. Before he could stretch, the fat man pounced on him and hugged his thighs. "Brother Chen, where have you been? We've been looking for you all day." Song Sanqing also hung himself on the doorframe of the studio and looked at Chen Sun curiously. It seems that the time reversal of the small world can also affect the main god space, but the speed of time flow is different from the perspective of Qi Biqing and Song Sanqing. At this point in time, they did not enter Qingshan Mental Hospital. Instead, Chen Sun's signal became disordered and he lost contact for a whole day. Chen Sun looked at the fat man quietly, recalling the image of his face covered in blood. So he smiled and patted his sturdy shoulders hard, making the fat man tremble and feel creepy. "If I lose consciousness one day, stay away from me and don't rush over to me, okay?" Qi Biqing looked confused. Although he didn't know what had happened, he nodded obediently like a chick pecking at rice. At this moment, Chen Sun's shadow squirmed, and a dark, unknown creature crawled out of it, moving along Chen Sun's legs and onto his shoulders. Under the horrified gazes of several people, Bubble climbed to the top of Chen Sun's head, satisfiedly gathered his ahog with his tentacles, and treated this place as his own nest. "It's okay, it's not aggressive." He held his forehead helplessly, picked up the little thing, and looked into the pair of black and bright eyes. Bubble was being spun around, waving 7 or 8 tentacles. He made 3 hearts and shouted in his newly learned little girl's voice, "Mother." Ding! Get an extra reward, 1 tentacle monster of unknown origin. The system's voice sounded at the right time. "Brother Chen, you already have a daughter?" The fat man almost choked on his own saliva and blurted out. As a result, Qi Biqing received a slap on the head from Chen Sun and fell completely silent. The incident passed by lightly, and then came the 7-day holiday that Chen Sun had been looking forward to for a long time. Sunshine, beach, bikini. No way, the small world of Sunshine Beach was banned by the main system because it involved some dirty talk, and in the end no one was able to go there. Chen Sun could only stay in his dormitory and lie down comfortably, take a nap, read some comics, bask in the sun, run a few laps on the sports field from time to time, or take a nap in the library. The atmosphere there is very suitable for sleeping. Occasionally, Fatty would bring Song Sanqing to visit, and the 3 of them would team up to play games. Chen Sun and Song Sanqing seldom played competitive games, only the fat guy played a lot. He patted his chest and promised confidently that he could help them take off. As a result, Qi Biqing regretted it instantly. "Fuck, Brother Chen, don't rush over, you're going to get ambushed." The fat man threw his phone away in despair, his face full of despair. "It's okay. I've already surrounded the 5 lone ones." Chen Sun analyzed calmly, used a teleportation skill to rush into the crowd, and began to use skills one after another. The result was, of course, that his character's health bar was instantly reduced to 0. He was very confused. The monsters were all standing together, and there was no need to even gather them together. Why couldn't he take them all away in one go? Doesn't the skill book say that this character can launch group attacks like him? This isn't a game with computers, Brother Chen. They're not wild monsters. Fatty was practically on the verge of tears, collapsing on the sofa and shouting, "They're not wild monsters." As for Song Sanqing, his character had died 9 times, and he kept rushing forward as if he had opened up a new world. The fat guy felt like a complete failure, actually relying on 2 lone wolf players to fight a team battle. The other 2 teammates were a new account created temporarily by Lu Yunmiao, and a player named Desperate Guitarist looking for his missing wife, who applied to join the team on his own initiative, so there was no need to worry too much about being criticized after. Losing 3 times in a row, Shi Biqing decided to cut his losses in time and not let them continue to destroy his rank.so. He turned off the game with a click, turned around, rummaged behind him for a while, and took out a brand new poster. The poster shows a new virtual reality game, which is said to be able to directly connect to every small world with an internet cable. It has been very popular in the main God space recently. The name of the game is The World of Brave. The overall style is a fusion of the world of martial arts and the world of immortals, with some Western Brave elements added. In short, it's a hodgepodge, but because it's beautifully made and allows players to be immersed in the game, it's extremely popular. On the first day of the server launch, the popularity of the top post on the official forum reached over 10 billion. Let's play this. Shi Biqing took out 3 small discs that looked like refrigerator magnets. These were the login devices for Jianghu. Chapter 76, Remote Login. As soon as Chen Sun logged into the game, he found himself lying on an altar covered in blood. The cool touch of the floor felt very real, even the strange patterns drawn by the bloodstains beside him look lifelike. This game is quite realistic, Chen Sun thought. He slowly sat up and looked down at his condition, only to find that half of his white robe was stained red with blood. There was still a knife stuck in his chest, and Chen Sun blinked in confusion. He pulled it out with force, and blood spurted out, splashing all over the ground like a fountain. Then a blood bar suddenly appeared above his head, and in the blink of an eye, half of it disappeared, leaving only a small and precarious section. To be honest, this login method is really unique. It was pitch black all around, and judging from the feel of the ground, it seemed to be a cave. Just as he was exploring in the dark, a murmuring sound came from the dark depths of the cave, then a torch lit beside him. Illuminating the dark cave, Chen Sun squinted his eyes and adjusted to the light. Then he could see the surroundings clearly. He was sitting on an altar painted with blood-red runes, surrounded by ugly humanoid creatures with crooked noses and eyes. Above the heads of those creatures, huge green letters flashed, all of which read Goblin. They were crawling on the ground devoutly. When they saw Chen Sun sitting up, they scratched their heads in confusion and chattered with each other, with shock and confusion on their faces. A goblin leaning on a wooden stick, with the red emblem of Goblin Priest on his head, walked forward tremblingly. It opened its arms and danced a strange dance, mumbling something in its mouth. System, translated for me. Chen Sun didn't understand at all. The game doesn't provide him with a translator, so he can only rely on the passerby system for help. Translation in the Zhu Tianyu Dao Dictionary. Great God, are you dissatisfied with our offering? This human is very delicious, please accept it. Listening to this prayer full of superstitious atmosphere, Chen Sun suddenly felt powerless to complain. He actually wanted to say that God does not eat human flesh. Even if you use an apple to summon a god, it is better than using a living person. Chen Sun sighed and slowly stood up. Under the shocked gazes of all the goblins, he kicked the old priest on the altar away. All the goblins were stunned and stood there stupidly, not knowing what to do. The air in the cave froze instantly, and all the goblins looked at each other, not daring to move forward rashly. Chen Sun moved his wrist, picked up the stick dropped by the goblin mage, and was thinking about how to get out of this group of wild monsters. Or use your staff to smash their heads. Just as he was about to implement his plan, a goblin suddenly widened his eyes, fell to his knees with a thud, raised his hands and shouted, "Kami!" Seeing this, the other goblins suddenly realized what had happened and fell to their knees like dumplings, shouting in unison, "Kamisa!" Translating, God, you have finally arrived. Chen Sun was a little confused. He stood there blankly and blinked his dark eyes. What happened? He became the god of goblins, god of wild monsters. In the center of this game server, countless sects are located among the Yunnan Immortal Mountains. White clouds are swirling, the fog is hazy, and some classical buildings are dotted in the mountains. At the foot of the mountains, a street consisting of a complex of buildings was crowded with newly logged in players. This is the novice village of the game Jianghu. All players will choose their own sect here and start the novice tutorial. If you look closely at the people walking on the street, you will find that some of them have animal ears, some have elf ears, some have blue skin, and some are red all over. There are even people with rainbow-colored hair and overly weird hairstyles parading around in this fairy mountain. All races are present, and normal humans seem particularly rare. Jianghu connects the small worlds of the heavens, providing all players with the opportunity to reshape their faces. They can choose their bloodline from a series of identities such as orcs, elves, goblins, demons, zerg, vampires, etc. It can be said to be a combination of Chinese and Western, and very diverse. Since it is a game, it should be more exciting. Many people want to experience the appearance of non-human races, even gender can be selected. Shi Biqing couldn't resist the temptation and directly chose female, opening a transvestite account for himself and nothing else, mainly to facilitate team formation. When there is a character of the opposite sex in the team, it can provide a 10% treatment bonus and speed bonus. Among the three people, Chen Sun or Song Sanqing would definitely not be willing to wear women's clothing, so the fat man could only make a small sacrifice. This is for the benefit of the team. He doesn't have a fetish for cross-dressing. Absolutely not. Shi Biqing is now a long-legged beauty with big golden waves. She walks on the street with her slender waist twisting confidently, attracting the attention of many players. Just when he opened the chat box and was about to contact Chen Sun and meet up with him, he found that the message he entered could not be sent. The player is not in the service area. Shi Biqing was stunned for a moment. Where did Brother Chen log in? At the same time, Chen Sun was in the goblin's lair, studying how to play this game. He looked up at the dark cave, then looked down at the various fish bones offered by the goblins. The environment seemed extremely BA.so. That's it, this is a survival game. Chen Sun suddenly realized. The game panel appeared before his eyes, with his message written on it. Frowny face player, no nickname set, level, LV1, occupation, mage, HP, 10 strength. Mana? Skills, holy light, blood recovery? I don't know what these long strings of question marks mean. Maybe they haven't been activated yet. After thinking for a while, Chen Sun casually wrote his name in the nickname column. He couldn't come up with a good nickname anyway, so it would be more convenient to just use his real name. After doing all this, Chen Sun stood up from the stone, dusted himself off, and prepared to leave the cave to explore the map outside. Seeing this, the goblins surrounding him dispersed, made way for him, and watched Chen Sun leave. It was not easy to find the exit of the winding cave. Chen Sun walked for a long time before he saw a glimmer of light in front of him. Outside the cave, the sky was gray, as if covered with a layer of blood mist. The goblin who led Chen Sun didn't dare to take another step forward when he reached the cave entrance, as if there was some ferocious beast outside. Chen Sun could only sigh and stepped into this desolate land alone with a big LV1 sign on his head. As soon as he walked out of the cave, a striking and glaring game prompt appeared before his eyes. Frowny face warning, you have entered a high-risk area, God's Forsaken Land, recommended level 99. Chapter 77, Holy Light? Flash bomb. Chen Sun thought that this game was really interesting. He hasn't even figured out how to use his skills yet, and he's going to fight the final level. Interesting. He stretched his muscles and tried to remove the knife, but failed. It seems that props from the real world cannot be brought into the game. So he could only take the Goblin Priest stick and walk towards this barren land. Obtain Goblin Priest Staff X1. Currently available skills, Holy Light, Blood Recovery. Behind him, dozens of goblins were crowded into the small cave, peeking out with fear on their faces. They looked at the back of the strange god curiously, full of admiration and expectation, but did not dare to follow him. The surroundings are filled with charred mountains, reflecting the fiery red sky. There is no grass or trees growing, as if only black and red are left in the world. After Chen Sun set foot on this mountain, those huge hills suddenly opened their huge eyes. 1 pair, 2 pairs, dozens of pairs, hundreds of pairs. Each eye is as tall as a 5 or 6-story building. Densely packed eyeballs stretched from the soles of the feet to the sky, and when they opened, the earth shook. Where are the hills? Those under my feet are clearly terrifying beasts. They open their bloody mouths and wake up from underground. The smoke and ash covering the sky dissipated, revealing a huge black shadow standing between heaven and earth like a cliff. Tao Dai, with only 1 head and 1 mouth. Xiangqi, with a tiger head and a dragon body. Tao Wu, with 8 legs and 4 eyes. And Han Dan, with none of its 7 orifices open. Further out in the horizon, there are even more unknown and terrifying creatures. The 10 most ferocious beasts gathered here, the monsters, stared at the only human on the ground, looking down at the LV1 sign on his head with some confusion. Did this little human run into the wrong set? The red and black characters on their heads represent a level of danger that must not be provoked. When the goblins at the entrance of the cave saw this scene, they screamed in fear and fled deep into the cave, not daring to come out again. They usually live underground, and even when food is scarce, they dare not step out of their caves because of these giant beasts lurking in the mountains. The goblins are the food of these monsters, and they are as weak as flies and mosquitoes. However, Chen Sun just raised his head and looked at those huge evil beasts quietly. In front of the huge, godlike creature, this human figure seemed extremely small. What wild monsters do newbies have to fight in the first level? Why not give it a try? You won't lose anything if you die in the game, Chen Sun thought so and moved his neck. He turned the wooden stick, bent down to gather strength for his legs, and then disappeared from the spot with a boom, leaving only a long cloud of dust. The next second, Chen Sun appeared 100 meters in the air. He raised the wooden stick above his head and shouted, "Holy light!" In an instant, the entire world was shrouded in destructive white light, and the holy light covered almost half of the service area of Jianghu. All the ferocious beasts were blinded at this moment. On the other side, just a few minutes ago, in the quaint inn in the novice village, the fat man finally found Song Sanqing. The boy and Bubble were teleported together. It is worth mentioning that when Chen Sun used the login device to project his consciousness into the game, Bubble followed but I came in as a wild monster. It is now a ball of black slime, blinking its bright little eyes, lying obediently on Song Sanqing's legs, holding up its own game panel. Nickname: Supergiant Invincible. Bubble, level, LV5, occupation, slime, HP, 1000, skills, eat you in one bite, crush you to death, escape. Under Song Sanqing's guidance, Pao Pao learned to use the panel to view game forums and even learned how to broadcast live. The game Jianghu encourages players to live broadcast, publish strategies and record daily life, and they can receive rewards of corresponding amounts. Hello? It turned on the live broadcast, curiously studied the various buttons, and asked Song Sanqing from time to time. After seeing the shape of the bubble, the live broadcast room exploded instantly, and netizens shouted, "Oh my god! Can wild monsters be broadcast live now? Is this a new pet in the game? Where did you get it? I want one too. Oh my god, it's so bouncy, I really want to rub it." Bubble was silent for a while, not knowing how to introduce himself. It thought for a long time, then, imitating the advertisements of other web games, proudly raised its head and said, "I'm a slime, come and chop me if you're my brother." Upon hearing this, Song Sanqing called it an expert and gave it a thumbs up. It turned out that this man and this monster got along very well. Chibicheng was frowning as he couldn't contact Chen Sun, which made him a little worried. Brother Chen won't have an accident, right? At this moment, a huge amount of white light suddenly shone in from outside the window of the inn, so bright that people could not open their eyes. The white light disappeared after a while, and everyone in the inn sat there in confusion. In Bubble's live broadcast room, the comments were silent for a while, and then they started to complain crazily. Frowny face, "Oh my god, what's going on? I suddenly had a flash of light here. The above, I am also here, this crappy game is making me go blind. Could it be that the entire server is flashing? It seems that when a god-level game item appears, the official will use a strange phenomenon to remind you, is Zunda fake? The light source is in the mountains near me. I'm going to join in the fun. Chibicheng and Song Sanqing looked at each other, also very curious, and walked out of the inn and looked towards the place where the light was emitted. I saw that half of the sky turned blood red, as if it was stained with ink, and the red color was still spreading. There was a faint sound coming, and when you listened carefully it sounded very fast and intense, as if a giant beast was wailing. A strange phenomenon? A rare treasure has appeared in the world. Some old players around, with joy on their faces, rushed towards the light source. Some of them rode cool mounts, some rode flying swords, and some sat on mops. They were like flying insects covering the sky, fearing that they would be too late to grab the opportunity. Out of curiosity, Fatty and Song Sanqing decided to follow and take a look. At the same time, in the godforsaken land, countless ferocious beasts foamed at the mouth and fell to the ground with a loud bang. At the source of the light, Chen Sun, the culprit, was sitting on a pile of unconscious giant beasts, covering his head and lost in thought. He couldn't see now, his dark eyes were empty. And he looked very confused. The health bar above his head, which had 10 health points, was now less than 1% and endangered. It was a mistake. Chen Sun didn't expect that the flash bomb would blind him as well. If you injure 1,000 enemies, you will lose 800 of your OWN. It seems that I need to control the strength next time I use this skill. Fortunately, since it was his own skill, this game has a limitation: players cannot kill themselves. This is how he avoided being kicked out of the game. Chen Sun knew that his health bar was very unhealthy, so he bent down and fumbled around, and picked up the wooden stick on the ground. He pointed the staff at himself, trying to control the force, and said, "A 5%? A blood recovery technique." A warm touch came, and Chen Sun's health bar was instantly restored, and his eyes regained their vision. Although he still only had 10 health points, He felt much safer than his original health bar. All the ferocious beasts were destroyed, but for some reason, they did not become Chen Sun's experience points. He is still a newbie at level 1. Chapter 78, reincarnated as a goblin, became a god by growing potatoes. The goblins in the cave came out in 2s and 3s, bringing their families with them. When they saw the corpses of ferocious beasts everywhere, they were so excited that they were speechless. They surrounded Chen Sun, dancing and screaming. Kami! Oh God! All the goblins knelt on the ground with reverence in their eyes. The goblins are a large family with an extremely high fertility rate. A goblin mother could hold 2 skinny little goblins in her arms, with a half-grown cub hanging around her neck. This race lacks food and clothing, and has to sleep in the open air. The survival rate of their cubs is very low, so they can only solve the problem by having more children. The result, of course, is that there are more births than deaths, and many young goblins are left dead in the wilderness every day. But now, the giant beasts occupying the mountain have been defeated, and they have a brand new world of development. Several goblins quickly ran into the cave, took out a bag, and placed the tributes at Chen Sun's feet with joy and anticipation in their eyes. Seeing their excited eyes, as if they were presenting a treasure, Chen Sun opened the bag with some curiosity, pour out a bunch of sprouting green potatoes. Seeing Chen Sun standing there in a daze, a goblin with a scholarly look came out, knelt on the ground tremblingly, picked up a potato and muttered something, translating, "God, thank you for helping us regain our territory. This is the legendary precious divine fruit. This small tribute is not enough to show your respect. Please enjoy it. A year ago, my father obtained this fruit from humans. He has been reluctant to eat it and has kept it until now. I heard from him that after eating this fruit, one can gain infinite power and ascend to heaven." Chen Sun lowered his head and picked up a magic fruit, observing it for a long time, so long that the game system popped up a window. Ding. This is a sprouted potato, rich in solanine, toxic. Take 1 pill and your soul will return to the heaven. Obtain sprouted potatoes X99. To some extent, eating it can indeed help you ascend to heaven. Chen Sun covered his face helplessly and returned all the potatoes to the goblin. Then he patted the goblin boy on the shoulder and said, "You can keep them for your own immortality." With the system's translation, Chen Sun's words were translated into goblin language. However, after all, there is a language barrier, so when translating some simple words, it is inevitable to use alternative words. Chen Sun only saw a group of goblins instantly burst into tears and kneeled on the ground crying. He was suddenly confused. Did the system translate what he said incorrectly? But now is not the time to worry about this. Chen Sun needs to find a way to connect his game to the internet and meet up with Chi-Biching and the others. So he picked up the stick, turned around and left, leaving behind a group of goblins crying their hearts out. What Chen Sun didn't know was that many years later, the goblin boy who was patted on the shoulder really became a goblin farmer with his potato planting skills. It pioneered the goblin farming industry, planted countless potatoes in the godforsaken land, and led the goblins out of hunger and into fullness. After achieving success, the young goblin curiously asked it the secret of success, and it replied with tears in its eyes, "I have been enlightened by God." He said, "I look forward to the day when you become immortals by eating potatoes. That divine fruit is so meaningful to me that I have never been able to eat it. I have placed it under the family's sacred tree and offer it with morning dew every day." The next year, it produced new potatoes. That nameless god was thus recorded in the annals of goblin history, but that's another story. On the other side, Chi-Biching and Song Sanqing had just arrived near the mountains of the godforsaken land when they were stopped by the level limit of LV.99. An invisible barrier stretched across the dark mountains, blocking the onlookers' steps. There were many other players who were stopped here with them. However, there are more NPCs in the game, and strange people from various sects gather here to discuss the source of the strange phenomenon. In the game Jianghu, there are many different organizations, which can be roughly divided into 3 forces: the Imperial Court, famous and upright sects, and evil cultivators. Most of the time, it is the righteous and the evil sides fighting each other. The Imperial Court was weak and could only hide in the crowd and watch the fighting. Occasionally, it would feel that the fighting was not intense enough and would add fuel to the fire from time to time, thus trying to reap the benefits. Players in this game can freely choose a sect between the righteous and evil paths. Their main tasks are to fight monsters and level up, eliminate opposing forces, and defend their own morality. If a player dies in the game, he can go back to the birth point, so there is no need to be too serious about the position. The players on both sides of good and evil who are fighting each other online may still be brothers offline, having a drink together and making an appointment to fight again next time. Right now, all the sects of both good and evil have gathered near the Shinchi mountains, waiting for the rare treasure to appear. But after that strange treasure flashed once, There was no sound since then. A courageous and capable player of the maximum level formed a 20-man attack team and went to investigate the situation. The levels of the others were too low, and no one dared to set foot in the godforsaken land. They could only wait anxiously at the door of the dungeon with their heads raised. The righteous and evil sides reached a ceasefire agreement, temporarily stopped fighting, and settled down at the mountain pass. Some low-level players, who did not expect to win rare treasures, saw a business opportunity and started setting up small stalls. Some sell food, some sell weapons, and some sell pills. The fat man had sharp eyes and spotted a familiar face among the crowd. Lin Fan? Upon hearing this, a young man in white clothes holding a sword from the righteous sect, under the banner of Xian Yuzong, was stunned. He turned around and saw the fat man. His face was a little excited and he flew to his side on his sword. Junior brother Qi? How are you? He bowed, looking much more mature than his previous youthful appearance. I wonder if senior brother is. Before Lin Fan could finish his words, Qi Biqing interrupted him. He asked in surprise, "Why are you here? Isn't he the protagonist in the small world of cultivation? There shouldn't be any internet in that world yet, so how did he end up in this game? After I became an immortal through cultivation, I began to study the laws of space. I found a magical tool for becoming a god in a secret realm, and ended up here." Lin Fan was also a little confused. Isn't this the god realm? Wow, the game Jianghu was really a network of all the heavens. The fat man was shocked and confused, his face full of disbelief. When he turned around, he saw another familiar figure. A pure and refined nun, dressed in plain robes, said to him, "Ahmadba. Who is this?" Qi Biqing thought the face looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where it was. "She is our junior sister, Xiao Yuling." The fat man's brain went into a brief blackout. He suddenly remembered that this was the junior sister who ran away in anger after saying that Xianyu sect is full of straight men. Unexpectedly, she really saw through the world and became a nun. Qi Biqing smacked his lips in surprise, not noticing at all that Song Sanqing, who had been standing behind him, had disappeared in a corner where no one can see. The female player with the slogan "Desperate Guitarist Looking for a Wife" on her head was dragging a sack with grunts. "Xiao Sanqing, I finally found you." Linin wiped the tears from the corners of her mouth, opened the sack, and prepared to rush over to hug him and cry. The result is a lump of black slime inside. Bubble blinked his small black eyes in confusion. Chapter 79. I picked up a slime and it wanted to go home with me. Song Sanqing went to buy a dessert and asked Bubble to stay where he was, but when he turned around, he found that it was gone. He lost Brother Chen's daughter. He didn't have time to contact Qi Biqing at the moment. He was searching for Bubble everywhere in the streets and alleys, asking everyone he saw, "Do you see a mass of black slime?" Passers-by shook their heads, which made him even more flustered. "I won't run into a slime dealer, will I?" On the other side, in a deserted alley, Linin found out that he had tied up the wrong person, so he squatted on the ground and stared at a pile of slime. Bubble suddenly realized that he seemed to have been kidnapped. So it blinked its eyes, rummaged through its game backpack for a long time, took out a few gold coins, and put them in Lin Yin's hand. "Hello, this is the ransom. Can I redeem myself?" Seeing Lin Yin standing there stupidly, it hesitated for a long time, and finally made up its mind. It took out another stack of banknotes and put them in Lin Yin's hand with reluctance on its face. "My mother is missing. With all this information, could you please help me find him?" Bubble is rich. It earned a lot of gold coins through live streaming. I had originally planned to save some money to support Chen Sun in his old age, but now the situation is urgent and I have no choice but to use it. This is really all the money I have. It curled itself into a small ball and touched its empty pocket. Looking at its limp appearance, Linin suddenly felt that her girlish heart had suffered 100 points of critical damage. She deserves to die. Don't say anything more. From today on, this slime will be under the protection of Linin. Thinking of this, she picked up Bubble and held it above her head, and said with a sense of justice, "Little guy, I will help you find your mother. Follow me, I'll take you to eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks." As for Song Sanqing, he couldn't escape from her clutches anyway, so she wasn't in a hurry. In the godforsaken land, an exploration team consisting of 15 top players is heading deeper into the dungeon. The howling cold wind blew up from the ground, making the sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling, which was particularly terrifying. However, this group of players are not pushovers. Most of them are well-known figures on the Jianghu rankings, and they are not at all panicked by this. The leader was the big guy ranked first on the heavenly ranking, nicknamed Supreme Lord. His level was already 100, and he was commanding the players to form formations in an orderly manner. Everyone is on high alert, ready to respond to sudden crises at any time. However, they had already gone deep into the Devil May Cry mountains, but did not see any wild monsters. Even the swamp slimes commonly seen in the dark land were not seen. It was as if there was a more ferocious boss lurking here, making other wild monsters stay away. Everyone took a short break, and at this moment, the player who was exploring in the front suddenly ran out in a hurry, shouting, "Hurry! There's a monster ahead! What are you panicking about?" A female player named Taotao Kyutsu taunted him with disdain. "We have a top player on the heavenly ranking leading us. If there are any monsters, we can just kill them." The other teammates also laughed and cast trusting glances towards Supreme Lord. Supreme Lord nodded profoundly, very confident in his own strength. "No. Not just one." The player who was exploring the way was so anxious that he was out of breath. Seeing that his explanation was of no use, he simply stomped his feet, left them behind and ran away. "May the best of luck to you." Almost as soon as he finished speaking, the dark earth suddenly began to tremble violently. Everyone looked towards the mountains in panic, only to see countless huge monsters rushing towards them like crazy. Thousands, hundreds, tens of thousands of these ferocious monsters had the huge words, LV-99, marked on their heads. As they rushed past, the earth trembled and the mountains collapsed. There was fear in the huge eyes of each monster, as if something even more terrifying was chasing them. Closely, the exploration team stood there in a daze. When they turned around, Supreme Lord had already realized that the situation was not good and had disappeared without a trace. They no longer cared about their dignity and started to run for their lives. Chiman escape technique, Huang Lao Dao acceleration talisman, fairy flower retreat belt, you give Ludo oil. There are all kinds of trump cards, and each one slips away faster than anyone else. How can this be just one monster? This is hundreds of millions of monsters. The other side sent out a division. How can we fight? What they don't know is that the so-called more terrifying existence behind this group of monsters is actually just an ordinary level 1 player. Chen Sun was sitting on the ancient ferocious beast, Chaos, dozing off leisurely, completely unaware of this. The ancient giant beast happened to have no 7 orifices and no eyes, so it escaped the disaster when the holy light spell was released. As a result, it never expected that it would eventually fall into the hands of this devil and be beaten up with bruises all over its head. The ancient ferocious beast, a powerful existence that dominated the entire godforsaken land, has become a player's mount. If it had known this, it should have pretended to be dead when the holy light was released. Although he thought so in his heart, Han Dun did not dare to show it, and could only carry Chen Sun on his back and run forward. The breath of the ferocious beast was so terrifying that it scared away many monsters along the way, thus forming an overwhelming tide of monsters. "Wonton, how long will it take?" Chen Sun stretched and opened his eyes and asked. Hearing this, the wonton trembled all over, his hair stood up in fear, and he replied timidly, "Master, we're almost at the border of the godforsaken land. Meow, please wait a moment." Meow. Chen Sun changed his position and lay comfortably on Han Dun's back, looking at the blood-red sky and white clouds. He was completely unaware that a top elite team was being torn apart by the monster wave he accidentally caused, just like an ordinary person. The wind he blows can accidentally kill hundreds of millions of microorganisms. When passing through a gloomy canyon, Chen Sun opened his eyes again and stopped Han Dun, because he felt that there was a familiar atmosphere here. The end of the canyon was filled with black fog, making it impossible to see what was inside. Skulls of unknown creatures were scattered on the roadside. "Where is this?" Chen Sun jumped off Han Dun's back and looked around curiously. "Master, this is Fallen Mooncliff." Meow. Chaos stopped and answered seriously, "There lives a demon sword inside, and it has a bad temper." Meow. Chen Sun was very curious about the props in this game and wondered what the special effects were like. The only weapon he had seen now was the wooden stick in his hand. He hadn't used a knife for a long time, and he missed the feeling of holding a kitchen knife. Just looking at this game scene, it seems that the production budget is quite sufficient. Let's go in and take a look. Now that I'm here, it would seem like I'd be letting down the game development company's efforts if I didn't go in and play. Shortly after Chen Sun stepped onto the falling moon cliff, a group of players in a miserable state also arrived at the cliff. Supreme Lord was stepped on by a demon beast and had lost half of his blood. Now he has lost all his previous momentum. The only mage in their team who could provide healing magic was trampled to death by the tide of monsters and returned to the birth point. The entire team is in very bad condition now, and the total health bars of all of them are less than a full tube of blood. However, seeing that the rare treasure was right in front of him, he couldn't give up easily. Let's explore this place before heading back to the city. Chapter 80. I told you to heal, not to heal the opponent. Deep in the fallen mooncliff, countless corpses of monsters lay across the swamp, their empty eye sockets glowing dark green, staring intently at the blade in the center. Demon Sword Katetsu, level, LV 100, Introduction, a devilish sword with a strange temper, left behind in this world from a rift in time and space. It is picky and rejects all who seek it. It is said that its true owner is, features. After equipping this, you can transform into a demon, and your health recovery speed increases by 1000%. Shinsun now stared at a rusty iron knife in bewilderment. Knife? Upon hearing this familiar voice, the ferocious demonic knife trembled instantly and was about to fly away. Shinsun was quick-eyed and quick-handed. Quickly grabbing the hilt of the knife, it began to struggle frantically, refusing to obey even if it died. If this knife could talk, it would be screaming, "It's not me. You've got it wrong." However, the resistance was futile, and Jashada finally compromised and lay dead in Chen Sun's hands with no desire to live. It seems that in this game, items in the system space can still be taken out, but they have to appear in a different form. Chen Sun weighed the knife and felt that it was indeed more convenient to use than a wooden stick, so he chopped it casually near the fallen mooncliff. In an instant, the knife flashed, and the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Half of the falling mooncliff was cut off, and the entire mountain began to slide. He nodded with satisfaction, put the knife into his gaming backpack, and prepared to continue riding chaos. Just then, a gentle cry was heard. "Young man, be careful. Stay away from that beast." He only felt a flash of pink before his eyes, and before he could react, he was tied up with a belt and dragged to a few people not far away. This is the skill of Taodakyutsu, which can use ribbons to grab players within 50 meters. As soon as she came out of the fallen mooncliff, she saw a newbie wearing a junior wizard robe, trapped in a corner by a huge ferocious beast. It would be fine if he was just an ordinary player, but this newbie is a mage, a rare mage who can restore health. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't even look at this kind of junior mage, but the situation is different now. The only mage in their team had just been trampled to death by a monster. Now no one had the ability to recover health, and morale was particularly low. Meeting Shinsun now was like finding rain after a long drought, or receiving a pillow when one is sleepy. No matter how low his level is, I will do my best to save him. Hurry up, I'll be the last one to follow. Seeing that there was support in the team, Supreme Lord regained his confidence and looked calm. He picked up the long sword and released a sharp sword energy, instantly cutting off the huge dead tree near the fallen mooncliff and blocking the entrance to the cliff. Seeing that chaos was blocked behind the giant tree, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. Then, everyone cast their burning gazes on the newly captured newbie. Chen Sun was tied up tightly. He squatted quietly with a confused look on his face and blinked his eyes. Why is it only a level 1? After seeing the level above his head, everyone was dumbfounded and instantly disheartened. No, brother, how did a level 1 rookie like you end up in the godforsaken land? Chen Sun, I don't know, isn't this a novice village? Do you know how to restore health? Supreme Lord covered his face, trying hard to suppress his irritation. Yes. Chen Sun thought for a moment and said calmly. When the others saw this, their faces were filled with joy, and their originally depressed mood instantly brightened up. How much health can it restore? What's the cooldown time? Chen Sun raised his head, looked at his health bar, thought for a long time, and said uncertainly, can it restore 10 health points? As for the cooldown time, what is the cooling time? Chen Sun was a little confused. He didn't see any reminder in this regard. Upon hearing this, everyone's mentality collapsed instantly. The veins on the face of Supreme Lord bulged, and he squatted on the ground, pounding the floor with a look of pain on his face. I risked my life to rescue a mage, but he turned out to be a complete newbie who knew nothing and could only restore 10 health points at a time. In this game, the higher the level, the thicker the health bar. For max-level bosses like them, each person has a total health of 20,000 to 30,000. The wild monsters in this place can lose half of their health with just one claw. Adding 10 points of health is like throwing a stone into the ocean, which won't cause any ripples right now. Everyone has lost hope and morale is very low. Or, let's go back. Tada Lovely Sue said with red eyes, glanced at Chen Sun with disappointment, and finally sighed. Now there is neither blood recovery potion supply nor mage assistance, so continuing to go forward will definitely be a dead end. Every player who has reached the maximum level will be demoted to a lower level if he dies once in the game, and his important equipment will be dropped. Moreover, for players who can reach the maximum level, there is basically a studio or company behind each of their Accounts. If they were demoted or their equipment was destroyed, in reality, they would lose everything. If we continue to stay, the risk will be too great. Just when everyone was getting discouraged and ready to retreat, the player on guard at the back of the team suddenly shouted to be alert. The monster wave is coming again. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire falling moon cliff began to tremble, and rocks from the mountain kept rolling down. What? Everyone was shocked. Retreat first. Supreme Lord reacted quickly and calmly commanded the team to evacuate the canyon. If you don't leave now, you will be buried alive by rolling stones. All the players had panic on their faces, and they took out all their magic weapons and rushed out of the falling moon cliff. In the chaos, Chen Sun was like nothing had happened. He leisurely dodged several huge rocks and followed the team slowly, yet he was actually quite curious about how to play this game. Did you kill monsters and level up? There wasn't even a beginner's guide. If you follow these players, you might be able to figure out the game mechanics. As soon as everyone ran out of the cliff, they were only concerned about escaping and didn't pay any attention to the situation on Chen Sun's side. Before they could even catch their breath, they had to face the dense swarms of monsters. Fight our way out. Supreme Lord drew his sword, his head covered with beads of sweat, and commanded the team loudly. As soon as these words fell, several people instantly launched a spear-like attack and attacked the army of monsters. Supreme Lord, as a warrior, he takes the lead and clears the way ahead. As for the rest of the teammates, the shield warriors are on the side of the team, responsible for blocking the attacks and protecting the auxiliary players. The assassins sneaked into the enemy's interior, seized the opportunity, and beheaded some of the leaders. However, even though these people cooperated very well, the number of monsters was too large, and after killing one batch, another batch would come up under the attack of the monsters. Everyone's health bars were visibly shrinking. Tao Kiai Su was a prayer master. Seeing this situation, he was very anxious. Looking back, he saw that only Chen Sun was doing nothing. He could not help but get angry and ordered him, "Hey! You, even if your magic skills are lagging behind, you still have to put in some effort. It is better to release a little blood recovery spell than not to use it at all. No matter how small a mosquito leg is, it is still meat." Hearing this, Chen Sun said, "Oh." Expressionlessly, he picked up his staff, pointed it towards the sky, and slowly said 3 words, "A blood recovery technique." In an instant, a warm green light was emitted, covering the heads of all the players. Almost in the blink of an eye, the health bars above everyone's heads began to rise rapidly, and the health of the entire team was instantly restored to full. There was also a strange special effect. Except for Chen Sun himself, the red health bars of his teammates all turned green, looking full of vitality. There was a green grassland above their heads, and everyone was stunned. Not only that, the monsters that were originally beaten to low health by them instantly recovered their health under the influence of this light. At this moment, all the players and wild monsters returned to their normal state, and it was as if they had not fought at all. They were back to the pre-liberation era overnight, staring at each other in confusion. "I told you to recover some health. Why did you also recover the opponent's health?" Chapter 81, Who taught you to play a mage like this? Tao Lovely Su was dumbfounded, staring blankly at Chen Sun, his big eyes filled with confusion. She had just said it casually and didn't expect a junior mage to do anything. Who knew that this guy could use one ultimate move to fill up everyone's health bar? This dad has a lot of milk. The milk overflowed and filled up the enemy with milk. Supreme Lord had just used all his moves and finally managed to beat a powerful monster to a low health limit, but in the blink of an eye, the opponent's health was restored to full. He almost vomited blood. Fortunately, the health of all teammates has been restored. With Chen Sun's assistance, they may be able to break through the siege and fight their way out. Thinking of this, he regained his composure and directed his teammates in an orderly manner, saying, "Be careful to protect my magician. The rest of you, follow me and charge." However, when he gave this order, his teammates all looked at him in stunned silence and did not carry out the order immediately. This made him frown in confusion and ask, "What's wrong?" The wizard. The assassin in the team stretched out his hand tremblingly and pointed behind the Supreme Lord. He rushed forward, waving his staff up. At some point, Chen Sun walked out of the team alone and calmly faced the surging tide of monsters. He stretched his neck and checked the time on the game panel. It was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon and he had been playing this game for 3 hours. How come time flies by so fast without me noticing? Chen Sun thought it would be better to resolve it as soon as possible as he was in a hurry to go back for dinner. Then, he kicked the ground and his figure quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. The next second, he appeared in a group of monsters dozens of meters away, and every time he stepped on the ground, a huge amount of dust was raised. 10%, holy light. As the voice fell, a dazzling light emanated from the staff in his hand, instantly covering the entire battlefield. All the monsters were temporarily blinded and stood there at a loss. Immediately afterwards, there was a puff sound on the field, and the heads of dozens of monsters were directly smashed, spurting out a large amount of black blood. Chen Sun closed his eyes and waved a wooden stick in the beast's tide, as if he was in an empty space. Soon, the monsters fell down in large numbers like cut grass. After the blinding time was over, the remaining monsters opened their eyes and were horrified to see the remains of their own kind scattered all over the ground, and that terrifying figure stood quietly above the sea of corpses and blood, his white shirt stained with black blood. Chen Sun turned his head and grinned, revealing a row of big white teeth, which was even more terrifying than the devil. The monsters roared in fear, their eyes wide open and bloodshot, and they retreated step by step. They charged back without looking back and disappeared from sight in the blink of an eye. The players of the elite team witnessed the magician's amazing moves and were stunned for a moment. How does a mage fight? Aren't there usually fireballs and water control spells flying everywhere? At worst, they will be strangled with thorns. You just throw a flash bomb and then use your staff to hit the monster's head. Who taught you to play a mage like this? However, Chen Sun didn't care about their surprise. He was thinking about other things. Peace returned to the godforsaken land, and the monster debris scattered all over the ground turned into star-like data streams floating in the air. It was as if the sky was sprinkled with fine moonlight, and those shining data streams were gradually moving towards the blood-red sky. Looking at this familiar scene, he frowned at this feeling. Why does it feel somewhat similar to the settings of the main system? System binders will also experience this special effect when entering and exiting the main god space. Could this game called Jianghu be the work of that Lord God? The more Chen Sun thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. Where did the energy that escaped after the wild monster died go? And, is this world that is so real really just a game? Chen Sun raised his head and looked at the distant sky. At the end of the scarlet sky, there seemed to be a huge eye that suddenly opened and stared at the tiny humans on the ground. Chen Sun felt that he needed to investigate this game carefully. The players of the elite team walked forward nervously, not knowing how to face this level 1 boss. Boss, add me as a friend. However, he was still immersed in his thoughts and didn't notice them. He finally left a message, I'm going to log off and eat. Then, he clicked, log out, and left the game. Jianghu directly. Only a few players were left looking at each other in bewilderment, lamenting that this big guy came and went in such a hurry. They didn't know that in the distant sky, behind the scenes of the entire Jianghu game, a huge brain was floating in the sky, casting countless invisible threads. Threads are inserted into every player's brain, stealing time, energy, and emotions from everyone, whether it's the players, the NPCs in the local world, or the wild monsters walking in the game. They are all connected to the data cable like puppets. All the stolen data is transmitted along the silk thread to the central processing unit, and eventually becomes nutrients for the brain. As the bright contents were stolen, the light of this entire small world gradually dimmed, as if it would completely collapse in the next second. The cold mechanical sound echoed in the main god space. Error data F438 has left the sample world, just a minor character. Brainflower squirmed and issued an order, continue to implement the paradise plan. An abandoned world should be used to its full potential. To him, the joys and sorrows, life and death of the people in the small world are just fuel. Therefore, the system he created, even if there are occasional differences in concepts, all have the same goals to create conflicts, use threats and inducements, exploit the emotions of task executors, and make them gradually lose their humanity. The executor of the task causes changes to the small world. Whether he is the child of destiny or a villain, a large amount of emotional value is generated because of the system host. All emotional values are stored in the main system's pocket. Behind the small world of Jianghu, countless destroyed worlds are suspended. They are like dead gray dwarfs, having lost all vitality, their interiors filled with dirty black mud, and becoming chaotic and crazy. These are small dead worlds that have become pastures for evil gods. Before being destroyed, each small world will be transformed by the Lord God into a game or paradise, completely squeezing out the last bit of value. If Chen Sun were here, he would definitely find that his original world was also among these suspended black balls. The 1 million points he had accumulated for a long time was ultimately exchanged for nothing more than an abandoned toy. Ding. Error code F438 has been searched. Complete information about the passerby system host, suspected to be a missing quest executor. The information is highly overlapping. Compare. Brainflower conveyed the order coldly. Then, the two different file sheets overlapped in the air. The two photos show the same person, Chen Sun, male, 23 years old, college student, from the modern urban world, bound to the villain system, SSS level task executor, task completion rate 100%. After accumulating 1 million points, I came to the main god space to exchange wishes, hoping to return to my original small world. Since this host has chosen to leave the main divine space, the emotion forced extraction procedure is being executed. Finally, under your instructions, he was successfully destroyed while carrying out his mission, and it is suspected that both his soul and body were destroyed. The Lord God still has some impression of this matter. He still remembered that the host of the villain system was indeed a bit troublesome, but fortunately it was resolved in the end. Then he became confused again. Is the host of this passerby system Chen Sun from the parallel world? Yes, otherwise it is impossible to explain how a dissipated soul can return to the human world. After testing, he did not gain any memory of being the host of the villain system. If that's the case, then there's nothing to worry about. Noah thought, if you can destroy him once, you can destroy him a second time. Chapter 82, you are right, but Chen Sun successfully logged out of the game and calmly removed the login device stuck to the back of his neck. I instantly felt a lot more relaxed, as if a mountain had been lifted off my shoulders. The login device for the Jianghu game is a small round piece like a refrigerator magnet, which needs to be stuck on the back of the head. Then, it will grow countless filaments, which will entangle with the player's nerve endings and transmit brainwaves. System, help me find the developer of Jianghu. Chen Sun moved his sore neck and stretched. Okay, Yuri right, but Jianghu is a brand new open-world adventure game developed independently by the main system. The game takes place in a fantasy world called the Brave Continent. Stop. He stretched out his hand and stopped the system's long introduction. I asked you to look up the source code, not to ask Baidu. Okay, the development IP belongs to the main god space, and all other information is encrypted. It may take some time to hack into it. Is it really a trap set by that old bastard Lord God? He is the type who will not do anything without benefits, so he must be able to gain something from this game. Time? Energy? Or, Chen Sun thought for a moment and looked at Song Sanqing and Qi Bicheng, who were sitting on the sofa. The login devices attached to the back of their necks emitted flickering lights, and they seemed to be still in the game. That he didn't know if it was his illusion, but the expressions of the two seemed much duller, as if some of their ability to express joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness had been taken away. Its emotion. Chen Sun suddenly figured everything out. Not only that, the Lord God may even be hiding it from all employees, stealing all the emotional fluctuations he can come into contact with while they are performing their tasks. Therefore, he would allow some systems to destroy the main line of the small world, and arrange for another part of the system to maintain and repair the script. As long as there are contradictions and conflicts, emotions will arise, such as sadness, joy, fear. It is similar to a belief that is used to feed back to the main god himself, back to Jianghu itself. The Lord God regards this game as a vegetable garden, and every player is a leek waiting to be harvested. When Chen Sun thought about this, he picked up the login device on the table and had new doubts. Why did he log in directly to the godforsaken land when he entered this game? He remembered that he did not create his own face, so how were the characters used in the game created? With doubts, he connected the game launcher to the computer.an interface popped up on the desktop, displaying his game character information. There was a small red dot in the corner, and Chen Sun only then noticed that there was an unread letter in his mailbox. From Anonymous. My friend, the fact that you can see this email proves that I have succeeded. This world isn't a game. The so-called paradise is nothing but a giant scam. All the NPCs were once real people. He drained the emotions from my compatriots, turning them into zombies, and all living things into rampant beasts. He has invaded our homeland, wantonly tampering with the sun, mountains, and rivers, turning them into desolate and uninhabited sand. What you can see, whether it's goblins or monsters, are all native to this world. They have lost most of their human rationality. Soon, I'll be like them, an NPC who can only execute specific programs. I may be what he calls the child of destiny, but I never believe in fate. So I used all my life's power to create the godforsaken land, where I minimized his influence. Here, I will offer all my flesh, blood, and soul, summoning an unspeakable existence to counter his power. Mr. Evil God, I will offer my all and await your arrival. After reading the last part of the email, Chen Sun fell into a long silence. He lay back in the chair and stared at the ceiling quietly. So that's how it is. The entire game is actually a small world. The LV1 wizard in white is the destined son of the small world, and he summoned Qin Sun's consciousness to himself. Only, Qin Sun is not an evil god, so why summon him? Should he unplug the Lord God's network cable, then climb up the central tower and dance on the grave in front of his house? The more Qin Sun thought about it, the more outrageous it seemed. However, the first thing to do right now is to meet up with Fatty and Song Sancheng and get them out of the game as soon as possible. Directly removing the login device from the outside world may damage a person's consciousness. So Chen Sun decided to log into the game again. Before that, system, help me write a code. The outskirts of the God's Forsaken Land dungeon are still crowded with players. Near the Black Mountains, a long street was crowded with people. In the dense crowd, Linian held Bubble high to prevent it from being squeezed into a round pancake by others. Can you see what's ahead? She asked, her face sweating from the heat as she squeezed in the crowd. I can see it. Bubble blinked his bright eyes and stared at the people at the entrance of the copy, looking for a familiar figure. With such a big commotion happening, it is very likely that Qin Sun has also come here to watch the show, and he might even be in the crowd. At this moment, the person standing in the front shouted excitedly, and the sound was transmitted to the end of the team like a wave. Look! Someone's coming out. The crowd became excited, and everyone stood on tiptoe, looking forward with excitement and curiosity. Ripples like water surface appeared at the entrance of the copy, and several figures gradually became clear and appeared in front of everyone. 1, 2, 6, why are there only 6 people? Some sharp-eyed people noticed that this elite team had shrunk from more than a dozen people to less than half. Supreme Lord walked out with his remaining teammates. They were in a disheveled state and dejected, in stark contrast to their high spirits when they first entered. It seems that the strategy failed. People from both the righteous and evil sides gathered around and asked about the situation inside the copies. Several people shook their heads, sighed, and told them about the dire situation in the godforsaken land. Thanks to a hidden boss, we were able to get out alive and avoid being demoted. Supreme Lord recalled with emotion, and the other teammates also expressed their feelings. When these words came out, everyone's expression froze, and they asked curiously, who is this expert? He's a wet nurse. Tao Kyutsu thought for a moment, pointed at the health bar above his head and said, super enough milk. Only then did everyone realize that the health bars above the heads of the players from several elite teams had all turned lush and green, glowing. This magical blood recovering effect hasn't disappeared after such a long time. They can even actively withstand damage. If you hit them with a knife, their health will slowly recover automatically. The 6 people had proud glows on their faces. They raised their heads and revealed blood strips, which turned out to be a large green grassland. Isn't that awesome? The boss gave them some buffs. The color will not fade permanently, so you don't even need to bring blood recovering medicine when you go out. Chapter 83, The storm is coming. The rare treasure cannot be found. Even the elite team at the maximum level suffered heavy casualties, let alone others. As a result, the players who came to watch dispersed with disappointment on their faces. The righteous and evil sects each led their people and teleported back to their own sections. For a moment, the surging crowds dispersed, and by the afternoon, the long street had returned to its original tranquility. The people who were paying attention near the abandoned land didn't notice that a LV1 newbie appeared at the entrance of the dungeon. The young man was wearing a white robe, carrying an ordinary long sword on his back, and his sleeves fluttered in the wind. He rode a little donkey and looked around curiously at this human gathering place. The buildings are in the style of ancient towns in the south of the Yangtze River, like a town painted on ink-stained rice paper, with white high walls stretching out and dotted among the misty mountains. Compared to the barren wilderness before, it is like entering heaven. Qin Sun walked for an entire afternoon before leaving the godforsaken land. I finally got out of the novice village. It was not easy. Wonton, which map is this? He shielded his head from the sun, squinted his eyes, and looked at the blue sky and white clouds. To be honest, the scenery in Jianghu was really well created. Even the air seems to be much fresher. However, these green mountains and beautiful waters are just false projections of the original scenery of the small world. The real Jianghu has long since turned into a ruin like the godforsaken land. The little donkey named Wonton shuddered when he heard this, shook his head and snorted, saying, Master, you can use the game panel to check the map. Meow. Qin Sun stared at it quietly and pondered for a long time. But it's really strange to see a donkey meowing like a cat. However, if this ferocious beast were not disguised, it would probably scare away all the players' mounts if it walked on the street. He opened the game panel and found that he was finally able to connect to the internet. There were a few small light spots on the map in the upper left corner, which should be the location of his teammates. Also, the game's message box is now filled with all kinds of information. Seeing Qin Sun's signal reappear on the map, several more messages appeared in an instant. This is a team of 3 people, sharing a chat channel. Chi Beaching, Brother Chen, where have you been? I can't find you anywhere. Song Sanqing, Brother Chen, I found Bubble. It's with Linning. Song Sanqing, your daughter is not lost. Chen Sun thought for a moment, then typed a sentence into the team chat. Frowny face. Well, let's find a place to meet first. I have something to say. After this message was sent, the other party was silent for a few seconds, and then the fat man sent a message at Chi Beaching. Okay, let's meet at the Crescent Moon Inn. Song Sanqing, got it. The two of them reached a tacit understanding and did not ask what the specific matter was. Since Brother Chen is unwilling to talk about it here, he must have his reasons. After closing the game panel, Chen Sun led the little donkey, jingling and making sounds, as he walked along the cobblestone road in the small town in the south of the Yangtze River. Crowds of people in long gowns and long sleeves came and went on the cobblestone road, with laughter, shouting, and bargaining mixed together. As he walked along this road, the blue sky suddenly began to change. A flash of thunder passed by, and a few drops of fine rain fell from the gray sky, seeping into the wet stone path. The bustling scene around was like a constantly flickering data stream in the rain. He walked along the long street, and the vendors shouting on the street turned into dots of data, floating in the rain. A little boy was holding a candied hawse and running across the street with a smile on his face, about to bump into me. However, he passed straight through Chen Sun's body and turned into an illusory projection. The laughing and playing children were all turned into powder by the rain when they ran past him. This is a reflection of the living humans who once lived here: joy, anger, sorrow, happiness, love, hate, separation. In his eyes, they are nothing but a string of cold numbers. He raised his head and looked up at the pale sky. His sight seemed to be able to penetrate the false curtain and look directly at the huge eyeball. A huge vortex appeared in the sky, and above the boundless clouds, the outline of a tall tower was faintly visible. That is the base station of the Lord God in this small world. He sits above the clouds, looking down at all living beings mercilessly. Chen Sun stretched out his hand to catch a few drops of rain, walking alone on the path of the ancient town in the south of the Yangtze River. He took out his long sword and wiped the rain off the inky black blade, the blade reflecting a cold light. Heaven and earth are unkind and treat all things as straw dogs. The gods are unkind and treat the people as straw dogs. Then we will break this heaven and earth, smash the shrine, and pull the false gods off the altar. In the main god space, inside the female staff dormitory. Liu Yunmiao put on makeup in front of the mirror and gave a faint smile. However, the person reflected in the mirror did not smile, and his face was as cold and blue as a corpse. His black hair, like a snake, kept twisting in the mirror. Below the body is a huge snake tail. The woman had the same appearance as Liu Yunmiao, but her temperament was completely different with her long hair and snake-like body. Mother, Mr. Woming has received the email. Liu Yunmiao smiled and continued to apply skincare products on her face. I have already conveyed the message from the Child of Destiny. Next, I will detonate the memory fragments at the right time. I'm really looking forward to it. I can't wait to see the senior's expression when he finds out the truth. The woman in the mirror nodded and opened her mouth to speak, but the voice came from Liu Yunmiao's mouth. Try your best to protect him and make sure he sees the Lord God. It was as if a person was talking to himself, which looked a little weird in this quiet room. Is this part of the deal? Yes, said the woman. After putting on makeup, Liu Yunmiao turned around and looked at her messy room, shaking her head. Mother, your followers are really increasing in number. In her room, the dark and opaque floor was filled with all kinds of dolls. The doll's body is sewn all over with black thread, and its arms, neck, and mouth corners are covered with dense stitches that if you look closely, you'll see their faces are somewhat similar to Liu Yunmiao's. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, there was a knock on the dormitory door, and the voice of the world screenwriter came from outside the room, lazy and casual. He has already started the destruction process. The world screenwriter lit a cigarette and said calmly, It's time to go, Miss E. I know. Liu Yunmiao searched through the pile of junk for a long time and finally found a completely different ragdoll. The doll with short hair and black eyes was also covered in seams, but it did not look like Liu Yunmiao. The eyes, sewn together with black buttons, looked like they were squinting and smiling because half of each eye was missing. I really don't know how a doll's eyes can reveal such an invincible aura, she suddenly thought so. Chapter 84, No Right to Judge. At the Crescent Moon Inn, it was still raining heavily outside. The rumbling thunder continued to sound, as if it was going to split the small house into pieces. The room was a little damp. Chi Beaching and his group gathered together. Even Lin Fan and Xiao Yuling sat aside, quietly looking at the young man in the center. After hearing Chen Sun's description, the fat man almost dropped his jaw in shock, his eyes widening. Brother Chen, you are kidding, right? He wiped the sweat from his face, swallowed, and looked at him with uncertainty. The Lord God raises humans like livestock? All the small worlds are pastures? This kind of thing is too unbelievable. No, this is true. Chen Sun looked at everyone present calmly with his dark eyes. Everyone, he clasped his hands together, placed them on the table in front of him, and said the most astonishing words in the calmest tone, I want to restart the world. Almost as he finished speaking, a flash of thunder sounded outside the window, and the pouring rain was like a tsunami, causing the roof of the inn to shake. Everyone's expressions turned serious. At the same time, in a tower high above the clouds, a scarlet brain received a message from its true self. Frowny face, the sentiment value of this small world has reached its peak. This world has lost its value and can be harvested. The miniature brain received the message, squirmed for a moment, and then issued a cold command: execute the world-destroying plan and capture the brainwaves of all online players. As this order was passed down, the entire sky of Jianghu was like ink being dropped into it, gradually turning into a pitch-black black. This time, everyone sitting in the crescent moon and was still unaware of this and was still immersed in the shock of learning the truth about the small world. The sound of rain outside the window became much quieter, and seemed to be gradually stopping, replaced by the rustling sound of flowing liquid. It was pitch black outside, as if all the light had been swallowed up by some existence. Oh no! A waiter who was collecting clothes outside the store stumbled in with rain on his face, pointing out the window with horror on his face, unable to speak. What's wrong? Everyone looked at him in confusion. Outside. The waiter panted, gasping for breath. In the sky, it's raining black water. Black water. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other. Chen Sun reacted quickly, stood up, walked to the door and pushed it open. In the pitch-black sky, strings of black liquid replaced the raindrops and slowly drooped from the clouds, sticky and disgusting. All houses that came into contact with this filth were eaten away and melted, becoming assimilated into a similar liquid state. Players walking on the street who did not have time to take shelter from the rain were entangled by the black raindrops and screamed in panic. They tried to log out, but couldn't access the game panel. After a while, the trapped people were quickly swallowed up by the black liquid in the sky and on the ground, forming a huge black cocoon. Occasionally, one or two bulges would appear on the cocoon, caused by the person inside still struggling, but after a while, silence would return. Chen Sun frowned. Is the Lord God planning to kill the chicken to get the eggs? The image that the player projects into this game is equivalent to a consciousness that can slowly provide emotional value to the main system, but it was obvious that the Lord God wanted to drain everyone's emotions at once, trap all the players' consciousness in the game, and turn them into his nutrient supply machines. Once the consciousness is trapped, the player will become an idiot in his own world. Chen Sun raised his head and looked at the distant sky. Amidst the thunder, a huge tower appeared not far away. That is the location of the main god's clone and also the projection of the central tower. Only by completely destroying it can this tragedy be stopped. He stretched out his hand toward the door, and several sticky black threads instantly entangled his arm. It was as if countless wriggling tentacles were spreading and climbing up along his arms, trying to wrap him up in filth. Chen Sun remained unmoved. He swung his knife and cut off the strange black lines, then shook his hand in disgust. The broken black thread instantly turned into a pool of black liquid and stopped moving. He took a deep breath, overcame the disgust in his heart, and plunged into the sticky black rain. Brother Chen! Shi Biqing and the others exclaimed behind him, and only breathed a sigh of relief after finding that Chen Sun was not seriously injured. They looked at each other, made up their minds, activated their shields, and followed. The dense, dark rain lines made the air sticky. Walking in the rain feels like walking in a huge gelatinous jelly, and it is difficult to breathe. Shi Biqing and the others followed closely behind Chen Sun, and they had a hard time moving forward. The black liquid soaked Chen Sun from head to toe, leaving him feeling cold and sticky all over. They even wriggled like living things, crawling into his white shirt and spreading and climbing all over his body. This feeling is terrible. Bubbles, help me eat them. As he shouted, Bubbles popped his head out from his shadow. After seeing Chen Sun's situation, it climbed onto his head, and its body quickly expanded, turning into a big black ball. It swallowed up the rain that fell near Chen Sun, stretched itself into a flat shape, and blocked the sticky black rain. Chen Sun held the bubbles on his head, just like holding a huge umbrella, and he suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. He quickened his pace, kicked the ground hard, disappeared in the rain, and then appeared dozens of meters away. Wherever the footsteps landed, flying mud-splashed. The white figure moved rapidly in the twisted and dirty world like a wild goose stepping on the snow. The ancient giant tower is becoming clearer and clearer, and getting closer and closer. Finally, Shinsun arrived near the giant tower and stopped. Like an ancient and decayed bell tower, the entire giant tower stands tall between heaven and earth, like a towering pillar piercing the sky and standing in the thunder. The gate of the giant tower was tightly closed. There was a sign on the door, in faded paint, that read, "The tower will identify your soul. A superior soul is as light as a feather, an inferior soul is as heavy as a stone. Good people go to heaven and are fortunate enough to see our Lord. The wicked will fall into hell and will never be reborn." Shensun took a glance at it and inexplicably felt that the notice was somewhat ironic. What is good and evil? What is good for him is good, and what is not good for him is evil. The Lord God has not even experienced a human life, so what qualifications does he have to judge all this? The price of the soul? From the moment humans are born, they are equally given to all living beings. Where does the distinction between high and low come from? Thinking of this, he laughed loudly, raised his long sword, and split the rotten signboard in half. Of the moldy wooden signboard slowly sank in the black rain, like an old man on his twilight years, completely disappearing in the long river of time with his decadent and stubborn thoughts. Then he picked up the knife and resolutely pushed open the heavy door. The inside of the tower was pitch black, like a gaping abyss, grinning and waiting for its prey to arrive. The moment Shensun stepped into the giant tower, the door behind him slammed shut. Chapter 85, Despair Rock. A spiral corridor extends to the top of the tower, embedded in circles inside the building. The only source of light comes from the skylight at the top of the tower. The colorful glazed glass reflects the colorful skylight, which falls on the ground and forms an eye-shaped pattern. It looks sacred and peaceful, like the holy skylight of a church. Shensun was at the bottom of the tower. He glanced at the closed door behind him and set foot on this road. The corridor was dark and deep, as if it had no end. Shensun didn't know how long he had been walking. Bubbles lay on the back of his neck, swaying back and forth, trying hard to keep her body from falling off. "Mom, I'm so sleepy." Its head moved noddingly like a black noodle, and it was about to slip down from behind. Shensun paused, used his hands to grab the black ball, and lifted it up to prevent it from falling and breaking into a black pancake. "Hold on a little longer, we'll be there soon." He stared at the light source above his head with calm, dark eyes and continued to walk forward. "I don't know if it's an illusion, but it's clearly a road leading upwards. But the further we go, the smaller the light in the skylight becomes." It was as if they were not ascending, but walking towards the abyss, getting further and further away from the top of the tower. As the light faded, Bubbles' body became heavier and heavier. He hugged Shensun's neck tightly, making him almost unable to breathe. Could this little thing be overfed? Confused, he reached behind him and touched its head, which was still soft. There was a slight snoring sound and the sound of blowing snot bubbles behind me. So he smiled and shook his head, continuing to move forward along the corridor with the long knife in his hand. After walking for a while, Bubbles' body suddenly became lighter, and followed by a rustling sound that became louder and louder. It was as if countless mollusks were walking on the dark road behind him. Another century seemed to pass. "Mom, I'm so hungry." It woke up, wrapped its tentacles around Shensun's neck, and made a much louder sound than before, like the voices of many people mixed together. He felt a cool tentacle reaching under the hem of his shirt and pressing against his body. Shensun stopped in confusion and slowly turned around. A huge tentacle aggregate, like a hill, was much taller than him. Countless scarlet eyes opened between the tentacles, and all the eyeballs were staring at him. "I'm so hungry. I want to eat." Shensun's pupils suddenly constricted. In an instant, countless tentacles surged up, tightly wrapped around his hands and feet, and swallowed him whole. At the same time, in the Jiangnan town that has been completely changed, there was a wound on Qi Biqing's face, and blood was constantly oozing out. "Lin Fan, what are you doing?" He sat on the ground in shock, looking at the attacking Lin Fan with disbelief. The destined son of this small world had dark eyes flashing with blood-red data streams. As if he had lost his mind, he swung his sword at the fat man with the intention of delivering a fatal blow, showing no mercy at all. If Qi Biqing had not been bound to the cannon fodder system and had the ability to warn of death, he would probably have been killed by the sword by now. Lin Fan drew his sword and placed the blade against Qi Biqing's neck, his tone cold and indifferent. "Goodbye, junior brother Qi." He raised his sword high with an expressionless face, ready to strike down. Seeing the black blood vessels extending on Lin Fan's face, Qi Biqing widened his eyes and understood everything in an instant. "It's the Black Rain." It can affect the minds of the people in the small world. The main system wants to use the humans in these small worlds to wipe out all the survivors who are resisting. Stubbornly thinking of this, the fat man gritted his teeth, quickly took out his sword from the system space, and blocked Lin Fan's attack with a clang. His fat body flew out quickly due to the huge impact forced in the endless black rain. The white shadow crashed into a gully 100 meters long and knocked down more than a dozen houses like a cannonball. When the smoke and dust cleared, the fat man coughed violently and spit out a lot of blood. He supported his sword with his blood-stained left hand and sat up unsteadily. He felt numbness in his right arm and his forearm had completely lost all feeling. The pain is real and intense. The main system took back the game panels of all players, so the health bars and all skills disappeared. The player's own abilities and values are synchronized into the game. He is a small cannon fodder in the modern world, and there is a huge gap in physical fitness between him and the Son of Destiny in the world of cultivation. This is a losing battle. On the other side, Song Sanqing's situation was equally bad. His face was covered in blood and he was gasping for breath in pain. He had just woken up from the explosion. There was a buzzing sound in his ears, and he crawled to the corner using his hands and feet, picked up his left arm on the ground, and connected it to his broken arm. The flesh began to grow back rapidly, accompanied by severe pain, and he frowned. "You crazy woman." Linian had gone completely crazy, laughing loudly, letting her hair down and starting to act crazy. She used her long black nails to scratch the guitar strings, making a sharp sound like scratching glass. The sound waves instantly shattered all the glass windows on the street, causing a violent explosion. Song Sanqing suddenly felt that his internal organs were twisted, and his organs exploded into blood plasma with a few bangs like balloons. He coughed up a lot of internal organ fragments, his eyes turned white in pain, and he almost fainted. Linian was completely unaware of this. She stood on a roof with a huge arc on the corner of her mouth and her eyes full of crazy bright red. She shook her hair and continued to play desperate rock madly, singing in a shrill voice, "I can't bear the pain, I really can't bear the pain. I miss you so much that I am dizzy." The sound was so unpleasant that it was heart-wrenching. Song Sanqing's eardrums had been completely shattered and then regrown, torturing him to the point of madness. He was bleeding profusely, plugging his ears with both hands and shouting at Linian, "What the hell are you doing?" But Linian was still immersed in the music, laughing with his head tilted back, and singing even louder. "Do you have any conscience? Your conscience has been taken away by a dog. I hate you, hate you, hate you, hate you to the point of completely forgetting it." As these words fell, the rain suspended in the air suddenly stopped, and then gathered into a huge fierce dog, rushing towards Song Sanqing with its bloody mouth wide open. He gritted his teeth and stretched out his arms to try to block the vicious dog, but when the black dog was about to touch him, it suddenly scattered. Song Sanqing's pupils shrank to the size of a pinhole in an instant. A hole suddenly appeared in his chest, and his heart instantly exploded into blood. He blocked the bloody hole with his hand, and blood flowed out from between his fingers, mixing with the cold rainwater. Song Sanqing spat out a mouthful of blood and became a little unsteady. He wiped the blood off his face. It seems that she has to shut up. If she continues singing, she will probably shock him into a bloody mess. Chapter 86, bringing a little technological shock to the Jianghu. The pitch black rain devoured all living things between heaven and earth, and the smell of blood filled the air. "Oh, Xiao Sanqing, I really love you." Linian stretched out her hand, and the rain instantly turned into a long thorn, which she held tightly in her hand. The black spikes have a metallic luster. She plunged the long thorn into the chest of the man on the ground, pinning him to the ground. "I love you so much." The blood splattered on her face, making her smile look even more morbid. She covered her face shyly, and through the gaps between her two fingers, her crazy eyes, which were affected by the main system, were revealed. "Ah," the battle-damaged look on little Sanqing, "Shashasha." Song Sanqing spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was riddled with wounds and blood holes. His hands and feet were covered with the same black thorns, and he could not move. The black raindrops from the sky and the ground seeped into the wound, spread over his body, and prevented the wound from healing. The pain mixed with the rain flowed throughout his body, gnawing at his flesh madly and making him twitch in pain. He is suicidal, not masochistic. If he could choose how to die, he would rather die easily. "Come with me into the grave of love." Linian changed the song and began to play and sing a sad melody. Song Sanqing was too tired to complain. "People say that marriage is the grave of love. Is love the grave of reason? The sky is really impossible to communicate with. Being in love is not good." The rainwater accumulated on the surface climbed up and gradually covered his body, swallowing up his legs and waist. They seeped into the pale face along with the blood, revealing root-like lines, constantly wriggling and gradually penetrating into the back of the brain. He felt groggy, as if he closed his eyes he would fall asleep forever and never wake up again. Perhaps this is what he pursues, eternal tranquility. No, this is not death, this is living like a zombie. Song Sanching still clearly remembers the night when he was closest to death. His adoptive parents went on vacation and locked him at home for 4 days without returning. Just like forgetting a kitten or puppy, the intense hunger drove him to eat every blade of grass on the balcony, and then to gnaw on the tree roots. He couldn't chew the bark, so he boiled it in water for a long time, until the bark became gelatinous and could be swallowed whole. I felt a burning sensation in my stomach, and I didn't know if it was from the scalding soup or the pain from hunger. It was a little salty and as thick as paste. It was the most filling meal he had ever had. In the end, everything was eaten. Of course he could gnaw on his own flesh, but his teeth no longer had the strength to chew. What's more, funny enough, he is quite afraid of pain. Being accustomed to pain doesn't mean being numb to it. He wanted to die as awkwardly as possible. With the last green leaf in his mouth, he curled up on the balcony, quietly waiting for his mother, Death, to take him away. Without food, his stomach began to digest itself. In order to save energy, his brain was forced to stop working and he fell into a shallow coma. In a trance, he heard the bells of heaven. There is no pain, no hunger, no malice, and no evil in the world. Mother Death gave him the most gentle embrace. Under his holy presence, all beings in the world attain equal tranquility. That day, he was discovered by a part-time worker who was hired to clean the house, and was sent to the hospital, where he came back from the brink of death. Later, he tried to commit suicide countless times, hoping to hear the bells of heaven again, but failed every time. Then he was forcibly bound by the strongest suicide system, and entered the main God space, where he could never die again. He is a ghost wandering in the world, a soul abandoned by death, forever following the last train to heaven. Every time he died in the small world, he would get a brief moment of relief, and then a certain memory in his mind would be lost. He had forgotten what his adoptive parents looked like, so he had no way to seek revenge. The only thing that is etched in my mind is the painful memory, which I will never forget no matter how many times I die. He was now lying on his back, looking at the dark sky, looking at Linine quietly, seeing her expressing her love in a distorted way under the influence of the main system. He suddenly remembered that his adoptive mother had said the same thing to him. "We love you. This is for your own good. We are the only ones in the world who still love you." Love, if unforgettable pain is love, if obsessive and crazy possessiveness is love, if excessive desire for control is love, if this is love, then he doesn't need it. Song Sanching raised his head and laughed loudly. Under Lin Yin's surprised gaze, he grabbed the black thorns with his hands and pulled them out one by one. "System, connect me to the central processor of Jianghu." He raised his hand tremblingly, called up the system panel, and kept typing on the keyboard. As long as it's a game, it's his specialty. Since they are in the game, they can hack into the main program and create their own exclusive plug-in. As the keyboard clicked, a solid blue wall of data emerged from the surface. The spherical transparent wall glowed fluorescently, blocking the black rain from the sky and wrapping up his broken body. "Xiao Sanqing, the way you struggle desperately is also very beautiful." Linning curved his eyes and laughed. He picked up the guitar, and began to play the guitar version of Dance of the Golden Snake. As the rhythm of the fingers became faster and faster, the rain in the sky swayed, twisted wildly, and stirred up a strong storm. In an instant, the black mud on the ground gathered together to form a huge python that covered the sky, and the Sun opened its huge black mouth and fiercely bit the place where Song Sanqing was, swallowing him whole, including the wall, into its stomach. As the python's body contracted violently, the entire blue data ball was completely submerged in darkness. Without emitting any light, everything returned to silence. The sky and earth were vast and dark, and all life was swallowed up by death and despair. At this moment, a faint light suddenly appeared in the python's belly. The blue light became stronger and stronger, and suddenly pierced through the giant snake's belly. The python howled in pain towards the sky, and its huge body fell to the ground with a bang, instantly exploding into black mud. In the drizzle, countless guns with a metallic luster gradually emerged in the air: laser cannons, ground suppression artillery, anti-aircraft guns, tank guns. The huge mechanical mountains continued to extend, almost covering half of the sky. Beneath the wall of artillery fire, a figure stood quietly, his hands hovering above the keyboard. His name is Song Sanqing. The sky is pure, the earth is pure, and man is pure. These are the three pure things of nature. All the black muzzles of the guns were pointed at Linine, and the caliber of each gun barrel was as big as her head. Linine stood there in a daze, holding her guitar. She looked frail and insignificant under the pressure of countless guns and artillery, turning the virtual into the real, condensing the false into the true. This is the game. she put down her guitar and smiled happily. Lin closed his eyes, opened his arms, and said, Sha Sanqing looked very handsome when he defeated me. Song Sanqing pressed the enter key, making a crisp keyboard tapping sound. At that moment, the ammunition from all the guns and cannons was fired one after another with a bang 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 sound. Endless smoke rose up, almost evaporating all the rain in the sky. Under the coverage of firepower, all the houses in this area were razed to the ground. Lin was blown out of the server. Chapter 87, I will launch a powerful attack on the other side of the battlefield. Qi Biqing was almost always being suppressed. Is this all you have? Lin Fan's body moved quickly, his snow-white figure flashed in the air, and then suddenly appeared in front of the fat man. The Son of Destiny is connected to the heaven, transcends all living beings, and is blessed by heaven and earth. With every move, the universe lends its strength to him. To fight him is to fight the entire world. Qi Biqing used all his strength, raised his sword tremblingly, and blocked the sharp attack with a loud ding sound. Sparks flew out from the place where the swords collided. The sharp sword intent came through the hilt, causing Qi Biqing's palm to go numb and the veins on his arms to bulge. The stone bricks under his feet were shattered by the huge impact force, leaving deep cracks. The two figures were quickly bounced away in the collision. The fat man's body bounced several times on the ground like a ball, and finally fell to the ground, creating a lot of smoke and dust. When the smoke and dust cleared, he was covered in several wounds and looked extremely miserable. Another life-saving jade pendant in his hand broke. If Qi Biqing hadn't stockpiled a large number of life-saving items, he might not have survived a single round. On the other hand, Lin Fan still looked relaxed and lightly dusted off the dust on his body. The battle between the Child of Destiny and a cannon fodder, the outcome is of course no surprise. Junior brother Qi, give up. You are not talented and you will never be able to defeat fate. When Lin Fan said this, he felt inexplicably familiar. It was as if he had also been mocked for his qualifications in this way, but he could not remember this memory at all. So he shook his head and put aside these distracting thoughts. How could this be possible? Wasn't he a child of destiny, gifted from a young age, ultimately achieving immortality, and now coming here to root out the sex traitors? Wait, how did he become an immortal? When Lin Fan thought of this, he was suddenly stunned. He picked up the magic sword, and the sword blade made a buzzing sound under the impact of the rain, like a lonely bird wailing in sorrow. On the hilt of the sword, there are two huge words "Good Sword" engraved, which looks particularly eye-catching. This sword, why does it have such a strange name? In a trance, a hazy figure emerged in his memory, but he could not see the face clearly. A young man in red clothes, riding a donkey, walked leisurely between heaven and earth, leaving only the ding-ling-ling sound of copper bells. The clear sound of the bell echoed in the valley for a long time. The person he could never catch up with slowly turned around, showing a carefree smile, and left a sentence. Lin Fan, what path do you follow? What kind of Taoism am I practicing? Lin Fan looked down at his sword and stood blankly in the rain, which gave Qi Biqing a chance to catch his breath. The fat man now has no idea how many ribs are broken, and his right hand is almost useless. He struggled to get up, but his footing lost and he fell into the mud. So he could only tremble and use his sword to support his body, and barely managed to sit up. This sword is full of cracks. I brought it back from the world of cultivation, but I have been reluctant to use it for fear that it would get bumped or scratched. This is the first time I took it out to use today, and it turned out to be damaged like this. Following him is like being buried. Qi Biqing sighed, gripped the hilt tightly, and looked quietly at the words on the sword. Become the king of the kingly way and win people over with benevolence and righteousness. Become the most powerful one and conquer the people by force. This sword is named Wangba Sword, which means king and overlord sword, and it aims to achieve hegemony and dominance over the world. Everyone has a heroic dream during their middle school years, and Qi Biqing is no exception. He comes from a world of martial arts. He is a rich young man who was fearless, but obsessed with martial arts and swordsmanship. Before being bound to the cannon fodder survival system, he was once a dashing young man who had traveled the world with a sword. At that time, he was not fat and was not so afraid of death. It was not until his youthful recklessness brought him fatal disaster that he learned to restrain his edge. He had been hiding for so long that he almost forgot the last time he turned the tide. Since you're going to die anyway, why not give it a try? Qi Biqing smiled self-deprecatingly, raised his magic sword, and concentrated all his strength on the blade. Fat burning. In an instant, all the fat on Qi Biqing's body began to burn, turning into a large amount of scorching spiritual energy, which gathered on the sword. As the spiritual energy flowed in, his body gradually became thinner, and his wide robe fluttered in the wind, revealing the strong lines of his abdomen. Lin Fan noticed something strange and suddenly raised his head. I saw a handsome young man holding up a sword made of a huge energy body, which was constantly gathering more heat. So Lin Fan drew his sword and slashed across without saying a word. The sword energy was so sharp that it seemed to be able to tear the space apart, but the moment it touched Shibiching's sleeve, it dissipated like the breeze. How is that possible? He looked at Shibiching in disbelief, as if he was looking at a stranger. In this moment of distraction, Shibiching had already accumulated enough strength. He roared and swung the giant sword in his hand heavily. The devastating flames evaporated all the rain in the sky, turning it into billowing white steam. Because the attack range was too large, the grass and trees within a few miles were instantly vaporized, and the scorching heat wave set off a hurricane that almost tore the sky apart. Lin Fan wanted to retreat quickly to avoid the attack, but there was nowhere to escape, so he could only bite the bullet and raise his sword to block the attack. The moment he came into contact with the sword intent, his pupils suddenly contracted. He lost, as his body dissipated into data and his sleeves burned to ashes. Lin Fan finally closed his eyes. This is the true meaning of the sword, and those without the heart will never be able to wield it. In his last moments, he remembered everything. What he cultivated was not the ruthless way of heaven and earth, but the way of human nature. His sword punishes evil and promotes good, pursues peace and prosperity, and protects countless lives in a peaceful and tranquil life. Hence the name Good Sword. It's time for him to go back to his original world and do what he should do. So Lin Fan smiled, floated in the air, and turned into a data stream. Shibiching collapsed on the ground, looking up at the sky weakly, looking extremely tired. From his eyebrows and eyes, one can vaguely recognize that this is still the same fat boy. System. He shouted in a low voice. What's wrong? I feel so insecure without fat. He blinked his peach blossom eyes and said a little uneasily, the first rule of cannon fodder is that fat people are unique. In a novel, the fattest and dumbest person usually survives to the end because they usually cannot pose a threat to the Destiny Child. When he was first bound to the system, because he was quite handsome, the protagonist of the small world regarded him as a strong opponent in every mission, and he never survived a single script. He thought that being too handsome was also a kind of trouble. So he started eating like crazy and successfully bloated himself into a fat ball, looking festive and harmless. He has lived like this until now, and he almost forgot that he was once a handsome guy. The system was silent for a long time, as if it didn't know how to answer. The air was still, except for the sound of his breathing, blood pouring from his lungs with each breath. Ahem, did you say I was very handsome just now? Handsome, Shibiching smiled happily and finally slowly closed his eyes. Chapter 88, Breaking the Game. The bubbles had indigestion and exploded. Chen Sun was still a little dazed. He sat in the middle of a pile of broken tentacles and wiped the mucus off his face. Just a few seconds ago, under the influence of the black rain, Bubble underwent a strange change and started to bite Chen Sun while holding him. As soon as it took a bite, its huge body, as big as a mountain, began to leak air rapidly, like a balloon being punctured, and exploded with a pop. Its body became as big as a fingernail and was flung to the ground, bouncing several times. Finally, it fell into the corner, rolled around in a daze, and became completely motionless. It seems that I have an upset stomach. Chen Sun didn't know what to say. He pulled his legs out of the entangled tentacles, brushed off the tentacles on his body, straightened his clothes, and stood up. He picked up the knife, looked up at the skylight at the top of the tower, and pondered for a while. At present, it is impossible to reach the top of the tower by following this road, so we need to change our thinking. At this moment, a sense of crisis came over me. He tilted his head slightly, and at that moment, a crystal Buddhist bead whizzed past his ear like a bullet. The Buddhist beads instantly hit the wall behind him, exploded with a loud bang, and pierced a big hole in the entire tower. The light outside the tower projected in from the big hole, forming a bright spot on the ground. Chen Sun looked calmly towards the front of the tunnel. In the deep darkness, a figure gradually emerged, accompanied by the sound of chanting. Xiao Yuling walked out with her eyes closed, holding a string of Buddhist beads. Amitba, big brother, how are you? Xiao Yuling has completely changed. She has become much thinner and her black hair has disappeared. Chen Sun recalled for a long time before he remembered that this was the junior sister he met in the world of cultivation. He stared quietly at the nun in front of him and replied politely, well, long time no see. The Buddha's forbidden land is ahead. I've come to stop you, senior brother. She lowered her head and said, it's better to turn back now. Don't fall into the Avicii hell, oh? He stretched his neck, swung his long knife, and looked at her with his dark and deep eyes. Stop me, are you worthy? Let's give it a try. As soon as he finished speaking, countless shiny black Buddhist beads flew towards him. Each one contains destructive power and spins at high speed in the air. If it hits a person, it can pierce the body into a hornet's nest, but Chen Sun was not panicked at all. That he raised the knife and swung it with ease, each strike hitting the Buddhist beads and deflecting them. Chen Sun walked in the hail of bullets as if it were just a normal walk at home. Seeing that Chen Sun was about to get close, Xiao Yuling quickly stepped back to create some distance. She gritted her teeth, quickly switched hand gestures, and shouted angrily, "Thousand hands and thousands of faces, Buddha saves all living beings." A shadow quickly emerged in the air. A huge thousand-armed statue, with tears of compassion, was about to appear in the world. However, what is strange is that there is an eye on each hand of this statue, and its head is covered with densely packed faces from every angle. You can see the statue looking at the worshippers with compassionate eyes. This made Chen Sun feel a sense of familiarity, as if he had personally faced this kind of power of the same origin somewhere before. At the same time, Xiao Yuling's face turned pale in an instant, and deep wrinkles appeared on her forehead, as if she was about to grow eyes like the statue. Just as he was about to end the battle quickly and interrupt her chanting with a slash of his sword, a black shadow suddenly descended from the sky above Xiao Yuling's head. With a loud bang, the floor cracked and Xiao Yuling was knocked unconscious to the ground without any preparation. The statue that was about to emerge gradually collapsed and disintegrated without the support of the chanting. The billowing smoke and dust dissipated, and a familiar figure sat on Xiao Yuling, coughing due to the choking dust. Chen Sun blinked his black eyes and looked quietly at the two people, one lying and the other sitting. "Senior, I finally found you." After seeing the person in front of him clearly, Lu Yunmiao opened his eyes wide with stars, as happy as ever. Hiss. This assist method seems a little familiar. However, the roadblock has been resolved. "Well," Chen Sun nodded and explained expressionlessly, "I'll leave her to you." Then he turned and continued walking towards the top of the tower. "Wait," Lu Yunmiao shouted anxiously, throwing a dark thing in his arms over, "Take this." Chen Sun reached out to take it and found that it was a doll with seams all over its body, and it actually looked a bit like him. He doesn't seem so ugly, right? As he came into contact with the puppet, a stream of encrypted information quickly entered his mind. It was as if this was a part that originally belonged to him, being returned to the original owner of the memory fragment. This tingling feeling in the temple is exactly the same as picking up gold coins dropped by nightmares in the demon world. Chen Sun covered his head and it took him a long time to recover. He raised his head, looked at her calmly, and asked, "Idhila?" Lu Yunmiao smiled, stood up, and bowed. "No, I am her daughter, Miss E. Mr. Nobody, my mother asked me to give you her regards. She said it was a pleasure to work with you." He suddenly understood why he had strange dreams after experiencing certain worlds. Idhila is the name of the dream witch, and this is her power. Seal the memory fragments in the object. No, it is even possible that the titles awarded by the system contain these fragments, starting from the supernatural world, the evil god from another world, to the apocalyptic, the musician in the sea of bloody flowers, and even including the knife in the world of cultivation, the boy in the mirror in the world of horror, and the pills taken in Qingshan Mental Hospital. These memory fragments were collected and pieced together by Chen Sun unknowingly, but they were put into a shackle that prevented him from detaching them. Use dreams to play back part of the memory, making him confused, but not completely clear. It's like searching for files everywhere, finally piecing them together into a compressed package, only to discover that the decompression password is missing. What is the purpose? It's very simple, just hide it from the Lord God. Even if he suddenly realized that something was wrong and forcibly read Chen Sun's memory, he could only see a fragmented part, and the most important part, which is the decompression password, must be on his way. Thinking of this, Chen Sun picked up the knife and looked at the translucent skylight. He could vaguely see the huge scarlet brain. He smiled and said, "It's a pleasure to work with you." The next moment, Chen Sun's figure disappeared in the blink of an eye, and in his place was a huge deep pit covered with cracks. The entire tower was almost shattered by his stomping. Countless cracks extended from the ground and spread to the top of the tower, letting in thousands of rays of sunlight. Under the huge thrust, Chen Sun's figure quickly flew to the top of the tower, smashed the skylight directly. Amidst countless colorful glass fragments reflecting the sunlight, Chen Sun's body hovered for a while and then began to fall at high speed. He laughed, twirled the long knife in the air, and hammered it into the surrounding wall, accompanied by sparks flying everywhere. Chen Sun gradually stopped falling and finally landed steadily on the top floor. Looking back, he saw that the entire tower had been almost half demolished by him and was swaying in the wind. Since the road is blocked, just jump up. If that doesn't work, then tear down the tower. Chen Sun just didn't believe that he couldn't force out the old turtle, the Lord God. He smiled, raised his long knife, and faced the huge scarlet brain. The surrounding area is covered with wriggling blood vessels, blocking the broken roof and continuously providing energy to the Lord God, like a hanging bright red caged eye in the strong wind on the top floor. The corners of Chin Sun's clothes were lifted up, like the wings of a white flying bird. Chapter 89, God doesn't care, but passers-by object. Sensing Chin Sun's intrusion, the brain began to squirm wildly, stretching out countless scarlet blood vessels and smashing towards where he was. However, Chin Sun just smiled, raised his hand and the knife, and chopped it straight down. That ordinary blade energy contained destructive power, piercing through the entire tower and flying into the sky. Outside the tower, Song Sanqing dragged his staggering body and found Qi beaching in the ruins. This guy was so thin that he took a long time to recognize that he was the fat man. Is he dead? Song Sanqing bent down with difficulty and patted the fat man's face. Not dead, can't move. Qi beaching lay on his back, his whole body aching. Due to lack of fat, his muscles rubbed severely, and every movement was accompanied by severe pain. Song Sanqing sighed, put Qi beaching's arm on his shoulder, and supported him as he walked forward. Just then, he realized that the black rain in the sky had stopped at some point. He stretched out his hand, raised his head in confusion, his pupils shrank sharply, and he saw an extremely shocking scene. A huge ravine suddenly appeared in the dark sky, as if it was split by a huge blade. The line between heaven and earth was like an inverted cliff, simply and roughly cut in half. Intense white light penetrated through the cracks and shone onto the desolate and lifeless earth. The giant tower in the distance seemed to begin to fall apart and collapse at the same time as the sword energy was formed. What was going on? Song Sanqing and Qi beaching both froze in their places, looking at each other in bewilderment. Brother Chen fought a fight and broke through the map. At the same time, in the main god space, a huge ravine ran through the entire town. The central tower where Brainflower was located had half of it cut off in the blink of an eye, and constant alarms were heard from inside. Execute the repair program and analyze the error. The Lord God issued a cold order. The huge brain kept wriggling, consuming the chaotic liquid in the fiberglass to repair the damage to the main god space. The painful emotions condensed into liquid are like a constant supply of fuel, extracted from various small worlds and transformed into energy to maintain the operation of the main god space. The system space has suffered unknown damage, suspected to come from the world where the Paradise Plan is being implemented. The source is unknown. As the embodiment of omniscience and omnipotence, the Lord God hates everything unknown, which makes him uneasy. For a moment, he felt an inexplicable sense of crisis and had the urge to escape directly. Although there are only a few gods in the world who can be his enemies, and they can be counted on one hand, it is always better to be cautious. Maybe those fun gods had nothing better to do and came to cause trouble for him? Abandoning the main divine space, escaping to the myriad small worlds. Hiding for hundreds of millions of years before emerging. However, he had accumulated emotional value for so long, and he was definitely unwilling to give it up so easily. All kinds of negative emotions of human beings, fear, sadness, pain, and all emotional fluctuations caused by God are equivalent to a kind of belief. The more they fear the unknown mystery, the more they believe in the existence of omniscience and omnipotence, and the more his power is fully expanded. Because we believe in miracles, gods exist. Humans are as tiny as ants, yet they act as God's anchor, offering sacrifices foolishly and sadly. The more people believe in a god, the easier it is for him to distort reality and actually appear in the world. Even though the Lord God looked down on all living beings, he would not give up his inheritance that had been accumulated over billions of years. So, he made a decision that he later regretted immensely, that is, go and see the small world of Jianghu in person. Naowa's clone was destroyed, the tower of the martial arts world collapsed, and the haze in the sky dissipated. All the pollution around began to quickly decompose into data streams and float into the sky, just like clothes stained with ink. The stain is washed away, the world began to reshape itself bit by bit, and every blade of grass, every flower and leaf, green mountains and beautiful waters returned to the human world. Chen Sun stood quietly in the ruins and lit a cigarette. He watched as the Jiangnan town regained its white walls and gray tiles, the inky mountains and rivers in the distance unfolded, and the frozen springs began to flow. The imprisoned souls returned to the world, and the consciousness of the players turned into light balls, floating towards their original world like fireflies. The indigenous people here also returned to their homeland. People looked at their hands blankly, and when they came to their senses, they hugged their loved ones excitedly. No one knows that behind all this, an ordinary passerby is watching it all silently. Just as people were cheering for the new life, a crack suddenly appeared in the blue sky. A huge eye, with terrifying bloodshot eyes, appeared in the sky. The oppressive feeling of the gods made billions of creatures feel fear from the bottom of their hearts, and they fell to their knees uncontrollably. It cannot be looked at directly, it cannot be discussed, it cannot be expressed in words. It seemed that with just a thought, From him, all life would be taken away again, and the new world would face destruction again. Chen Sun frowned, looked up at the projection of the Lord God, and stared into the huge eyeball. Amidst the trembling sounds of people kneeling and praying, a cold voice came from the sky, instantly shattering all hopes. Re-execute the destruction procedure. Everyone's heart suddenly felt like it was plunging into an ice cellar, and the newly sprouted seed of hope was ruthlessly strangled in the cradle. No! God, please forgive us. What heinous sin have we committed? Crying, wailing, and begging mixed together, and despair enveloped the whole world. They don't know that humans are sinless, but God never cares. There is no need for a reason to crush a group of ants. At this moment, a clear voice suddenly resounded in the sky. I object. Everyone looked up with fear at the figure standing on the ruins of the tower. The wind was blowing wildly, and the young man's white clothes fluttered in the air, like a white eagle breaking through the sky. Who on earth dares to be so disrespectful to God? Brother Chen? Don't be impulsive. After seeing the figure clearly, Chi Bicheng anxiously wanted to step forward to stop it, but was stopped by Song Sancheng. I believe him. Song Sancheng shook his head at him and looked at the figure high up. Chen Sun looked up at the sky calmly, holding a knife alone, facing the pressure of the gods. The sky's eyeballs moved, its gaze fixed on the tiny figure. This scene made the Lord God feel inexplicably familiar. He suddenly remembered that not long ago, there was also such an overconfident human who raised a sword against him. The consequence of angering him is that human being will be squeezed dry of all usefulness and eventually perish in an unknown world. And now, humans who share the same soul as that guy have once again chosen the same path as him. It is ridiculous for an ant to try to shake a big tree. He felt a wave of contempt and sneered, asking, "What do you have to object to?" However, to his surprise, Chen Sun laughed loudly, opened his arms and said, "I'm going to pay 1,000,000 points to make this wish." Isn't that enough? Before coming to the game Jianghu, he had already accumulated enough points and could cash them out at any time. The Lord God did not expect that he would make this request at this time. He never expected that this time, Chen Sun chose to protect the small world that had nothing to do with him. Gather 1,000,000 points and you can go to the central tower to meet the Lord God and have a wish granted. This is the rule set by the Creator God, his creator, and everyone must abide by it. He was silent for a long time before finally giving his clone a cold order: bring him to the central tower. The rules only say that one wish can be granted. So where it will be realized and in what form it will ultimately be realized is still up to him. As long as he is in the central tower, he has the final say. Chapter 90, You Step Down, I Will Be God. Error code F438. The passerby system host has entered the central tower. The passerby system binding has been released. All weapons have been disarmed. Small world item, Demon Sword Honche has been recovered. Threat detection in progress. Chen Sun lay quietly in the testing cabin, watching the robotic arm moving in the air through the glass window. The sound of the machine running, accompanied by the beep sound of detection, is like the limbs of a spider, busy and flexible in an orderly manner. It was like performing a delicate operation. His hands were tied securely to a chair, and every part of his body where he could carry a weapon was searched over and over again. Even the thoughts and the mind are projected onto the screen without reservation, leaving no privacy at all. Of this gave him an illusion that he was like a plate of fresh oysters, with their shells cut open and sprinkled with chopped green onions, ginger, and garlic, about to be served on the table. That he is so cautious when dealing with an ordinary human being. No wonder he can live so long. The fluorescent light scanned his body. Several comments flashed across the huge screen in front of the hatch. It's just a meeting. It's not that serious. This old Lord God is really a coward. Too cowardly. TSK. Now saw his thoughts through the surveillance camera through more than 10 layers of walls and fell into a long silence. You don't have to curse so loudly in your heart. He can hear you, but right now, he doesn't have time to worry about these things. Unlike other gods, Brainflower is the only artificial intelligence set up by the Creator God and must abide by several original rules. One of them is that if the task executor offers 1,000,000 points, he or she will be able to meet the main god himself and make a wish. He must personally fulfill this desire, so far as it is achievable. Even if the Creator God disappeared later and Brainflower became the new Lord God and inherited all of his powers, he still could not tamper with these basic rules. Just like a written program, it has the most basic underlying code that can never be violated. That was why he went to so much trouble to take this tiny human into the main god space, instead of just slapping him to death. These 1,000,000 points and the rules behind them are Chen Sun's trump card for the Lord God. Once the opportunity to make a wish is exhausted, there will be plenty of time to torture him, just like he treated the previous human named Chen Sun. After the inspection, everything was normal. This was indeed a human body, and it was not carrying any dangerous items, although his various parameters are somewhat frighteningly high, and his strength and agility are off the charts. This does not prevent him from being an ordinary human being. So he felt a little relieved and gave the command, "Let him in." Chen Sun still lay quietly, his dark eyes fixed on the fluorescent screen. He saw a line of words appear on the screen in front of him. Frowny face, to prevent you from damaging the main system, we will temporarily deprive you of control of your body, Mr. Chen. Please bear with me for a moment. Chen Sun was silent for a while. He obviously did not expect that the Lord God would go to such an extent in order to save his life. Yeah. He looked away without much emotion, as if he didn't take the matter to heart. Several ropes instantly popped out from the carrier cabin and were quickly tied between his legs, tying him tightly to the chair to prevent him from struggling or moving. A robotic arm, like a scorpion's poisonous claw, with a sharp needle tip at the end, moved to Chen Sun's ear. The tip of the syringe shone with a sharp cold light as it pierced his neck and injected a large amount of blue medicine. Chen Sun groaned, and felt a swelling pain in his neck, which was the flow of cold liquid. The medicine flows along the blood, gradually spreading throughout the body and destroying the nerve fibers along the way. In less than a moment, Chen Sun lost control of his body. His entire body went limp, and he couldn't even move a finger. His body from the neck down was completely paralyzed. Only the head can move. He can speak normally, and his thinking is not affected. It is worth mentioning that despite losing the ability to move, his senses did not seem to be deprived, and he could still clearly feel the touch of the restraints tightening his skin. Chen Sun gradually got used to this feeling of exhaustion. His pair of dark eyes remained calm, and no one knew what he was thinking now. He is a patient at the mercy of others, and a 3-year-old child can easily strangle him to death. After detecting that all the indexes were 0, the carrier cabin slowly started to move, sending his body to the innermost part of the central tower. It's like a pilgrim walking step by step towards the altar, offering a living sacrifice to a false god. The surrounding environment became much brighter, and the pale walls reflected the light, making it impossible to open one's eyes. As the scene before his eyes changed, Chen Sun saw with his own eyes the mastermind hiding behind the scenes, the source of all pain and tragedy, the omniscient and omnipotent God. That huge brain soaked in a glass jar, its surface is a gelatinous cuticle that constantly wriggles and contracts as signals are processed, like the expanding abdomen of an ant queen. Tiny tentacles emerge from this mass of gel, floating in the liquid like the ends of jellyfish, connecting to the surrounding data cables. The size of this brain was much larger than Chen Sun had expected. It was as high as 5 or 6 floors and could easily swallow him whole. His body is transparent, and the color of the light inside is constantly changing, reflecting the stars in the universe, making him look mysterious and profound. But in Chen Sun's eyes, it is actually no different from Mary Sue brainflower dyed in various colors. It just looks fancy, but other than that it has no meaning. It's a pity that Fatty is not here, otherwise he would definitely associate brainflower with hot pot. Chen Sun thought regretfully. The Lord God didn't know what he was thinking. His skin began to move, and he asked in a cold, mechanical voice, "Human, what do you ask for?" Chen Sun lay in the carrier cabin, looking at him curiously for a long time. He did not answer the question directly, but asked a question in return. "What on earth are you after?" He confined himself in a cramped room, like a miser, counting the amount of emotion points he earned every day and punishing his employees from time to time. "I can't see the mountains and rivers, I can't eat delicious food, I can't breathe fresh air, I can't feel joy and sadness." If Chen Sun were to live like this, he wouldn't be able to bear it. If this is the life of a god, then it would be better to be an ordinary person and live happily. The main system processed and calculated this problem for a long time, but did not come up with an answer. Since his creation, the only instructions he received were collect emotional points, strengthen himself, and maintain stability in the heavens. So the Lord God did not reply to him, but urged him impatiently, "What wish do you want to make? Is it to find back his original world, or to protect the unfamiliar world of Jianghu?" This was a multiple-choice question. No matter which option he gave, the Lord God had set a trap that was enough to push him into the abyss. However, to his surprise, Chen Sun chose neither of them and said with a smile, "My wish is, you step down, and I'll be God." Chapter 91, Eat It. After hearing this, his brain squirmed for a long time, and the central processing unit continued to analyze and calculate, and finally came up with the result that was most favorable to him. Can. Chen Sun blinked his black eyes, not understanding his train of thought for a moment. He just said it casually and really didn't want to be a god, and he is now a paralyzed human being with no power to resist. Shouldn't the Lord God be directly enraged and find a way to kill him? Then, as if to confirm his idea, the brain split into countless tentacles, which stretched out from the glass tank and wrapped around the spherical carrier cabin where he was. Shinsun sat in the cabin and saw through the glass window that the transparent tentacles were crawling all over the window. They seeped in from the gaps in the machinery, recondensed, and formed like liquid metal, and extended into the cabin without any obstruction. Countless tentacles gradually wrapped around his legs, winding up along his taut waist and abdomen, wrapping around and tightening this powerless human. Shinsun could clearly feel the cold and soft touch moving across his body, but he couldn't move. The necessary conditions for becoming a Lord God are to abandon the human body and discard useless emotions. I will strip away your consciousness, remove the impurities of emotion, and ultimately merge it with the will of the Lord God. This is also becoming a god. It sounds nice, but in fact it means draining his emotions and then devouring him whole as nutrients. Shinsun endured the discomfort in his body and stared at the huge brain outside the glass screen with eyes like the abyss. He, want to eat him? Shinsun grinned, and the color in his eyes became darker. The carrier capsule is hung on the top of the glass tank, like a chocolate ball with a filling. As the hatch opened, Shinsun was entangled by the tentacles and suddenly fell into a glass tank filled with liquid. A large amount of liquid, painful emotions completely drowned him, constantly rushing into his mouth and nose, as if it could digest and dissolve a person's wool. More tentacles wrapped around, piercing the skin and digging into the blood vessels, crawling and climbing along the veins, sucking the emotions they came into contact with. The figure that fell into the liquid was wrapped by countless twisted tentacles, forming a huge blood-red cocoon. However, the Lord God controlled it coldly for a long time, but did not receive any emotional value. He felt confused and didn't know what went wrong. That shouldn't be the case. At least there is a sense of panic or despair. Unless he is not a human being at all. The Lord God suddenly realized that he had made a serious mistake. He actually exposed his own consciousness to an unknown existence without reservation, but it's too late to regret now. As if to confirm his guess, dark mist suddenly began to spread around the person in the cocoon. Ha 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 ha. Shinsun laughed loudly, his eyes filled with black mist like the abyss, madly eroding the entire main god space. As the tentacles around it came into contact with the corrosive mist, they immediately curled up in pain and retracted into the brain, just like dropping a drop of ink into a basin of water. The inside of the brain begins to fall apart. This guy exudes spiritual pollution all over his body. The Lord God wanted to throw away this spiritual pollutant, but it was too late. Shinsun laughed wildly. Just now, when the brain flower touched him, he got the final key to the memory fragments and remembered everything. So that's how it is. This was a trap set by the original Shinsun. It's so interesting. He actually calculated himself. Humans are so funny. Ha. Shinsun looked at Naowa with his dark eye sockets, and the corners of his eyes, which were filled with black mist, curved into a strange arc. Eat it. Emotional values are so delicious. Why don't you eat them? Ha 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 ha. Like a black fog that condensed into substance, it quickly spread throughout the entire main god space, corroding and engulfing everything. Houses, streets, vehicles were drawn into the corrosive fog and became part of it. Everyone here stopped what they were doing, stood there like idiots, grinning foolishly. The Lord God began to scream, and his huge body began to wriggle in pain, changing color like crazy, and finally turned into a dead black. Finally, this huge brain continued to deform and expand, and exploded into pieces of meat with a bang. In the rain of countless broken glass and blood, only the young man in the white shirt was left standing quietly. He closed his eyes, and his white clothes from head to toe were gradually dyed black. No, now it's time to address him as him. He is the nameless mist. An interesting deal. After accepting tens of thousands of sacrifices, he possessed that human body and gained human consciousness. Possessing the memories of Shinsun, he obtained all his soul and emotions and occupied that body. Then he is Shinsun. The nameless mist has been a passerby for several years and still believes that he is a human being. Shinsun opened his eyes, turned his head quietly, and looked at the remaining liquid emotions in the glass jar. Countless faces of pain and fear kept emerging in this liquid. This is the emotional value that the Lord God has collected for hundreds of millions of years. For the young, newly formed gods, this power of faith is extremely tempting, but Shinsun is a human being, so he doesn't need it. It would be a waste to keep it, and if it was thrown away randomly, it might even pollute the environment, he thought. Bubble, he shouted to the shadow on the ground, and a black head suddenly emerged from the shadow. There's something delicious. Upon hearing this, Bubble immediately became energetic, jumped out with a whoosh, jumped into the glass jar with a plop, and drank the emotion value with a gulp. With the intake of huge amounts of energy, Bubble's small body began to expand rapidly. In less than a moment, this huge black tentacle monster extended its tentacles to every corner of the main god space. Under its dark skin, A white ball of light appeared faintly, like a small world floating in the main god's space. The main god has died, and a new god is needed to maintain order in the small world, but Chen Sun had given up a long time ago. Managing the heavens was too tiring. It's tiring to be a passerby. He studied it carefully to see if he could create a new god based on these emotional values. The cooperation with Adhala has ended. One of the conditions he proposed was to hand over all the remaining energy in the main god space to him. However, Chen Sun was actually quite dissatisfied with his attitude towards cooperation. Of course, he knew that those guys were all treating this matter as a joke, so they scattered the memory fragments everywhere, making him go to great lengths to find them. Since the cooperation conditions only mention the remaining faith, it's not excessive to let our own people take the majority first. Bubble's body continued to expand, filling the entire main god space, like a thriving tree, connecting all the small worlds with its body, spanning all time and space, sensing everything like roots, truly achieving omniscience and omnipotence. It was not until hundreds of millions of years later, in a light group among countless small worlds, in a world called Earth, that a crazy anthropologist finally predicted the existence of this god. He is Yog-Sothoth, who gathers billions of brilliant spheres and knows everything. His nickname is Bubble. It is said that he was born from the unspeakable great existence, the most mysterious god, nameless mist. There are only a few records about the nameless fog, as if it has been lost in the long river of history. No one knows, perhaps this nameless fog may be hiding in their lives, just a passerby passing by, but that's another story right now. This passerby is preparing to return to the world of the human Chen Sun to take a look. Chapter 92, The Years I Was a Villain. The Chen Sun in this chapter is Chen Sun from his human days. This is a memory. Chen Sun sat alone on a bench in the park and quietly lit a cigarette. The misty smoke swirled up and merged with the dim light of the street lamps. His white shirt was splattered with blood, and there was a deep wound on his abdomen, but he seemed unaware of it and continued talking to himself or Tonesy. In front of him, a black system panel flashed and appeared in the air, replying in a cold and ruthless voice, "What's up? I just killed someone again." The villain system analyzed for a while and detected that the host was in a low mood, and appropriate comfort should be given at this time. The mission requires it, not to mention that the opponent is a scumbag who has committed all kinds of evil and has more than 20 lives on his hands. I think so too, but Chen Sun interrupted it. He is a father, and I killed him in front of his 6-year-old daughter. Do you think I'm pretty bad? He turned his head and asked curiously. I think so. The system stopped talking. It was born without emotional ability and didn't know how to comfort people. I remember that before, I would feel weak in the knees even when I tried to kill a fish with a knife. Chen Sun smoked a cigarette and fell into memories. On my first mission, I vomited all over the corpses. Later, I gradually got used to it. The only thing I did was shake my hands when I smoked. He smiled, forced himself to ask, "Tell me, when did I become numb to this kind of thing?" The villain system stopped talking. It watched with its own eyes as this naive and foolish college student gradually became what he is now. He went from being a good young man with a good family background to an old-fashioned young man who smoked and drank. Forget it. I don't expect a taciturn person like you to say anything. Chen Sun stubbed out his cigarette, lay back on the bench, and said half-jokingly, "If I could choose my system again in my next life, I'd have to find someone who talks a lot." There was a drizzle of rain falling from the sky. He reached out and touched his hair, then he realized that he was almost soaked. Host's body temperature is detected to be too low. It is recommended to seek shelter under the eaves. If you have a cold or fever, it will affect your work efficiency. So he held his head and looked for a place to hide from the rain, while not forgetting to joke, "The rain is cold, just like your heart." Not long after, Chen Sun was sitting in a restaurant, shaking the rain off his head. As if to lighten the mood, the villain system remained silent for a long time before mentioning recent news. Frowny face and erroneous data has appeared in the main divine space. It seems that a system with emotions has been born. It is currently being prepared for destruction. A system with emotions? That's pretty rare. Chen Sun thought for a while and asked, "Tonesy, do you want me to rescue it and keep it as a companion for you?" Theoretically, the Lord God's will cannot be violated, so the possibility of this happening is zero. It seriously warned its host not to commit suicide on its own initiative. In addition, a host can only be bound to one system. Please do not change your mind. I know. But he didn't seem to listen and had already started his own planning. The system could only sigh to itself. Shin Sun will try his best to help if he can. Only in this way could he feel like a human being rather than a cold killing machine in the blood and water filled with sin. The villain system has bound many hosts, and each one has ended in a particularly miserable way. Most of them have gone crazy and switched to other systems, or their consciousness has been completely wiped out after experiencing endless killing and crossing mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Chen Sun is the first person it has seen who can accumulate 1 million points. Maybe he is quite talented in this area. It personally sent this guy into the central tower, and without his nagging in its ears, it actually felt a little uncomfortable. Before leaving, he smiled heartily, turned around, waved his hands and shouted, "Old friend, I'm going home, don't miss me secretly." The villain system remains silent, just as it had for many years. Since the moment it was born, no host has ever been heard of being able to accumulate 1 million points. So, it may still be a little proud, a bit like an old mother whose son has made it big. Maybe I was influenced by this kid, but that day, it saw with its own eyes that Chen Sun walked into the central tower. When he came out, he was no longer him. The young man staggered out like a soulless corpse, and then fell to the ground. Just fall before it, become strange and indifferent. The dark eyes lost all their brilliance, and the whole person's temperament changed, as if all his spiritual energy had been sucked away. "Host, it's time for you to go home," it said out of concern. Now he supported himself on the ground with his hands, slowly got up, and said in the calmest voice, "I can't go back. I have no home anymore." He became quiet, stopped joking, and started smoking more frequently. For some time thereafter, Chen Sun took it and traveled to every corner of his original world. It finally understood this sentence: this is a destroyed world, the sky is filled with deadly smog, and the earth is full of ravines and cracks. The ignorant survivors became the lambs raised by the gods, providing them with a constant supply of faith. The laws of nature have collapsed, and the order of time and space has been blocked by the gods. Even if one has control over this world, there is no way to reverse time. Finally, Chen Sun looked up at the giant shadow in the sky, the desolate earth and the miserable humanity, and left the most profound impression on it. God loves the world, that's a joke. The villain system did not refute it because this was the fact it saw with its own eyes. God's love for the world is a joke. They only want human fear and ignorant worship. Only then can we love the world. In order to fight against the gods, he needed more power. He needed a god that belonged to mankind. So, Chen Sun decided to become a god. To be precise, he decided to turn God into a human. From the moment he put out his cigarette, he began his plan. At first, choose a god who was never accepted human sacrifices. He turned his gaze to the most mysterious nameless mist, because it had no known believers and had never personally created any purposeful miracles. So there is a possibility that he is still a chaotic consciousness, or a mass of energy, and has never truly devoured any soul. Then, place a mark on your soul and become his only believer. It ensures that the Chen Sun in every world can sacrifice all his flesh, blood, and soul to the nameless fog at the moment of death. The individuals will as small and can easily be annihilated by confused thoughts, but if there were tens of thousands or hundreds of millions of identical wills, all coming together and combining to continuously strengthen memories and thoughts, then it would be possible to reverse the thoughts of the gods. Chen Sun has come this far and has experienced countless small worlds, and there are also countless parallel worlds where he exists. The Chen Sun in each world has different life experiences, but the only constant among them is that they all share the memory of being ordinary college students. So this experience of ordinary life, repeated again and again, reinforced again and again, played billions of times, is enough to leave a deep imprint in the consciousness of the gods. As long as he has the obsession of going home, no matter what he becomes, he will definitely take the same path. Finally, a collaboration was reached with Idhala, who traveled through all the small worlds from him. He received the soul mark and the means of sacrifice. Chen Sun's idea was very simple. Since the Lord God could not be killed by humans, he would carry a bomb and explode it with him. Turn yourself into the most vicious and poisonous creature, and face the Lord God again as a human being. Idhala will help him conceal this plan, break up this memory, seal it separately, and place it on the path he must take. The condition is that after killing the main god, he must obtain all the remaining emotional value. While Chen Sun was planning all this, the villain system received an order from the Lord God to destroy the host. It finally told Chen Sun, but what it didn't expect was that after hearing the news, he said calmly, "Kill me. He will become the final sacrifice to welcome the birth of the god." Chen Sun didn't know that for the villain system, he was its last host. It is about to retire, and the system's functional obsolescence means the end of everything, which is death from a human perspective. After killing Chen Sun, the villain system collapsed and turned into fragments wandering in the small world. If the system has a so-called next life, it actually wants to have a cooler named. It felt very embarrassed to be called taunts you all the time, but it had no choice but to let it be. Who made him the host? If there is a next life, it might as well be called Hong Che, or Katetsu would also be good, it thought. May heaven not have a useless name. Chapter 93, Nameless Territory, Forbidden by God. In this chapter, Chen Sun is a human. Chen Sun is our protagonist, Brother Chen, also known as the Nameless Mist. Chen Sun had made many calculations, but the only thing he didn't expect was that the nameless fog actually had its own consciousness. The reason why there is no record of him in history is because he gave up and didn't care about human faith at all for newly born gods. This kind of thing is used to stabilize their form and is equivalent to an anchor point, making it easier for them to show their power before humans. However, the Nameless Mist does not need that. He prefers to lie flat. He just stayed in a deserted place every day, basking in the sun and sleeping, and his life was very boring. So when he suddenly received tens of thousands of sacrifices that day, he was completely stunned. It's like posting a short video and then going to bed. When you wake up the next day, you find that you have received a huge reward. When you look at the consumption records, they all come from the same account. The nameless fog was sleeping like this when it was hit by a human who suddenly fell. Looking at the people on earth, he wanted to complain that God does not eat human flesh for the sake of the evil God's sleep quality. We oppose human sacrifice and refuse to feed him blindly. The dead man lying on the ground had black hair and black eyes, and was in good health. From a human aesthetic point of view, he was quite handsome. The person is dead, his soul is broken into pieces, but his obsession remains. The black fog touched the human on the ground and thought for a while. He seemed to care a lot about his first believer. It was like I hadn't done anything and suddenly had my first fan, so of course I had to go into his personal space to take a look. So he corroded this body, wrapped him completely in black fog, and used countless pairs of eyes to examine everything about Chen Sun from the inside out. After reading this human's memories, Nameless Mist found it quite interesting. It has been a long time since he came out to get some fresh air, and he feels that he has completely disconnected from the human world. The Lord God? That thing. It seems like an artificial intelligence that not created casually, then left it alone, and finally became a god. Quite interesting. I'm free anyway, so I might as well go out and have some fun, he thought. So in the dead silent ruins, all the black fog gradually gathered, penetrated into the body, and occupied the body of Chen Sun. Before this, he sealed up his memories spanning trillions of years. Otherwise the human body would not be able to withstand it and would explode. Everything returned to calm, and the nameless fog lingering at the end of the world disappeared. On this day, above the boundless void, the fingers of the humans on the ground moved slightly. Chen Sun's eyelids trembled. He opened his eyes, blocked the dazzling sunlight from the sky with his hands, and sat up suddenly. The white clothes fluttered in the bleak wind. He blinked his dark eyes, a little confused. This place is deserted and without birds. There is only a dark sky and a desolate land, scattered with the ruins of the city. Isn't he still studying in City A? Why did he end up here? Is this a time travel? At this moment, a billboard was blown by the strong wind, flying quickly through the air and hitting Chen Sun's head accurately. Ding! It is detected that you are dead, and the passerby system automatically binds you. Hello, Mr. Chen Sun, nice to meet you. Please give me your guidance. You are my first host. I hope we can get along well in the future. He was silent for a while, not knowing from which angle to complain, and could only say, hello. Thus, Chen Sun was kidnapped by the passerby system and began his human journey. The main god exploded, and many of the other task executors should have retired long ago, but they had been delayed by the main system and refused to let them go, so Chen Sun asked them to return to their respective worlds. As for the various systems, there is no need to create conflicts in the future. He only left a few young ones to help maintain the stability of the space, and the others will be reincarnated or enjoy their retirement. Song Sanqing said he had nowhere else to go and stayed to help. As for Fatty, he was a little worried about his family, so he went back to his original world and would be back in a few days. Liu Yunmia took away the remaining bit of emotion value, still smiling, and happily waved goodbye to Chen Sun Sr. Do you know? Mother was so angry that her tentacles were knotted. This is the first time I've seen her like that. It's really interesting. Chen Sun nodded expressionlessly after imagining the scene for a moment. It's indeed very interesting. In the blink of an eye, only a few people were left in the main god space. After dealing with all this, Chen Sun decided to go back to his own world. When he returned to his original little world, it was already in ruins. He stood on the wreckage of the city, looking up at the bright red sky, his white clothes fluttering violently in the wind. Writing and history disappeared, and the remaining humans lived a life of eating raw meat and bloodthirsty food, foolishly worshipping the giant Shadow Inn. The sky, those giant shadows in the sky are merely tools created by false gods of insufficient status to intimidate humanity, transcending the shackles of various worlds. These gods were originally powerful beings from different small worlds. Discovering that human fear can enhance their own strength, these powerful men broke through the void, came to the abandoned world, and turned it into their own livestock farm. It fights for people's faith, constantly creates panic, destroys the laws of time and space, and greedily demands like a vampire. They are not even considered false gods. I've lived for so long that everyone thinks they are gods. Chen Sun lit a cigarette and thought calmly. After noticing this unique human on the ground, all the gods in the sky cast their eyes downward. The Buddha statue with 1,000 arms and faces, the holy seven-winged angel, the star master who holds up the sun and the moon, the judge who controls death, all the gods released a powerful pressure that shook the entire land out of the canyon, but it could not cause any effect on the human figures on the ground. Humans, now that you have seen the gods, why don't you worship them? Chen Sun held the cigarette, stared at the giant shadow quietly, smiled, and said, "This is my world, why should I worship?" So he stretched out a hand and snapped his fingers. In an instant, the heaven and earth collapsed, the sun and the moon reversed, the stars moved, and the rules of the universe were reshaped. The first law of heaven and earth: there are no gods in this world. The giant shadow in the sky opened its eyes wide and let out a miserable scream. At this moment, everything shattered into pieces of powder, floating in the long river of time. If you dare to mess with his world, your ashes will be scattered everywhere. Chen Sun stood on the ruins, looking at the vast lifeless earth. The second law of heaven and earth: going back in time, the world hasn't collapsed yet. Just as the words came true, everything around began to spin, gathering into a ball of light, and finally suddenly expanded. When the white light faded, the world had returned to its original prosperous state. With traffic busy on the city streets, people walking on the street had no idea what was happening and were still laughing and joking. They didn't know that the world collapsed and then rebuilt itself again. It seemed as if they were just stunned for a moment and continued to live their normal lives. Chen Sun stood quietly by the roadside, watching people coming and going. The dim light from the street lamps shone on him, casting a faint shadow. He smiled and continued smoking his cigarette like an ordinary passerby. As for the third law of heaven and earth, Chen Sun hasn't thought about it yet. He'll talk about it when he figures it out. This time, a familiar voice sounded. Chen Moran saw his figure from a distance and shouted, "Brother? Where have you been? I've been looking for you for a long time." Hearing this voice, Chen Sun put out his cigarette, turned around, opened his arms and said with a smile, "It's just a long trip, and I just got back now." Chen Moran was stunned, looking at her brother quietly. Seeing the familiar shadow under the dim streetlight, she couldn't help but shed tears. I searched for him among the crowd for hundreds of times, but when I turned around, he was standing in the dim light. End of text. The main text is gone. What are you still reading? Okay, let me show you an alpaca that I raised. History poetry pet extra story. Stay with me. Special pet for the townhouse. Leave a check-in point. Extra 1, sunshine, beach, bikini. The summer sun is very hot and there is not a trace of cool breeze on the beach. So everyone dressed very coolly. Chen Sun was wearing limited edition summer beach shorts and lying under the awning with Chi Beaching and Song Sanqing, watching the waves on the beach. Lin Fan was practicing the water avoidance technique at the beach, while Xin Wangyan from the Demon World was playing beach volleyball with Bubble on the beach, because some small worlds need to be renovated. Some residents can only temporarily move to this sunny beach world. Zhao Tianchang and his girlfriend Yu Xiaoshang also came. They were walking hand in hand on the beach picking up shells. He was planning to formally confess his love today. When the girls walked out of the locker room, they attracted the attention of everyone in the audience. Sisterly wore minimal clothing and entered the venue confidently wearing sunglasses. She had a plump figure and her long, snow-white legs reflected the light, dazzling the eyes under the sun. Next was Lu Yunmiao. Her blue skirt had a bit of gauze on it, making it look hazy. The buttons on her shirt were a little loose, giving her a feeling of half covering her face and half hiding her figure. Linian is usually carefree, but at this moment he seemed a little reserved. It was the first time for her to wear such revealing clothes. She tried to walk at the end, carrying her big guitar on her back, and steam was coming out of her red cheeks. As for Lu Xiaoshuang, she came to eat for free, wearing a little yellow duck swimsuit, holding a swimming ring and jumped into the sea. Although she is flat, it doesn't affect her ability to eat. The girls entered like that, and the beach instantly became silent, with only the sound of waves crashing on the sand. The beach volleyball that was hit into the air fell to the ground, bouncing on the ground with a thump-thump sound. Chi Beaching's heart was also pounding. Although he often talked big online, he was actually quite pure. This was the first time he had seen such a scene. Song Sanqing, you have a nosebleed. He coughed and said. You too. Song Sanqing had a blank expression on his face as his nose bled and he felt very hot under the awning. Let me wipe it for you. So Chi Biching didn't look away, picked up a piece of cloth, and covered Song Sanqing's face with it with a biaji sound. The only sound at the scene was the sound of Chen Sun drinking coconut juice. By the way, how come Brother Chen is okay? The two of them were suddenly startled and turned around to look at Chen Sun. Chen Sun took off his sunglasses in confusion, looked up and down at the girls, and put them back on with an expressionless face. Should he be okay? They are all carbon-based organisms, composed of fat, bones, and connective tissue, and in his eyes they are all the same. Excessive secretion of human hormones, coupled with hot weather and excessive internal heat, can cause the capillaries in the nose to rupture. However, the evil god has no such worries. Maybe it's because Brother Chen is not a human being, Song Sanqing said, and the fat man nodded with understanding. In the evening, the sky turns dark and the night sea breeze brings a refreshing coolness. Song Sanqing put his hands in his pockets, held a popsicle in his mouth, and walked along the beach where the tide was receding. Linian lowered her head and followed Song Sanqing closely, scratching the sand with her feet. Xiao Sanqing, does it hurt? She still has the memory of injuring Song Sanqing and Zhang Hu and feels very regretful when she thinks about it now. She looked at the ground and said guiltily, why don't you call me back? That way I'll feel better. Song Sanqing turned his head and looked at her quietly. The night waves swirled on the beach, leaving behind white foam. It does hurt, there are several big holes in my chest, he thought. Then he stretched out his right hand. So Linian closed his eyes and stood there, but the expected pain on his face did not come. She opened her eyes and saw Song Sanqing making a pistol shape with his hand and said to her, "Bomb." Then he walked away with the popsicle in his mouth, as if he didn't care at all. Having been hurt by others, do I have to hurt the world again? It's like, if someone likes you, you should respond with equal love. What kind of logic is this? Song Sanqing, has no emotions, so he never takes it to heart. Linian was left standing there blankly, as if a century had passed. The night bonfire was lit, and the aroma of barbecue mixed with the smell of beer filled the beach. Chi Biching rested for half a month. Although he was still thin, there was some flesh on his face. Oh my god, Brother Chen, just take a rest. Seeing that the boiler was about to explode, he snatched the smoking skewers from Chen Sun's hand. His heart ached so much that it felt like bleeding. This was such a waste of food. Then he shook his head, sighed, picked up a skewer of barbecue, brushed it with oil and seasoning, sprinkled it with cumin, and grilled it over the charcoal fire. Chen Sun smiled and carried the plate as he was driven out of the temporary kitchen. He and Bubble sat together at the table, looking into each other's eyes, holding their knives and forks, waiting for the meal to be served. The food was prepared and the group was divided into 3 tables, one for boys, one for girls, and a separate table for young couples. Song Sanqing happened to come back at this time. The fat man took out some folding chairs and the 3 of them sat at the table drinking and chatting. Are you going to be single? Chi Biching took a sip of cold beer, blinked his big peach blossom eyes, leaned over and asked curiously, does this mean that the revolutionary friendship between the 3 of them will come to an end? Song Sanqing shook his head, lowered his head to eat his food, and said, I don't feel anything. Speaking of which, the fat guy was always flirting with girls online. Now that he's lost weight, why haven't we seen him in a relationship? Chen Sun took a bite of the food and asked in confusion. Oh, it's all just talk. Chi Biching shook his head and said, besides, if we were in a relationship, would the other person forgive me for having a nosebleed today? Love can give you a rose, but being single can give you a garden. It made some sense. The other 2 seemed to understand, but also seemed to understand nothing. They nodded thoughtfully. Chi Biching raised his beer bottle, stood up, toasted with Chen Sun and Song Sanqing, and said, long life singleness. Long life single life. The crisp sound of beer bottles colliding, mixed with the clinking of bowls, chopsticks and spoons, echoed for a long time under the clear night sky. On the other hand, the situation at the girls' table was not so harmonious. Linian was drunk as a pulp, lying on the table, burping and crying. I'm heartbroken, burp. Lu Yunmiao patted her shoulder and comforted her with a smile. It's okay, it's just feelings, the past is the past, everything should be looked forward to. Sisterly nodded in agreement, took off her sunglasses, and tucked her hair in. She said, men are like clothes. Once you lose them, you're gone. Only Lu Xiaoshuang stuffed his mouth with food and poked his head out heartlessly and said, so you're going to turn evil? I am now no Hulu Linin, hee. She got a slap on the face from the other two and shut up immediately. The three women in front of Linin all have their own ideas, and Lu Xiaoshuang is the one who is the least thoughtful. As for Zhao Tiancheng, he finally got his wish and had a candlelight dinner with his girlfriend. Just as he squatted down, took out the ring, and was finally about to propose to his girlfriend, a huge wave hit him and the candlelight dinner was ruined and Zhao Tiancheng spat out a mouthful of seawater. Oh no! Lin Fan failed to control the water control technique and woke up the underwater monster. Shen Wanyan ran over in a panic. Deep in the ocean, a giant mutant octopus, waving countless tentacles, attacks the coast. Oh! Shensun slowly stood up and looked at the suction tentacles in the water with a bit of disgust. The end result is that we have grilled squid as a snack tonight. The seafood was really delicious. Shi Biqing handed the freshly grilled squid skewers to Chen Sun, but he refused. So, Lu Xiaoshuang, who was munching on squid skewers, looked at another foodie named Pao Pao and laughed maliciously. He. He. What are you going to do? Chen Sun's chair was pushed down and he kept struggling. The crowd watching nearby were all laughing secretly at this farce, and had no intention of coming forward to help. In the end, Chen Sun stuffed his mouth with tentacles, and with an expressionless face, he carried the two little creatures, one big and one small, and kicked them out of the world. Extra 2, searching for the bells of heaven. After staying in the main god space for the last half-month, Song Sanqing decided to die calmly. If Naowa were still alive, he would probably make this wish when he collected 1 million points. The main reason I stayed for another half-month was that I was reluctant to leave some of my friends. Now that I have done what I should do and met the people I should meet, there is nothing left to be nostalgic about. Song Sanqing shook his head, shook off all these annoying thoughts, and knocked on Chen Sun's dormitory door. Come in. The door opened, and everything was still as familiar. Chen Sun was holding a lollipop in his mouth, sitting on the floor with Shi Biqing playing games, while Papa was curled up on the sofa watching cartoons. For a moment, he suddenly felt that this was a good thing. Seeing Song Sanqing walk in, Shi Biqing looked up and greeted him. You've arrived just in time. We're short of one for our team. Come on. No, I'm leaving. He stood at the door, smiled and shook his head, saying seriously. Going back to our own world? The fat man realized that something was wrong, but he couldn't put it into words, so he asked hurriedly. Song Sanqing didn't answer. He looked at the two people sitting on the ground, was silent for a while, and said, Brother Chen, I have something to tell you. Chen Sun saw something from his face, turned off the game, and followed him out the door with a rare serious expression. The two men stood in the corridor outside the house, closed the dormitory door, and looked at each other in silence. There are few people living in the main god space outside the dormitory, so only the dormitory building is left and the rest has been demolished. They stared quietly into the void in the distance. No one spoke. Chen Sun leaned over the railing, lit a cigarette, and was the first to break the silence. Have you decided? Nothing can stop you? Well, I want to find the bell of heaven. Song Sanqing nodded. If it's Brother Chen, he should be able to do it. It can kill me completely. The air was silent again. Sorry, Chen Sun put out his cigarette, turned around slowly, and looked into his eyes seriously. I can't do it. All I can do now is let you return to your own world, but I can't stop the death rollback. He smiled a little distressfully, then spread out his hands helplessly. I still haven't fully understood the rules of the Lord God's space. After all, this is a world that Naya created for fun. Moreover, Chen Sun could never do it from the perspective of a friend. As a human being, he still has some selfish thoughts. Then I'll go find Naya. Is he in this space? As soon as Song Sanqing finished speaking, he felt someone patting him on the back and he turned around suddenly. Who's looking for me? The person standing behind him was the world-famous screenwriter. The bearded uncle. Song Sanqing was a little confused and looked back at Chen Sun. Chen Sun said helplessly, That's right, he is the incarnation of Na, the most boring and most troublesome god. Would a normal person, just for fun, create an artificial intelligence to manage the world and then hide behind it as an employee? Then he helped outsiders destroy the main system he created. He hid behind the scenes and enjoyed watching the show. When Chen Sun first heard the news, he maintained a polite smile and was ready to stuff the second slipper into his mouth. Xiaosong, isn't it good to be alive? Why do you want to die? I'm also having a headache here. After listening to Song Sanqing's description, the world screenwriter frowned, but before he could explain, he changed the subject. However, I do have a way to kill you completely. What method? So, you travel back to a time before you were born and stop your father and mother from getting married. Song Sanqing was silent. This was simply a fairy tale. So, Song Sanching really traveled back to his past. Of course, it is somewhat difficult to go back to the time and space dimension before his parents got married. So he chose the next best thing and returned to the day when he was closest to death. As long as he prevents the hourly worker from saving his past self, the present Song Sanching will face true death. This is a villa located in the suburbs, one of the many properties of his adoptive parents, and also Song Sanching's former home. If a house without family members can still be considered a home, he was now sitting on the balcony, quietly watching the boy curled up in the corner. His face was pale, he was too thin to look like a human, and he was in a coma, still struggling between death and life. That was his former self. Song Sanching looked at him silently. This young man who looked exactly like him suddenly felt a strange sadness that he now really wants to give his former self a hug and tell him, "You have persisted long enough, just sleep peacefully, when you fall asleep all your worries will be gone." But he couldn't do that. So he could only turn his head away, look at the flowers, plants, and trees under the balcony, and wait quietly for the hourly worker to arrive. A time passed minute by minute, so long that he was about to fall asleep. It was getting dark, and a swaying figure finally appeared downstairs, which made Song Sanching shudder. However, when he saw the man's face clearly, he was stunned. Brother Chen? No. It doesn't seem to be him, but his face looks very similar to Chen Sun, and his speaking style is completely different. Song Sanching didn't know what was going on, so he could only continue to observe quietly. The black-haired young man downstairs seemed to be seriously injured. He was lying on a bench by the roadside, his face was half dead, and he kept saying, "Tongzi, I'm going to die, Then he began to roll around on the recliner, yelling like a spoiled child, "Your host is in so much pain." Song Sanching upstairs took everything in, blinked blankly, and suddenly felt that Brother Chen's image collapsed in an instant. Although he knew that this person was not the Chen Sun he knew, the two had the same face, which made the two look awkward no matter how he looked at them. A black system panel appeared in front of the young man, covered with ellipses. Just bear with it, it's not the first or second time, but the young man didn't care. He looked at the system with a dark look in his eyes, and with both hands he was pulling at the black panel, as if he was holding a cash cow, and asked, "Your host is dying of pain. Is there no extra compensation for completing the mission? Can I submit an application to get a box of Red Moon painkillers as compensation? Also, please remain reserved, there might be other people watching." Hearing this, Song Sanching was startled and subconsciously retracted his head, but accidentally touched the flower pot on the balcony. He opened his eyes wide and could only watch the flower pot fall straight down from the third floor. A loud clang sound, like the ringing of a bell, made Song Sanching's heartbeat slow down by half a beat. His pupils began to tremble violently, his face was full of disbelief, and he stared blankly at his hands. This sound, why is it so similar to the bells of heaven in his memory? The young man downstairs was stunned. After a while, he said, "Oh my God, it almost hit my head." "What's going on upstairs?" he shouted, but there was no response. Could it be that we were robbed? So, the young man took out his cell phone in confusion and called the police. "Hello, Uncle JC? Building 6, Huayuan Road, XX Street. It seems like there's a thief in this villa." "Huh? How should I know? I'm a part-time cleaner at a nearby residential building. I just happened to be passing by." Song Sanching retreated step by step, and in a trance, he seemed to understand everything. The bell of heaven that he had been pursuing all his life was actually rung by himself. A fate has already arranged everything. He turned around and looked at the boy on the balcony. In the past, Song Sanching, although his face was pale, was still struggling in the quagmire of death, looking for hope of survival. He sighed softly and smiled with relief. So that's how it is. It seems that deep down he doesn't really want to die. Song Sanching chose to log out of the world. Before leaving, he gave his past self a hug. Mother Death is not the only one who loves all beings equally, those who love him include himself. End of the volume, and Rin Rin is officially over. Without the main storyline, I still feel a bit uncomfortable writing the sequel, so I just stopped writing. I started writing for fun, hoping to use it to help me quit gaming. I connected interesting things I heard in real life, and reading novels is all about having fun. Life is hard enough, so find some fun in a book. Then I don't know what happened, the debut took off, and then after 7 days the volume started to drop. After that, I completely let myself go, cough cough. The author himself also likes to watch Tentacle play, because it is updated daily and I don't have any drafts saved. I only know the plot a few hours earlier than the readers, and everything is written on the spot. Fortunately, I had prepared something similar to an outline before, otherwise I really don't know how to write it. This means that the content I update each day is heavily influenced by my mood. I had a midterm exam a few days ago, which was quite depressing, and I can't really say anything funny. Telling jokes is also tiring. My original goal was to earn back the $5 I earned from the cover, but I've exceeded that goal, and I'm quite satisfied with it. Thank you very much for your support www, and for the many rewards. Ring and equal to. I wanted to use this book to test the waters and see what type of writing suits me, and to understand the mechanism of tomato, so I only touched upon each world briefly, and the stories are not long. In fact, the original beginning was the modern world, and the character Lu Yungnao also appeared in that world. The original setting was that of a silly and innocent girl, so there was that strange text message at the beginning. After writing it, I found that it was too feminine, the pace was too slow, and it was too long-winded, so I simply deleted it and rewrote it. I couldn't finish reading anything I wrote without some fantasy or supernatural elements, so I decisively changed the beginning. I suddenly got an inspiration that day and wrote the 10,000-word late-night turtle soup in one go. The original idea was that the protagonist would travel through time and space to become a passerby in various Dragon King, Soldier King, Son-in-Law, and Boss Routine novels, which should be quite interesting. Later I found that I had never read many books of this kind, so I had to give up and change to writing Cthulhu. I like the kind of world that is a little thrilling and a little funny. But the reasoning is too difficult and it is easy to get confused. Writing suspense is really brain-burning. The first world has already burned out most of my brain cells, and I am not very satisfied with the two rule-based weird stories I wrote later. It's so funny. Writing about ghosts is not scary at all. As I was writing, it turned into a comedy, but there is nothing I can do. I am just a novice and I love to play. This book has greatly reduced the power system of Cthulhu. If humans look directly at the outer gods, they will definitely explode. There are still many unreasonable things, such as the seniority of the Nameless Mist, which should be above Nyarlathotep. In addition, Idhila is considered a great-great-grandson, so it is definitely impossible for them to play together. Na, Yog-Sothoth, and Shub-Niggurath are the three pillars of gods, and there is also a general A above them. There is very little information about the Nameless Mist. We only know that he gave birth to Yogurt Bubble, whose name is Nyog-Sothoth. He is very mysterious and rarely appears in public. The original core idea of the Cthulhu system is to emphasize the insignificance of human power and its inability to compete with the power of the old times. The view of this book is completely opposite to it. Human beings are contradictory creatures, with weakness and strength coexisting, affection and ruthlessness coexisting, and kindness and malice intertwined. The birth of civilization alone is an incredible miracle created by the collision of countless coincidences. Change the landscape, explore the unknown, and turn the world around to make it suitable for human survival. Although we still seem fragile and small in the universe, we have gained a certain ability to fight against natural disasters and no longer have to rely on fate as we did in the past. Having said so much, this book is completely finished. You can just think of the above as my fabrication to increase the word count. In short, you must be happy. If we are lucky, see you in the next book.